Chapter 191, Did he come to the immortal realm to play? Everyone sat in place and stared at the bucket. They felt their hair standing on ends. They suddenly felt unhappy with the sodas in their hands. That was the only bad part about being with the expert. He liked playing with their heart rates, and they just simply had to endure it. Sigh, what a hard life. They watched Li Nianfan casually reach inside the bucket. He messed with it from the left side to the right side. The golden bees were powerless in his hands. They became playthings. The densely packed golden bees flew around in the bucket. The visual impact was incredible. It took their breaths away just by looking at it. There were so many golden bees, even an immortal would die from that. Li Nianfan was casual about it. He asked curiously, "Oh yeah, Mr. Yao. You look much better now. Problem solved?" Yao Mengji tried his best to sound calm. He licked his lips out of fear and replied, "Thanks for asking, Mr. Li. I'm no longer in danger." Li Nianfan congratulated him, "That's nice, congrats." Li Nianfan picked up the bee nest while he spoke. He observed it closely while everyone else stared in horror. The bee nest was bigger than a human head. Countless golden bees peeked out and glared at everyone. Their souls almost left their bodies, they almost died in peace. Suddenly, a swarm of golden bees flew out lazily and landed softly on everyone. Everyone instantly clenched their BTTS. They were as stiff as statues. A golden bee slowly crawled onto Gu Changqing's face. He almost peed himself. Gu Yuan laughed loudly from within the jade pendant. He laughed at his misery. "Grandson, do you dare to move?" Of course, Gu Changqing did not dare to move. He did not even dare to speak. He was perturbed. Trembling, Yao Mengji took a deep breath and found his courage to say, Mr. Li, the bees." Li Nianfan looked up and laughed. He quickly said, "Sorry, the bees just love flying everywhere." He simply reached out and grabbed the bees back. He closed the lid and said, "They are too feral. They'll be more obedient once I train them." Train? Never in history had anyone heard of training golden bees. Golden bees were rare treasures in the immortal realm. There were people who tried breeding golden bees, but for millions of years, it was proven to be an impossible task. The expert was about to break the laws of nature. Bigshot, what a never-seen-before Bigshot. Yao Mengji and the others were shocked, but they were forced to smile. Gu Changqing asked, "Mr. Li, where did you get the bees?" Li Nianfan smiled and said, "I got lucky. I was out and ran into Brother Lin. I followed him and went inside an immortal relic. The things in there were useless to me, but I found these bees. I guess it's a small unexpected prize." Everyone felt emotional when they heard that. Only Li Nianfan would say immortal relics were useless. The golden bees were defined as a small prize, too. Not a lot of items could impress the expert. Yao Mengji raised his eyebrows. Brother Lin must be Lin Mufeng. He snuck into the immortal relic because of the expert. That fellow must have a lot of treasures. What a lucky man. Li Nianfan took the bucket and said apologetically, "All right, sit tight. I'll go to the backyard and handle these bees. I'll see if I can extract some honey, excuse me." "No worries, Mr. Li. Off you go." "Yes, don't worry about us." Yao Mengji and the others hurriedly said. They wanted Li Nianfan to move the bucket away so badly. So freaking terrifying. Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. What a bunch of understanding cultivators. Daji stood up and followed him. She said, "I'll go with you." "Right. Since you brought the turkey, why don't you all stay and eat?" Li Nianfan looked at the turkey in the yard and said, "Xiao Bei, clean the turkey and get ready to kill it." "Yes, master." Xiao Bei nodded and approached the turkey. "Kill? Eat me? I'm not a turkey." The firefinch demon flapped its wings and squealed, horrified. Scree. It tried to escape, but Xiao Bei grabbed it like it was a small chicken. Then, Xiao Bei placed the firefinch demon next to the stream and washed it with a hose. Suddenly, splashes could be heard throughout the four-part architecture, along with the tragic screams of the firefinch demon. Qin Manyun and the others were stunned silent. Qin Manyun suddenly said, "That water used to wash the firefinch demon is spiritual water." Yao Mengji nodded and said, "To get to bathe with spiritual water before death is a luxurious experience. Suited for an immortal beast." Gu Changqing said, "To be eaten by the expert would also be its blessing." Yuan also said from within the jade pendant, "The expert probably wasn't impressed by the firefinch demon. But it's good enough for a meal. We made the right decision." The four of them stopped paying attention to the Firefinch demon. They looked around curiously instead. Gu Changqing smiled and said, "Grandpa, look over there. That's the divine bead that I gave the expert last time. The expert's soda is made with the help of the divine bead." Gu Yuan complimented him, "Nice job. You have a bright future if you know how to please the expert. We should work hard together and not keep good items to ourselves. We should give the expert anything he's interested in. It's always a good thing if he accepts it." Gu Changqing lightly smiled. "Duh. I already knew that." Yao Mengji focused on the lightning rod that was on the roof. He said, "Look at that rod up on the roof. It's called a lightning rod and it was created by the expert. That's the rod that attracted the natural tribulation away from me and saved me from harm." Gu Changqing and the others jolted. They immediately looked at the lightning rod, growing more and more shocked the longer they looked at it. The lightning rod did not look weird, but it looked too normal. No powers were coming from it or anything. No lights or halos. The material was slightly odd, too. That simple rod defeated the natural tribulation? They would never believe it, but they knew that Yao Mengji was not joking. Gu Changqing said sentimentally, "You can tell who created a lot of things here. The expert's an extraordinary character. Even mundane objects would be full of insights after his touch. Anything could be transformed into treasure." He thought about the paper crane. That was a creation of the expert too, right? Gu Yuan was disturbed. Li Nianfan had turned his world upside down. No one could compare to him in the entire immortal realm. He respectfully mumbled, "Extraordinary. The complications in simplicity. It's unbelievable that a big shot like this exists in our world. Did he really come to the immortal realm to play?" Chapter 192, Grandpa did it for your sake. Everyone sat in the yard nervously. Gu Yuan was from the above immortal realm, but he was also astounded by the yard full of treasures. Especially when these items belonged to the expert. They were more valuable than immortal items. One may not be an immortal, but one would surely feel like one being around the expert. The firefinch was washed clean by Xiao Bei. It was placed on the cutting board, ready to be killed. It trembled with tears in its eyes. It flinched and tensed up when it saw the shiny knife next to the cutting board. It cried fearful tears. So terrifying, was the master of birds going to die under a knife? No way. It had to save itself. It had to survive. It thought about all the possibilities on how it could escape but to no avail. Even the rare golden bees were under the thumb of the Bigshot. What was a small firefinch to him? It was probably born to be his food. Would it turn into SHD after it was eaten? No, no way. It trembled harder and flapped its wings but it could not move or fly. Suddenly, the backyard door opened with a creak. Li Nianfan was smiling as he held a jar of honey in his hands. "Ha, nice gains this time. The bee nest has a lot of honey in it. I can probably keep getting honey after a while." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "You're in for a treat today. We have honey and turkey. I can make a honey roast turkey." Gu Changqing and the others were shocked and flattered. "Thanks, Mr. Li." The honey was from the golden bees, the turkey was the firefinch demon that was a descendant of the phoenix. This meal was unbelievably luxurious. They felt dizzy just thinking about how luxurious it would be. "Thanks? Is no one going to stand up for me? Am I food to you? I have to save myself. I have to save myself." The firefinch thought to itself and felt its heart race. Li Nianfan smiled like the devil. Li Nianfan said, "Xiao Bei, deal with the turkey. Remember, fast and clean." "Yes, master." Tap tap tap. Footsteps were approaching and the knife was held up. The firefinch's feathers stood on their ends. It felt its adrenaline running. It thought to itself, "The golden bees can produce honey, what can I provide? What's my value for being alive?" Chirp. Suddenly, it had an epiphany as it chirped in a high-pitched tone. It raised its BTT and with a pop, out came a round egg. Gu Yuan was stunned. The firefinch laid an egg? What was going on? An immortal beast laid an egg, that was an immortal egg. The Azureville Lord raised the firefinch demon for years and treated it like a god. He begged it to lay an egg for years to no avail. That meant this egg was rare, a once-in-a-million-years type of egg, right? It should be a groundbreaking, life-changing, celebratory event, right? Where was the pizzazz? Where was the immortal audience? That was too hasty. Gu Changqing was stunned. Yao Mengji was stunned. Qin Manyan was also stunned. That was an immortal beast. How did it lay an egg? That egg. A bite of that egg would let any mortal become an immortal. They could be a cultivation genius. The rarity and preciousness of that egg were immeasurable. Xiao Bei, spare the turkey. Li Nianfan hurried over and held the egg in his hand. He was surprised. It lays eggs? Maybe it's a hen? The egg was warm, round, and a pale pink. It looked good. A turkey that lays eggs. He furrowed his brows and hesitated. A hen had value to him. At least he could eat eggs. Moreover, it was a turkey, and turkeys were hard to come by. He could raise it to get its eggs. Li Nianfan suddenly did not want to kill the turkey to eat it. However, he promised the cultivators a honey roast turkey. It would not be good to turn them down. The firefinch noticed that Li Nianfan was hesitating. It was overjoyed by that. It realized that it could survive if Li Nianfan changed his mind. It raised its BTT again and laid 3 more eggs in front of Li Nianfan. This. Gu Changqing and the others felt their skin crawl as they flinched hard. They thought they were imagining things. The firefinch demon laid 4 eggs at once? What was that? That was unheard of. No one would believe it. Incredible, unbelievable, never heard of before. That. Li Nianfan did not want to kill the turkey. Nobody would kill a hen that could lay a lot of eggs. He groaned for a while and then sighed. A life's a life. Suddenly, I don't want to kill it. Without a second thought, Yao Mengji understood that it was a hint. He quickly chimed in, Mr. Li, it's rare that this hen can lay so many eggs. It would be a waste to kill it. Also, we have things to do and we need to head back. I don't think we'll be able to stay for the meal. Gu Changqing hurriedly said, Yeah, Mr. Li, I have to go back, too. I hope you forgive me. Li Nianfan swiftly put aside the knife and said, Sorry, I promised you all a meal today. Yao Mengji and the others saluted simultaneously, You're too courteous, Mr. Li. Goodbye. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Okay, remember this meal, I'll make it up to you all next time. He filled 2 bottles of honey, then gave them along with 2 eggs to Yao Mengji and Gu Changqing. This meal's cancelled, so I should replace it with gifts. If you don't mind, you can have the honey and eggs. Yao Mengji and Gu Changqing were stunned by the sudden surprise. They were in a daze for a short while and hurriedly took the gifts. They said, We don't mind, of course not. Thanks, Mr. Li. Li Nianfan smiled and said, It's not a big deal, don't be so courteous. They walked out of the 4-part architecture. Yao Mengji and Gu Changqing were seemingly still in a daze. They held on tightly to the jar of honey and the eggs as if they were the most precious things in the world. Truthfully, they were extremely precious. They were emotional as they cheered loudly, Nice. Nice one. They simply said their goodbyes and left in a hurry. They did not dare to stay for any moment longer. It would be safer if they went home quickly because they had treasures with them. Grandson. The jade pendant shined on his way home. Gu Yuan said slowly, The credit goes to me for giving the expert the firefinch. He was pleased. Otherwise, we wouldn't have received the eggs and honey, right? Gu Changqing nodded, Yeah, you're right, Grandpa. Suddenly, Gu Yuan blew his top off. Are you trying to fool me, child? Isn't my hint obvious enough? I deserve some of those eggs and honey. Gu Changqing said weakly, But Grandpa, you took my painting. Gu Yuan was enraged. Nonsense. I didn't take it. That's called safeguarding. I didn't even charge you safeguarding fees. Actually, I don't need you to keep the painting safe for me. Nonsense. You're a fool. Something that important can only be safe with me. The world's a dangerous place and you're still too young to understand, Gu Yuan said sentimentally. Grandpa did it for your sake. Chapter 193, My Cultivation. Is a mistake? At the 4-part architecture. Li Nianfan held 2 eggs and smiled. It would be a treat to taste eggs laid by a hen that was given by a cultivator. Daji, there's no turkey today, but we got 2 eggs. I can make stir-fry tomato eggs and steamed fish. That's enough for dinner. Thankfully, they had enough fish from their fishing trip at the Clear Moon Lake. Moreover, they had the nest of bees. It was good stuff. Soon, Chef Xiao Bei made a nice meal for dinner. It smelled good and appetizing. Li Nianfan focused on the eggs. He saw that the egg whites were clear and white, just like white jades. It was shiny. The yolks were not yellow. Instead, they were red like flames. It looked rather eye-catching. Good eggs. Li Nianfan gave his review and thought he made the right decision to spare the hen. Dodgy, hurry up and taste it. Li Nianfan reached out with his chopsticks and ate a piece of egg. The egg was crunchy yet smooth. It had a fantastic texture and taste. Moreover, the acidity from the tomatoes was in good contrast with the nice eggs. That sweet and sour deliciousness brought joy to the taste palate. It was simple but it was brilliant. Li Nianfan immediately commented, "The eggs are nice. Softer than a normal egg. It melts on the tongue. The hens from the immortal realm are really something else." The firefinch flinched and gulped. It glanced over at them constantly. It wanted to try the eggs but it was stubborn. "Ha! The master hen, wait, no. The master of birds, shouldn't be in comparison with a chicken. This is an insult, do you understand? I would have fought you if only I wasn't under your thumb. Also, it seems like this Bigshot eats trash meals. A normal fish, a bowl of white porridge. The best thing he's ever eaten are my eggs, yikes." However, it noticed that Li Nianfan was looking at it. It jumped and flapped its wings, panicking as it thought to itself, "I'm sorry, Bigshot, don't kill me. Almost forgot there's another mouth to feed." Li Nianfan placed a bowl of white porridge in front of the turkey. "Eat up, lay more eggs." The turkey scrunched its head and waited for Li Nianfan to turn around and leave. Then, it observed the white porridge. "I eat ambrosia in the above immortal realm. Did you just give me white porridge? How could you?" It stubbornly roasted the white porridge then scrunched its nose. It sipped on the white porridge. "Huh? Why did it taste good? Was this white porridge? Okay, it was not that bad of a meal after all." At a faraway town on the west side of the Ganlong immortal dynasty, a scholar was sitting at a tea-inn with a bamboo slip in hand. He looked around at this empty tea-inn in a daze. The bamboo slip had 4 words on the cover, "Journey to the West." However, there was no audience at that moment. The atmosphere outside of the tea-inn was noisy and chaotic. There were sounds of crying, screaming, but mostly, there were sounds of footsteps. An elder with white hair looked at the scholar and walked toward him to say, "Young man, leave this place. You shouldn't stay." The scholar asked, "I'm not done with the story yet. Why is everyone leaving?" The elder shook his head and sighed. "There's a plague. We don't have enough food and people are dying from hunger and sickness. Who has the time to listen to stories? You should hurry up and leave." The scholar dazedly asked, "My story contains the ultimate truth. Why should we be afraid of the plague?" The elder was baffled. He mocked, "People are dying. Who cares about the ultimate truth? Can ultimate truths be turned into meals? Can ultimate truths cure sickness?" The scholar was silenced like he lost his soul. Death resonated deep in him. Suddenly, another young man walked over to support the elder. "Dad, let's go. This scholar's out of his mind, ignore him." Soon, the tea-inn was dead silent. Men Junliang sat there for a long while. The words of the elder were buzzing in his head repeatedly. He had seen too many things. He had witnessed the cruelty of the world. He saw big cities, lonesome wastelands, the kindest people, the most violent monsters. Every time he learned something new, he was a discoverer of truths. He thought he understood the world well and that he could share his wisdom throughout the immortal realm, to free the general public from their suffering and help them be free spiritually. However, he discovered that he was wrong. He shut his eyes and thought about what Li Nianfan said. There are reincarnations, which makes longevity impossible. The sun goes up and the sun goes down. This is the law of life. If you can't even grasp this basic fact, how would you understand your own life? Even in Journey to the West, the Buddha said that there was no longevity. What if longevity did not exist? His cultivation was a mistake? He looked at the scurrying crowds with dazed eyes. His preaching. That elder was right. What was the use of preaching ultimate truths? Time slipped by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The scholar sat there like a statue as he simply stared at the weather outside. He suddenly blinked. He remembered something. In Journey to the West, the monk and the disciples always ran into problems they could not fix. They would always seek help. They would always seek backup. There was no reason that he should not do the same when faced with problems in his cultivation journey. He had to seek help from the expert. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the tea-inn. He frowned at the scurrying crowd outside. These people ran from the west side and they were heading east. Men Junliang looked at the west side horizon. There were dark clouds over there. He had to solve a tiny problem before he sought backup. He walked toward the west. Countless people moved to the east. He was the only one who rebelled against the crowd. He walked at a normal pace, but no one had the time to pay attention to him. Slowly, dead bodies appeared on the ground. Then, he saw a village. Dark clouds hung above the village. There were dead bodies everywhere. A lot of people were laying on the ground, waiting to die. Countless cultivators levitated mid-air. Figures were flying around everywhere. The wind howled and the sky was dark, almost as if it was already midnight. At the center of the village was a stone statue. The remaining few who were still alive used all their might to kneel in front of the statue. They prayed and begged, "Lord Demon God, we pray for the sickness to be gone. Bless thy disciple for survival." Chapter 194, Welcome Newbie. The statue emitted a dark energy as the people chanted. The sky turned a different shade. It was getting weird. The villagers were motivated. They continued to pray devotedly. Someone with a black cape stood in front of the statue. His cape masked his face. There was only darkness present. Suddenly, he raised his hands to the sky and looked up. "Lord Demon God, look at your devoted disciples. Please, come to the immortal realm and bless us. Free us from suffering." About 10 cultivators were surrounding the village. They did not look happy at all. They kept casting spells. Fire and water surrounded them. It looked very magical. There were about 10 demons on the other side. They looked menacing as their dark energy surrounded the village. Black waves rolled in, forming a black wall as if it were a shield. No matter how the cultivators attack, they could not break the black force shield. "Stupid, stupid!" An elder with flowy robes yelled at the top of his lungs. He was livid as he stood watching, just outside the village. Did they think worshipping a demon god would work? Would the demon god come down to save them all? They were so easily tempted by demonic forces. Did they not have any morals? The sky was turning black from swirling dark clouds. He shivered and looked unsure. Finally, he sighed fearfully. "Get the sword." The other cultivators' expressions changed at the same time. A younger cultivator stepped forward and said, "Master, this." "Stop talking, get the sword." The elder looked certain. The young cultivator clenched his jaw and passed the sword to the elder. It was a long magenta sword. It looked more traditional and old. Somehow, it had a killer aura. "Master, do you have to do this? You're..." "Shut it. We'll all die if the demon god is summoned." The elder held the long sword. "It doesn't matter, I shall endure the price of death alone." He did not hesitate any longer and levitated into the air. He swung the sword and a long trail of fire ensued like a fiery snake in the sky. He looked serious and powerful. "Everyone, help me, kill the demon." The other cultivators all looked at each other. They cast spells and transferred their powers to the body of the elder. "The sky is my witness today. This is an act of defense against demons. I'm forced to kill because we have no choice. If this means it'll affect my cultivation, so be it. It has nothing to do with the other cultivators," said the elder. Then, he held the long sword up high. Suddenly, the dark sky was split apart. Flames ensued like an angry dragon, pouring out from the long sword. The sky lit up. There was a stream of bright light amongst the darkness. Then, he swung the long sword. Phew! The darkness disappeared into nothing. The powerful fire sword was unstoppable. It attacked the center of the village. Phew! The flames whipped the swirling darkness. It shook like it was about to fall apart. The flames continuously whipped it, almost like it was going to split the dark swirl open. The village brightened up. It was like the apocalypse for the village, and the flames were the meteor. If it fell upon the village, the entire village would be wiped out, along with the thousands of villagers. The cultivators looked like they did not want to do this. A cultivator's journey was always dangerous and played against fate. Sects were open to ensure safety. Cultivators would be praised if they acted out of kindness, and they would have a smooth-sailing cultivation journey. However, if cultivators acted out of malice and had too many lives on their hands, their cultivation would be affected. The best-case scenario would be to stop being a cultivator. The worst-case scenario was having their cultivation corrupted. That would be worse than death. Therefore, besides demonic cultivators, cultivators would never bully or kill anyone unless it was absolutely necessary, not on purpose at least. However, once you were a cultivator, you would no longer have the choice for power over the weaklings. The journey to pursue immortality was cruel. Most would rather be an ordinary person and live a simple life. That elder would be ending his journey if he destroyed an entire village. Suddenly, something happened. The sky swirled like the ocean and poured down on the demonic man. The demonic man looked hysterically menacing as he laughed loudly. "Thank you for the blessing, demon god. Thank you for the blessing, demon god." He levitated and went toward the flames, his eyes a bright red gleam. He reached out slightly with his wrist. Suddenly, the surrounding dark energy went toward him. A black ball of dark energy formed in his hand, first translucent, then as black as ink. It was a terrifying sight. Then, he simply threw the black ball toward the flames. Poof! The black ball snapped the flame trail and went toward the cultivators. Boom! A burst of dark energy. The cultivators instantly went pale and spat out blood. The demonic man in the black cape laughed and levitated smugly. "Will you look at that? This is the power of the demon god. As long as you're devoted and loyal, the demon god shall grant you longevity and revive your loved ones." The villagers looked fanatical. They hugged the statue. "Lord Demon God! Lord Demon God!" Suddenly, a scholar slowly walked over from afar. He was barefooted and frowning. He saw everything. At that moment, he was questioning his cultivation journey. The villagers were chanting to their demon god like how he shared his preaching. In Journey to the West, the monk and the others also preached their truths to the West. The only difference was in their methods. However, what was the use of these truths? What was the meaning of realizing ultimate truths? He walked toward the village. The cultivators helplessly laid on the ground. They hurriedly said, "Don't go in there." "Scholar, are you perhaps under the demon god's temptation?" Meng Junliang pretended like he did not hear anything. He continued walking into the village and headed toward the demonic statue. Huh? The demons were slightly confused. Was he another new member? He looked like a scholar. They could use this scholar to preach about the demon god. It would be effective. The demonic man smiled. He said, "Another newbie. Everyone, welcome him with applause." Chapter 195, Brothers, let's chat in the toilet. Clap clap. Everyone applauded. Jun Mengliang acted as if nothing happened. He walked into the crowd and looked up at the statue. "Although I'm lost in my ways, I know one thing. Your truths are wrong." His soft voice was as loud as bombs in the ears of everyone. Huh? The demonic man frowned and looked extremely menacing. He yelled angrily, "He's a lunatic, toss him out." Bam! Meng Junliang activated his powers so that no one could approach him. Everyone looked over and felt a powerful aura surrounding the scholar. It made him look unreal. He was standing there, but it felt like he existed in a superior dimension. This is... That elder widened his eyes. Insights shielding the body from all forces of evil? The chosen one? Die. The demonic man targeted Meng Junliang as endless dark energy surrounded him with a wave of a hand. However, he was stumped by what happened next. The dark energy stopped when it got near Meng Junliang. Meng Junliang walked forward and dodged the attack instead. Everyone watched as Meng Junliang slowly raised his hand and pointed at the statue. "Tao in the immortal realm isn't something you should be messing with. I shall erase it for you." Boom. He targeted the statue like it was Judgment Day. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning struck. A ray of sunlight shined through the dark clouds and landed on Meng Junliang. Crack. The statue cracked open with a soft crack. Then, the crack spread incredibly fast all over the statue. Bam! It shattered like glass. The statue was blown apart into bits. The demonic man was stunned. The cultivators were stunned. The villagers were also stunned. They looked at the empty spot, dumbfounded. Nobody had time to react. The dark clouds faded away. It was suddenly bright. How was the demon god statue gone just like that? It was too sudden. Nobody was mentally prepared for that. It all felt like a dream. "You." The demonic man pointed at Meng Junliang as he trembled. He almost went crazy with rage. "You dare offend the Lord Demon God, I'll kill you." He flew toward Meng Junliang at light speed as soon as he said that. Suddenly, the dark energy that was surrounding him faded into thin air. All his powers went away as soon as he was near Meng Junliang. He turned back into an ordinary man and went down like a plane crash. He became human mush as he splattered on the ground. The other demons jolted. Their dark energies left their bodies and they instantly fell to the ground. It was dead silent. The dazed villagers looked at all the dead bodies on the ground. Their gazes went from shock to panic, then, confused. Finally, they turned into desperation and anger. "What are you doing? We're about to die. Why? Why would you destroy our last hope? Give us our statue back. Lord Demon God, don't forsake us." A lot of people were scolding him angrily. Most of them were shivering on the ground as they caught the plague. One of them suddenly knelt before Meng Junliang. "I beg you. Please, save us. Please, save us." The others were taken aback. Then, they started to kneel and beg him, too. Meng Junliang held his bamboo slip tightly in his hand. He was feeling lost. He said, "Sorry, I can't save you." The villagers were once again in despair. They were ready to fight Meng Junliang with all their might. Thankfully, the cultivators rushed in and stopped the crowd. That elder sighed and said, "These villagers have all caught the plague. They can't be saved. Let's go." Meng Junliang asked, "They can't be saved at all? There's too many of them and we don't have enough spiritual herbs. Also, ordinary mortals can't handle eating the spiritual herbs." The elder looked like he was making a tough decision. He was silent for a while before he continued, "Plagues happen sometimes. It's a natural disaster. For us cultivators. Even if we wanted to help, we don't have the power to do so." Which cultivator would spend their days helping ordinary mortals and finding spiritual herbs to cure their sickness? What about curing them with their powers? That was even more impossible. The young cultivator behind the elder said, "It's a dangerous world. All we can do is to prevent the demons from causing chaos and fend the world from evil. There must be a way." Meng Junliang looked upon the horizon on the east side. "But, my comprehension isn't deep enough yet. I can't think of anything." He had to go back and ask the expert. He looked at the ordinary people on the ground again. They were helpless and desperate. It made him emotional. He wore a complex expression. At that moment, he felt as helpless and lost as those people. The elder shook his head and said, "These ordinary people are so stupid. Let's leave them alone." Stupid? It was just their survival instinct. Meng Junliang left and walked toward the east side. "Master, I remember." The young cultivator suddenly said, "That scholar's the guy who preaches Journey to the West." The elder was surprised. "He is? No wonder." He chased after him and asked respectfully, "Are you Senior Wu Chengyun?" Meng Junliang did not stop walking. He casually said, "I'm just his scholar." The elder chased after him while saying, "Senior, can you please visit our sect? I'm willing to serve you as our sect's master." He only received silence as a reply. Meng Junliang was not walking fast, but he was incredibly speedy. The elder tried to chase after him but could not catch up. He could only watch as he disappeared. At the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, two figures swooped in from the sky and landed on an empty field. They were two demons with black apes. They sneakily looked around and made sure there was no one around. Then, they put down the carriage they were carrying. The carriage was huge. It was more like a giant cage. There were about 10 unconscious people inside it. These humans had large red marks on their necks. Some of them had it on their faces, too. It looked horrifying. Those were plague symptoms. The demons looked at each other and smirked. They destroyed the carriage and left the humans there. They leapt away and went off into the woods. Hee, we'll let this plague spread. Pain and despair will take over the land. By then, everyone in the immortal realm will know how powerful Lord Demon God is. How will those cultivators stop us now? The bridge to immortality is reconnecting. Everything's changing. This plague came at the right time. It's really helpful to the Lord Demon God. Wait until the people start believing in Lord Demon God. We can summon Lord Demon God from the demon realm, too. At that point, even if immortals were summoned, we'd have nothing to fear. They were laughing smugly while discussing their bright future. Suddenly, one of them was stunned. He glanced into the woods and asked in a surprised tone, "Oh? Look at that person's back. Is that person carrying the fallen demon sword? No way. You must be seeing things." The other simply glanced in the same direction and was instantly stunned. It's the fallen demon sword. How did an ordinary person get hold of the fallen demon sword? They went toward it without a second thought. Rich, we're going to be rich. This is a blessing from the sky. If we get the fallen demon sword, maybe Lord Demon God will be impressed with us. We'll be successful. Don't let your guard down. If he's an ordinary person, he would have been affected by the fallen demon sword by now, but he's fine. Don't you think it's strange? Awesome. You're so observant. Maybe he's pretending to be vulnerable? I'm afraid so. Let's hide in the dark and approach carefully. We'll give him a fatal blow. Nice plan. The two of them hid in the woods and approached Li Nianfan carefully. They held their breaths and stared attentively. Suddenly, they felt someone tapping on their shoulders. They did not mind it at first because they were way too focused. They were finally annoyed after 10 taps on the shoulders. They turned their heads. They flinched hard because there were two humongous heads in front of them, a boar head and a bear head. They were smiling wide at them. Their jaws dropped as they felt their skin crawl and their hair standing on ends. They did not get the chance to scream. The bear and the boar covered their mouths and dragged them deeper into the depths of the woods. Brothers, let's chat in the toilet. Chapter 196, Her Charm. Awesome. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was unclear what the cultivators were busy doing, but they did not visit the expert anymore. The four-part architecture was quiet once again. Li Nianfan went back to living a simple and peaceful life. At the four-part architecture, there was a light bulb, a refrigerator, a television, and other spiritual stones. There was also a hen that could lay a lot of eggs. It was enough to satisfy his life. However, he was not used to the sudden silence. There was usually a crowd present. I'm thinking too much. I'm just an ordinary man. Why did I expect cultivators to visit me constantly? I can't think like that. They don't appreciate us. Li Nianfan mocked himself. Daji, let's go eat breakfast at the fallen town. It's time to go out for a spin. All right, I'll listen to you. Daji smiled cheekily and simply packed some stuff. Then, she went out the door with Li Nianfan. Creak. The two of them walked out. Blackie, guard the house, said Li Nianfan from afar. He had already walked into the woods with Daji. It was the start of autumn. The morning sunlight fell upon them along with the breeze of autumn winds. It was kind of chilly. The two of them walked on the ground full of leaves, slowly descending the mountain as they headed straight to the fallen town. Soon, they were at their familiar stall. Li Nianfan smiled and said, the usual, soup dumplings and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Yo, Mr. Li, our favorite guest. Welcome. The stall owner quickly made their table and wiped their bench. He welcomed Li Nianfan to take a seat. Hold on, I'll serve you your meal soon. Soon, hot breakfast was served at their table. Li Nianfan chuckled and sneakily took out a small plate and a small jar of vinegar. Daji was intrigued. She said in a surprised tone, you brought vinegar. That's because vinegar's your favorite, so I have to bring it along, laughed Li Nianfan. Daji was suddenly touched. She looked at Li Nianfan with her pretty ocean eyes. You're so nice to me, Mr. Li. Her charm. Awesome. Li Nianfan was slightly overwhelmed. He hurriedly said, okay, stop flirting with me. I don't buy it. The vinegar makes the soup dumplings tastier and it's also good for digestion. The two of them enjoyed their breakfast peacefully. Meanwhile, at the other side of the fallen town, there was a rich guy who was dressed lavishly. Behind him was a muscular man. They were walking slowly. They walked amongst the crowd. Anyone could tell that these two were not ordinary. They could also tell that the muscular man was the rich man's bodyguard. The rich guy frowned slightly. They were hints of anger. The muscular man sounded as loud as a bell as he worriedly said, Prince, we've been here for 5 days. If we don't go back soon, the king will blame us. What's the use of going back? Waved the rich guy. He said in a carefree tone, I'm not going back without the mysterious man. Prince, do you think a mysterious man like that exists? The muscular bodyguard frowned. He's not a cultivator, yet he can save lives and heal wounds? It all sounds like a conspiracy of the people. I think it's just a popular myth. It's our last hope. The rich guy sighed and looked angrier. If it wasn't for our useless guests, I wouldn't have had to do this, right? He was enraged as he glared. My dad treated them as the most important guests. We treated them with utmost courtesy and privilege. But they were useless. What do we need them for? The bodyguard jolted fearfully. He went pale and hurriedly said, Prince, don't say that. Those were powerful cultivators. You'd be in trouble if this gets back to them. The rich guy smirked. You said so yourself. They can't attack ordinary people and they also can't be involved in war. I'm a prince. What can they do about it? They don't dare to help me rid evil, yet they can't think of ways to solve the plague. Useless. Prince, cultivators are above all that. All they want is to become immortals. They won't risk their cultivation journey with mortal sins. The bodyguard shook his head and continued, But they have powers, and we need them for things to be successful. Also, the plague is recent news. It's still far from us. We don't need to worry yet." The rich guy glanced at him. Preparing for the worst is the most basic rule of survival for a kingdom. You don't have to worry about it, but I do. The bodyguard said, "Prince, those cultivators said that if something were to happen, they can save you and the king. At that point, I won't need any saving. Let me die with my people." The rich guy gestured to him to shut up. He did not want to talk about it. They continued walking along the streets. At the breakfast stall, Li Nianfan and Daji wiped their mouths. Li Nianfan took out some silver. He smiled and said, "Check, please." "All right. Thanks, Mr. Li." The stall owner smiled as he accepted the silver. Then, he suddenly said, "Oh yeah, I remember. A while ago, a rich guy was here looking for you. He asked a lot of people in the fallen town about you." Li Nianfan looked confused. "Looking for me?" The stall owner continued, "Yeah. I observed him, but I don't think it's something bad. That rich guy looks extraordinary but he's quite polite." Suddenly, the stall owner was taken aback. He was looking at something. He quickly whispered, "Mr. Li, that's them." Li Nianfan looked up and saw a guy walking toward them. He wore white robes and a crown. Behind him was a muscular man, following him closely. That rich guy stopped frowning when he saw Li Nianfan. He quickly whispered to his bodyguard, "I need to make sure you don't say anything stupid. From now on, zip it." Then, he walked towards Li Nianfan with a smile. He saluted and said, "I'm Zhou Yunwu. Greetings." Li Nianfan stood up and saluted, too. He introduced himself, "I'm Li Nianfan." Zhou Yunwu said, "Sorry for the disturbance, Mr. Li. I want to ask if it's okay for us to sit at the same table?" "Please do." Li Nianfan gestured for them to sit. Manners maketh man. There was no use rejecting someone so polite. The rich guy did not look like he had bad intentions either. Daji got up and sat next to Li Nianfan. "Thanks." Zhou Yunwu looked happy. He sat across from Li Nianfan. His bodyguard did not take a seat. He stood behind him instead. Chapter 197, Kingdom. Li Nianfan looked like he was thinking. Usually, someone as polite as him was mostly royalty. Zhou Yunwu rolled up his sleeves. He was not pretentious. He said, "Owner, give me some soup dumplings." Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Mr. Zhou, do you know me?" Zhou Yunwu shook his head. "No, but I've heard of you, Mr. Li. Especially about the pregnant lady incident. I was very impressed." "I just got lucky," said Li Nianfan humbly. Then, he continued to ask, "How did you recognize me?" Zhou Yunwu laughed. "Everyone says that Mr. Li has a wife who's prettier than a goddess. It's easily identifiable." "I see," laughed Li Nianfan while he shook his head. "Was he well known around here?" "Sir, your dumplings." The stall owner placed the dumplings on the table. Zhou Yunwu looked at Li Nianfan and gestured to him to enjoy the dumplings. Li Nianfan rejected his offer. "Mr. Zhou, we just had some." "I shall eat it, then." Zhou Yunwu rubbed his nose. He was slightly embarrassed but he picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks. Suddenly, he noticed the plate of vinegar on the table. He asked in a shocked tone, "Huh? Why is there a plate of ink on the dining table?" "Ink?" Li Nianfan almost laughed at the sudden humor. He explained, "This is vinegar, a kind of seasoning sauce. You can try dipping the dumpling in it." "Oh?" Zhou Yunwu was curious. He dipped his dumpling in the vinegar and ate it. Suddenly, a sour taste filled his mouth along with the taste of the delicious dumpling. It brought a new sensation to his taste palate. The vinegar was appetizing. It made Zhou Yunwu salivate. The bodyguard behind him looked worried. He wanted to speak but he remembered what the prince told him. He could only worry in silence. That was too careless of the prince. This was their first meeting. What if the vinegar had been poisoned? He would easily die from it, right? Zhou Yunwu complimented genuinely, "Delicious. I didn't know there was something so amazing in this realm. I heard that this stall makes delicious food because of your advice, too. Mr. Li, you're a man of mystery." "Thank you, I was just bored so I made something," smiled Li Nianfan. He did not expect to be complimented like that. Zhou Yunwu felt like Li Nianfan was important. He groaned for a short while and suddenly said, "Mr. Li, do you know that a lot of places have been struck by the plague?" "Plague?" Li Nianfan furrowed his brows and shook his head. Zhou Yunwu looked like he was worried about his people. He sighed and said, "This plague started in the far west. We're not sure how, but it appeared in the south side, too. It's spreading incredibly fast. Hundreds of villages and ponds were affected in mere months. Countless people are dead." Li Nianfan was perturbed. So serious? He was not unfamiliar with the word plague. However, he did not expect it to be so serious. It seemed to be spreading fast and wide. Then, he thought about it and asked, "The cultivators didn't do anything about it?" "Them?" Zhou Yunwu shook his head. He sounded like he was betrayed. Why would cultivators care about the lives of ordinary people? Li Nianfan did not say anything. He was not surprised. Ordinary people were too common. Cultivators were elites. It was not realistic to expect them to spend their time and energy on curing the plague. It was the cold hard truth. Zhou Yunwu looked at Li Nianfan with hope as he nervously said, "Mr. Li, since you have the skills to heal people, can you perhaps cure the plague, too? If it's spreading fast, I can try it." Li Nianfan did not reject him. His healing skills were considered strong if it was just the plague. He had to do something about it in case the plague were to spread to his area. However, he was in no rush. He was just an ordinary man. It was best to be careful. "Mr. Li, you're confident enough to try it?" Zhou Yunwu was overjoyed. He hurriedly got up and said, "No matter what the results are, I represent the people and thank you for your generosity, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "You're welcome, I'm doing this for me, too." What if everyone had the plague? Conquer the world alone? Maybe Zhou Yunwu was in a better mood, or maybe it was because he liked their conversation, but he suddenly sighed and asked, "Mr. Li, what do you think of the cultivators?" Li Nianfan answered without a second thought, "They can fly around and shatter the earth. They're endlessly powerful. I envy them." Zhou Yunwu said, "Yeah, envy. It's too bad that they have all the powers but aren't willing to help the citizens." Li Nianfan groaned for a short while and finally shook his head and said, "Mr. Zhou, have you heard of the saying, non-politicians won't be involved in politics?" Zhou Yunwu jolted. His expression changed as he fell deep into his thoughts. He suddenly realized something but was once again at a loss. He was flushed as he said excitedly, "Non-politicians won't be involved in politics. Mr. Li, you're a genius. You summarized it so perfectly. Cultivators fight demons and ensure safety. They've done their jobs." Li Nianfan was not trying to defend the cultivators. He interacted with cultivators constantly, so he knew how cultivators were. Cultivators fought demons, sealed demon entrances, and rid the evil in their lives, too. If they interfered with everything, they could not become immortals. "I was blind." Zhou Yunwu had an epiphany. He looked embarrassed. "Because cultivators are powerful, I expected them to do everything. I relied on them to solve our problems. Even our war. I expected them to deal with everything. How's that different than doing nothing and taking credit for it?" "War?" Li Nianfan was taken aback. Now, he was more sure of his guess. Zhou Yunwu must be a prince from a kingdom. Mundane problems should be solved by mundane people. Cultivation kingdoms existed, too, but those kingdoms were more like sects that dealt with issues of the immortal realm. They did not care about the problems of the common people. It was like asking a human to interfere in an ant colony's problems. Li Nianfan thought of joining the royals when he first got here. He wanted to make a living in the kingdom with his talents. However, he felt like it was not suitable for him. This was the immortal realm. Kingdoms were strict and dangerous and wars were a constant. He thought about it and decided to stick with the cultivators. Of course, Zhou Yunwu stood up again and said in a serious tone, "I'm not trying to hide my identity on purpose. I'm the prince of the Xia kingdom, Zhou Yunwu. Greetings, Mr. Li." Chapter 198, The Talented Mr. Li, another one who wanted to be his student. Li Nianfan hurriedly saluted, "Prince Zhou, how impolite of me." Zhou Yunwu was still standing. He bowed and said sincerely, "I was speculating wrongly. Thanks for the quick reminder, Mr. Li. You've made me realize important things. Can you please be my teacher?" His earlier mentality was completely wrong. Not only was he overly dependent on the cultivators, he was also holding grudges against them. If he kept thinking like that, it would have troubling consequences. He imagined what would happen and had cold sweat all over. Li Nianfan simply waved and said, "That's too much of a compliment, Prince Zhou. I'm just an ordinary man in the mountains. How can I be your teacher? Please, don't bring it up again. Li Nianfan did not need anything else here. He had a beautiful woman as his company and he could occasionally show off to the cultivators. He had an awesome time. He wants me to work for the kingdom? To be busy all day and battle in war? Does he think I'm foolish? Yet another person who wants to be my student? Indeed, talented people are popular in the immortal realm, Li Nianfan thought to himself happily. Zhou Yunwu was more respectful of him. At the same time, he sighed pitifully, Mr. Li, you don't care much for fame or fortune. Your mind is as still as water. I'm so embarrassed because I'm nowhere near your level. He groaned for a moment and continued, Mr. Li, you're a legendary genius. Don't you have ambitions? I've visited all the famous places and realized cultivators were powerful. However, ordinary people are more common in this realm. If someone can gather the common people and inspire them to work together, cultivators won't look down on us anymore. We can put ordinary people on top again. Li Nianfan stared at Zhou Yunwu. It seemed like his sincere apology was not sincere at all. In the end, he still wanted to battle the cultivators as an ordinary man. It could not be blamed. He was a noble prince. He must be mad that the cultivators were on top. The unfairness he felt was impossible to get rid of. However, that was very ambitious of him. There were no other proper kingdoms in the immortal realm, so if he did gather the people, it would be a force to be reckoned with. As the saying went, teamwork makes the dream work. Li Nianfan shook his head without a second thought. No, not at all. I don't have any kind of ambition. It would take a lot of time to rule the world. Li Nianfan did not want any part of it. He could not wait to say goodbye to Zhou Yunwu. Zhou Yunwu looked disappointed. He tried to speak but did not know what to say. After a while of silence, he said, It seems like this isn't where your ambitions lie, Mr. Li. I shall not force you to do so. Actually, apart from the plague, I have another question for you, Mr. Li. Say it. Li Nianfan did not reject him because he was an ambitious prince. He wanted to be on his good side. The Xia kingdom is in a central region, but there are cases of banditry coming from 3 sides. We're not afraid if it's only coming from one side, but these 3 areas are secretly working together because they fear our kingdom's power. If we attack one side, the other 2 will charge and attack my kingdom. Zhou Yunwu looked worried after saying that. He had a headache because to him, this was an unsolvable issue. He felt like the only solution was to use all their might to attack. His ambition of ruling the world seemed far from reality every time he thought about this issue. He could not even deal with 3 banditries. How could he rule the immortal realm? Such a joke, right? I see. Li Nianfan looked at the table. He took out a dumpling. Then, he placed a pair of chopsticks, a spoon, and a plate around the dumpling. To better visualize it, let's pretend the dumpling is the Xia kingdom. The chopsticks, spoon, and plate represent the 3 banditries. Which one is the biggest banditry? Zhou Yunwu was taken aback. Then, he pointed at the plate and said, The plate's the biggest. Li Nianfan looked at the table and thought for a moment. He had a plan in mind. The chopsticks, plate, and spoon seem to be working together, but they're not made from the same material. Naturally, they would have some mistrust and greed between one another. Breaking their attack wouldn't be that hard. Zhou Yunwu felt his heart skip a beat. He was instantly overjoyed. He was only trying to give it a go. He did not expect to receive an actual solution to this issue. What a man of mystery. He had sparkles in his eyes as he excitedly asked, What should the dumpling do? I have a plan. It's called instigation. Li Nianfan smiled and teased him on purpose. Too bad he did not have a long beard. He could stroke it and give off the hidden expert effect. He could think of 10 different solutions while yawning. How talented of him. Zhou Yunwu immediately stood up and bowed at him politely. He exclaimed, Please, teach me, Mr. Li. Li Nianfan smiled and asked, Does the dumpling have hostages of the chopsticks, spoon, and plate? Naturally, yes, said Zhou Yunwu. How do we deal with the hostages? Kill them all, said the bodyguard behind the prince. Li Nianfan stopped him. Ha, the killing will show that you aren't to be messed with, but it's not the solution to the problem. It will make the chopsticks, plate, and spoon work together more seamlessly. Zhou Yunwu frowned. So, no killing? You have to, but only a part of it. Li Nianfan paused. If you kill the spoon and chopstick hostages but you release the plate hostages, how would the spoon and chopsticks feel? Zhou Yunwu realized what he meant and thought about it. Li Nianfan continued, right now, the dumpling sends someone to bring gifts to please the plate. What would be the results? Zhou Yunwu stood up. He felt like he was enlightened. He mumbled, the plate will think that the dumpling's scared, and the plate will be greedy. But the chopsticks and the spoon won't be happy about this. Power imbalance worked every time. However, it was not enough. Li Nianfan continued, suddenly, the dumpling releases a classified rumor saying that the plate is on the dumpling's side and that the plate is ready to work together with the dumpling to get rid of the chopsticks and the spoon. However, the dumpling suddenly leads a big army to ambush the plate, wanting to get rid of it. What would happen then? The spoon and the chopsticks would think this is the dumpling and plate's plan. They wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, so they won't help the plate. Zhou Yunwu felt goosebumps all over. His scalp was almost numb. He walked back and forth on the spot. His voice trembled as he said, amazing, amazing. He did not need Li Nianfan to continue. He talked to himself, just when the spoon and the chopsticks are hesitating, the dumpling will use the time to annihilate the plate. Their plan will be completely destroyed. The talented Mr. Li, please, accept my bow. He looked serious and bowed at Li Nianfan. He said sincerely, if you help me, Mr. Li, the world will be at peace. Please, reconsider your decision. I'm willing to share the world with you as your student. He called himself a student. He was being very humble. Li Nianfan said without a second thought, no need to reconsider. Good luck on your side. Mr. Li, if you have second thoughts about this, find me anytime at the dumpling. I'll welcome you as your student. Zhou Yunwu bowed again. Thanks for all the great help today. I should return. Farewell. Chapter 199, The Exhausted Yao Mengji. Li Nianfan watched as Zhou Yunwu rushed to leave. He smiled. A prince from the royal kingdom. If he could achieve his ambitions, the immortal realm would be interesting. He tidied up and said, Daji, let's go back. The stall owner yelled from behind him, Mr. Li, safe travels and come again. As for Zhou Yunwu, he left town with his bodyguard. They headed straight to the Xia kingdom. However, they were stopped by a scholar. The scholar was dressed simply and minimalistic, yet, he somehow managed to stand out. I'm Menjun Liang. Greetings. Zhou Yunwu politely replied, I'm the prince of the Xia kingdom, Zhou Yunwu. Menjun Liang went straight to the point. Prince Zhou, I have an impolite request. Can you please share with me your conversation with Mr. Li? Zhou Yunwu frowned. That. Menjun Liang said, I'm Mr. Li's apprentice. I have a lot of questions in mind to ask Mr. Li, but I fear I will annoy him. I saw you both getting along well, so I got curious. Oh, you're Mr. Li's apprentice. Zhou Yunwu was instantly friendlier. Why don't you be my guest at the Xia kingdom? We can chat along the way. Menjun Liang nodded. Okay, let's go. They chatted while walking. Menjun Liang repeatedly processed what Zhou Yunwu told him. Sometimes, he would look shocked, other times, he would look like he realized something. Non-politicians won't be involved in politics. Instigation. What a good plan. To describe a country as a dumpling, and the banditries as the chopsticks, spoon, and plate. So simple yet so clear. Only Mr. Li can do something like that. Menjun Liang felt sentimental. The confusion in his eyes faded away. He was left in awe. Mr. Li's deeply insightful of the world. Menjun Liang gasped and said, I finally realize where I went wrong. Zhou Yunwu asked curiously, where, Jun Liang? Menjun Liang took a deep breath. Application. Mr. Li understands the world and can apply it to his actions and words. That's the true Tao. I thought I knew everything, but it's just theoretical, so it's useless. For example, this instigation plan. I can see through their greed, too, and I'd want to instigate them, too. But I wouldn't be able to show you how to do that specifically. Why can't I think of that? Zhou Yunwu saw the opportunity and took it. Invitingly, he said, Jun Liang, if you feel like you like real experience, why not work for the Xia kingdom? You can showcase your strengths. Menjun Liang did not reject his offer. If that's the case, I shall accept it. Ha, let's go. The Xia kingdom welcomes you, Jun Liang. At the Lingxian palace. Countless figures flew in from afar. Qin Manyun did not look good. Some disciples followed behind her. Zhou Dacheng asked, Manyun, how's the situation out there? Not good. Qin Manyun shook her head. There was worry in her voice as she said, "The plague's spreading way too fast. It seems like demons are the ones who helped spread it. The north side and west side are infected. Not only the ponds and villages, but a lot of sects were wiped out, too. There have been a lot more demonic worshippers, too." Zhou Dacheng was shocked. "It's gotten that serious already?" Qin Manyun sighed and said, "Too many people were affected by this disaster. The bridge to immortality has been broken for too long. A lot of immortals didn't want to be summoned, so people are losing faith in immortals, too. Plus, the demons were preaching their beliefs on the Lord Demon God, so the people were easily swayed. Even in the south side, they have built a kingdom for the Lord Demon God. They've waged wars and colonized areas. If they manage to gather the common people in the immortal realm, I'm afraid that..." Zhou Dacheng frowned and said, "All these years, as cultivators, we've underestimated the power of the people. Common people were the majority. It would be deadly if mainstream mindsets were to change. The more important thing is..." Qin Manyun took a deep breath and said, "It seems like there are signs of the plague in our area." "What?" Zhou Dacheng exclaimed in disbelief. "It has spread so fast that it's in our area?" "It's not supposed to be, but it's a different case since the demons interfered." Qin Manyun slightly fumbled as she continued, "That's why it's an emergency. We have to find the master. He has to decide how to deal with this." "Your master?" Zhou Dacheng instantly looked strange. It looked like he had something to say but could not say it. Qin Manyun had a bad feeling about this as she asked, "What? Did something happen to her sect master?" Zhou Dacheng stuttered, "Sect master, I'm afraid he doesn't have the energy to deal with this for now." Qin Manyun was shocked. She worriedly asked, "Did something happen to master? Where is he?" Zhou Dacheng said in a conflicted tone, "At the temple." Qin Manyun immediately flew to the temple of the Lingxian Palace. Yao Mengji was there, along with the 3 elders of the Lingxian Palace. However, Yao Mengji was in a terrible condition. He looked dirty and pale with sunken eyes. He seemed to have become slimmer. He went from a cool old man to a weak old man in merely a few days. Qin Manyun jumped. She teared up and said in a pitiful tone, "Master, you're old. Were you attacked by some powerful demon? How inhumane of them." Yao Mengji did not look happy. He glanced at Qin Manyun and said in a hoarse voice, "Manyun, you know it's not easy being this old, stop insulting my reputation." Then, "Master. I exhausted myself for the future of the Lingxian Palace." Yao Mengji sounded miserable and stubborn. He continued, "I've been spitting out blood for the last few days trying to summon the Lingxian Palace Immortal. But the Immortal won't show up, so I kept spitting blood until I'm now like this." Qin Manyun was instantly speechless. She said, "Master, you don't have to do this. Maybe the Immortal's busy. Summon him some other time." "My student, times have changed. Once the bridge to immortality is reconnected, we'll be in the new era of battling with immortal ancestors soon. The 2 Goose siblings and their grandfather of the Azureville will be our strong competitor. It'll be too late if we don't summon our ancestors soon." Yao Mengji said, "I've had enough rest. Give me an energy pill. I can spit out blood one more time." Chapter 200, The Lingxian Palace Immortal. Qin Manyun frowned and said worriedly, "Master, you have to stop for a while. You can't keep spitting blood like this." "Ha, don't worry, I'll show you the definition of a strong old man." Yao Mengji said. "Hurry up and get me an energy pill. I'm telling you, after all these times, I've learned the trick. I know how much blood to spit for it to work." Soon, a disciple brought him an energy pill. Yao Mengji swallowed it. Suddenly, his pale face started to flush red and he stood up straighter. The effects were visible. He bowed, spat out blood, lit an incense stick, and summoned the Immortal. It was pitiful how familiar he was with the steps. However, after he spat out blood, Yao Mengji was exhausted. His mouth went dry as his whole body trembled. "Ancestor, I've tried my best. If you don't show up now, I can't do this anymore. I'll die from spitting blood." Yao Mengji prayed, "Please, I'm begging you. Work. Show up." It was as if his prayers were heard. The ancestor stone flashed a milky white light. Buzz. A powerful aura took over the area. Everyone was surprised. They looked serious. It worked. The Immortal was summoned? Yao Mengji trembled emotionally. He stared dead at the flash of light and yelled in a trembling voice, Master." The Immortal figure started to form. However, they were stumped and looked weirdly at that figure. They were in disbelief. It was a woman. She was not the most beautiful woman, but she was very beautiful. Moreover, she was not beautiful like a young lady. She had that mature aura. Her curvy figure made her attractive in her unique way. She was the type of woman people would daydream about. She was very stunning. Among immortals, the male immortals rarely focused on their appearances. They liked to have beards to look cool. It was different for female immortals, they actually cared about their looks. The elders were all astounded. However, they remembered how old this figure was and instantly calmed down. That was not the point. The point was, this woman was not in good condition. The figure was weak and lifeless. The figure was not standing up. Instead, she was on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She was kind of like how Yao Mengji was, almost dead. Yao Mengji was stumped. "Mies, mistress?" That woman looked at everyone and said weakly, "Mengji, why are you like this, too? Are you also dying?" "I'm just exhausted, mistress." "You said you're," said Yao Mengji in a trembling voice. His eyes were wide in shock. Everyone looked at the woman and felt emotional. They were not prepared for the sudden sadness. That was an immortal. The only immortal of the Lingxian Palace was dying? How did this happen? That woman smiled and said, "All right, nothing to be sad for. The above immortal realm isn't that different from the immortal realm. Immortals die, too. It's too bad I can't transfer my powers. It's so wasteful to die like this." She looked at Yao Mengji and asked, "Where's your master?" Yao Mengji answered sadly, "My master ascended and went to cross-tribulation after 200 years. He never returned." The figure paused for a while but was not surprised. She said, "He was too stubborn and reckless. As I expected, he didn't pass the test. He was only 2,000 years old. How short-lived." Yao Mengji endured his sadness and introduced, "Mistress, this is my student, Qin Manyun." "Oh? A girl?" The figure smiled and observed Qin Manyun. She gasped with wide eyes. "You're from the Yuanying realm? Little girl, how old are you?" Qin Manyun respectfully replied, "Ancestor, after this year I'll be 30 years old." "A cultivator from the Yuanying realm who's barely 30? You have more potential than I did when I was your age." The figure took a closer look at Qin Manyun. She was very satisfied as she complimented, "Her appearance isn't bad, too. She looks as good as I do. Mengji, you've got a good student here." Yao Mengji nodded and teared up. It had been thousands of years but his mistress was still the same. Her narcissistic style had not changed. He remembered when he was only a teenager. Time flew by and a lot had changed. The immortal achieved her goal but her life was in danger. Memories flashed by. His throat was dry as he held back his tears. He said in a hoarse voice, "Mistress, how can we save you? Don't worry about me. What I need is far beyond your reach in the immortal realm." The woman shook her head and said in a cool voice, "I can die in peace knowing that I have such a nice student." She smiled and raised her hand. A fruit appeared in front of Qin Manyun. "I can't help you all, and I don't have gifts. Take this as a gift." The fruit was small like a longan. It was mainly purplish and it looked like a plum. Yao Mengji sneakily glanced at his mistress. She was looking at everyone like she wanted to try it, too. Her pale face was slightly flushed. He thought it was funny. He knew her too well. He went along with it perfectly. "Mistress, what's this? I've never seen it before. Is it food from the above immortal realm?" The woman looked at Yao Mengji proudly like he was a great student. She simply introduced, "This is a special spiritual fruit, known as the Tao fruit." "Tao fruit?" Everyone was surprised. The woman was satisfied with their reaction. She said in a pleased voice, "This Tao fruit is rare even in the above immortal realm. I got lucky and found it in an eldritch border. I even fought 2 immortals for it. Thankfully, I won in the end." Eldritch border? Fighting immortals? Everyone was intrigued and shocked. They looked at the Tao fruit with fascination. The woman smiled and said, "Do you know what are the effects of this Tao fruit?" Everyone shook their heads simultaneously. "You couldn't imagine it." She purposely tried to be mysterious. She said in a low voice, "It contains insights." Chapter 201, My Ancestor is a Thief. Silence. Everyone fell silent. When everyone wanted to gasp, their gasps were stuck in their throats and unable to come out. They were stunned. Insights? What a familiar term. The woman thought everyone was stunned by her. Instantly, she was delighted. She said, "Actually, don't be too shocked. I can easily eat 6 of these big spiritual fruits. Since I like it too much, I only have one left. If the road between the immortal land and realm was open, I would have saved some for you. After all, this is more beneficial for you than me." Yao Mengji snapped back to reality and instantly looked amazed. "Wow. Nice." Zhou Dacheng agreed, who would have thought that it'd be such a wonderful fruit. It's so hard to imagine. It's so hard to believe. The acting skills they had to master since meeting the expert had finally been put to use. As expected, one would not be able to get away without acting. Even Qin Manyun looked shocked. She shook her head humbly and said, "This is too expensive. I can't take it. This is nothing. I'm your ancestor. Since I'm giving it to you, just keep it." The woman smiled. It was nice getting to be noble in front of the youngsters and leaving them with a precious heirloom before dying. She did it to leave a good impression in the immortal realm as an immortal. Right, the lower the realm, the more beneficial the fruit. You might get an epiphany if you're lucky. Why don't you have a bite now and show me if you can? Who knows, you might be able to cross-tribulate within 1,000 years, the woman said with anticipation. It's not so well. Qin Manyun looked at Yao Mengji. Yao Mengji's face changed. He said, "Mistress, there's no hurry. I think the most important thing now is to think of a way to cure you. As I said, it's impossible. I'm an immortal. Even the best elixir in the immortal realm wouldn't do much for me." The woman waved her hand and said, "I'm merely a woman who's about to be dead. Can't I see how much the fruit would help my younger generation? Don't you want me to die a peaceful death?" Yao Mengji said while biting his tongue, "Mistress, I have something that might be able to help you." "Nonsense!" The woman exploded. "How disrespectful. Do you want me to die sooner by pissing me off? My good Manyun, don't mind your teacher. Hurry up and take a bite. Show me how well it works." Qin Manyun nodded her head awkwardly. She slowly opened her mouth and put the fruit into her mouth. The fruit was sweet and sour. There was no seed in it as well. She finished it in 3 mouthfuls. Everyone stared at Qin Manyun, especially the woman whose eyes were burning. She started imagining how Qin Manyun would be affected in no time, making a strange face. It would show them how cool was the gift she had given them. However, nothing happened. The woman frowned. She looked at Qin Manyun suspiciously. Qin Manyun was under pressure. She even closed her eyes, trying to pretend as if she was having an epiphany. However, nothing happened. The fruit did have some insights. However, after spending so much time with Li Nianfan, getting insights was as easy as having a meal. Compared to those, the insights contained in the fruit were nothing. It merely induced a small reaction, not an epiphany. What happened? Why did nothing happen? The woman was confused. Her jaw dropped. She looked anxious. Her phantom flickered. It was already on the verge of breaking. She was so frustrated that her phantom almost disappeared. This was equivalent to sending someone a branded bag and them mistaking it for a basket. It was frustrating. So very frustrating. The woman was panting as she said, "No way. I must hang on. If not, I can't die in peace." Yao Mengji said hastily, "Mistress, please, don't panic. You might not believe what I'm going to say next, but we've been eating quite a lot of fruits containing insights. That's why it's less effective on us now." "Eating quite a lot?" The woman was shocked. She then shook her head and said, "I don't believe you. Mengji, don't you make up lousy lies like this. It merely shows how ignorant you are. You sound like a joke." Qin Manyun said, "Mistress, it's true. That's how I managed to reach the late Yuan Ying realm." The woman still shook her head as she spoke with conviction, "I'm a pig if I believe what you say." Yao Mengji took a deep breath. His face was very serious when he said, "Mistress, to be honest with you, we met a saint in the immortal realm." The woman looked at Yao Mengji blankly. Then, she laughed as if she was looking at an idiot. She said, "Mengji, just because I'm dying, you decided to tell me a joke from the immortal realm? Mistress, I know you won't believe me but what I'm saying is true." Yao Mengji looked at the woman and said in excitement, "Now's not the time to explain. What I want to know is would the honey from golden bees do you any good?" "Of course." The woman's eyes sparkled. She could not help saying, "Honey from golden bees has healing powers. It can heal wounds. If there's enough of it, not only can it heal my illness, it'll even improve my health," she said in a hopeless tone, craving for it. Those were golden bees. They were not only rare, they were also a very deadly species. One had to have both luck and skill to attain their honey. Very difficult. extremely difficult. However, Yao Mengji smiled. He stood up tall as he said in a mysterious tone, "I have some." The woman frowned with suspicion. "Mengji, when did you become like this? You keep lying. Aren't you ashamed?" "Mistress, you can decide whether to believe me or not after I show it to you." Yao Mengji's lips curled up. As if he was about to perform, he said, "Now, I hope mistress is ready. Stay calm as I bring out the honey of the golden bees." "Nice act. Bring it out. I'm waiting." Yao Mengji warned, "Mistress, I'm not kidding you. If you faint out of excitement, it'd be your loss." The woman answered impatiently, "I'm doing fine. Feel free to bring it out." Yao Mengji made a gesture and a bottle appeared in his hand. As he uncovered the lid, a sweet fragrance drifted into the air. The woman was not expecting much, but suddenly, her face froze as her eyes fixated on the bottle. This. Her eyes widened. She wished she could glue her eyes to the bottle. The honey inside the bottle was swirling around like it was alive. Gasp. Honey from the golden bees. It really is from the golden bees. Her body jumped from the extreme shock. Meanwhile, her phantom shook vigorously. She was on the verge of breaking. She raised her hand. Instantly, the bottle flew into her hand. "Oh no, I'm fainting. I don't have the time to hear you explain. Call me back in 5 days." Just as the phantom was about to vanish, her voice resonated in the air, "Oh right, as your mistress, I feel obliged to warn you. You're not young anymore. You need to learn to control your urges. Your body essence is so weak because you've been having too much fun." Yao Mengji was baffled. "I used it all up to summon you? What's wrong with women? What's wrong with their thinking? Sigh, I didn't even get anything for summoning my ancestor. I even lost a jar of honey. My ancestor's a thief. My loss." Chapter 202, Is that how you steal from your descendants? 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After meditating and nourishing his body, he had finally regained some energy. Although his eyes still sunk into their sockets, the dark circles were no longer as dark. He straightened up and got ready to spit out blood again. He took a deep breath. He bowed. Spat blood. Lit incense. Summoned. Luckily he was able to endure it even though he was shaking a little. Vroom. The ancestry stone lit up. This time, it glowed brighter. Thick spiritual chi rushed in from all directions. Quickly, it turned into a swirl, increasing the overall intensity of spiritual chi at the Lingxian Palace. All the disciples benefited from it as it sped up their cultivation. They all turned to look at the ancestral hall in shock. They could see that the spiritual chi surrounding them had condensed into mist, gravitating toward the ancestral hall. The air felt sacred. Flower petals were even falling dreamily from the trees. The disciples went crazy, their eyes burning with excitement. "Our ancestor. The ancestor of the Lingxian Palace is coming. An immortal. An immortal. We're finally in touch with the immortal land? My Lingxian Palace is so cool." Inside the ancestral hall, the spiritual chi was so dense and petals were falling in the air. There was even a hint of floral fragrance. The ancestry stone was shining so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. The phantom of a noble, elegant woman gradually appeared. There were even some clouds surrounding her. The special effects were on point. The woman's eyes were filled with fear. She glanced around coldly and said, "Mengji, is there a problem in the Lingxian Palace that made you summon me?" "Yao Mengji. Didn't you ask me to summon you? You're so good at acting. Also, didn't you eat my honey from the golden bees 5 days ago? What are you doing now? Care to tell me why you're acting as if nothing happened?" "I'm not going to lie. Your acting skills will do you good in front of the expert." People like Qin Manyun's lips twitched. It seemed like those of higher cultivation realms and age had some weird tics. In comparison, the expert's tics on pretending to be an ordinary man seemed rather normal now. Yao Mengji bit his tongue. "Yes, mistress. There's something I'd like to report to you. We met an expert in the immortal realm." The woman's face remained unchanged. "Oh? There's an expert in the immortal realm? Tell me about it." With that, Yao Mengji told her everything he knew from head to toe. The more she listened, the more shocked she looked. Finally, she gasped. She was not pretending. She genuinely gasped from shock. This is hard to imagine. So shocking. The woman's face was full of shock. Although she knew a powerful existence appeared in the immortal realm, she thought it was just the tip of an iceberg. After listening to what Yao Mengji said, She realized how powerful this existence was. A saint. At least a heavenly saint. Her heart thumped and her face flushed red as her body shivered with excitement. Since her immortalization, she had not been able to make any connections with the Bigshots. She was surviving on her own, living a sad life. Perhaps this was a turning point for her to live a better life? Great. She was getting richer. Yao Mengji saw his mistress drifting off. He gently coughed and could not help reminding her, not long ago, the expert rewarded us with a bottle of honey from the golden bees and the egg of a firefinch demon. An egg of a firefinch demon? That's so unbelievable. These things are worshipped by the immortals. They're rare treasures even in the immortal land. The woman's tone remained calm and unperturbed as she continued, Mengji, how does the firefinch demon egg look like? The main point was the honey of the golden bees. Being an immortal doesn't mean you suddenly have selective hearing. Yao Mengji's face twitched. With that, an egg appeared in his hand. This. The woman waved her hand and the firefinch demon egg instantly appeared in front of her. Her pupils dilated while her body shivered. Even her phantom was shaking, signifying how excited she was. However, she still had to look composed on the surface. She commented calmly, good egg. There's spiritual chi spinning and glowing in it. It's indeed an egg of the immortal bird. It's hard to get a hold of such an egg, even for an immortal like me. As she spoke, she had already kept the egg in her bag with a calm face. This is too precious. It might be unsafe for you to keep it. It's safer for me to keep it for you. Yao Mengji's face darkened. His lips twitched as he said, Mistress, I can take care of an egg. The woman's face turned serious. She said, nonsense. This isn't an ordinary egg. You keeping an egg like this is like a 3-year-old by the street holding on to a spiritual stone. You might get killed for that. As your mistress, I definitely wouldn't want such tragedies to happen. Yao Mengji's scalp was itching. He said, Gu Changqing from the Azure Veil visited the expert with his grandpa, Gu Yuan. They gave the expert a firefinch demon and the expert was very pleased. What? The woman's face changed. The old man Gu Yuan made a move before us? How silly of you. Why didn't you summon me earlier? Being the first to please the expert is crucial. Yao Mengji's scalp became itchier. Don't you have any idea why I wasn't able to summon you? The woman waved it off. Whatever. It's too late to blame you. We can only try to make up for it. Yao Mengji said, we've taken too many rewards from the expert. That's why I summoned you. I was hoping we could give the expert some treasures. Of course we have to give him some treasures, and it needs to be the finest treasure. The woman went deep into thought. She was thinking fast. She was not doing so good herself. How would she find any treasure? Many of her treasures were used up when she tried to save her life previously. She was even poorer now compared to her time in the immortal land. What could she give? The most precious thing she had was the fruit, and yet, it was merely an ordinary fruit in the eyes of the expert. Even her descendants looked down on it. How embarrassing. Wait, where did Gu Yuan find a firefinch demon? She had not seen him for so many years. He was doing so well now? Yao Mengji pestered, Mistress, I heard the immortal land has countless precious treasures. Do you have anything to give the expert? Cough, cough. If it's precious treasure, I'll need to put some effort into preparing it. Why would the expert appreciate some ordinary treasure? The woman said with a solemn face. We can't rush these things. Give me some time to prepare it in the immortal land. All right, we'll call it a day. I have to go now. Bye. Instantly, the phantom disappeared and the glow that illuminated the room died off. Mistress, mistress. At least leave us with something. Yao Mengji called out. As expected, he did not receive any response. Instantly, he started to doubt his life. I spat blood and essence to summon you. Now that I'm weak, what do I get in return? You took my golden bee's honey, and now you've taken my egg, too. You didn't even leave me with a fart. Is that how you steal from your descendant? Chapter 203, The Thoughtful Qin Man Yun. In the ancestral hall, they fell silent for a long time. After pausing for a moment, Qin Man Yun asked weakly, Teacher, is mistress gone? Yao Mengji looked around and said, she should be gone now. Sect master, I mean no offense but our mistress is. Zhou Dacheng said in a low voice filled with suspicion, she stole from us. Another long silence. The big elder said, Dacheng's right. So bad. We're so unlucky to have such an ancestor. Life's already hard enough. Now it's even harder. Look outside. The disciples still look excited. They think our ancestors very powerful. They want to worship her. Sigh, a bunch of ignorant people. All right, stop talking, Yao Mengji said. Knowing my ancestor, if she had anything of value, she would have flaunted it to us right away. It's apparent that she's not doing so well herself in the immortal land. Let's not talk about it. Life's hard enough. Yao Mengji continued, the reason why our standards are high is mainly due to us meeting the expert. Therefore, we must maintain our connection. Since the honey from the expert saved our ancestor, we should go over to thank him, regardless if the expert predicted it or not. The big elder said, Mengji's right. Zhou Dacheng nodded and said with a worried tone, of course, we have to thank him. Now we need to think of what to bring him. Yao Mengji frowned. Man Yun, your understanding of him is good. Help me think of what to give him? Instantly, everyone was deep in thought. The experts sway beyond our realms. Even the most precious thing to us is ordinary to him. If we don't have the ability, we don't have to think of giving him fancy things. Qin Manyun analyzed the situation little by little, layer by layer. We can decide by thinking about what the expert likes, his interest, and needs. The most important key is sincerity. The big elder agreed, Manyun's right. Everyone fell into another long silence. Interest-wise, the expert seems to really like wild meat. Yao Mengji mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a flash appeared in his eyes. He cried out, that's it. Wild animals. Manyun, do you remember the last time we visited the expert and how he wanted to eat the firefinch demon? In the end, he didn't eat it because it started laying eggs. The expert seemed rather unsatisfied. Yes, yes. Qin Manyun nodded. The expert must have been disappointed. Let's bring a wild animal over. But, what animal? It must be good enough to show our sincerity. She started analyzing again. She asked, Teacher, you said the expert used a boar to help you pass your cross-tribulation. Does this mean that the expert's in contact with the demons around him? Yao Mengji nodded. Most likely. After all, Mr. Ji's a nine-tailed fox, so it's not surprising for her to be in contact with the demons around them. During my last trip, I heard that there have been demons and demonic spirits all over the southern mountain area. It seems that the Sky Boar King's gathering demons in preparation to take the throne of the deceased Silver Moon Demon King. They're about to attack, Qin Manyun said with a cheerful tone, her eyes sparkling. If they attack, they'll surely disturb the expert's peace. They might even harm the demons around the expert. Yao Mengji became excited again. He said, the Sky Boar King is a demon at the peak of the combination realm, very close to cross-tribulation. The demons under him shouldn't be taken lightly. Even if we fight them together, it might take some effort, but the harder it is, the more sincere we are. Qin Manyun smiled and said, we can't keep waiting for the expert's hint. We have to be intuitive to his needs. This is called improvement. A gift like this would be able to impress the expert. It'll show him how much we care. The smile on the big elder's face bloomed like a flower. He nodded hastily, Mengji and Manyun's right. Zhou Dacheng was already in the air. He said, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up. We need to kill this Sky Boar King. The others gradually flew up into the air and joined him. Let's go, let's go. In the deep end of the forest at the southern mountain, demon spirits were all over the area, engulfing the entire forest. Due to this, the sky had turned rather dark. The forest, ground, river, and even the sky were filled with demons looming around as if it was an army base of demons. It made one's scalp itch in fear. A wild boar demon stood at the peak of the mountain. Its fur was spiky like a sword, exuding a deep aura of demonic spirit. It glared at the demons below him with power and authority. Its voice sounded like thunder as it growled, everyone, I've gathered you all here today to prepare for our attack on the Silver Moon Demon King's territory. We're taking over all the demons there to secure my throne. All hail the Boar Demon King! All hail the Boar Demon King! Ha ha! The stupid Silver Moon Demon King Eagle died mysteriously. I even thought of making a soup with its body at some point. The Boar Demon King scoffed coldly. It got lucky. It laughed wildly and glanced around. I heard there isn't just a nine-tailed fox, but there's also a seven-tailed fox. Is that true? The demon shifted around nervously. Only a few small demons went forward to answer the Boar Demon King's question. After the death of the Silver Moon Demon King, we ran over here to serve you. There is indeed a seven-tailed fox. We took part in catching it. Oh? Ha ha ha. Very well. The Boar Demon King's eyes flickered. As the saying goes in our family, The Demon King deserves a nine-tailed fox. It'll become my wife in no time. Listen up. Attack the fallen immortal mountain, catch the seven-tailed fox alive. Attack the fallen immortal mountain, catch the seven-tailed fox alive. Attack the fallen immortal mountain, catch the seven-tailed fox alive. Screams filled the air. Meanwhile, countless orbs of light raced toward the sound. They did not even have to look around much. They raced toward all the screaming. As expected, you're planning to attack the fallen immortal mountain. I won't forgive you. I'm here to take your lives. A sound struck down from above. Qin Manyun and the rest were waiting in the air above the forest. Each of them had an instrument in their hands. They were about to play a song. The Boar Demon King's eyes narrowed. Its voice was extremely cold when it said, "What do you mean? I don't know you. Why don't we mind our own business?" Yao Mengji scoffed coldly, "Ha, your thinking is very dangerous, so you must die." The Boar Demon King was agitated. "How dare you? Do you think I, the Boar Demon King, can be easily bullied? Cut the nonsense. We've reserved your boar meat." Zhou Dacheng could not hold back any longer. His 5 fingers strummed the instrument. Dong. Instantly, the sound washed over them like a wave, drowning all the demons below. "How dare you!" The Boar Demon King let out a boar howl and turned into its original form. It had black skin and was very muscular. Its 2 long, thick fangs were sharp and glowing. It jumped into the air and howled in a low voice, "Demons, kill them all." Instantly, the music became more fierce as lights flashed in the air. Demon spirits were all over the place. The scene was chaotic. The shocking and surprising battle started without any warning. In the forest, the surrounding trees were instantly flattened. Even the weaker trees 100 miles from them were blown away. Half an hour later, Yao Mengji and the rest carried a big wild boar in their hands. They turned into orbs of light and flew toward the fallen immortal mountain. Chapter 204, Are you still looking for longevity? In the forest, a bunch of small demons watched their king being carried away. They were shaking in terror. Life was so unpredictable. Who would have thought that the Boar Demon King, who was still so powerful a moment ago, would be killed and carried away in the next moment? It seemed that a Bigshot had his eye on its meat. It would be turned into a dish in no time. The small demons shivered. The immortal realm was too scary. Early in the morning the next day, Yao Mengji carried the Boar Demon King to the foot of the fallen immortal mountain. Qin Manyun was by his side. Qin Manyun asked with concern, "Teacher, are you sure you don't need to rest?" "No need." Although Yao Mengji looked tired, he waved his hand nonchalantly. "If it wasn't for my weakened essence, I wouldn't even need to fight the Wild Boar King with you all. Visiting the expert's an important matter." The 2 of them were about to walk up the hill. However, they halted when they looked in the opposite direction. 2 figures were walking toward them gradually. Qin Manyun narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Teacher, this man's the scholar who preaches Journey to the West. He claims to be a student of the expert." Yao Mengji's face changed color. Instantly, he marched over and said with a friendly tone, "What a coincidence. I'm Yao Mengji, the sect master of the Lingxian Palace. Nice to meet you too." When Zhou Yunwu first saw Yao Mengji, he pitied him as he thought Yao Mengji was a lonely old man since he was so skinny that his bones were showing. However, when he heard that he was the sect master of the Lingxian Palace, Zhou Yunwu almost jumped. Were all sect masters so weak? Perhaps he fought some Bigshot demons and all his essence was sucked away. How sad. When he saw the huge furry wild boar on Yao Mengji's shoulder, Zhou Yunwu understood right away. This wild boar must have been a female boar. Greetings from Zhou Yunwu, the prince of the Xia kingdom. Zhou Yunwu remained calm as he greeted Yao Mengji. He introduced, "This is my military advisor, the future nation master of the Xia kingdom, Meng Junliang." "So, you're the prince of the Xia kingdom?" Yao Mengji nodded as a friendly gesture. He did not care much about the kingdom of the ordinary people. So he did not know him. Qin Manyun said to Meng Junliang, "Greetings to Senior Meng, we meet again." Meng Junliang corrected, "Miss Manyun, as I've said, don't call me senior. I'll call you Mr. Meng, then." Qin Manyun smiled. She asked, "Are you here to visit Mr. Li?" "Yes," Meng Junliang nodded. He did not speak much. Zhou Yunwu sighed and said, "There's a plague in the Xia kingdom. I came here to seek help from Mr. Li." "What? There's a plague in your area, too?" Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji frowned at the same time. "So, it reached the Xia kingdom as well?" A plague befalling upon a kingdom was scary. Due to the dense population, it could spread easily. If they did not stop it from spreading, it would end horribly. Yeah, since yesterday morning. I sensed something was off, so I rushed here with Junliang right away. I wonder how it's doing right now, Zhou Yunwu said with a worried expression. Yao Mengji asked curiously, what brought you here to seek help from Mr. Li? Zhou Yunwu answered, I sought help from Mr. Li once. He said to look for him if the plague happens. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun exchanged a look. Instantly, they looked at Zhou Yunwu differently. Who would have thought that the prince of the ordinary people would be taken seriously by the expert? Why would the expert make such a chess move? Perhaps he was bored and wanted to entertain himself? As for the ability of the expert to cure the plague, they did not doubt it at all. Yao Mengji smiled and said, what a coincidence. Let's go together. With that, the four of them got closer. They laughed and talked as they went up the mountain. Just as they were about to reach the four-part architecture, Yao Mengji's face changed as he looked toward the forest. A boar was hiding, looking at him with terror in its eyes. Instantly, Yao Mengji gave it a friendly smile. He walked over slowly, so, it's my brother boar. I wasn't able to thank you for saving my life the other day. The wild boar instantly jumped in fear, its body shivering as it screamed anxiously, don't come near me. It stared at the wild boar that was draped over Yao Mengji's shoulder. Its terrified eyes were getting wider. Oh my god! It's really the boar demon king. The wild boar demon shivered. It turned over and shot into the forest. That old man's too scary. Meeting him isn't a good sign. The last I met him, I almost died from getting struck by lightning. This time around, he's even carrying the boar demon king on his shoulder. It was the boar demon king. The strongest boar ever. Its ultimate idol and goal. Now, its idol was dead and was being carried around on the old man's shoulder. It was an attack to its eyes. To the boar, this was very terrifying. He killed the best of boars. This old man's definitely the killer of boars. I must stay away from him. Yao Mengji looked at the back of the wild boar demon. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Whatever, let's continue going up the mountain. It did not take long before the four-part architecture appeared in sight. Qin Manyun walked in front. May I know if Mr. Li's home? Click. The door swung open. Li Nianfan saw the wild boar on his shoulder right away. It was hard to miss it. Yao Mengji smiled. Mr. Li, here's some wild meat. Hope you'll accept this. Li Nianfan smiled. He did not refuse it. Yo, this wild boar is huge. It must be a demon. Must have taken some effort. Qin Manyun smiled. Just a small boar. It didn't take much effort. Thanks, Li Nianfan laughed. You brought your own food. I think you're all waiting for me to cook it, right? The boar meat was a good ingredient. Obtaining good wild boar meat was rare. He used the previous wild boar as a lab rat. Hence, he did not get to eat it. At that time, he thought it was a shame that he was not able to eat it. Who would have thought that Yao Mengji would bring him another one? How thoughtful. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun smiled. Of course, they wanted to stay for the meal, but admitting it right away did not seem right. Yet, turning down the offer was too harsh on themselves. They could only smile awkwardly. However, watching the reaction on Li Nianfan's face, they were delighted. As expected, the key was to be able to read the expert's mind. It was apparent that the expert was satisfied. With that, Li Nianfan's eyes landed on Zhou Yunwu and Meng Junliang. He called out, "It's you guys." Of course, the scholar made quite an impression on him, but why would Zhou Yunwu befriend this scholar? However, it was not too much a surprise for the scholar to have met the prince. Meng Junliang and Zhou Yunwu greeted him in unison. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan could not help asking with curiosity, "Scholar, long time no see. Are you still chasing after longevity?" Chapter 205, You Still Have a Lot to Learn. Meng Junliang answered politely, "Mr. Li, no I'm not. There's no such thing as longevity in the world." "Oh?" Li Nianfan raised his eyebrows. He looked at Meng Junliang with a suspicious look. Did he figure it out? Everything in the world develops according to their paths. From birth to illness and death, from sunrise to sunset, many things happen in every given second, along with thousands of changes. Paths exist in thousands of ways. Every path exists, except for the path to longevity. Meng Junliang thought Li Nianfan was testing him, so he answered seriously. "I've walked past many places and seen many things that I've never seen before. Even immortals aren't guaranteed to live on forever. To me, I think the key to living is to be able to adapt to the changes in life. Li Nianfan paused slightly. This guy was quite capable of becoming a philosopher. His way of thinking was indeed quite provoking. Li Nianfan then looked around to find that Zhou Yunwu and the other two were looking quite stunned and shocked. Even the two cultivators, Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji, were stunned. They looked as if they were caught up in their thoughts, thoroughly inspired. However, since Li Nianfan was merely an ordinary man in this immortal realm, he would not let go of any chance to impress the others. After all, he was trained by the system for 5 years. He did know a theory or two to sound impressive. He said, "How much do you know about the world?" Meng Junliang could not help saying with a hint of pride, "I've grasped almost 3/4 of the world." Li Nianfan could not help shaking his head. He tried his best not to laugh out loud. 3/4? You'd be so wise if you could grasp even 1/4 of it. Ignorance does make one fearless. Zhou Yunwu spoke for Meng Junliang, "Mr. Li, although Junliang knows the theory, he lacks experience. Therefore, he's now the nation master of my kingdom. This is so that he could have a better understanding of the world. Knowing how to apply your theory in real life is an improvement." Li Nianfan smiled faintly. "However, it's not so easy to grasp the truth of the world." He took a step and picked up a yellowing leaf from the ground. He asked, "Do you know how the leaf tells us it's autumn?" Meng Junliang said without hesitation, "The leaf turns yellow and falls off from above, so we know it's autumn." Li Nianfan continued asking, "So, do you know why the leaf turns yellow? Or why does it turn green?" Meng Liangjin frowned. "Because it's autumn?" Suddenly, he fell silent. The leaf turned yellow, so it was autumn. It was autumn, so the leaf turned yellow. Why did it seem redundant? However, Li Nianfan continued asking, "And so, do you know how to turn a leaf green in autumn?" Meng Junliang could not speak. This was against the law of nature. Li Nianfan looked at Yao Mengji. He asked again, "Mr. Yao, do you know?" After a moment of thinking, Yao Mengji answered, "If it's ordinary wood, I could cast a wood-drying autumn spell on it." Li Nianfan smiled. "You don't need to cast a spell. As long as you understand the reason, any ordinary man can do it." He paused for a while before continuing in a rather emotional tone, "The so-called law of nature. Once you understand its path and use it the right way, any ordinary man can achieve impossible things." Law of nature, law of nature. Besides Meng Junliang, even Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun were stunned. Their brains were buzzing loudly as if they were woken up abruptly and were pushed off a cliff. The realization hit them. They felt as if a new way of understanding was laying in front of their eyes, as if a huge truth of nature was right in front of them. Yet, they could not touch it. What Li Nianfan said might as well be the truth of all existence. If the cultivators could grasp this truth, then... Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun exchanged a look and suddenly, they had goosebumps all over. This was similar to having grasped the truth. When one had grasped the truth, even a single thought could cause changes in the world. So terrifying. The realm of the expert was beyond imagination. "I'm a frog in a well." Meng Junliang sighed. He then bowed to Li Nianfan and said, "I've learned a lot after listening to you. Although you didn't accept me as your student, to me you'll always be my teacher. I'll always call myself a student of yours. Please, don't fault me for that." "Whatever." Li Nianfan waved it off. He felt good after showing off. Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji were so impressed. They said, "Mr. Li's words are so inspiring. It's so well said." Was that known as conquering one with knowledge? To Li Nianfan, it was just science. Explaining basic science in this immortal realm really impresses the cultivators. Perhaps I'm the first person to transgress to this realm. "Sir," Zhou Yunwu walked over. He bowed deeply as a grand gesture and said, "Please, sir. Please, save my Xia kingdom." Li Nianfan hastily helped Zhou Yunwu up. He said, "Mr. Zhou, please, stand up. What happened?" Zhou Yunwu said hastily, "There's a plague in my kingdom. I came here hoping Mr. Li could visit us." "So soon?" Li Nianfan was surprised. He heard about the plague only a few days ago, but it had already spread to the Xia kingdom? "Don't panic, Mr. Zhou. As I said, I'll take care of this." Li Nianfan thought for a moment. Then, he asked, "When did it start?" "We noticed it yesterday morning," Zhou Yunwu said with a worried face. They had just overcome the banditries. Now, they had to deal with a plague. Li Nianfan frowned. We can't wait any longer. The plague seemed serious, so of course, it was better to contain it earlier. If not, it would just get harder to cure it even if he knew what to do. He looked at Yao Mengji and said in an embarrassed tone, "Mr. Yao, Miss Man Yun, I." It seemed that he could not eat the boar meat today. Yao Mengji was as understanding as ever. He could tell right away what Li Nianfan was trying to say. He said hastily, "Mr. Li, we were just about to go over and have a look. Since the plague's getting serious, why don't we bring you over to speed up the traveling process?" Li Nianfan nodded. "Thank you." Quickly, Li Nianfan froze the boar in the freezer, brought Daji along with him, asked Blackie to watch the house, and followed Yao Mengji over. With Yao Mengji taking the lead, the traveling did speed up a lot. It only took them an hour before a huge city appeared in sight. Calling it a city did not do it justice. The layout of the area made it seem more like a country. The city walls were double the height of the fallen town, and much thicker, too. Along the walls, there were watchtowers stationed not far from one another. Some soldiers were standing guard, exuding an air of authority. The whole scene gave off a whole different vibe from the fallen town. Chapter 206, The Ordinary People Must Make Some Changes. The fallen town was like a peaceful city. Everyone lived in peace without having to live in fear of attacks and war. The Xia kingdom was different. There was a palace built in the middle of the city with soldiers patrolling every corner. There were even military camps by the corners of the city. However, it seemed that the Xia kingdom was not doing so well. Looking from above, one could see many citizens fleeing the Xia kingdom. The border seemed crowded, almost chaotic. Li Nianfan and the other 5 landed on an unnoticeable corner of the Xia kingdom. With Zhou Yunwu taking the lead, their arrival was smooth. Walking along the street, one could see many anxious faces. Most people had shut themselves inside their houses, with the occasional wailing heard from time to time. "Go away." In front of them, 2 guards were walking quickly while carrying a middle-aged man. Everyone looked at him in disdain, trying to avoid him. Li Nianfan looked over and instantly saw a red mark on the man's neck. The red mark was big, bloody, and red. Even a glance of it induced fear in the people. Li Nianfan looked at it and understood right away. That was definitely the plague. Plagues usually spread from animals, since their hygiene was poor. If the people did not disinfect often, it made it easier for viruses to spread around. Therefore, plagues were quite common. Looking at the symptoms, the plague was likely to have spread through flies. In the immortal realm, there were many species. Although Li Nianfan did not know exactly what caused it, as long as he performed the right treatment, most plagues could be fought off by the people's immune systems. Li Nianfan had started thinking of treatment methods in his head. As long as he mixed some herbs to maintain the body's immune system, after some time, the immune system would be able to fight the virus naturally. In the ancient times of his previous realm, there were many cases of plagues. In this immortal realm, there were many herbs that were more effective than those in his past realm. The immunity of the people here must be higher, so it would not be too difficult to cure them. Zhou Yunwu said, "Sir, this is an idea given by Junliang. The scariest part of the plague is its speed of transmission. Therefore, once we isolate the infected people, the spread can be contained." Coming up with the idea of quarantine is something, Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he shook his head. "However, this thinking is too simple. You need to know that the infected will spread the virus wherever they go. If we don't disinfect the places they've been to, the healthy ones are still at risk of being infected. Also, the 2 soldiers there didn't even wear gloves. They'll get infected as well." Virus? Disinfect? Everyone was confused. They had a question mark on their faces. They could not help exchanging looks with one another. After that, they all let out a sigh of relief and felt much better. Everyone was just as confused as one another. It was not that they were stupid. It was just that the expert was using technical terms. Li Nianfan shook his head. Whatever. He was in a different dimension now. There was no need to explain. After walking a few more steps, everyone was forced to stop. They saw an elderly man chasing after 2 soldiers. "Stay there. Let go of my son." A man was struggling to get away from the soldiers who were dragging him. The 2 soldiers seemed impatient. They pushed the elderly man onto the ground and scoffed, "We'll kill those who try to stop us from doing our mission." Just as they raised their legs, the elderly man clung to one of their legs and said, "Please, don't go. Don't go." Just as the soldier was about to kick the elderly man away, a voice rang in the air. Stop it! Zhou Yunwu scoffed fiercely as he marched toward them and helped the elderly man back on his feet. The two soldiers were instantly shocked. They greeted hastily, "Your Highness." Zhou Yunwu jeered with a serious face, "How dare you do this to our people? Have you forgotten the military law?" A soldier answered, sounding as if he was wronged, "Prince, this man's infected by the plague. We're just trying to isolate him from the rest." Zhou Yunwu frowned. "That doesn't mean you're allowed to use brute force." "Prince, Prince!" the elderly man called out excitedly. "There are only the three of us left in the family. Once Anyu is gone, it's just me and a 4-year-old grandson. How are we going to survive? Anyu cannot go." Just as Zhou Yunwu was put in a difficult position, Li Nianfan added, "Old man, have you thought of the consequence of keeping your son? If he stays, you're not the only one who'll get infected. Even your grandson will be infected, too. At that point, you all won't be able to live for long. If he stays, it's harming everyone. If he leaves, he'll be a hero." The elderly man's mouth was wide opened. He was speechless. The man said, "Dad, let me go." The elderly man looked at his son with despair. He said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone knows that once you're taken away, you won't make it back. They will burn the bodies instantly." Li Nianfan said, "Old man, don't worry. I can guarantee that your son will be fine and the plague will be cured." The elderly man looked at Li Nianfan with anticipation. He grew even more excited as he asked in a trembling voice, "You're an immortal?" The surrounding crowd looked at Li Nianfan in anticipation. Someone even tiptoed to take a peek at him. "No." Li Nianfan shook his head. "I'm merely an ordinary man, but I can help." The elderly man's excitement instantly disappeared. He called out in despair, "You're a liar. How can an ordinary man save my son?" The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were full of despair. Li Nianfan frowned as if something was blocked in his heart. He felt uncomfortable. Yao Mengji saw the change of look on Li Nianfan's face. His heart sank a little. After a moment, he pointed at the infected man and cast a spell. Instantly, spiritual chi flowed into the man's body and the red mark on his neck vanished. "Immortal! He's an immortal!" Everyone was shocked. They looked excited. They all fell on their knees and worshipped Li Nianfan. "Please, we beg you, immortal! Please, save us! Immortal, please, save us!" Meanwhile, a group of ordinary men dressed in black walked over. A man scoffed, "Wrong. He's not an immortal." His tone was harsh. He looked confident and convincing. "He's obviously a disciple of the Lord Demon God. Look at this elderly man. He's as bony as a skeleton with a lack of yang essence in him. Would an immortal look like this? He must be the disciple of the Lord Demon God. The Lord Demon God has sent his disciples to save us," the man said as he knelt on the ground. The men behind him followed and knelt as well. "All hail to the Lord Demon God. We believe in the Lord Demon God. We believe in longevity. Please, bless us, Lord Demon God." The surrounding crowd passionately cheered their new slogan, "Bless us, Lord Demon God." Yao Mengji's face instantly darkened. His lips twitched. He was fuming. If it was not for his last trace of rationality, he would have burned all these people to death. Li Nianfan saw it, too. He could not help shaking his head with a hint of sadness. How ironic. These ordinary men would rather believe in immortals or demons instead of believing in another fellow ordinary man. Since they were born in the immortal realm, they had neglected their own value and capabilities. Perhaps he had only come across two ordinary men who would not give in to the immortals. One was Zhou Yunwu. The other was Meng Junliang. Li Nianfan took a deep breath. He said to Zhou Yunwu suddenly, "Prince Zhou, perhaps you're right. It's time for ordinary men to make some changes." Chapter 207, Leading an Era, Enlightening the Ordinary. Li Nianfan did not emphasize his words, but it sounded like an explosion to his audience. Vroom. Especially to Yao Mengji and Qin Man Yun. They felt their scalps itching and their heartbeats racing. The expert had a motive? Normally, the expert did not care about anything. Even so, they were still able to get massive opportunities from the gap between his fingers. Now, the expert was no longer unperturbed? Imagine how big this opportunity would be. It must be beyond their imaginations. Very terrifying. They could not help fixing their gazes on Zhou Yunwu. So much envy was oozing out of them that they longed to replace him. "Dude, do you even realize? You are in luck. You're about to get so lucky." Qin Manyun could not help saying, "Teacher, I suddenly envy the ordinary people." Yao Mengji sighed and said bitterly, "Me, too." "Actually, we should have guessed this would happen," Qin Manyun said with a thoughtful and complex look. "The expert has been living in the realm as an ordinary man all along. Of course, he'd treat the ordinary men differently. Furthermore, we've neglected the expert's name all this while." Li Nianfan. Yao Mengji's pupils dilated. He did not dare to speak his full name. He merely thought about it briefly in his mind. Instantly, he felt so blessed. Exactly. Ordinary men have always been the majority in the realm. Since the expert feels for the ordinary men, it makes sense for him to get involved. It took us so long to realize the most crucial part. How foolish of us. Qin Manyun took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "It seems we'll have to change our relationship with the ordinary men from now on. Especially with the Emperor of the Ordinary Kingdom." Even though Zhou Yunwu was still a prince, after spending some time with him, there was no doubt that he had the potential to become the emperor. Zhou Yunwu and Meng Junliang were feeling even more excited. Their faces flushed red and they were shivering all over. They felt like a kid who finally earned the approval and support of his parents after having made a big decision. They wanted to cry. Zhou Yunwu said, almost crying, "Sir, do you think I have the right idea? The ordinary men rely too much on the immortals. They don't trust technology nor medical research. They don't strive for improvement and lack creativity. They muddle on blindly without having any goal. They're incapable of overcoming hurdles." Li Nianfan sighed. He finally concluded, "They need to be enlightened." Meng Junliang and Zhou Yunwu were very moved but guilty at the same time. The expert was indeed an expert. His words were so well put. They bowed to Li Nianfan in unison. They said humbly, "Sir, please, guide us." "Me? I'm not interested." Li Nianfan shook his head. Although he was moved, he had no interest in causing more troubles for himself. He smiled and said, "Isn't this both your dreams? One dreams of ruling the ordinary, the other dreams of preaching to the others. You too may lead the enlightenment." As Li Nianfan spoke, Meng Junliang and Zhou Yunwu felt their shoulders sinking from the weight that was placed on their shoulders. Somehow, some changes were made in the world. Meng Junliang sought advice. "May I ask, how would you lead them?" Li Nianfan said, "Let's go, I'll teach you." Everyone walked with him to the deep end of the palace anxiously. They were not only guarded by soldiers. Yao Mengji also used his divine consciousness to keep a close eye on their surroundings. Everyone had a feeling that what was about to happen today would turn the world upside down. Li Nianfan did not explain right away. He took out a pen and paper. Then, he wrote down a prescription and handed it to Zhou Yunwu. He said, "Follow this prescription to boil the herbs. This will be able to help them fight the plague." Zhou Yunwu accepted the prescription with a pair of trembling hands. He almost could not believe this was happening. Everyone else was stunned as well. If they did not know that Li Nianfan was no ordinary man, they would not have believed him. The plague that caused so much death in the immortal realm could be easily fixed with a piece of prescription? Thank you." Zhou Yunwu read the prescription hastily. He saw that many of the ingredients were common herbs that could be easily found. There was no need for spiritual herbs, not even rare herbs. These were all common herbs in the immortal realm, some were even treated like wild weeds. Speaking of elixirs, it was naturally sought after here. They claimed to be able to detox, strengthen, or even immortalize one's body. It was linked to many imaginations. As for normal wild weeds, they all had a bitter taste. Some even assumed they had poison in them. Thus, many people were uninterested in them. Everyone looked at Li Nianfan in disbelief. This. Every being works against one another. There's nothing that's the strongest nor the weakest. As I said, once we understand the reasoning behind things and can see through the materialistic composition of things, many problems can be solved. Li Nianfan paused for a second. He then continued, "The ordinary people now like a preacher." "Thank you for your teaching," Zhou Yunwu said politely. Instantly, he passed on the prescription for them to prepare the herbs. Meng Junliang said, "Sir, could you please tell us the reasoning behind things? Didn't you walk all over the world and claim to understand the reasoning behind things? You don't even know about this?" Li Nianfan mocked him. Then, he said, "I'll tell you all a story. A long time ago, before humans were more civilized, there was a man named Divine Farmer. He had seen all the sufferings in the ordinary realm and saw how many people were plagued by illness and pain. Thus, he started tasting hundreds of herbs, separating each herb into a cold, warm, normal, or hot category. He distinguished the herbs and their interrelationships as if he was distinguishing an ordinary man from a minister, or even an adjudicator. He then recorded how each herb could be used to cure different diseases. At one point, he was intoxicated by 70 types of toxins. Unfortunately, he accidentally ingested a high-level toxin and passed away. Meng Junliang jolted. He could not help standing up and feeling guilty. Sir Divine Farmer sacrificed himself for the people. I'm nothing in comparison to him. He suddenly realized how foolish he was. He was merely looking at some sights and yet he thought he had understood the reasoning of life. All he knew were the names of flowers and plants, but he had no clue about their usage. This was not knowledge, this was ignorance. Li Nianfan waved it off. He smiled and said, "It's merely a story, don't treat it as reality. The main point of the story is the spirit in it. The importance of taking the lead. Luckily, I do know the usage of herbs quite well, so I don't have to risk my life to taste them all. It does save a lot of trouble." Li Nianfan smiled. Everyone looked at Li Nianfan without speaking. Story? Anyone with a brain would know that it was impossible for it to be just a story. If this was a story, how would he know the usage of the many different herbs? It was very likely the expert knew the man named Divine Farmer. Perhaps he was the Divine Farmer himself and just made up his death to get away with it. The story happened in an uncivilized era. Did that imply that the expert already existed back then? Gasp. Ancient? Pre-ancient? Perhaps even earlier? Terrifying. So terrifying. Chapter 208, Man Can Conquer Nature. Li Nianfan said calmly, "I'll tell you now, mark down my words." Without any delay, Meng Junliang took out his paper and pen, looking focused. Li Nianfan's voice was slow and steady as he recited the usages of each herb. As there were too many herbs around, he only picked the more common and important herbs to talk about. He could speak of the rest in the future. Even so, he had already spoken for half an hour before stopping for a break. Meng Junliang and Zhou Yunwu looked delighted. They looked at the written words as if looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Even if there was a chance for them to be immortalized, they would not exchange this moment for that. They had attained a long list of usages that could affect hundreds of thousands of ordinary men. This would be their survival guide. Not only that, even Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun could feel the importance of this list. With this list in hand, the vitality of ordinary men would improve drastically. In the future, they could rely less on the cultivators. What was the most important thing for a group of people? Independence. If they kept relying on others, it was equivalent to their lives being controlled by others. They would always be the weaker ones. Once they gained independence, their mindsets would be different and they would improve drastically. Zhou Yunwu's eyes were brimming with tears. He stood up and bowed 3 times in a row to Li Nianfan. "Sir, on behalf of the rest of mankind, I thank you for your insights." Li Nianfan accepted it. Suddenly, he added on, "Oh right, there's one more important thing." "Sir, please, tell us." Li Nianfan said with a solemn tone, "This medicine book must be shared and spread to everyone to pass on the knowledge, but the book must be copyrighted. This book contains the law of nature. No piracy is allowed." Zhou Yunwu's face turned serious. He said instantly, "Rest assured, sir. I'll use the power of the nation to protect the originality of the book. I'll destroy all pirated copies." Li Nianfan looked satisfied. "Very well. You're lucky to have such a good understanding. Therefore, I'll teach you one more thing." Zhou Yunwu was delighted. "Please, teach us, sir." Li Nianfan asked, "How's your production of food?" Zhou Yunwu said with a troubled face, "Not so well since our production of food is heavily affected by external factors. We haven't been producing a lot. It's not enough to feed all of us, especially since the plague hit. It came with famine." Due to the shortage of food, he had begged the cultivators for help on more than one occasion. During the drought, he begged them to cast a spell for rain. During winter storms, he asked them to cast a warming spell. Li Nianfan turned to Meng Junliang and asked, "Mr. Meng, after visiting all the places you've been to, you must have seen different kinds of food production. Did you notice anything?" After a moment of thinking, Meng Junliang told him the one that made the deepest impression on him. Most foods are from the same kind but different breeds. Even their characteristics are different. Li Nianfan smiled and concluded, "Exactly. Have you thought of using 2 breeds, or even more breeds to crossbreed? This is so that they can make up for each other's shortcomings and produce a breed that can withstand winters and droughts. Vroom. Everyone's minds were blown. Such a different way of thinking instantly turned their worlds upside down. They had goosebumps all over. So shocking. Only an expert who understood the world thoroughly could come up with such an idea. To breed animals that made up for each other's shortcomings? Was this not the same as humans? If this was possible, they could pass this knowledge down for generations. Ordinary men would be self-sufficient. The expert was indeed a godly man. Menju Liang felt enlightened, as if a pathway in his head had cleared. His eyes lit up like two light bulbs. I understand now. I understand now. What was Tao? This was Tao. To know each being well enough to use them accordingly. Meanwhile, a soldier rushed in hastily. He said to Zhou Yunwu in a tormented voice, "Prince, the men don't believe in our medicine." They all frowned. Zhou Yunwu scoffed coldly, "Why so?" The soldier said awkwardly, "They believe in the demon god." Li Nianfan sighed softly. "Let's go out and have a look." They all walked out of the palace. They could see that the street was somehow crowded with people who had gathered in a group. This group of people looked wild as they chanted along with the 10 or so men in black robes. They were chanting for the demon god. Yao Mengji's eyes sparkled. Instantly, he saw his chance to impress the expert. He said hastily, "Mr. Li, some demons have possessed these men. I'll help you sort it out right away." Li Nianfan said, "Thank you, Mr. Yao." After a pause, he said, "Oh right, Mr. Yao. I need another favor from you. Later on, you could." Mr. Li's a genius. It's a small matter. Just sit back and watch. Yao Mengji laughed and went away. He felt good about himself. These demons were here for him to impress the expert. Li Nianfan sighed again. These ordinary men had to be more independent. Li Nianfan hoped that there would be a clever leader leading the ordinary men, helping them to be independent. This was the same for himself as well. Respect was something one could only earn for oneself. If the ordinary men did not respect themselves, how would they earn the respect of the cultivators? Li Nianfan was an ordinary man with many cultivating friends. Although they were all friendly, if the rest of the ordinary men were all ignorant, humble, and low, it would drag him down as well. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunwu was already standing on a tall tower. He called out, "Everyone, I'm the prince of the Xia kingdom, Zhou Yunwu. Please, believe me. We have the medicine to fight against the plague now. We'll be fine." Zhou Yunwu was a prince, so his appearance did attract some audience. Someone called out, "Lies. Even the emperor of the Xia kingdom doesn't dare to come out. Who would believe you?" Zhou Yunwu straightened his face. He ordered, "Bring out the people." Instantly, a soldier appeared. He brought out all the infected patients. Under the eyes of everyone, Zhou Yunwu gradually made his way to the patients. He said to everyone in a loud voice, "As the prince of the Xia kingdom, from today onward, I'll live and eat with all the patients. We'll get treated together and wait for recovery." Everyone fell silent. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was stunned. He was the prince. Yet he was willing to risk his life for the people? Suddenly, everyone started to hesitate. Among the people, a demon's face sank. The demon gradually approached Zhou Yunwu to kill him. However, before the demon could approach him, he silently vanished from the world. Yao Mengji smiled faintly as he pointed a finger at the leading demon and cast a spell. Instantly, a gust of wind blew at them. The demon's black robes were blown away, revealing a face full of red marks. Instantly, everyone went into an uproar, running in all directions. So, the disciple of the demon god has been infected. There's no use believing in the demon god. I believe in Prince Zhou. Prince Zhou is even risking his life to prove it to us. The medicine will work. We're saved. All hail Prince Zhou. Soon, the crowd calmed down. Li Nianfan looked at Zhou Yunwu and said, "I hope Prince Zhou can lead the ordinary men, teach them, and be an ordinary man-loving emperor." Zhou Yunwu looked determined. "I've learned a lot from your teaching today. Rest assured, the day will come. However, I have a humble request." Li Nianfan paused slightly. "Oh? What is it?" Zhou Yunwu said anxiously, "If I were to face any problems along the way, can you please guide me?" "Ha ha ha, no problem," Li Nianfan agreed. He knew the importance of an emperor. If he could help an emperor, he would feel good about himself. After coming to the immortal realm for 5 years, He was finally able to show off a little. After all, he had finally done something meaningful. He did not come here for nothing. Li Nianfan was in a good mood. He said, "Oh right, let me write you some words." Zhou Yunwu was delighted. He said in excitement, "Please, sir." Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji were so envious. The expert was being so nice to this ordinary emperor. Daji prepared the ink. Li Nianfan picked up the brush. Since they were all in this immortal realm, and this was written for an ordinary man, he could not think of 4 better words than these. A powerful rush of air shot upward into the sky. Instantly, there were some changes in the world. The crowd could not help holding breaths while their hearts skipped a beat. Li Nianfan's brush had landed on the paper. Man can conquer nature. Chapter 209, The Birth of a Human Sovereign. Vroom. The spiritual chi in the air was boiling non-stop. The ordinary could not feel it, but the cultivators' hearts sank. Their eyelids jumped uncontrollably. It seemed as if a massive change was happening. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun were the first to feel it. They looked at the 4 words, and their blood froze. They could only feel that their scalps were about to burst open. Man can conquer nature? What was the expert about to do? When Zhou Yunwu accepted the paper from Li Nianfan, they had a vision. It was as if they were watching him accept a heavy duty. In the next moment, a golden dragon shot up from Zhou Yunwu. This gust of chi was so powerful that it engulfed the entire Xia kingdom. Furthermore, it was still growing. Finally, it turned into a massive phantom of a golden dragon. This scene was too shocking. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun stared at it, wide-eyed. They held their breaths. Roar! The golden dragon roared. Instantly, the wind was blowing wildly. The extremely powerful chi burst into the air. If Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun were not as strong-willed, they would have knelt instantly to worship the dragon. Was this the actual golden dragon? Human sovereign. A human sovereign was born? The expert appointed a human sovereign? Gasp. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun gasped at the same time. They almost fainted. They knew the expert would give the ordinary man a big present, but they did not expect the present to be this big. This was a completely new era. They were witnessing the arrival of a new era. So shocking. This was a human sovereign. It only existed in legends and it was a record passed on from ancient times. Although the record was not complete, there was a clear sentence recorded. A human sovereign is as important as an immortal, bearing big luck. Teacher. Qin Manyun's voice was trembling. She said cautiously, "I remember a paragraph from Journey to the West. A paragraph that's easily neglected." Yao Mengji asked in a serious tone, "What is it?" Qin Manyun mumbled incoherently as she stuttered, "When the monk walked to the west to gain the truth, he needed the approval of a human sovereign. He even befriended the human sovereign. Furthermore, do you remember the part during the dragon's attack in the heavenly palace? They sent the soldiers of the human sovereign to kill the dragon. Back then, the dragon emperor even begged the human sovereign for assistance." Gasp. Yao Mengji gasped and shivered. He said hastily, "All right, stop talking. It's too terrifying." The ranking of a human sovereign was so high up. So terrifying. The expert was inducing a worldly change? Yao Mengji looked up at the sky in fear. However, he saw that the sky had somehow darkened. All right. The sky was changing, as expected. Zhou Yunwu held onto the paper and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. He had to use all of his strength to hold onto it. Meanwhile, he was not only receiving a piece of paper, he was holding onto the duty of leading the ordinary men. His heart was thumping. It was apparent that he could feel the duty of leaving mankind falling upon him. Zhou Yunwu held the paper and said in a serious tone, "Rest assured, sir. I won't let you down." Meng Junliang took a deep breath. He felt his blood boiling. He had finally found the purpose of his existence. He had found the direction of his Tao. He saw a big path laid in front of him. He said, "Sir, I'll do my best to assist the prince, to enlighten mankind so that mankind can prosper. Nobody will ever look down on us again." Li Nianfan nodded. "Good luck, you have a long way to go. I believe in you." The immortal realm was so big, it made the Xia kingdom look as small as an ant. He wondered if the cultivators would get in the way. Although the cultivators would not fight the ordinary men, if they moved a mountain here and dug a river there, how would mankind fight their own battles? Furthermore, there were demons everywhere. It was not easy. Although Li Nianfan wrote Man Can Conquer Nature, he was merely trying to inspire them. If the ordinary men thought they could actually fight the immortals, then they would be stupid. They may as well fantasize about conquering nature. He merely wanted mankind to abandon stupidity and become more independent to gain self-respect. By the side, Yao Mengji had a feeling. He sensed that this was a huge opportunity. Therefore, he said hastily, "Prince Zhou, my Lingxian palace is willing to become an ally of the Xia kingdom. If any power beyond ordinary men gets in the way, you can seek my help." Prince Zhou's face lit up. "Thank you, Sect Master Yao." Mutual respect had already been established. Li Nianfan smiled. He predicted it. If Yao Mengji assisted Prince Zhou to lead the ordinary men, Prince Zhou could turn the Lingxian palace into their state sect. This way, there would be more people joining the Lingxian palace sect, making the sect stronger than ever. Although the ordinary men were tiny, they were the leaders of all other beings. They were the foundation of everything else. Once they gathered, the combined energy would not be looked down on. Li Nianfan looked up at the sky and frowned. The sky changed so fast. "We should go." Prince Zhou was very friendly. He said, "Mr. Li, it looks like it's about to rain. Why don't you stay for a while before leaving?" Li Nianfan shook his head. "It's okay. You have a lot to deal with here. I won't stay much longer. Goodbye." More importantly, he just finished showing off. If he stayed, it would be awkward. Leaving right after the show would make him seem more important. Yao Mengji said, "Goodbye, Prince Zhou." Prince Zhou and Meng Junliang bowed at the same time and said, "Goodbye." An hour later. After Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun sent Li Nianfan back to the fallen immortal mountain, they left hastily. They were trembling inside out as they were unable to repress the blood from boiling inside their bodies. The world was about to go through a massive change. Meanwhile, the sky had darkened. Li Nianfan looked at the dark clouds in the sky and felt it was strange. Dark clouds had covered the sky without any rain. The sky of the immortal realm was hard to predict. What he did not know was that the sky of the entire immortal realm had been covered with dark clouds. This sight was too shocking. Almost the entire immortal realm was shocked. Every cultivator's heart was thumping and their scalps were numb. Was the sky about to collapse? Vroom. Suddenly a sound resonated in the air. As if an energy field had been moved, a strange and mysterious gust of air swirled up into the sky. The more advanced cultivators would realize that a golden light had penetrated the darkening clouds in the direction of the Xia kingdom. The golden rays were falling from above. Meanwhile, the density of the spiritual qi in the immortal realm was increasing at a shocking pace. Chapter 210, Don't worry, I'm good at this. Vroom. The monstrous spiritual qi rushed out like a tsunami, almost engulfing the entire immortal realm. Too much. Too dense. It made it hard to breathe. The truth was that ever since the road between the immortal land and realm was broken, the spiritual qi in the immortal realm had been decreasing. With the broken connection, it became impossible to immortalize. They seemed to be moving toward an era of no cultivation. And yet, the spiritual qi was restored. Especially the Ganlong immortal dynasty. It had the most spiritual qi, so much so that they condensed into the shape of a dragon, dancing across all corners. Even in the northern part where the plains were barren and the soil was yellow with low population, the woods that had been dried out started to prosper again once the dragon of spiritual qi passed by. Plants started to sprout all across the abandoned lands and clear water started to flow in the rivers and lakes. At the Golden Lotus sect, a small girl was cultivating. Suddenly, she opened her eyes curiously. Why is there so much spiritual qi around all of a sudden? Even breaking through the bottleneck is suddenly so effortless. Whatever. I'm going to absorb as much of it as possible. Many of the older cultivators in all the sects across the immortal realm have come out of their retreats. They all looked up at the sky with shock in their eyes. Swiftly after, the shock had turned into an uproar. What happened? The density of spiritual qi now is almost 10 times denser? Who is it? Who has that much power to change the world? This is the greatest blessing of our era. This is the greatest blessing for the entire immortal realm. Someone's making a move on the chessboard. The chess game has been messed up. Ha ha ha. There's hope to immortalize. There's hope to immortalize. Vroom. In an old sect that had been passed on over countless years, a stone door suddenly moved. An elderly man walked out from within. The elderly man's skin was as wrinkled as tree bark. His hair was a white that was so pale that it started to dry out. His eyes sunk in so deep, he looked like a skull. He looked up at the sky and spoke very slowly and hoarsely, this is, heavenly luck? Instantly, countless elderly men rushed over. One of the elderly men said in shock, Sect Master, you're out from the retreat? What happened? Look in that direction, that's the chi of heavenly luck. Who did this? This person brought so much luck into this realm. This is the luck of humankind. The blessing has engulfed the entire immortal realm. The elderly man mumbled to himself. He was very excited. So generous. So generous. Someone asked, Sect Master, what's luck? You don't understand. You don't understand. The elderly man was stunned. He stared at the sky blankly. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the sky. I can feel the immortal chi. The heavenly gate is reopening. I've got to go. I've got to go to the heavenly gate. In the south of the immortal realm. The people here were genetically taller and more aggressive. However, they looked strange with lots of hair on their skin. Although none of them could cultivate, they were born with supernatural powers. This land was known as the land of southern barbarians. A group of scary soldiers was gathered here. Their leader suddenly looked at the sky, sensing something strange. His pupils dilated. His face was wild and hideous. He said, the chi of a human sovereign? Why would there be a human sovereign? That's good. Once I kill this human sovereign, I'll be the new human sovereign. We'll kill him for the demon god. The people called out menacingly as they rushed toward a city not far away. In the demon realm. On the throne, a figure opened his eyes. His eyes were bloody red, like two neon lights shining in the darkness. The lights were harsh, full of chill and authority. A hint of shock and terror flashed in his eyes. What happened? How can it be? He stood up abruptly, exuding a monstrous air. The space around him almost froze as black smoke rose from his body and his red eyes flashed with a deadly glare. Why? Didn't the Lord Demon God say that the demons would rule the world this time? That we can control the ordinary realm and conquer the immortal land? How's there a human sovereign? Why did the luck of the ordinary people increase all of a sudden? Who changed the rules? He was furious. He glared at the female demon by his side. Yucha, you're in contact with the ordinary realm. Do you know what happened? Yucha was absent-minded. She tensed up suddenly and replied, in reply to my Lord Demon, when I entered the ordinary realm, I was controlled by an unknown force. All I know is that a powerful, expert had appeared in the ordinary realm. Expert? The Lord Demon scoffed coldly. The end of the immortalizing era has come. Who could possibly stop that? Even the saints failed to do so. How could there be an expert? Perhaps he escaped from ancient times? He's trying to mess up the chess game? He shall be killed. Yucha frowned and said in a concerned tone, Lord Demon, this expert isn't ordinary at all. Shall we wake up the Lord Demon God? What? The Lord Demon's bloody red eyes widened. They had turned into two big red light bulbs. He cried out, who do you think the Lord Demon God is? You want to wake him up for a small matter like this? You're so ignorant. With the capacity of your brain, you should stop talking. Just do as you're told. Yucha sighed and said, I understand. The Lord Demon continued, all right, go back down. It seems that the heavenly gate is reopening. The entrance of the demon realm will be affected as well. Go and investigate. Find out what's happening. Yes, my lord. Yucha turned and left. However, she did not look well. Her eyes gradually lost focus. Inside her head, there was another Yucha dressed in a robe. This Yucha opened her eyes and said, it seems like your intelligence is being criticized. This shows that you're not good enough to be a demon. In fact, you're fated to become a Buddhist. Why don't you turn to me instead? We can study the heavenly dragon together. Yucha's eyes reddened. Her bloody red lips parted to reveal two sharp fangs. She was driven crazy. Get out of me now. You're so annoying. You keep chanting in my head every day. You're just a clone of me. I'll get rid of you. The clone said sincerely, no, you're my actual body, so I can't let go of you. Now that I've met a better boss, of course, I'll have to bring you along. Yucha hesitated for a moment. She said suddenly, I heard you saying that females cannot become Buddhists. What about us? I've thought about this problem long before. The clone looked excited as she said, with that, I came up with 3 ideas. First, we kill ourselves and reincarnate into a man by bribing some big shots. We can negotiate the price beforehand. The second idea is that we enter the body of a man. This is easier as it's free. Third, if we can't let go of our current body, We can find a good doctor and undergo surgery to add on an organ. I heard this is more expensive. I'll ask for the price at some point." Yucha wanted to cut out her brain so badly. She screamed, "Get out of me. You don't like these ideas?" The clone paused slightly before she continued, "Don't worry, I'll think of other ways. Don't worry, I'm good at this." Chapter 211, Something Big Happened. At the Azureville, Gu Changqing suddenly looked toward the direction of the Xia Kingdom in shock. Is that luck? What happened to the mundane people? How did they gain so much luck? It's affecting the entire immortal realm. He was trembling and talking to himself. Such intense luck. What did the mundane people do? Who will stop the revolution? He looked upon the horizon and saw a flash of gold light. It stood amongst the dark clouds. It kind of looked like a golden gate in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. He said in a trembling voice, Heavenly gates. The heavenly gates are open?" The heavenly gates were not actual gates. It was more like a taboo. Previously, the bridge to immortality was broken because of the heavenly gates. However, now that the heavenly gates were opened, this meant that the bridge between mortal and immortality had been reconnected. Cultivators from the Mahayala realm were technically half-immortals, soon to be immortals. It was too bad that the bridge to immortality used to be broken, so most Mahayala cultivators could not transcend to the above immortal realm. They could only wait to perish. He could feel the awakening of powerful forces in the realm. This could have happened because of something that happened a long time ago. Perhaps, it could even be because of a legendary character who was rumored to be dead, or, it might also be because of hidden experts. At that moment, he could feel them making their comebacks. This change could flip the immortal realm upside down. No, not just the immortal realm, it would affect the above immortal realm, too. Gu Changqing looked in that direction. He suddenly realized something. That place. The expert was over at the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, right? What if it had something to do with the expert? Most probably. Who else could do this aside from the expert? He immediately turned around and headed toward the temple. He bowed, spat out blood, lit some incense, and summoned. He was familiar with the procedure. "Grandpa, something big just happened. Hurry up and show up." However, the immortal stone lit up for just a brief moment before it dimmed again. Huh? Did Grandpa hang up? No way, I have to try again. Again, he bowed, spat blood, lit some incense, and summoned. Gu Changqing groaned. To be safe, he spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. "Grandpa, something big just happened. Come on." The immortal stone lit up again. Gu Yuan's voice could be heard coming from within it. He sounded like he was in a hurry when he said, I know. The bridge to immortality has been reconnected, right? The mundane king's here, so represent Azureville and pay your greetings. Something big is happening on my side, too. Can't talk right now. Bye." The immortal stone went dim again. Gu Changqing was silent for a while. Then, he suddenly slapped himself in the face. "I'm such an idiot. Of course, the above immortal realm would feel the change. What am I so eager for? I wasted 4 mouthfuls of blood. That's about decades of cultivation." He did not want to think about how much blood he lost. Otherwise, he would cry from the wastefulness. At the above immortal realm, immortal chi and spiritual chi were at their boiling points. Everyone was on the move. At the Azureville, everyone was busy, sprinting around like clueless flies. They could not wait to pass around information. At an empty field, something big just happened. The bridge to immortality has been reconnected. I know. It's because there's a mundane king in the immortal realm. A mundane king, an existence from a faraway era. I heard that the mundane king was tragically rejected by his fiancée 3 years ago. He swore to change his life, thus, becoming a mundane king. That's not the correct version. According to reliable sources, this mundane king has a fiancée he grew up with, but then she died in an accident. Because of that, he swore to search for ways to revive his fiancée. His sentimentality touched the gods from above. Lies. These are all rumors. He fell from a cliff and met a saint. Suddenly, someone ran out frantically with a horrified face. Something big happened, something big happened. We know. The mundane king. The reconnected bridge to immortality. No, not that. The firefinch demon raised by the sect masters gone. Everyone was perturbed. They were horrified. What? The sect masters going to be pissed? Stop talking. Everyone, hurry up and look for it. The sect master's on his way back. Everyone scattered to look for the firefinch demon. They were all busy looking for it. Meanwhile, an elder with white robes rode on a cloud casually. His face was flushed and he was squinting, almost like he was drunk. He flew in while whistling. He was more pleased when he thought about the rare creatures he had in his backyard garden. Time flew by. I can't believe I went from an irrelevant nobody to this. Looking back, I've been too humble. It turns out I'm incredibly great after all. He was about to reach his Azureville sect. He sped up and chuckled, "My babies. I'm here." The disciples were still busy. Even when they saw him, they simply greeted him before hurrying off. The elder was pleased. He complimented, "What a bunch of hard-working fellows. They must be shocked by the realm's changes. Look at them sweating so hard." He continued walking to his backyard garden. He could not control his joy as he smiled and said, "I'm back, babies. Come out and let me look at you." Why was it quiet? The elder arched his eyebrow and walked into the garden. He was instantly thunderstruck. The garden was still the same. However, all the demons were unconscious. He glanced around in panic as he felt his heart throb. What's going on? Where's my precious baby? He used his powers to scan the area. His firefinch demon with phoenix blood was gone. Suddenly, his eyes went red. He felt like someone was tugging on his heartstrings. He took a deep breath and waved. The unconscious demons woke up, looking confused. The elder asked through gritted teeth, "What's going on? Tell me what happened." When the remaining firefinch demons saw the white-robed elder, it was as if they had been reunited with their families. Almost all of them wept and cried, "Sect Master, Gu Yuan did this. You have to avenge us." Gu Yuan? The elder was stunned. Furious, he yelled, "Order Gu Yuan to meet me at once." Soon, Gu Yuan rushed over with a seemingly good outfit. He looked energetic. The firefinch demons went off. "It's him. It's him. That's him." Gu Yuan looked calm. He saluted and bowed, "Greetings from Gu Yuan to the sect master." Chapter 212, "You are insulting my intelligence." The elder stared at Gu Yuan and questioned him in a low voice, "You did this?" "I did," nodded Gu Yuan. "But it was too much of an emergency. I needed to take action immediately. Please, forgive me, sect master." "Take action? Forgive you?" The elder was so angry that he left. He asked in a cold voice, "What's more important than my baby bird?" Gu Yuan adjusted his facial expression and said, "An opportunity of a lifetime. In comparison to that, sect master, you wouldn't mind losing that small bird." The elder frowned. "Small bird? How dare you? What kind of opportunity are you talking about that's making you so delusional?" Gu Yuan looked at his sect master and said, "There are too many birds here. It's not wise for me to say it. Sect master, let's move to another area." The elder stared at Gu Yuan coldly for a while. Then, he turned around and walked toward the main hall. The firefinch demons behind him screeched, "Sect master, avenge us. Destroy him and we'll let you ride us." The elder had his back turned to Gu Yuan in the main hall. He slowly said, "Gu Yuan, you and I have both transcended from the immortal realm. I created the Azureville, and you're my beloved student. I've treated you well, haven't I?" He sounded sentimental. If the culprit was not Gu Yuan, he would have killed him half to death first. "Sect master, you've always been nice to me. Truthfully, I grew up listening to your stories since I was young. I always knew you were outstandingly talented. A visionary and a well-mannered man. You're the whole package and you'll definitely end up as a legend in history." Gu Yuan said it smoothly without stopping to breathe. He continued, "I've always followed in your footsteps, sect master. I worked hard to become an immortal because I wanted to say a few words to you, the greatest immortal. When I finally met you, I realized that you were much greater than they said you were." The elder shut his eyes. He waited for Gu Yuan to finish. Then, he said, "Gu Yuan, I've heard your speech 1,000 times since you got here. I repeat, as a cultivator, you have to cultivate with hard work. Don't rely on flattery. It's not the right way. Why can't you learn?" Gu Yuan hurriedly said, "You're right, sect master, but I can't help myself. I'm just being honest." The elder sneered, "It's not over yet. Tell me, why did you steal my bird?" Gu Yuan took out the firefinch demon egg and asked, "Sect master, please, take a look at this. What do you think this is?" The elder looked and gasped. "This is a firefinch demon egg?" He was flustered. He said coldly, "So what? You stole my firefinch demon. Did you think giving me an egg would cut it? Or are you asking me to hatch a firefinch demon?" Gu Yuan said, "Sect Master, this egg was laid by your firefinch demon." "Oh?" The elder quickly sniffed the egg. He looked like he was familiar with it. "You're right. That's its scent." Then, he stared at Gu Yuan and questioned him with a mean voice, "Where did it go? It laid an egg, yet you still won't let it go?" Gu Yuan said hurriedly in a serious voice, "Sect Master, there's a legendary expert in the immortal realm. The death of that immortal and the changes in the realm are all caused by him. So I made up my mind and gave him the firefinch demon." "Ridiculous, how ridiculous." The elder pointed at Gu Yuan with his trembling finger. "You stole my baby bird and now you're somehow blaming it on the changes of the realm?" Gu Yuan said genuinely, "Sect Master, I'm not lying. The firefinch demon was sent to the expert. It laid 4 eggs under emotional stress. The expert was so impressed that he gave me one." "Huh? 4 eggs?" The elder looked at Gu Yuan. He thought he misheard him. He was in utter disbelief. He said in a pained voice, "Gu Yuan, how can you tell me such an absurd lie? You're clearly insulting my intelligence." He waved and said in a tired voice, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. I'll give you half an hour. I want my firefinch demon returned to me safely. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our relations." Gu Yuan stood still. He groaned for a moment and sighed softly. He said, "Looks like I'll just have to show it to you." The elder arched his eyebrow and warned him, "What? Are you going to continue lying? Are you planning on fighting back?" Gu Yuan carefully took out the painting scroll. He looked extremely serious as he said earnestly, "Sect Master, I got this from the expert. It's a rare treasure, and its value is on the same level as an immortal item." "Look at you, saying it as if you actually mean it." The elder looked at the painting scroll and took it. He was about to open it. "Sect Master, wait." Gu Yuan stopped him and warned, "Sect Master, this painting is made by the expert. It contains insights. Now that it's in the above immortal realm, its spiritual chi is more powerful. It's lethal, so you can't just simply open it like that." The elder sneered, "Ha, you think you can scare me? Move, out of my way." Gu Yuan stepped back and said in a frightened voice, "If you insist, Sect Master, I shall move out of the main hall." "You've never seen anything yet. Leave," sneered the elder. Gu Yuan immediately walked out of the main hall. He stood outside and stared inside, alarmed. He cast a cloud under his feet, ready to flee just in case. He waited for a short while. Then, the door of the main hall swung open. The elder walked out with a scroll and said, "Fine, follow me into the back hall. Remember, it's not because I was afraid of danger. It's because I trust you." "I get it. I understand." Gu Yuan quickly followed him. The back hall was not big. Not everyone was allowed to enter either. It was a guarded temple of the Azureville sect. The temple was the source of defense spells for usual sects. It could suppress power, too. 3 elders guarded the place. They looked surprised when they saw the sect master walking over with Gu Yuan. They said, "Greetings to Sect Master Pain and Protector Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan replied respectfully, "Greetings to the 3 elders." Pain saluted and said, "Please, start the defense spell, elders. I have things to do." One of the elders asked, "What for, Sect Master? Is someone attacking our sect?" "No," said Pain. He looked like he did not know what to say. He finally took out the painting scroll and said, "It's to suppress this item." The 3 elders looked at it earnestly. They observed it for a long time. The elder was shocked and confused. "Sect Master, if I'm seeing it right, this seems to be a painting scroll?" Pain nodded. The 3 elders looked at him weirdly. They said, "From the looks of it, it's just ordinary paper. From its outer appearance, it also looks like it was recently painted, so it isn't generational. Why are we suppressing an ordinary painting, Sect Master?" Chapter 213, Was my sect going to be destroyed by a painting? To suppress. Pain could not continue. He wanted to know what he was suppressing, too. Gu Yuan continued, "This painting contains heavenly insights. It's a golden crow, extremely terrifying. Please, be very careful, elders." Pain looked at Gu Yuan and nodded. He tried his best to say, "Yes. Right, let's begin." Golden crow? The 3 elders looked at each other as their eyes were filled with doubts. The golden crow was a legendary demon king from a faraway era, It went extinct a long time ago. Even in the above immortal realm, the existence of the Golden Crow was only a record found in an eldritch border. The painting was made on ordinary paper. The material of the paper was new, so it was not from an ancient time for sure. Who could possibly paint the Golden Crow? Even so, it was not necessary to suppress a painting, right? One of the elders was silent for a while. Then, he said, "Sect Master Payne, you're being awfully careful. Forgive me, but allow me to be straightforward. Just open the painting." True, to suppress a painting will be a waste of our talents. Gu Yuan was worried. He said, "Elders, don't be reckless. The Golden Crow in the painting might be alive. I've had it with me for a long time, but I don't even dare open it myself." "Ha, ridiculous," sneered the elders. "You're just an intermediate immortal. Just because you're afraid of opening it, you want us to suppress it? You're making a big deal out of nothing." It was ridiculous. He was like a kid who was struggling to open a jar, so he begged the adults to open it for him. Gu Yuan said, "It's fine if you don't believe me, but before you open it, let me step away first." Payne gestured and said, "All right, stop fighting. Start the spell." The three elders sighed softly. "Fine, let's listen to the sect master." The three elders activated the spell and a bright halo appeared. Power poured into the hall like endless ocean waves. The three elders locked eyes with one another and communicated through their body language. "Big Elder, what should the spell's power level be?" "Duh. Level 3 at best. We can't have people knowing that we're making a big deal out of nothing. Shameless, right?" "True, very smart of you, Big Elder. Let's just make it level 1, for appearance's sake." The three elders reached an agreement and slightly squinted. They cast a spell quickly. Golden patterns formed on the ground like a chain. "Sect Master, open it." Payne nodded. He looked at Gu Yuan and said, "You better hope for your sake that you aren't fooling me." He was worried that Gu Yuan was bluffing. If the painting was nothing more than ordinary, it would be embarrassing for him. The reputation of the sect master would be ruined. "God bless. May this painting be cool." He took a nervous breath and slowly opened the painting. Starting from the corner of the painting. Suddenly, everything started to sway. A powerful aura poured out of the painting. Payne was pleasantly surprised. That was interesting. He uncovered the painting a little bit more. More power started to pour out from it as rays of golden light started shining from the painting scroll. It seemed like there were special effects. The big elder was shocked. "This painting scroll is really something else. It's worth a good look." The second elder said excitedly, "Continue, don't stop." Gu Yuan was excited, too. He unscrolled the painting even faster. As he unscrolled the painting, a figure started to show. Boom! A strong wind started to blow in an instant. Spiritual chi and immortal chi swirled throughout the back hall. The temperature started to rise. The golden light was blinding. The big elder said, "Hurry, bring the spell up to level 2. The painting scroll was gradually being unscrolled. Golden flames started pouring out of it. Payne could feel the heat coming from it as he held onto the painting scroll. The flames were extraordinarily powerful. They were about to jump out of the painting to burn everything in sight. Thankfully, the chains of the defense spell trapped it in place. The three elders were surprised. "Good stuff. That's some good stuff. Sect Master, you were well prepared and careful. We're impressed." "Ha, I told you so. This stuff's extraordinary. If we didn't activate the spell, the golden flames would have been hard to control." Payne smiled and gave Gu Yuan an approving look. "Get ready, I'm going to fully unscroll it." "Let's go, bring the spell up to level 3. That should be enough." Splash! It was only unscrolled a little bit more, but its power had suddenly increased significantly. It was beyond their expectations. Golden flames poured out from it like a water fountain, taking over the back hall. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly said, "Quick, bring it up to level 4. It's too strong. Level 5. Hurry up." Splash! The painting of the Golden Crow was unveiled. There seemed to be golden flames dancing in its eyes. The powerful aura was overwhelmingly breathtaking. The big elder was in distress. He yelled, "We can't hold it. Level 8. The three elders were flushed, sweating bullets. They quickly cast their spells and the gold chains transformed into a wall that surrounded the entire back hall. A terrifying aura settled over the Azureville sect. The powerful aura grew into storms, trying to escape from all sides. The defense spell was activated. Everyone knew about it. What's going on? What's happening again? Hot. It's so hot. What? The back hall's on fire. It's on fire? Damn, I thought I was hallucinating. Warning. Something bad's happening in there. Don't look. Everyone in the back hall was in shambles. They looked at the painting scroll with fear. The big elder was sweating bullets. Bewildered, he said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, stop. Please, stop. We know the painting's amazing. Stop opening it." Pain did not look happy at all. "Do you think I'm still opening it? I'm trying to scroll it back up." He looked at Gu Yuan and yelled, "Gu Yuan, don't think about running away. The back hall's locked. The painting scroll's out of control. Hurry up and help me." "No freaking way. The flames will easily end me in seconds." Gu Yuan shivered in the corner. He was afraid the flames would burn him. Weak, small, pathetic, and helpless. "I made a mistake. I should have waited outside even with the defense spell. It's over. I'm a goner." The painting scroll was only revealed halfway, but the defense spell was already at its highest level. "No, I can't do this anymore." The five of them were panting. They were bathed in sweat and their beards and hair had been burned off along with their clothes. They were fully naked. "Please, stop making this painting so awesome!" Pain almost cried. Is my Azureville sect going to be destroyed by a painting? Chapter 214, Cruel Flames. Boom. More golden flames started to pour out. It seemed that they had heard Pain's pleas. It was powerful enough to burn everything in sight. Pain stared at the painting scroll that was still slowly being unscrolled. His eyes were wide and his jaw dropped. He was too shocked to speak. He saw the golden crow in the painting move. The golden crow was alive? His skin was starting to char, but he felt a piercing cold instead. His skin crawled and he almost screamed. He almost fainted from fear. The golden crow. That was the ancient golden crow. Did someone paint it alive? How powerful was the expert to be able to achieve that? Fume. Sizzle. The flames started to spread to the main hall. The terrifying heat even changed the color of the sky as the golden flames started to devour the entire back hall. The scene was too shocking. The disciples of the Azureville sect were stunned. Instantly, countless disciples sprinted over. They tried to rush into the back hall while the people in the back hall were trying to escape. Some kind-hearted disciples warned loudly, "Don't go in there, something bad's happening there." "Senior, what's going on inside?" asked some disciples. They were careful, curious, and afraid. A senior said fearfully, not sure what's going on, but the back hall suddenly burst with golden flames. The sect master and the three elders brought the defense spell to its max, but it still couldn't suppress flames. It's terrifyingly hot in there, almost as if the fire can annihilate anything. If it explodes, I think the entire Azureville sect will be gone. Hurry up and run for your life. Everyone said in disbelief. The sect master and the three elders couldn't handle it? They couldn't. The senior shook his head continuously. I tried to go near it and my clothes were burned off instantly. If I get any closer, I'm afraid I'll fade into thin air. So scary. Everyone then realized that the senior was running for his life with only a thin bed sheet on. It was not just him. Other disciples that ran out from the back hall were covered in all sorts of things. Some of them had covered their private parts with cloud spells, very imaginative. Suddenly, a frantic conversation could be heard coming from the back hall. It pulled on their heartstrings. "Sisters, don't go in there. It's dangerous. I'm a cultivator, I can go anywhere I want. Stop running, everyone. Hurry up and cast the rain spell. Let's put out this fire." "No, don't, sister." Then, they heard a canary-like squeal. "Ah, our clothes." The Azureville sect went temporarily quiet. Then, they were all hyped. A disciple said with a straight face, "Senior, I'm grateful for the sect and I'm willing to risk my life to save it. Farewell." Then, he flew in. Countless disciples flew to the back hall with him. "The sisters are right. We can go anywhere as cultivators. I'm willing to fight alongside the sisters." "Slow down, everyone. Bring me with you, too." The senior rushed over with his bedsheet on. He said in a pious voice, "Fine, it's a dangerous place, but how can I watch as my juniors risk their lives? I should be the one leading them." Suddenly, they heard a yell coming from the back hall. "Everybody, step back." The entire Azureville sect was shining bright, especially the spell patterns coming from the back hall. Along with the rumble, the back hall slowly levitated under everyone's shocked gazes. Then, the back hall took off at high speed. It looked like a giant comet from afar. Everyone looked at the faraway fireball, dazed. Each day you learn something new. So, the back hall seems to be able to fly. At the back hall, Payne and the others were pale. Thankfully, the fire was not strong in its attacks. However, it was menacingly hot. They would have been dead by now if it was not for their defense spell. Even so, their bodies were quickly dehydrating. If it went on, they would be the first immortals to die from dehydration. The big elder said in a hoarse voice, "Sect Master, it's not good. From the looks of our situation, the flying spell won't last for long." The second elder was in despair as he said in a low voice, "Desperate times calls for desperate measures. It looks like we have no choice but to look for our Sect Master's X." Payne felt like he was slapped in the face. He opposed it, no. The painting scroll was out of his reach. He could only watch as the fountain of fire gushed continuously. He was shivering in the corner with Guan. At the Heavenly Water Sect. The Sect Master was a beautiful woman. She was in a meeting with some elders. Suddenly, their eyelids twitched as they sensed something bad. They looked up and saw a giant meteor approaching their sect. They all rushed out to look at it closely. Someone recognized it and said in shock, Isn't that the back hall of the Azureville sect? The Azureville sect's so violent. They're moving their entire back hall? They won't stop until they die." One of the elders said, "Sect Master, didn't you two just break up? What did you do to agitate him so much?" The beautiful woman frowned. "He was drunk and tried to feel me up, but I slapped him." "That's it?" The elder was shocked. He said worriedly, "The back hall's powerful. I can feel how hot it is from afar. I can't believe the Azureville sect has such hidden tricks up their sleeves." Somebody analyzed and said, "Maybe they invented a new spell and are trying to warn us." The beautiful woman asked, "Did anyone talk to them?" Suddenly, a disciple with only a bedsheet on rushed over. He said, "The flames are awfully scary. Our clothes were instantly burned off as soon as we went near them. We can't seem to go closer." Gasp. Everyone gasped. Such cruel flames exist in this realm. An elder looked at her own clothes with a serious facial expression. Everyone agreed. "If the flames were to fall upon our sect, the consequences will be dire. I can't believe Payne secretly created such flames. That's so evil. Was he planning on using it on the Sect Master? That shameless old man." The beautiful woman was flushed from anger. Immediately, she ordered, "Go find that old man Payne and demand an explanation. Also, tell the female disciples to keep their distance." Meanwhile, at the far east of the immortal realm, in the mountainside with the forest full of large trees that even immortals would not simply tread into, there was a giant plane tree residing in the woods. It was high up in the sky, extremely majestic. It also had an aristocratic halo. A lady in a red dress stood barefoot on the top of the plane tree. Both her eyes and hair were a fiery red. Her red dress flowed with her red hair in the wind. From afar, she looked like glamorous red flames. She had the most beautiful features. As she looked toward the direction of the Heavenly Water sect, she frowned. Then, she moved her small white feet and seemingly became a ball of fire, slashing through the sky. Chapter 215, Lovey-Dovey and Personal Attacks. Boom. The back hall of the Azureville sect was burning in golden flames. It was flying in the sky like a small sun, incredibly powerful. It was as if the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect saw their biggest enemies when they saw the incoming back hall. They backed off frantically while holding onto their clothes. A lot of disciples were covering their naked bodies with cloud spells. They were dazed and ashamed. "Payne, stop it right now!" the beautiful woman yelled as she led the elders of the Heavenly Water sect. They looked at the burning back hall feeling alarmed. "Bamboo, don't come near it!" Payne warned frantically. "The flames will burn your clothes off. Be careful. Save yourself." "Shut up!" The beautiful woman looked angry. "Speak, why are you manipulating the flames to attack my Heavenly Water sect?" "Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." Payne hurriedly explained, "I had nothing to do with the flames. I'm a victim, too. Listen to me, here's what happened." "Are you stupid? Do you think now's the right time for explanations?" The big elder was livid as he frantically interrupted them. The second elder also said, "Sect Master Ding, we don't have time to explain. Hurry up and save us. Our lives are at stake." Ding Xiaohu was baffled. She simply frowned. Pain hurriedly said, "Yeah, Bamboo, save us. Save me. I'm almost charred." "Stop the back hall now," sneered Ding Xiaohu. She stepped on a cloud and approached the back hall. She cast some spells and items started to appear around her like a shield. She protected her clothes from every angle. The four elders behind her followed her up into the sky, too. They layered their protection shields and carefully approached the back hall. Their hearts sank as they got nearer. They looked more alarmed. At that moment, they realized they had misunderstood Pain. Pain could never create such a flame. He was not worthy. Yeah, it would have been troublesome. The flames were too powerful and hot. It was terrifying. They imagined that it could engulf the world. One of the elders worriedly said, "Sect Master, once this fire explodes, we won't be able to handle it at all." The other elder took a deep breath and said, his voice trembling slightly, "I see. No wonder only the clothes were burned off. The flames aren't trying to attack. Otherwise, the people would have evaporated along with their clothes, too." The five of them stopped approaching it. They could not go any further as they could no longer ensure the safety of their clothes. If the fire wants to explode, it would have exploded by now. "I don't think it's harmful. Follow me and save the others first," Ding Xiaohu said. "Cast the spell pattern." The five of them surrounded the back hall, casting more spells. Their powers were in the form of 5 light pillars. The sky went dark. Soon, it started raining heavily. The rain could not penetrate the back hall at all. The golden flames created a huge vacuum that water could not enter. Ding Xiaohu did not expect it to work. It was just foreplay at that point. She pointed at the heavenly water sect. Suddenly, a glamorous bright light emerged. It was a mirror. The mirror levitated in the air, facing the golden flames. The reflection of the golden flames appeared in the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror started shaking hard. The four elders pointed at the mirror as their light pillars became streams of light, reflecting off the mirror. Ding Xiaohu glanced and cast a spell, "Dustless Mirror, now." Splash! Frost emerged from the mirror in an instant. The frost was special, it was creepily cold. One would shiver from just a look at it. It was as if it could freeze gazes, too. The hot air was instantly relieved. Pain wept, "Bamboo, you're so nice to me. You used the dustless mirror to save me." The dustless mirror was a proper immortal item. According to legend, it was inspired by the famous demon-revealing mirror from an ancient era. It was even made from the same material. The difference was that the mirror could reflect the weakness of anything, and then replicate that weakness. One could imagine how precious and valuable it was. Ding Xiaohu looked serious as she growled at him, "Shut up. The flames don't have weaknesses, so I can only hold them off for a short while. Find a hole and get out." The frost was guided by Ding Xiaohu. It formed an ice trail mid-air, heading toward the back hall. Sizzle. The ice quickly melted away when it was near the back hall. However, with the powers of Ding Xiaohu and the four elders, it reconnected and approached the back hall again. Pain said with a serious face, "Be ready to get rid of the defense spell." They were suppressing the painting with the Azureville sect defense spell, but they were also trapped inside the back hall. They had to remove the spell to get out. Leave it to Ding Xiaohu to deal with the painting. They could escape in the meantime. It was a moment of life and death. Their hearts sped up as they looked at the painting again. Most of it had already been unscrolled. The golden crow was seemingly alive with the immortal chi. It spread its wings like it was ready to fly out from the painting. Thankfully, the artist had no malice in mind. Otherwise, the entire Azureville sect and its surroundings would have vanished. Too scary. Who could imagine that unless they had experienced it? Suddenly, they heard Ding Xiaohu say, "Get ready." Pain realized something and yelled, "Bamboo, remember to close your eyes. The five of us are all naked. It's no big deal if it's just me, but the other four would be an eyesore. Remember it." The other four did not look too happy. Being lovey-dovey while delivering a personal attack, how rude. As if. It's an eyesore to look at you. Sigh, I finally know why Sect Master Ding didn't like you. It's not hard to see why. Everyone, stop it. Learn to be more understanding. Sect Master Pain must be worried that Sect Master Ding would dislike him even more once she sees our manly bodies. To be very honest, after looking at you all, I realize I'm the one who's truly talented here. Chapter 216, The Expert Wants to Ride Me? All jokes aside. When it was time to escape, they looked nervous. They were all old immortal men. Being naked meant their reputations were on the line. They could not afford to have any cringe-worthy moments in history. They quickly cast cloud spells to shield themselves when they exited the back hall. They also did not forget to look as calm and collected as experts, like they were immortals in the clouds. They cast a spell to regrow their hair and beards. In an instant, they went from bald old men to cool old men. Pain quickly flew toward Ding Xiaohu and smiled. "Bamboo, thanks." Ding Xiaohu was sweating. She said, "The fire's getting stronger. I won't be able to hold it much longer." The painting scroll was completely unscrolled. Suddenly, the golden flames emerged and it was getting excruciatingly hot. The mountains and land nearby started to melt. The trees that were far away instantly dried up, too. Retreat. Everyone quickly retreated. The back hall disintegrated within seconds. Nothing was left. The painting levitated in its place. The three-legged golden crow moved its neck around like it was observing the realm. It suddenly spread its wings and looked up. Then, it cawed loudly. Fume. In a flash, golden flames surrounded it like a firestorm. Everything was engulfed in flames. The dustless mirror was defenseless. The frost melted away. Everyone looked like they were in despair. Their hair stood on their ends as they ran like they had never ran before. The golden crow did not attack. However, it could kill anything in sight just by stretching. The golden flames were like an ocean that was about to drown the heavenly water sect. However, a red figure suddenly appeared. She was walking on air with bare feet. Red flames could be seen burning under them. She cast a spell. Instantly, everything went red. Fire swooped down from above and formed a huge ring of fire. It contained the golden flames. The two different flames touched each other but did not make a sound. It was almost as if they were melting each other, or as if they were communicating. Pain and the other sighed in relief. Then, they looked at the woman and were shocked. Such a gorgeous lady. Not only was she gorgeous, she had unique features, too. She had long red hair, red eyes, and she wore a red dress. She looked demonic yet prestigious, hot yet holy. They were mesmerized. Ouch! Pain yelped. Ding Xiaohu had pinched him hard in the waist. He said with a straight face, "This girl isn't human." The golden crow looked at the lady and flapped its wings. It manipulated the painting scroll and it started to fly. "Demon King, I'm a demon, too. My name's Fire Phoenix." The lady spread her wings. Then, she transformed into a giant bird. The bird had flaming red feathers and a long tail. It was terrifyingly powerful. Everyone held their breaths. Foe. Phoenix? They gulped subconsciously and went stiff. No one dared to move. That was a phoenix, something that was as much of a legendary creature as the dragon. Even in ancient times, it was something no one could mess with. Phoenixes still existed in the immortal realm? Gu Yuan's eyes widened. He felt thunderstruck. At that moment, he had the utmost respect towards the expert. The expert was truly an expert. He had been living in the above immortal realm for years but he had never seen any signs of phoenixes. He heard legends about it but no one ever saw a single phoenix. Yet, the expert managed to attract a phoenix with a painting. The golden crow locked eyes with the phoenix. Suddenly, the painting erupted in flames. Then, the golden crow flew out of the painting scroll. However, the golden crow seemed to be an illusionary figure as it was translucent. The golden crow approached the phoenix. Then, it turned into a pile of golden flames before it merged with the phoenix. Suddenly, a sky full of golden flames appeared. It was all absorbed by the phoenix, too. The realm was once again peaceful. Everyone would have thought they were having a nightmare if it was not for their visible goosebumps. The phoenix spread its wings and returned to its human form. She looked at everyone with fiery red eyes and said, "Who's the owner of the painting?" Without missing a beat, Pain and the three elders pointed at Gu Yuan. The others were not slow in reacting. They followed and pointed at Gu Yuan, too. The lady looked at Gu Yuan. Gasp. Gu Yuan felt his skin crawl. He almost passed out. His heart was racing as he said, "Lord Phoenix, it was given to me by an expert. It's a long story." Everyone was intrigued, too, especially Pain. He realized that Gu Yuan was not bluffing at all. The expert he spoke of probably existed, and he was probably much more powerful than he thought. He could not believe that Gu Yuan actually met a Bigshot. Forming a relationship with the Bigshot would be a huge breakthrough. The Firefinch demon was a good gift. A nice gift. The lady stared at Gu Yuan and said coldly, "Speak." "The expert lives in the immortal realm. I got to know him through my grandson. He actually gave this painting to my grandson," said Gu Yuan. He did not dare to lie to her, so he told the whole truth. About the writing that killed the immortal. The golden crow painting. The firefinch demon that laid eggs. The taming of the golden bees. The new human sovereign that was probably related to him, too. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly shocked as they listened to his descriptions. If it was not for the mighty phoenix being there, they would have gasped loudly. If the golden crow was not an example, they would have assumed that Gu Yuan was spewing nonsense. Too horrifying, utterly unimaginable. What kind of big shot was that? Why would God allow an existence like that? The Phoenix lady was shocked, too. Her thin brows furrowed as she said, "You said the expert wanted a ride?" "Yes," nodded Gu Yuan. He suddenly had an idea. He clenched his jaw and went for it. He said, "I thought the expert gave this painting to me out of nowhere. Now that I think about it, it seems that the expert already predicted that it'd end up in the above immortal realm and that it'd summon you." No wonder the expert disliked the firefinch demon. He already had a goal in mind. Of course, how would the firefinch demon be worthy of the expert? In comparison to the phoenix, it was more like a turkey, right? What flawless prediction! The lady said, "Are you saying that the expert painted it for me? He wants to write me?" Chapter 217, How nice would it be if things were how it originally was? Payne and the others were expressionless. They pretended like they did not hear anything. They did not know how to answer that question. No matter what the answer was, it would only lead to doom. Thankfully, the lady did not wait for them to answer it. She raised her chin up slightly and said, "Ha, that's not enough to be worth it." Everyone was silent as they did not know what to reply. Her red hair flowed in the wind. Her eyes were like flames as she said, "Where does the expert live in the immortal realm?" This could be answered by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan jumped and quickly replied, "Near the birth of the human sovereign." The lady with red hair did not say anything. She glanced snidely at everyone and walked away before she disappeared into the horizon. Phew! Everyone sighed in relief. The Phoenix lady gave them too much pressure. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when she was there. They had to tread carefully in fear that she would burn them with her flames and end them. Scary, so scary. That was the fire phoenix. Her feathers were burning with phoenix fire. Nobody could touch it. Only experts would dare to ride it. Gasp. What are you gasping for? I was too shocked earlier on, but the lady was still here, so I held it in. I feel much better now that I've let it out. I should try it, too. Gasp. Indeed, I feel much better. Gasp. Gu Yuan also gasped. The expert's truly an expert. A hint plus a plan. We wouldn't have seen it coming. I stupidly thought I was being helpful when I sent him the firefinch demon. In the end, it ended up as a hen. Nonsense. It's not stupid. It was smart, Payne said loudly with a straight face. Being a cultivator's all about seizing opportunities. Opportunities are considered luck. How do you get lucky? You gave the expert a firefinch demon that could lay eggs which pleased the expert. Here comes your luck, right? What's the use of hard work? Seizing opportunities is more important. You did well. Good job. Truly my favorite student. Gu Yuan was baffled. He said, "Sect Master, I don't remember you putting it that way previously." Payne calmly said, "Are you brain dead? Go with the flow and adapt to the situation." Gu Yuan did not say anything. He was secretly filled with despise. In conclusion, he was noble in front of others but was secretly a bootlicker. He hid it so well. How shameless. No wonder Sect Master Ding disliked him. Ding Xiaohu nodded and said, "I agree with that. If it's an expert like that, just focus on pleasing him. If you have a chance to impress him, do it first, no matter what. If you do it correctly, you'll please the expert. Even if you do it wrongly, the expert won't exactly dislike it since it's genuine effort." Gu Yuan suddenly felt his heart drop. How did they say that with straight faces? How shameless. He felt pressured to work harder since there were new competitors. Everyone was thinking of ways to please the expert. Suddenly, Payne had an idea. He laughed loudly as his eyes sparkled. "I know, I got it." He was flushed and shaking from excitement. The expert likes firefinch demon eggs, but he only has one firefinch demon. How's that enough? I have 5 more in my backyard. Give them all to the expert. He'll be pleased. Ding Xiaohu asked, Are you sure all the firefinch demons can lay eggs? It doesn't matter if they don't. The last time, the expert didn't get the chance to eat turkey because the firefinch demons suddenly started laying eggs. He must have felt like it was a pity. The firefinch demons that aren't able to lay eggs can satiate the expert's hunger. I'm a genius. Payne was excited and chirpy. Let's go back and catch the firefinch demons for the expert. Soon, they arrived at the Azureville sect. The firefinch demons were resting in the backyard garden smugly. They cheerfully discussed how the sect master would punish Gu Yuan. Then, they saw Payne walking in with Gu Yuan. Huh? They were baffled. Is he going to punish Gu Yuan in front of us? That's not good. Isn't it too cruel? Smiling, Payne asked, "Everyone, I have a huge opportunity for you all." The firefinch demons were more baffled. Why did that sound so familiar? They had heard it before. It did not sound right. Your leader went ahead of you. Now, you all have to follow suit. Payne said, "Those who can lay eggs should practice laying more. Those who can't should tenderize your meat and make sure it's juicy." Gu Yuan said, "Sect Master, should I gather them up and give them to my grandson in the immortal realm so he can give them to the expert?" "No, we have to show up for something major like this, right? It's basic respect for the expert," said Payne. Gu Yuan said, "But as immortals, descending to the immortal realm will disrupt the natural order. We'll get punished for it. So what? I'd rather die than not meet the expert. More obstacles are good. It shows that I'm genuine." Payne was sure of himself. He said, "Next, gather everyone in the sect. It's time to plan our trip to the immortal realm. It's been too many years. I wonder what the immortal realm has become. So exciting." At the foot of the fallen immortal mountain, the Holy Emperor stood there with Luo Shiyu for a long time. He sighed heavily and slowly walked toward the mountain. They looked somewhat troubled. Luo Shiyu asked, "Dad, the expert has helped us so much. Aren't we being a little too stingy if we're only bringing him a jar of alcohol?" "It's precisely because the expert has helped us too much that I only brought the alcohol." The Holy Emperor shook his head while looking down. He said, "We can't pay him back for the blessings he gave us. Nothing will be good enough. I've thought about it. The expert doesn't need anything, but it seems like he hasn't had any alcohol yet, so I brought him a jar of alcohol to show our thoughtfulness." Luo Shiyu was feeling sentimental. She reminisced as she said, "I remember when we first got here. I knew if the expert stayed in the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, he'd bring us great benefits. But I didn't expect it to be so great. The human sovereign was here. He represented the common people. The bridge to immortality was now reconnected, too. That was good news for cultivators. Also, the human sovereign was from the Xia Kingdom, which is in the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. Therefore, the entire Ganlong Immortal Dynasty benefited greatly as a whole. The luck and spiritual chi had significantly increased. They went from being a small sect to a holy ground that was of the same level as the Lingxian Palace. They had been receiving a lot of visitors recently, too. Some came from powerful and famous sects, but the powerful cultivators did not dare to be smug in front of the Holy Emperor. However, the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu were under pressure. As they walked, Luo Shiyu looked like she was in a daze. She thought about the first time she met the expert. It seemed like she was the first one to meet the expert. She suddenly sighed and said, "How nice would it be if things were how it originally was." Chapter 218, Ruthless, he was ruthless. The Holy Emperor looked at Luo Shiyu and nodded. Yeah. At that time, not a lot of people knew about the expert. He could visit the expert frequently. Now, there were too many bootlickers around, each cooler than the last. There was no room for him to kiss up to the expert anymore. Sigh, exhausting. They did not know what other reason they had to visit the expert aside for the benefit of the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. This jar of alcohol is called the Immortal Brew. It was invented by an alcoholic a million years ago. The alcoholic ascended soon after, so that's how it got its name. This is pretty much the best alcohol in the immortal realm. I worked hard to get it." The Holy Emperor said, "The expert won't be impressed by our items, but if we're to bring him something, it should be the best." Luo Shiyu looked down and said, "Unless the expert calls for us, I'm afraid we won't be hanging around him anymore." The Ganlong Immortal Dynasty was an average sect with limited items and resources. They were no longer worthy to visit the expert. The others could battle with their immortal ancestors. They did not have that. Such a cruel world. They were too weak to be worthy bootlickers. They were slightly taken aback while they were walking as they saw a figure walking on the mountain road, too. That person was dressed for the occasion. However, he looked dazed and distracted. He kept mumbling while walking, "It's too hard. Too hard. I can't solve it." The Holy Emperor arched his eyebrow. He hurriedly walked forward and said, "Pal, wait up." That person snapped out of his daze and looked at the Holy Emperor. "Greetings, Cultivator." The Holy Emperor asked, "Cultivator, may I ask why you're walking up the mountain?" That person groaned before answering with a riddle. Confusion in mind, came for answers. The Holy Emperor felt like someone had tugged on his heartstrings. He said in a low voice, "Lighter?" That person laughed and replied, "Refrigerator." Suddenly, they both laughed while looking at each other. The Holy Emperor saluted, "Ha, so you're a colleague. I'm the Holy Emperor from the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty." The person replied, "I'm the chess fanatic. Why don't we go together?" "Good, good." They were instantly close, chatting with each other on the way up. Truthfully, they both had something in mind. The Holy Emperor felt like he no longer deserved to be a chess piece for the expert. The chess fanatic felt like his chess skills were weak. He had not been playing chess because he felt like something ominous was about to befall upon him. Soon, they saw the four-part architecture. At that moment, they felt anxious. They felt like they were peasants visiting their rich friend. Luo Shiyu bit her lip and asked, "Is Mr. Li home?" Creak. Li Nianfan opened the door and instantly smiled. "It's you guys. I saw a magpie on the branch today, so I knew some guests would be visiting me. Please, come in." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu were the first cultivators he knew. The chess fanatic was a rare intermediate chess player. Li Nianfan knew them well, they were old friends. He was naturally friendly towards them. The Holy Emperor and the others were shocked and overjoyed. "Thanks, Mr. Li." They greeted Daji when they walked in, "Greetings to Lady Daji." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Sit anywhere. Xiao Bei, bring out the soda." "Thanks." The Holy Emperor carefully took the soda from Xiao Bei. He was blushing. The soda was more valuable than his jar of alcohol. He grabbed the jar and went for it. "Mr. Li, this is a jar of alcohol that I got from someone. A small gift for you." "Oh? You brought me alcohol?" Li Nianfan was surprised. He took the jar and sniffed it. Then, he complimented, "It's nice alcohol." The alcohol was fantastic for the immortal realm. Fine brewing methods were hard to come by. Li Nianfan did not like to drink alcohol, so he never made his own brew. He could make some in the future for casual occasions or guests. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Holy Emperor, you're too courteous." He noticed Li Nianfan did not dislike it, so he sighed in relief. He said, "Mr. Li, we know about what you did at the Xia Kingdom. It affects my Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, too. The plague had spread on all sides. You're truly the hero of the people." "Ha, that's too much of a compliment. It's not a big deal at all." Li Nianfan laughed it off, but deep down, he felt good. This old man was good with words. He looked at the chess fanatic and smiled. "Bro, I've been waiting for you to play chess with me, but I never see you around anymore." The chess fanatic looked troubled. He said, "Mr. Li, my chess skills are rough. I'm too embarrassed to be your opponent." At first, he wanted to practice chess with Li Nianfan every day. However, as he got better at chess, he realized that Li Nianfan was mysteriously astounding. Every time he got better at chess, he realized how terrifyingly good Li Nianfan was. It was the truth. He felt like he was looking up at a giant. He was truly embarrassed. Li Nianfan shook his head. "It's just entertainment. Don't be too serious, alright?" He never imagined that there would be a chess fanatic in the immortal realm. Was he even a cultivator? He was completely obsessed with playing chess. He had the talent to be a cultivator. Was it not a waste to stop training? He thought about it and suggested, "Bro, let me tell you something. Chess is just for entertainment, so don't neglect your cultivation." He meant it. At that moment, Li Nianfan felt like a kid who was not able to go to school. Seeing another school kid fooling around and skipping classes was too painful to watch. The chess fanatic felt his heart drop. The expert was testing him. He hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. Chess is so profound. Why would I waste my energy on cultivation? I've already quit being a cultivator to focus on chess." Gasp. Li Nianfan was dumbfounded. Ruthless, he was ruthless. He stopped being a cultivator to play chess? This. Was he trying to show off? Oh no. Li Nianfan felt a critical hit. He glanced around. The sword was too far from him. Otherwise, he would split this spoiled rich guy in half. The chess fanatic was happy when he saw how Li Nianfan reacted. It was the right choice to quit cultivating. Look, even the experts shocked by my determination. He must think I have huge potential. Chapter 219, What did you understand? Fine. Everyone had different ambitions. He had already quit, so it was too late to say anything. Li Nianfan was speechless when he saw that the chess fanatic looked like he was waiting for a compliment. Maybe he was happy and delusional. Li Nianfan calmed down and said, "Looks like you really like chess." "Of course." The chess fanatic said. "Actually, I came here to ask you something, Mr. Li." "Oh? Did you want to play chess with me?" Li Nianfan raised his eyebrows. "Sure, I can see how far you've improved at chess." "Not that. I'm currently facing an obstacle," the chess fanatic said. "If a game of chess becomes too difficult and hopeless, and you don't know where to place the chess pieces, what would you do?" Li Nianfan was slightly baffled. "Duh. Restart the game." The chess fanatic looked at Li Nianfan seriously. "No way, it can't be restarted." Li Nianfan said, "Then it's unsolvable." The chess fanatic shook his head. "No, there must be a solution." "Then, play it slowly." "It's too hard. I can't do it." Li Nianfan was silent. He suddenly realized the chess fanatic was an idiot. He was a Mag Junliang knockoff. Not only was he ruthless for quitting cultivation just to play chess, he was also abnormal in the head. What if he went nuts because of the one god by a nose story? Suddenly, Li Nianfan felt guilty. He looked at him with pity and tried to make up for it. He said, "I should play chess with you." The chess fanatic shook his head. He was in a daze as he said, "If I can't figure it out, I'll never play chess again." Why was he being stubborn? Li Nianfan frowned and had an idea. He said, "What if we don't play Chinese chess today? Let's play a simpler one." The chess fanatic shook his head, still in a daze. It seemed like he was far from sensibility. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu weakly spoke up from the sidelines, "Mr. Li, maybe I can play with you?" Li Nianfan groaned for a moment before he said, "All right." Luo Shiyu sucked at chess, but Gamoku was way simpler. Playing this should be simple enough to pass the time. The game's easy. It's called Gamoku. Li Nianfan roughly introduced the game and explained the rules. Everyone understood it. It was unimaginably simple. Was this also considered chess? The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu could not believe it. The chess fanatic started to have hope in his eyes. He was slightly frowning while looking at the chessboard. Although he said he would not play chess again, he was still interested in chess. He paid close attention to their game. Li Nianfan gestured at the board and said, "You first." Luo Shiyu nodded and took a deep breath. Tap. She placed a white chess piece on the chessboard. Li Nianfan placed his chess piece next to hers without thinking about it. Tap, tap, tap. In just 20 moves, Luo Shiyu lost due to her carelessness. Arg. I didn't notice that there. Luo Shiyu looked troubled and sighed heavily. So close. "Mr. Li, can we play another round?" Li Nianfan did not say anything. He merely gestured at the chessboard again. Tap, tap, tap. During the second round, the two of them attacked each other, their black and white chess pieces going back and forth. At that point, it seemed like it was anyone's game. However, after a short while, Luo Shiyu still lost. Luo Shiyu was not satisfied. It was so easy. She almost won. Why did she keep losing? Then, the third round started. Then, the fourth round. The chess fanatic was sitting by the side. He was extremely focused. He looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard and started to breathe heavily. Sometimes, the white pieces would be blocking the black pieces. Other times, it was the other way around. The two of them were not allowing each other to move. They were constantly playing defense while also poised to attack. It looked simple, but it was hard for either of them to make a move. Wisdom. It contained wisdom. The chess fanatic's eyes widened. He had goosebumps all over. He was trembling from being emotional. From his point of view, the game was constantly expanding and changing. In the end, the black and white dots formed a small universe that was coming at him. Gamoku seemed easy, But it was hard trying to connect 5 chess pieces because it was the opponent's objective to stop that from happening. However, one could start with a seemingly insignificant chess piece as the opening, then expand from there and overcome obstacles. The goal was clear, the methods were easy, but the process was difficult. He was frightened by the difficult process, so he did not dare to play chess. How ridiculous was he being? As long as the goal was clear, he could do it slowly, step by step. Look for an opportunity, stop the opponents, and improve himself. He would win in the end. I understand. He was flushed from being emotional. This was not a game, the expert was clearly giving him a hint. The 6th round was over. Luo Shiyu lost yet again. All right, I'm done. Li Nianfan chuckled. He looked at the chess fanatic and said, "Are you sure you don't want to try it?" The chess fanatic suddenly stood up. He looked determined and respectfully bowed at Li Nianfan. "Thank you for solving my problem, Mr. Li. I understand now." "You understand?" Li Nianfan was dumbfounded. "What did I do? What did you understand?" The chess fanatic said humbly, "Luckily, I learned quite a bit from your Gamoku games. Thanks for solving my problem, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan was quiet for a while before he said, "I didn't even try to solve your problem. It's all in your head." He tried to deny it because this guy had a pretty abnormal mindset. He did not want to be blamed if anything happened to him. The chess fanatic nodded continuously as he said, "I get it, I get it." Li Nianfan rolled his eyes. "What did you get?" The chess fanatic seemed to be in a hurry to go back and learn from his mistakes. He said, "Sorry for the disturbance today, Mr. Li. Farewell." Li Nianfan did not want him to stay. He waved and said, "Yeah, goodbye." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu read the situation and hurriedly say their goodbyes, too. They walked out of the 4-part architecture and chased after the chess fanatic. "Pal, wait up." The Holy Emperor asked, "May I ask, pal, what did you understand? Did the expert give you a hint again?" "The expert used the chess game to help me solve my issue." The chess fanatic paused. Then, he said, "I recall you were troubled because you thought you were worthless to the expert?" The Holy Emperor sighed softly and said, "Yes." The chess fanatic looked upon the horizon and said respectfully, "The expert's an expert after all. He invented Gamoku, a game that's so complicated in its simplicity. He didn't just solve my problem, he solved yours, too." Chapter 220, Group Immortalize. Solve our problems? The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu both stared at the chess fanatic with wide eyes. The Holy Emperor said, "Please, tell us how so, pal." The chess fanatic looked at Luo Shiyu and asked, "In Gamoku, your goal is to connect 5 chess pieces. Between the first piece and the 5th piece, which do you think is more important?" Luo Shiyu answered without thinking, "The 5th piece is more important. It's the piece that decides the game." "Not exactly." The chess fanatic shook his head and said, "They're all equally important. If there's no first piece, the 5th piece won't be of any use." The Holy Emperor understood. He said excitedly, "So, to the expert, we're like the first piece. Simple but significant." The chess fanatic nodded and said, "Yes. Think about it. Doesn't the expert make his first moves through all of you?" "Yes, you're right." The Holy Emperor teared up and cried. "So, the expert remembers us after all this time. He approves of our value after all. Boo-hoo." Luo Shiyu was extremely touched, too. She bit her lip and said, "The expert has helped us so much. It's too bad we're incompetent. We might be useless to the expert from now on." "You're wrong." The chess fanatic looked away and said, "Gamoku's a game where you can't predict which chess piece is the losing piece. No chess piece is extra or insignificant. That was the expert's hint. Stop deprecating yourselves and do your best." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu were motivated. "Thanks for pointing it out, pal." The chess fanatic saluted. "I learned a lot from the expert today. I have to go back and study it. Goodbye." "Goodbye." The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu watched the chess fanatic leave. They looked determined. "Let's go, the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty's lucky to be blessed by the expert. We have to work hard and please him." At the Xia Kingdom. In comparison to before, the Xia Kingdom was on a whole new level. For example, their cities had expanded twice in size. The surrounding banditries had also been completely dealt with. Apart from appearances, their patriotism was more prominent. Recently, a lot of cultivators had been coming to visit. Most were from small sects and a few came from bigger sects. They were all here to collaborate and unite. Additionally, when the bridge to immortality was reconnected, a lot of hidden Bigshots showed up and visited the Xia Kingdom, too. Gu Changqing was with the Gu siblings. Gu Ziyu asked, "Dad, is the human sovereign fancy? Is he even human?" Gu Changqing said, "He's human, but he's the chosen one with luck. He carries the fate of the realm." Gu Ziyu frowned and said, "Luck? You mean he's lucky?" Gu Changqing shook his head and said, "Lucky is used to describe a person while luck describes a nation. It's more powerful." He knew the siblings were too young to understand. He continued, "Luck can guarantee you more opportunities. It can lessen your natural tribulation and make your cultivation easier." The Gu siblings understood. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they said, "So awesome! Duh, you work for the world. Did you think the world would treat you badly?" Gu Changqing said, "Now that the Xia Kingdom has impressed the world, these sects want to share the glory so they can benefit from it. They'll naturally come to kiss up to the Xia Kingdom." Gu Ziyu said, "Then, I want to work for the world, too." Gu Changqing rolled his eyes. "Are you worthy?" Then, they arrived at the Xia Kingdom. "All right, stop talking," reminded Gu Changqing. Zhou Yunwu was not in the palace. He was standing on top of a tower. A lot of humans and cultivators were gathered here. It was a rare sight to see a huge crowd like that. The humans came to watch, but it was different for the cultivators. They all looked shocked. Discussions could be heard. "I can't believe the human sovereign's here. The bridge to immortality has been reconnected, too. What does this mean?" "It signifies a new era. We don't know if it's good or bad, but from the looks of it, it's quite beneficial for cultivators. There are so many cultivators today. The human sovereign's waiting outside, too. What's going on?" The cultivator did not answer. Instead, he asked, "The bridge to immortality has been reconnected. Have you heard of anyone stepping into the heavenly gates?" "Not yet, but not for long. A lot of big shots showed up, right? According to reliable sources, they plan to meet tonight and step into the heavenly gates together." Yikes! But why choose here? There would be dimensional tribulations if they step into the above immortal realm through the heavenly gates. It's also dangerous. Everyone here's trying to gain some of the human sovereign's luck. I think it'll be easier to immortalize with his blessings. Why tonight? Why so many whys? How would I know? Time slipped by. It was getting dark. Everyone was excited. Conversations were getting quieter. Immortalization. It had not occurred in over thousands of years. Now, they were going to immortalize as a group. It would be a majestic sight to behold. Suddenly, an elder in yellow robes appeared out of nowhere. He was walking on air. Very few people recognized him, but he was wearing a robe with a dragon on it, so he was clearly an old emperor. He emitted a powerful aura. It was very impressive. However, he was as skinny as a bag of bones. He was pale, reeked of death, and was apparently at the end of his life. He appeared on top of the tower in the blink of an eye. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'm the sect master of the Daeon Immortal Dynasty. Greetings to the human sovereign. We want to immortalize on this land." Zhou Yunwu quickly saluted, too. Then, a shockingly powerful aura appeared from afar. It was an old lady with a crutch. She appeared in a flash. She was a cultivator from the Mahayala realm. However, she could not maintain her appearance. She, too, was old and did not have many days left. Suddenly, 3 more elders appeared in the sky. They were also lifeless and old. They all greeted Zhou Yunwu. Zhou Yunwu was the reason why the bridge to immortality reconnected. He gave them the chance to immortalize, so they had to be polite. Time slipped by and it was night time. About 13 cultivators were ready to immortalize together. Among these 13 cultivators, there were 3 elders who were rumored dead. And, it was not over yet. Rare cultivators from the Mahayala realm started showing up one after another. The aura at the field was utterly intense. Chapter 221, Over a Limit. Until midnight, 38 Mahayala cultivators had gathered on the high tower. Every single one of them was amongst the finest cultivators in the immortal realm, and they were all gathered here at this moment. This shocking sight made everyone hold their breaths. So majestic. However, what was even more shocking was that all of them looked weak and worn out, as if they could be blown away by the wind. Reality was harsh. One could cultivate all their lives and end up like a pile of yellow soil in the end. For the sake of wisdom. Today, we've gathered here to fight for our last gleam of life. We'll borrow life from heaven, find our way there, and seek for longevity." The first elderly emperor let out a roar, shaking his surroundings. After he spoke, he rose into the air and soared toward the sky. He exuded an air of authority and power. The others did not want to lose out. They went on to the path of immortalization as well. Their auras were at their peaks as if it was their last shot at glory in life. It was also as if they were striving toward a new life, exuding an oppressive aura toward the sky. Dasheng Immortal Palace, Zhou 14,500 years of cultivation. Striving for longevity. Tianyun Sect, ex-sect master, Li Gan, 13,200 years of cultivation. Striving for longevity. Southern Lin family, Lin Mofeng, 15,000 years of cultivation. Striving for longevity. Voices resonated in the air. They wanted to mark their names in this immortal realm. Countless cultivators did indeed mark down their names. Many people looked shocked and surprised. So, this man was that well-known cultivator back in the day. All 38 of them were no longer powerful like they once were. Now, they were aged and weak like ants, fighting for the last gleam of life. Someone could not help sighing as he said, "Mark this moment. This represents the arrival of a new era." From now on, the Mahayala realm would no longer be the most powerful rank in the immortal realm. Additionally, due to the resurfacing of spiritual chi, there'd be more Mahayala realm cultivators. Do you think they'll succeed? I don't know. However, the chances are small. Transgressing to another space would take up a lot of spiritual chi. It required good stamina, something that naturally decreased as one aged. Especially for this bunch who were already half dead. It was apparent that they did not have much stamina left in them. However, in comparison to being tied down in this realm, they were considered lucky. They could at least give it one more shot during the last moment of their lives now that the bridge between the two realms was rebuilt. Vroom. Suddenly, ripples appeared between the sky and the ground. The power of the Mahayala cultivators caused a golden gate to appear in the air. It was extremely majestic, and it conjured the urge to worship it at the sight of it. Meanwhile, a thick wave of ancient aura exploded. The heavenly gate that had remained unused for so many years, appeared in this realm again. Rays of golden light washed down from above, forming pillars that trapped all 38 of them. One could see the cells reviving in their bodies as their wrinkled skin started to smoothen. Immortal Chi. It's the baptism of immortal Chi. The cultivators below watched, impressed. Sounds of admiration were heard. The 38 cultivators looked delighted. They also had looks of determination in their eyes as they rose into the sky even quicker. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Gate, we're here. Immortal Land. We're coming. Going right into it without looking back. When the cultivators saw this, they instantly felt a wave of godly aura washing over them. They clenched their fists in excitement. One day, it would be their turn. They were extremely excited watching the 38 cultivators as they entered the heavenly gate, one after another. However, the glory was suddenly destroyed in the next moment. Suddenly, an elder who was immortalizing rushed out from the heavenly gate. It was the elderly emperor who took the lead earlier. He looked shocked. It seemed like he was panicking as he was rushing away from the gate. Swiftly after, a second figure appeared. It was the other elderly man who did not seem to care where his walking cane had gone. He was running super quickly. Then, the third man, the fourth. The crowd rubbed their eyes. They thought they were hallucinating. What happened to the without looking back spirit? Did they not say they were never coming back? Vroom. In the next instance, wild flames shot out from the heavenly gate. The flame was too strong. Too strong. It was like a tsunami of fire that instantly engulfed the entire sky. Everyone's heart was thumping loudly. They looked up to see the fierce flames shooting across the sky. By then, the sky had turned into a sea of fire. The sky lit up so brightly all around. The terrifying heat increased suddenly. This. The crowd's brains blanked out. They could only feel their throats turning dry. They were all dumbfounded by this strange scenario. Some with better coping mechanisms had snapped out of the shock. They turned around and started running. Why run? Do I seem so scary to you? A piercing sound rang in the air, penetrating their souls. Swiftly after, the flame retreated back to the heavenly gate. In its place stood a woman in a red flowy dress. She had red hair and red eyes. Her skin was fair like jade. She was barefooted. Her nails and toenails were painted red. She reached out with her delicate hand. Instantly, the 38 Mahayala cultivators who were running away could no longer move forward. Instead, they flew toward the woman. "You accidentally helped me open up the heavenly gate. I, the Fire Phoenix, don't like to be indebted. Therefore, I shall help all of you to immortalize." Her calm voice resonated from her lips, sounding arrogant. She pushed gently, and the 38 cultivators were instantly engulfed in flames. They were being pushed toward the heavenly gate. The people walking from below were flabbergasted. They had turned into sculptures with opened mouths, looking up blankly. Vroom. Deafening sounds resonated in the air again, shocking everyone. A thick cloud started to appear gradually. This cloud was too thick. It was so thick that it engulfed the heavenly gate completely. Streaks of lightning appeared in the cloud like silver snakes. The sight was terrifying. The people watching could only feel their scalps growing numb as all their hair stood up like spikes. This natural tribulation was so terrifying that it was beyond words. It was like the end of the world. Everyone felt that their scalps were about to explode, and yet none of them were able to move. Vroom. The cloud was still thickening. It was so thick that it seemed as if it was not far off the ground. It looked as if it was about to collapse and fall. Such a terrifying natural tribulation was indeed beyond one's imagination. However, the cloud hovered above the woman's head as if she had done something that angered the sky. The woman looked up at the sky with her unperturbed and arrogant face. Finally, she frowned. "I came down from the immortal land and helped 38 cultivators immortalize. I seem to have crossed my limit." Chapter 222, You Just Can't Wait to Ride Me? Vroom. Lightning flashed abruptly. Luckily, it was building up inside the cloud. Even so, its effect was shocking. The entire sky almost turned red. That was right. The sky turned red. The lightning was red. The white light had a hint of bloody red in it. It was very terrifying. The crowd below was so shocked that they no longer knew what to do. Under the oppressive sky, they could not even escape. They all knew that once lightning struck, even just a hint of its aftermath would kill them instantly. Their pupils dilated in despair. They called out in their hearts, "I beg you. Please, leave." As if she heard the inner pleas of the people, the Fire Phoenix took a glance at the people below her before turning into a ray of light, soaring into the sky. The extremely thick cloud followed closely behind her, gradually disappearing. Phew! They all let out a sigh. Instantly, all the cultivators and ordinary men in the area felt their bodies go soft. They panted heavily as they fell to the ground. So terrifying. So ferocious. Someone said in a trembling voice, An immortal came down." Immortal? That was a goddess. So powerful. Way beyond an immortal. Exactly. My ancestor's an immortal, but she's incomparable to that woman. Although the lightning did not strike, the remaining current made them feel numb and listless. Gu Ziyu's scalp went numb as he cried out in shock, "Father, the woman." Gu Changqing had the same shocked look on his face. He took in a deep breath and said, "Don't speak. I'll ask my grandpa later." Everyone, a cultivator stood up and said, "Would anyone like to form a group to investigate this? An existence like her coming to our immortal realm is a big deal." Many people fell silent. Meanwhile, vroom! A flash of lightning struck from the sky. The woman had flown too far away, but the lightning still lit up the entire sky. The red lightning was like a red dragon, cutting the sky into two halves. Just one hint of its aftermath could make one shiver and shrink uncontrollably. "No, I'm not going. It's too scary. Once we go, we'll die." Who'd have such a crazy thought? Unbelievable. How did he survive until now? Everyone. It's not safe here. I should go now. I'm leaving, too. Instantly, rays of light rose from the Xia kingdom. They shot out in all directions and targeted the area where the lightning struck. The Fire Phoenix's face darkened. She raised her hand and the flames surrounded the lights, forming a shield. Vroom! Another flash of lightning struck from above. The flaming shield reverberated, sending ripples out in waves. However, clouds were still rapidly forming. Lightning was also building up at a terrifying speed. Vroom! This time, lightning struck 3 times in a row, creating an opening in the flaming shield made by the woman. Swiftly after came the 4th strike of lightning. For an immortal to descend to the immortal realm, one would have to go through a natural tribulation. The stronger the immortal, the more terrifying the natural tribulation. In the case of the Fire Phoenix, she helped the cultivators immortalize. That was one extra crime. The severity and power of the natural tribulation had gone up a few notches. Even though she was a Fire Phoenix who had real fire in her and was much stronger than her peers, she was still unable to get away from it. The authority of heaven was not to be dismissed. The real dragons and phoenixes had been wiped out over time. By now, the Fire Phoenix was the only pure phoenix left. The Fire Phoenix bit her red lip and looked up at the sky. A pair of wings sprouted from her back, followed by a bright flash of red light soaring to the sky. Instantly, she had transformed into a bright red phoenix. Perhaps it was because she had absorbed some of the fire from the golden crow that her tail had some golden feathers, too. Once the phoenix's wings unfurled, it shot toward the deep end of the forest. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it was traveling at 1,000 miles in a blink of an eye. However, the cloud was still following her closely, not willing to let her go. Vroom. One could see that countless red lightning strikes were flashing from above as if they had their own free will. Each strike came closely after another, causing a terrifying sight. "Jeez!" The Fire Phoenix called out gently as fire engulfed her body like a flaming jacket. However, this jacket seemed to fizzle. The flames were being weakened significantly by the wind. Its eyes darkened. If this went on, perhaps it would have to go through countless years to build up its strength again. I shouldn't have come down. I came here to find an unknown expert living in this ordinary realm, but it seems that I've got myself in trouble. Vroom. Another lightning struck through the layer of flames, leaving a burnt black mark on its body. It looked at its surroundings in an attempt to survive. Didn't they say the expert lived around here? Where is he? Right. The firefinch and the golden bees. I can use my bloodline to sense their location. The phoenix took a deep breath as it flew in one direction, seeking refuge from the oncoming lightning strikes. Boom. 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 The deadly red lightning strikes crashed at a rhythmic pace, striking one after another from the sky. The Fire Phoenix was wobbly in the air, trying to avoid the natural tribulation. It could not help saying breathlessly, "Are you done yet? Is this even fun?" Right after saying that, the lightning strikes ended. In fact, it was building up into a scalp-numbing blow. The force gathered was so strong that it even made the gigantic trees bend from the pressure. This was going to be a massive hit. The Fire Phoenix looked at it in fear. It felt as if it was being punished by the sky. Instantly, it adhered to reality and said, "Bro, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, in the deep end of the forest, a simple yet grand four-part architecture appeared in sight. The four-part architecture was sheltered by the trees with layers of mist covering its surroundings, exuding a sense of mystery from within. Other than the firefinch demon and the golden bees, there was a hint of chi even more terrifying than theirs. Not only that, the mist surrounding the four-part architecture was actually immortal chi. Why was there such a place in this ordinary realm? The Fire Phoenix's eyes lit up. Instead of being stunned, it rushed toward it quickly. Vroom. Meanwhile, the natural tribulation in the sky had grown to its extremes. The dark cloud had turned into a red cloud, very cruel. One look at it would cause one to lose the will to resist. Vroom. A thick, pure red, jagged lightning struck. Vroom. The world turned bloody red. The air seemed still, as if numbed by the electric current. So shocking. Help! Help me! The Fire Phoenix's scalp was itching. It used up all of its remaining strength to rush toward the yard. Another lightning struck, illuminating the entire fallen town. Once the final hit struck, it might wipe out the entire fallen immortal mountain entirely. However, just as the final hit was about to strike the Fire Phoenix, half of the strike was suddenly diverted as if it was being manipulated by something else. It struck the sharp rod that was on top of the four-part architecture. Vroom. The lightning and thunder vibrated vigorously, coursing through the lightning rod and traveling through the walls of the four-part architecture. It was wild, but soon after, everything became calm again. The remaining portion of the strike landed on the Fire Phoenix's chest. Instantly, the flame around it dissipated. It cried out in pain before falling from the air, landing on the ground heavily. The clouds dispersed and the night sky returned to its peacefulness. Click. The door of the four-part architecture swung open. Lin Yanfan walked out from within, looking suspicious and shocked. What happened? An explosion? He was uneasy since the thunderclaps were ringing too loudly. Even the world lit up for a bit. The Bigshots in the immortal realm really loved thunderstorms. Meanwhile, his eyes widened as his heart skipped a beat. A gigantic figure had landed not too far away from the four-part architecture. This figure was too eye-catching. Its red feathers were sparkling with liveliness. It almost looked like a moving flame under the night sky. Firebird? Demon? These were Li Nianfan's first thoughts. The bird's appearance was too extraordinary. It looked exquisite, nothing like an ordinary animal. After living in this immortal realm for so long, he knew at least a thing or two about this realm. Perhaps the crying sound he heard earlier came from this bird? Meanwhile, the bird's wings moved slightly. The movement was followed by a burnt smell. Li Nianfan hesitated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gradually approached the bird. This was the first time Li Nianfan had gotten so close to a living demon ever since his arrival in this realm. Although it was a hurt demon, he still felt uneasy. Although I'm an ordinary man, I've eaten quite some demon meat. What's there to be afraid of? He cheered himself up as he approached it while yelling in the direction of the four-part architecture, "Blackie, Xiao Bei, come and protect me." If anything were to happen, at least the two of them could help. If it was not due to the inconvenience, he wanted to carry the old tortoise over from the backyard. As he went closer, he could finally see the firebird completely. There were no other words to describe this bird other than beautiful and majestic. So exquisite. Both of its eyes were shut and parts of its beautiful feathers were burned, especially around its chest. Not only were the feathers burned off, but there was also a big bleeding wound. Its chest was rising and falling weakly. How cruel! Li Nianfan became even braver. It was so badly hurt that even if it was alive, it would not cause any threat to him. He walked over and could not help touching the extremely beautiful feathers on the bird. Wow! The touch is too tender. So warm, so soft, and very smooth. Li Nianfan could not stop touching it. After touching it for quite a while, he crossed one leg over and reached out to help the bird turn over. As he touched the bird's wings and held it gently, the bird opened its eyes in a blur. When it saw Li Nianfan, it was first perplexed. Then, it noticed that Li Nianfan was on top of its body. It was in a state of shock. It cried out, sounding embarrassed, "What are you doing? I'm in this state and you just can't wait to ride me?" Chapter 223, Too Caught Up in Pretending. The fire phoenix went from being perplexed to being shocked. Then, surprised. It had the urge to resist. It was struggling. If it was not in so much pain, it would have fought this so-called expert. He was not a man. Li Nianfan was shocked, too. Damn! It really is a demon who can speak. The voice sounds like a woman. It sounds good. However, he felt wrongly accused. What did the bird mean by him writing it? Why did it sound so embarrassed? However, the words of the bird demon made Li Nianfan's eyes sparkle. The bird was so big and so pretty. How cool would he look if he were to ride it? He was envious of the crane demon from the Azureville. Now, this demon came up to his door? Since it was hurt, he could take it in and heal it. Then, it would be touched and look for a way to repay him. After that, he would be able to ride on it. Perhaps it could also protect him. This plot was too perfect. However, Li Nianfan had to make sure of one thing. How did you get so hurt? Is someone chasing after you? The firebird looked at him in hatred as it said arrogantly, "Chase after me? Who would even dare chase after me in this world?" Very well, then. Li Nianfan sighed in relief. He wanted to make sure of it to avoid being dragged into some conflict. Although the bird sounded arrogant, it was probably not being hunted. Furthermore, it did not seem evil, so it did not look like a bad demon. Li Nianfan found a good angle and started moving the fire phoenix's wings. Instantly, the fire phoenix resisted. It scoffed, "What are you doing? Don't you touch me. Go away. How am I supposed to help you? You're so hurt, I'd advise you not to move around too much. Beware of your organs falling out." Li Nianfan said in shock. He then said to Xiao Bei, "Come and give me a hand. We'll bring it in together." The fire phoenix continued to struggle. "Don't touch my feathers. It's messed up." Li Nianfan felt awkward as he explained, "Your feathers are too soft. Don't blame me for that." The fire phoenix was big but it was not heavy. Li Nianfan had already brought it inside and settled it down in the yard before he realized Aji was standing there. She took a look at the fire phoenix and said, "Mr. Li, are you going to eat it?" Instantly, the fire phoenix who was crying out stopped crying. Li Nianfan was shocked, too. He said hastily, Don't say that. The bird's our friend. We can't treat it like food. No way. This was such a beautiful bird, women would be drawn to it by instinct. Yet Daji's first reaction was to eat it? Perhaps he had turned her into a food lover? He walked over to Daji and said in a low voice, "Daji, it's rare for us to come across a flying demon. It happens to be hurt. You need to get close to it and hopefully develop a good relationship with it. Who knows, it might even allow us to ride it." Daji's face changed. She sounded as if she was being treated unfairly. "You want to ride her?" Li Nianfan did not notice the change on Daji's face. He nodded, "Yeah, we're all ordinary people. If we could fly in the sky, we could see more of the outside world. How nice would that be?" Daji's eyelids lowered as she said in a soft voice, "I'll listen to Mr. Li." Meanwhile, the fire phoenix was looking at its surroundings. It first looked at the lightning rod. The sight of the lightning striking it was still flashing in its head. "So, this rod saved me? It looks ordinary and it doesn't even contain any spiritual chi. How unbelievable. There are quite a few treasures in the yard, but most of them have been transformed after being exposed to the high amount of insights. If not, they wouldn't even be as good as immortal items. However, the rooms in the house and the backyard definitely contain something terrifying. Oh, and a small firefinch demon. It has a slight hint of the phoenix bloodline in it, so it can almost be considered an immortal beast." Since the fire phoenix entered the house, the firefinch had been trembling in a corner. That was the godly fire phoenix, the queen of all birds. And it was being carried into the four-part architecture? Did that mean it would be living with the fire phoenix under the same roof? Wow! So nervous. So excited. So uneasy. When the fire phoenix looked at it, the firefinch demon trembled and instinctively laid 3 eggs in a row. Beside it was 5 eggs waiting for Li Nianfan to harvest. The fire phoenix looked away. It could not bear the sight of it. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan walked over with the medical box. The bird was so badly hurt. What a shocking sight. It needed to be treated right away. "All right, I'm going to treat you. Don't move, okay?" Li Nianfan took out a small scalpel and measured the wound. He was about to start the operation. "The area around your wound has been burned. I'll have to remove the dead skin. It'll be slightly painful but you'll have to endure it." The fire phoenix merely turned its head away. It did not speak. Wow, what an arrogant bird. Li Nianfan smiled. He straightened his expression, looking focused. He raised his hand and sliced into the flesh surrounding the wound. Following his movements, the originally unperturbed fire phoenix was instantly shocked. Its eyes widened in surprise. This. It could not help lowering its head to look at its wound. There was indeed no use of spiritual chi. Even the scalpel did not possess any special chi. Why? The scariest thing about the natural tribulation was its law of destruction. Especially the tribulation it faced moments ago. Even if it was just a hint, even if it was not a direct hit, once the law of destruction entered one's body, it would cause death. This was the law of the world, the authority of the law. The fire phoenix had too much law of destruction built up in its body. If it did not have a way to remove them, it would need to be reborn at some point. However, as Li Nianfan made a cut, all traces of the law of destruction in its body was removed. This was too scary. The law was nothing in front of this man. More importantly, the man and the scalpel seemed so ordinary. The most powerful Tao brought one back to its basic form. This expert was so terrifying. Countless thoughts went through its head. This must be the expert in the ordinary realm without a doubt. They say he has a fetish for pretending to be an ordinary man and it looks like it's true. However, it's not exactly a fetish because even though he has the shell of an ordinary man, he's still standing at the peak of the world. Perhaps becoming an ordinary man is no longer meaningful to him. However, if the Bigshot wants to pretend to be an ordinary man, everyone else can only play along with him. Only an idiot who doesn't want to live anymore would expose him. Especially, what the nine-tailed fox said earlier. So scary. I won't even try. If I was turned into a dish, I won't even be able to cry. The fire phoenix could not help looking at Daji. Then, it realized that Daji was already staring at it. The two of them exchanged an unfriendly look. Smelly fox. Dead phoenix. It seems that this fox is unfriendly. It must feel threatened by me taking away its master's attention. Ha ha, want to eat me? The fire phoenix rested its head on Li Nianfan's shoulder. Arg, so painful. Gentler. Li Nianfen said, "Hold it, I'll speed up. It'll be over soon." The Fire Phoenix looked at Daji, challenging her. "Angry? Are you angry at me?" It was not until the sky had turned brighter when Li Nianfen finally finished cleaning the wound. Li Nianfen let out a long sigh and said, "I'll apply some medicine and wrap a bandage over it to wait for new flesh to grow." He did have quite a lot of medicine at home, all made by him during his free time in case of emergencies. The Fire Phoenix said, "Thank you." It could clearly feel its body getting better. It was a miracle. "Ha ha ha, no problem." Li Nianfen was delighted. This was a good start. Swiftly after, he asked with curiosity, "Oh, right. How did you get hurt?" The Fire Phoenix told him the truth. "I came from the Immortal Land and helped 38 cultivators immortalize. So, I was punished." "Came down from the Immortal Land? Helped cultivators immortalize?" Li Nianfen almost did not believe what he'd just heard. He looked at the Fire Phoenix blankly as his head exploded. This. Bigshot," he said in shock, "and you? What kind of bird are you?" The Fire Phoenix raised its head arrogantly. "I'm a divine bird, the Fire Phoenix." Li Nianfen gasped, his heart thumping rapidly. Fire Phoenix? He saved a phoenix? Wait, he did not save it, so he could only say he bumped into a phoenix. This was the legendary phoenix. Did it even need any help? What he did to the phoenix almost seemed ridiculous now. It was probably silly and useless. Luckily, what he did probably earned himself a good impression. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Damn it! A phoenix fell from the sky. When would the 7 fairies fall for him? He even touched the phoenix. He played with its feathers. This would be unimaginable in his past realm. It was like a dream. Although he knew he would face many unbelievable things after transgressing to the immortal realm, he did not expect to come across a big shot like this phoenix. Could he possibly come across the legendary dragon at some point? The thought of it really excited him. He even operated on a phoenix. What a miraculous life. Oh, right. The phoenix's blood. Li Nianfen shivered. The novels in his past realm stated that the blood of the phoenix was the most precious thing. It even claimed to have the benefit of retaining one's youth. He had a bowl of its blood. He hugged the bowl of blood in his arms and tried to ask in a calm voice, "Oh, right. You're a divine bird. Does your blood have any benefit?" "Of course," the Fire Phoenix said arrogantly. "My blood can keep you alive for 1,000 years and retain your youth." Li Nianfan's face flushed red as his hands that were hugging the bowl trembled. He pulled Daji and ran into his room. "This is so cool. I got lucky. It's a phoenix. Obviously, I won't be able to ride it, but I did gain something massive." As expected, meeting a big shot is so cool. A little something from the big shot is a massive opportunity for ordinary men like myself. The Fire Phoenix looked rather stunned. It looked at Li Nianfen, who was running into his room while cradling a bowl of its blood as if he was holding onto treasure. He was so good at pretending. An expert was indeed an expert, even his acting skills were so good. It could not help looking at Blackie, who was resting by the side. Blackie yawned and shrugged. "Can't help it. That's my master. He's too caught up in pretending to be an ordinary man that he can't get out of it. Just do your best to play along." Chapter 224, Why didn't you inform me? The phoenix jumped and looked at Blackie strangely. "You're a demon, too? How did I miss that?" "No, I'm a dog." Blackie shook its head. "I need to make an introduction to you. Listen carefully and make notes. Study it from time to time. It's very important. I'm an ordinary black dog, and the 9-tailed fox is an ordinary woman. That's just a chicken who lays eggs, and the things beside you are the refrigerator and the rockery. The thing in the water is the compressor. The 2 balls there are the television and the lighter." The Fire Phoenix listened and rolled its eyes. What organization was it about to join? It was trembling inside, but it still listened closely. It did not have a choice. If it wanted to survive, it had to play along with the expert. Inside the room, Li Nianfen hugged the small bowl in his hands. He was very excited. This was the blood of a phoenix. He would be able to live for 1,000 years while retaining his youth forever. This must be the opportunity everyone dreamt of. Li Nianfen felt that this was the biggest blessing he had ever gained since his trip to this immortal realm. He looked at Daji with excitement and said, "Daji, this is the blood of the phoenix. It'll retain our youth for 1,000 years. Let's drink it." Our lives will be sorted after this. Really? Daji looked surprised. Then, let's drink it right away, Mr. Lee. We'll drink it together. Li Nianfan nodded. Daji was so beautiful. The thought of her retaining her beauty and accompanying him for 1,000 years made him feel extremely fulfilled. He hugged the bowl and suddenly looked perplexed. Oh no! He seemed to have forgotten the way to consume it. Was he supposed to drink it raw or boil it first? If he boiled it, would the nutrients remain? Would it become less effective? Also, how much did he have to drink for it to work? Running back to ask how to drink it did not seem right either. Would he say, "How should we drink your blood?" He might as well ask to be killed. It was a phoenix that was not to be angered. Whatever. Li Nianfan made up his mind. He would drink it raw. Daji, I'll taste it for you. He held onto the bowl and gulped down a mouthful of blood. It must have worked. It did not taste bloody. Instead, it tasted quite well. It was sweet. Li Nianfan handed the bowl to Daji. You try it. Daji held onto the bowl and took a sip. She wiped away some blood that was on the corner of her lips. Oh, Mr. Li, can I have the remaining? Li Nianfan looked at her strangely. You want it? I'd like to give it to my sister. Daji nodded. Your sister? Li Nianfan recalled. The six-tailed fox from the other day? Daji said, yeah, the last time I saw it, it already had 8 tails. This phoenix blood might be able to help it. Li Nianfan was surprised. The little fox already has its 8th tail? So, foxes could grow more tails? So, if it grew another tail, it would become a 9-tailed fox? Gasp. There was such a big shot hidden by his side? Without hesitation, he said, give it. Give it everything. Don't give up on your sister. Li Nianfan did not know exactly how powerful the 9-tailed fox was in the immortal realm, but he had heard a lot of legends about it. Becoming friends with it would be the right thing to do. Suddenly, he realized he was not doing so badly in the immortal realm. He met Zhou Yunwu, an ordinary man who had the duty to rule all the ordinary men. The emperor was his brother. He also knew quite a few cultivating bigshots. He was doing well. He had met a 9-tailed fox and now, he met a phoenix. Furthermore, he could now live for 1,000 years. Everything turned out well. As expected, meeting bigshots was the key to survival. It seemed that he had to work harder in the future to meet more bigshots. With that, his 1,000 years would be very comfortable. When he walked out of the room, Xiao Bei had already prepared some breakfast dishes and served them on the dining table. My dearest master, please, enjoy. Li Nianfan nodded. He looked at the breakfast dishes and frowned. They were the usual, sweet potato porridge, steamed buns, and a few side dishes. Li Nianfan was not a fussy man. These would usually be enough, but life was different now. He had a phoenix bigshot by his side. If it watched him eat, it did not seem right. If the meal was too simple, it did not seem right either. If he could please this bigshot and make it stay, he would have no fear in this realm. Li Nianfan's brain was working at the quickest speed. If he ran toward the phoenix and pleased it, it might not work. It might even work against him. He had to lick its boots smartly. The best trick would be food. The first meal was the key. Xiao Bei, this meal is too simple. Li Nianfan stole a glimpse at the bigshot phoenix. He said with a serious tone, our meals must be the best of the best. A simple meal is out of our style. As he spoke, he picked up the dishes and walked out to the yard to pour them all into the forest. He wanted to make a more hearty meal to attract the bigshot phoenix's stomach. In the forest, a few figures walked out gradually. They were a few demons. They were put on duty to help the expert solve some potential troubles. This was to prevent ignorant beings from affecting the expert's mood. This was a very good job. From time to time, he would throw out some leftovers or fruit peels. These were worldly treasures to the demons here. A goat demon's eyes lit up. It cried out excitedly, that's the expert's food. The expert poured out his food. Am I mistaken? There's so much food left? Boar Demon King ate a cabbage from the expert and instantly had a breakthrough. This is a whole pot of porridge. Gasp. Instantly, the demons trembled with excitement. They all rushed toward the food. Gulp. Gulp. Arg. So yummy. So delicious. There's such delicious food in the world. I can't hold it in anymore. What? I got so lucky. I got so lucky today. Gulp. Gulp. Big opportunity. Big chance. I feel like I'm flying. Meanwhile, the boar demon came back with a few other demons to patrol the area. When they saw this, their faces changed and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's a whole meal? Swash. Without hesitation, they all rushed toward it. It growled, "What's going on? Why didn't you inform me about it? Get out of the way. Let me have some. Why are you pushing me? I'm your boss. Get up. Make space for me. I saw this cabbage first. What are you doing? Do you still want to live?" Gulp. Gulp. Chapter 225, Have I Gone Back to the Ancient Times? Li Nianfan went back to the four-part architecture and took out the frozen wild boar. The wild boar's body was big. Its two big trotters were already eaten. This time, Li Nianfan was eyeing its ribs. This was a boar in the immortal realm and it was a demon. It grew up in the wild with fresh air and green surroundings. Its meat was tough with low cholesterol levels and high nutrition. It had no external hormones and no remaining viruses. Overall, it was very healthy. Li Nianfan smiled. Today, I'll personally prepare some honey-grilled pork chop. The honey-roasted chicken he planned to make the other day did not succeed, so the honey was not put to use. This time, he had to use it. "Xiao Bei, you'll do the preparations. I'll get some honey from the backyard." As he spoke, Li Nianfan had started walking to the backyard. "All right, my master." Xiao Bei nodded and walked over with the cutting knife, ready to cut open the wild boar. The fire phoenix stared at Li Nianfan for a moment and said, "I want to look around." It sensed that the backyard was extraordinary, so it was curious. Li Nianfan instantly agreed. Of course. Click. After opening the backyard door, Li Nianfan walked inside. The doorway was narrow, so the fire phoenix did not walk in from the door. Instead, it flew in from the roof. Upon entering the backyard, the fire phoenix jumped, shocked by the insights in there. The insights were so thick. This could only be so if a saint was frequently enlightening in here. It flapped its wings and landed on a tree to take in the sight of the entire backyard. Suddenly, its inner heart was touched. A sense of familiarity aroused from within. Swiftly after, a flashback of long-forgotten memories appeared in the deep end of its mind. These memories came from the ancient times. Phoenixes had nature's gift of rebirth. Hence, it was able to live until this day. In its past incarnation, it had suffered great trauma. Thus, it had to be reborn. However, after that, many of its memories were missing. Spiritual roots? The backyard is full of spiritual roots? It jumped and almost screamed. Those were spiritual roots. They were extinct in the immortal land as spiritual roots were not able to sprout anymore. It could not help flying closer into the backyard. It closed its eyes to feel them. Have I gone back to the ancient times? Unknowingly, warmth aroused from within it. It felt like it was a child who had finally returned to the comforts of their home after being away for a long time. Its eyes were moist. The insights in the yard could no longer be called insights anymore as it had all been mixed with the air in fragments. The extremely thick immortal chi. A yard full of spiritual roots. Was this not how it was back in ancient times? Back then, the world was full of powerful beings with powerful chi everywhere. How prosperous! I never expected I'd ever see the past world again. The fire phoenix mumbled to itself. It could not help looking at Li Nianfan as it speculated, he must have existed since the ancient times. He must have seen everything and finally decided to turn this place into a replica of the ancient times from his memory, so he could live in the shell of an ordinary man and live an ordinary life. Li Nianfan was walking toward the pond when he called out, "Old tortoise, come here." Splash! The pond water rose, and a gigantic old tortoise gradually crawled out from the water. It went over to Li Nianfan languidly. Li Nianfan did not mind it. He climbed onto the back of the tortoise and raised his hand to knock on the beehive of the golden bees that was hanging on a nearby tree. He easily collected the honey. Countless golden bees surrounded him, calling out to him with a loud buzz. "Basalt, golden bees, you're all here." The fire phoenix's eyes looked at them with friendliness. Its mouth could not help turning into a smile. Its eyes went back to the water. And that annoying breath, dragon? It then fixed its gaze on the tree by the pond. That was the source of the immortal chi. Its body jumped instantly as its eyes sparkled. It said without thinking, "Chaos spiritual root?" It could produce immortal chi. Even the water in the pond had turned into spiritual water. It must be the chaos spiritual root without a doubt. Although it was still a small sprout, its effect was already so shocking. Once it matured, it would be majestic. The fire phoenix searched its memories of this sprout. Finally, it took a deep breath and gradually spat out 4 words, "Tree of Sacred Ground." "Done." Li Nianfan's voice was heard. "Fire Phoenix, wait up. The delicious meal won't let you down." The fire phoenix hesitated for a second. It then turned away, stretched out its wings arrogantly, and flew back into the 4-part architecture. Since this expert was pretending to be an ordinary man, it had to play along with him. Even though it wanted to lick his boots right away, the expert set its character as a phoenix instead of a chicken, so it would not seem right to bootlick him. It had to wait for the right time. "The expert's so good at giving me difficult tests. Although I can't lay eggs, didn't you want to ride me? Come on. I don't mind, be it rough or quick." Back in the 4-part architecture, Xiao Bei had prepared the pork ribs. The ribs were complete and not cut open. The condiments needed for the dish were already placed by the side. The grill had been set up as well. Li Nianfan placed the honey by the side. He mashed the apple with some ginger, mixed them with some soy sauce, cooking wine, spice powder, sugar, salt, chili powder, and a few other ingredients to make the sauce. Following that, he made the lighter control the fire, keeping the flame small to simmer the food. He watched the liquid slowly thicken before taking it off the flame to cool. He then poured in the honey and mixed it, creating a special sauce. Following that, Li Nianfan dunked the pork ribs into the pot of boiling water to remove its bloody scent while loosening up its muscles. Once everything was prepared, he placed the pork ribs on the grill and used a brush to slather some sauce on the ribs. The phoenix looked at him curiously from the side. It was not exactly looking forward to the so-called delicious meal. As a phoenix, eating was unnecessary. Even if it had to eat, it would eat the most precious things in the world. It could tell right away that this was merely a wild boar demon in its combination realm. Small demons were like junk, and eating this little demon would hurt the phoenix's dignity. If it had a choice, it would rather eat the apple or the honey right away. If this boar knew that its body was being coated with the honey of the golden bees, it would probably wake up smiling. "Whatever. I'll just pretend that it's very delicious so I can stay here officially." The fire phoenix made up its mind. It started to imagine what looks of satisfaction it could use to avoid being exposed. Li Nianfan saw the unperturbed look on the fire phoenix's face. Instantly, he put in way more effort. He was merely an ordinary man. He did not have anything to offer, especially things that could impress the phoenix. He could only come up with this plan. These honey-roasted pork ribs would determine whether the phoenix remained or not. Chapter 226, Scary Smallmouth. Chi. 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 As the flame burned the meat, a crackling sound was heard. The sauce blended in with the meat gradually. Li Nianfan slathered more sauce on it again. He then repeated this process 6 more times. After that, he smashed another apple. The big bowl of honey was already half empty. The fire phoenix shook its head. What a pity. So much honey was brushed on the boar's meat. More importantly, most of the honey was wasted because of the grilling. This was the perfect definition of waste. Even to a phoenix, it felt pitiful. The others, even the immortals, would instantly have a heart attack. After being brushed with so much honey, the meat seemed like it was glowing, almost as if it was coated by a layer of gold. Sizz. 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 Not long after, golden globules of fat started oozing out, dripping down the ribs and into the flames burning beneath the grill. Swiftly after, a thick fragrance wafted into the air, filling the entire yard. With one gentle sniff, the aroma washed over them like a flood, taking over one's senses and making their brains unable to think or do anything. The only thing one could do was to savor this fragrance. Smells so good. The fire phoenix shivered and was instantly snapped back to reality. It stared at the roasted meat. What kind of fragrance was this? It had tasted many treasures in the world and felt that only the spiritual herbs and fruits had fragrance, perhaps even the immortal chi or water. The ordinary men's so-called fragrance did not exist in its dictionary. Slow. However, in this instance, it had to admit that this fragrance deeply captivated it. Its desire to taste it was way beyond that of the spiritual herbs or fruits. Was this the food of the ordinary realm? What about this fragrance? What's this sensation in my stomach? Once the fragrance entered my stomach, it seemed to have solidified and rolled around in my stomach. It's making a gulping sound. What power was this? So mysterious. So unbelievable. Since its birth, this was the first time the fire phoenix felt hunger from smelling food. Gulp. It could not help swallowing mouthfuls of saliva. It found it hard to look away from the grill. All it could think of was, "I want to eat it." The firefinch demon that had been curled up in the corner had gone insane. As if it was sleepwalking, it was flying toward the aromatic smoke in the air. Sizz. 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 As time passed, more fats oozed out from the meat, making a loud sizzling sound as they fell like raindrops. However, this sound worked along with the fragrance to increase one's appetite. The fire phoenix was usually arrogant, especially when facing food that was below its standards. However, though it had used its entire will to resist, it still could not help inching its head forward. The fragrance. The fragrance. Finally, the fire phoenix could not hold it anymore. It asked, "How long do we have to wait?" This fragrance was definitely the biggest temptation it had faced in its entire life. It lured out its basic desire. How terrifying. The phoenix would not exchange anything for one piece of this meat. If not, it would regret it for the rest of its life. Li Nianfan had been paying close attention to the fire phoenix. He was feeling good inside out. It seemed that his food tactic was working. The most delicious food in the world belonged here. If it had cravings, it could only come here. It was indeed easier for a versatile man to survive in all realms. Li Nianfan smiled. "It's ready." Instantly, the eyes of Daji, the fire phoenix, and the firefinch demon sparkled. Blackie also stood up and walked toward them. Li Nianfan made a gesture with the knife in his hands, causing it to sparkle. The ribs were cut into a few rows. He handed them out to them. The fire phoenix could not help staring at the meat in front of its eyes. A faint layer of golden yellow oil covered the surface of the meat. The fats were mixed with the honey, and the crispy roasted skin was a yellowish black. The meat looked as if it was waving at its eaters and saying, "Hurry up, come and bite me." A wave of fragrance rushed into its nose. The fire phoenix could not hold it in anymore. It lowered its head and used its beak to grab a piece of meat. Gulp. No biting. It swallowed the meat right away. Even so, the flavor still burst in its mouth. A sense of fulfillment came from its stomach, as if its emptiness had been filled up. The fire phoenix had a glint of dissatisfaction in its eyes. It retracted its wings and turned into the form of a human. Her elegant fingers wrapped around the rib as she ate it without caring about her image any longer. Bite. As the crispy skin touched her teeth, a crisp sound rang in the air. The honey sweetly blended with the spices and the taste of the pork rib. Its texture was something she had never encountered before, along with the fragrance that almost overwhelmed her taste buds. It made the fire phoenix close her eyes unconsciously as a low moan escaped from her throat. Arg. Nice. Li Nianfan was shocked. He stared blankly at the woman who was eating rapidly beside him. "You can turn into a human? Isn't that the most basic ability?" The fire phoenix no longer cared about what Li Nianfan thought. All she could think of was the pork rib. She had been thinking of how to perform her act. Now, she realized how foolish it was. No acting was needed in front of food as delicious as this. Being honest was the best performance ever. Was this the happiness of an expert? So envious. Crack, crack, crack. Somehow, the crispy sound made Li Nianfan's scalp itchy. To be fair, the woman that the fire phoenix transformed into was very beautiful. Extremely beautiful. If Daji was gentle and pure, the fire phoenix was hot and unique. However, when a beautiful lady like her was using her small lips to munch on the big rib as if it was nothing, it was a visual attack. So scary. This was a big rib. Very big, long, and hard. Yet, she easily cracked it with her teeth, biting the meat along its bone. Gasp. What a scary small mouth. Li Nianfan could not help shivering. So wild. No wonder it was a phoenix. It had a strong mouth and teeth. Woof. 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 Beneath the table, Blackie called out an injustice. "What do you mean? Although I'm supposed to be an ordinary dog, you're obviously stealing my bone. Do you want me to unfriend you?" At the same time in the Azureville, Gu Changqing flew out from the Azureville looking serious. He landed on an empty mountain with a glowing ancestry stone in his hands. He asked, "Grandpa, the view's nice and there's nobody around. It'll be good to reside here. I'll light up 2 incense sticks for you. What do you think?" "Okay, here's good," Gu Yuan's voice rang. "Set the stone down and summon me, the way you usually do." "Okay," Gu Changqing nodded. He took a deep breath and spat a mouthful of blood on the stone. Vroom. Suddenly, the stone started to vibrate, creating ripples in the air. All the disciples of the Azureville had gathered here. Pain and Gu Yuan stood within the formation. Pain had 5 firefinch demons tied around his waist who were looking helpless. Gu Yuan's face changed as he said, "Sect Master, my grandson has already opened up the portal." Pain nodded and said, "Thank you, everyone. Turn on the delivery array, send us to the immortal realm." With that, he cast a spell. Instantly, the formation below his feet lit up. Unlimited spiritual chi started to accumulate and a gust of strange energy started to gather within the formation. The big elder raised his hands to push the spiritual chi into the formation. "Start now. We'll work together to help our sect master." Instantly, many disciples joined hands. Countless spiritual lights flashed in the air and rushed toward the formation. The spiritual chi had turned into wind blades that were so powerful they seemed to be able to cut through everything. It did not take long for the spiritual chi windstorm to turn into a tornado storm. Clash. The empty space in front of them seemed to be cut open. It looked like a crack in a mirror. Pain's face darkened. He said, "Be ready, we're crossing the realm." In the immortal realm, layers of dark clouds started to gather in the sky. A phantom gradually appeared in the middle of the clouds. There was also a golden gate. Sacred, majestic air exuded out from the gate. Gu Changqing's face darkened as he was familiar with this sight. He mumbled, "Heavenly Gate." As time passed, the phantom of the heavenly gate became clearer. Finally, the ringing of the clock resonated in the air. A golden ray of light shined down. The heavenly gate was opened. 2 figures appeared below the heavenly gate. Pain glanced around at his surroundings. He could not help making a remark, "It's been more than 10,000 years. I don't remember this place anymore. Who'd have thought I'd be back again?" Vroom. The dark clouds in the sky had thickened. There were sounds of thunder shaking the world. Pain quickly took off the 5 firefinch demons around his waist. He handed it to Gu Changqing with a serious face and said, "You have to keep the 5 chickens well. These are the specialties from home I brought for the expert. I'm going to cross-tribulate, I'll be right back." With that, he and Gu Yuan went away on a cloud. Somehow, the night had fallen. The 4-part architecture was engulfed by the darkness. Li Nianfan was lying in bed. He was unable to calm down for a long time. He was excited. The fire phoenix was actually going to stay here. Perhaps it did not have a place to live after coming down to this realm, or perhaps it really liked the food that he made. Whatever the reason was, it was a good sign that the phoenix stayed. It was an ancient beast and it could even transform into an extremely beautiful woman. The thought of living with her under the same roof was so exciting. The phoenix moved in and he gained 1,000 years of lifespan. What happened today was like a dream. In a blur, Li Nianfan gradually fell asleep. That night, he slept tight. Chapter 227, Living a Riskier Life. Click. Under the night sky, a bedroom door was pushed open. Daji put on a simple nightgown and walked out of the room. The gentle breeze blew her long hair as she exuded a faint glow. Even darkness did not dare to get close to her. Outside the 4-part architecture, a small fox was leaning languidly on a tree branch. Its ears were perked up as it stared at the gate, waiting in boredom. A wild boar demon and black bear demon were standing beneath the tree. Their bodies were rigid as they were the bodyguards on duty. By the side, the green python demon's body was rigid well. It stretched from the ground up to the little fox, functioning as its ladder. The wild bear demon rubbed its hands and said with an anxious and uneasy tone, "Lord, could you speak to your sister at some point? Perhaps she could speak to the expert and get us a small role by his side?" The black bear demon's eyes sparkled as it said, "Brother, you should be grateful. At least you got to show your face to the expert the other day. You even helped him with something. I'm still doing underground tasks for him. It's so cruel." The green python demon said with a look of anticipation, "If only we could hang around the expert's side. I'd be grateful to have a meal from time to time." The little fox said helplessly, "I haven't even been able to officially tag along with the expert myself." Suddenly, it looked up and the languidness disappeared from its eyes. It cried out excitedly, "Sister!" With that, it jumped on the green python demon's head, using it as a ladder to set her down on the ground. The wild boar demon and the rest jumped as they called out with respect, "Duh, Demon King. I didn't ask you to become the Demon King to enjoy life. Now, you're too lazy to even walk." Dodgy was not in a good mood today. Her delicate hand raised the little fox's tails and frowned. "It's been so long. Why are there only 8 tails?" The little fox said, sounding wronged and terrified. "Soon, sister. The trace of the 9th tail is showing." Dodgy sighed slightly. "Look at you, you're too lazy. Once you become a 9-tailed fox, you'll become an official demon king. Then, my master wouldn't need a phoenix as a pet." Now that the road between the two realms had been connected, things were changing in the world. Her master probably did not want to cause additional trouble, so he recruited a phoenix to function as the most powerful existence in his yard. If the little fox could become a 9-tailed fox sooner, it could replace the phoenix. Sigh, the stupid phoenix got lucky. Phoenix? The simple word struck like lightning, resonating in the ears of the 3 demons. Their bodies stiffened and they became 3 sculptures. They even thought about tagging along with the expert. So, only a big shot like a phoenix had the right to tag along with him? They thought too much. Dodgy glared at the 3 demons as she scoffed coldly. "Do I sense dissatisfaction?" "No, absolutely not." The wild boar demon jumped, trembling all over as it half cried out, "Actually, we're just looking for a part-time job. We'd be very happy if we could just get a part-time job." The green python demon and black bear demon were so terrified, they were nodding wildly. Dodgy did not care about them. She took out the bowl and handed it to the little fox. "This bowl contains phoenix blood. Drink it. I'll help you break through your 9th tail tonight." Phoenix blood? The little fox was stunned. This was phoenix blood, a priceless treasure to all demons. This kind of ancient bloodline could improve a demon's bloodline. It was equivalent to improving the demon's potential without limits. The other 3 demons had red eyes. They were sniffing wildly as if a sniff of the phoenix blood would fulfill their lives. Dodgy carried the little fox and jumped into the forest. She pestered, "Drink it now, I'll make you a formation." "Oh." The little fox hugged the bowl that was almost as big as its body, gulping down the liquid. There was not much blood in the bowl, but as the little fox drank, its little tummy increased in size like a ball. Bam! It tossed the bowl aside and scratched on its full tummy with its paws. It had a pained look on its face. Its snow-white fur had turned red. Dodgy said, "Feel this energy and use it to awaken your bloodline." Arg! The little fox could not take it anymore. It laid on the ground. "Sister, I'm scared." Squeak! By the side, a burst of mocking laughter was heard. The fire phoenix was perched on a tree branch nearby. It was looking at the little fox with intrigue. It said with a mocking smile, "Oh, so there's a little fox. Little fox, what does my blood taste like?" Dodgy looked at the fire phoenix and made a jeering scoff. The fire phoenix smiled faintly. "Your little sister's quite special. This won't work. Shall I use my flames to excite her?" "No need." Dodgy shook her head. She carried the little fox in her hands and walked away arrogantly. Swiftly after, the little fox's panting voice was heard vaguely, "Wah, sister. I can't take it anymore. I can't." A moment later, Dodgy walked back with a dark face. She was embarrassed. She tossed the little fox to the fire phoenix and said, "You do it." The fire phoenix moisturized her lips. She reached out as flaming red rings were glowing on her palms. It looked at the little fox sadistically. "Little fox, bear the pain. It might hurt more in the beginning and it might bleed slightly. Trust me, you'll feel good after. Wah, don't come near me. Sister, save me." Time slipped past silently like flowing water. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 rays of light landed on the foot of the fallen immortal mountain. There were 3 elders. One of them had 5 chickens tied around his waist. He looked rather ridiculous. Gu Changqing said with a polite tone, "The expert lives on this mountain." "Wonderful. Wonderful." Payne adjusted his belt. His eyes were filled with sincerity and respect as he said in awe, "This mountain is not too tall and not too steep. It seems ordinary but it's in fact greener than the others. It has strange flowers and plants, and flowing streams. Especially its name, the Fallen Immortal Mountain, which represents the saying of how the height of a mountain is irrelevant as long as an immortal lives on it. The expert picked this location with careful consideration. He's indeed an expert." Gu Changqing looked at Payne in shock. He looked inspired as he looked at Payne with an admiring look. However, Gu Yuan was rather embarrassed. He said softly, "Sect Master, the expert isn't here. He can't hear what you say." "Nonsense." Payne scoffed. He scolded Gu Yuan loudly, I said every word with sincerity. Why would I say it for the expert to hear? Your thinking is too shallow. You can't keep thinking this way. And how do you know that the expert can't hear me? Gu Yuan no longer wanted to talk. The three of them walked up the hill slowly. The path was narrow and zigzagged. It looked ordinary. The three of them walked on the path anxiously. Even though the path was ordinary, they found it more difficult than climbing a tall mountain. When facing a big shot like him, the more ordinary things seemed, the more pressure one felt. Oh, right. Grandpa, Sect Master, I haven't been able to tell you the big news that happened when the two of you were recovering from the natural tribulation, Gu Changqing said suddenly. He had a hint of fear in his tone. Gu Yuan asked curiously, what is it? Gu Changqing said seriously, before the two of you came, a female immortal came down from the immortal land. What? Pain's face sunk. Who is she? I don't know, but this woman's easy to recognize. She has red hair and red eyes, and she was also dressed in a red dress. After coming to the immortal realm, she even helped 38 cultivators immortalize. Gu Changqing's tone was extremely complicated. The 38 cultivators got so lucky. When their lifespans almost came to the end, the road between here and the immortal land was reopened. And when they were about to immortalize, a process that could possibly kill them, they bumped into a big shot who helped them immortalize. They were the luckiest. Red hair and red eyes? Gasp. Gu Yuan and Pain gasped at the same time. Their scalps were itching. They looked shocked. It must be her. Pain gulped. She actually came down? Could she be looking for the expert? Gu Yuan asked hastily, and then? And then her natural tribulation happened. Gu Changqing's pupils were slightly dilated. His voice trembled as he said in fear, the natural tribulation was extremely scary. The lightning was red. Even a tiny hint of its current made me go so numb that I couldn't even move. That wasn't the natural tribulation, that was the natural punishment, Pain said as he looked up at the sky in terror. His face was tense as if the sky was extremely terrifying. He took a deep breath and said with a soft, trembling voice, that was the fifth most powerful and destructive natural tribulation. Gasp. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan's hearts thumped loudly. It sounded very terrifying. Pain said with a heavy voice, this type of natural tribulation is extremely scary, even back in ancient times. I've only read about it from an ancient script. Back then, whenever a tribulation like this happened, it was very unlikely for one to be able to survive it. And that was back in ancient times where all the big shots existed. Even they described the natural tribulation so cruelly. Who would be able to survive it now? Gu Changqing could not help saying, what you mean is that, the woman? It's very likely that she died. Pain shook his head and sighed. She's actually a phoenix. To be fair, she indirectly saved our lives. How unfortunate. Gu Yuan said with a heavy voice, heaven is heartless. Pain continued, she challenged heaven. You have to admit that the phoenix bloodline is a riskier and more daring family in the immortal land. Gu Yuan sighed. Power makes one feel numb. As they spoke, some mist appeared amongst the green trees ahead. With a closer look, the four-part architecture appeared vaguely in sight. The three of them jumped. They had arrived at the expert's residence. Chapter 228, The four-part architecture is growing. We're here? Pain gulped. He was nervous. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan had at least seen this place before, so they could handle it better. However, Pain had only heard of the expert through stories. He felt like an ordinary man that was about to visit an immortal. Nerve-wracking. Gu Changqing reminded him by the side, Sect Master, Grandpa, remember to stay calm when meeting the expert. The mentality has to be right. Pain nodded. He felt his throat tighten as he removed the 5 Firefinch demons from his waist. He said in a low voice, knock the door. The 5 Firefinch demons were confused. Their arrogance had vanished completely. They were all anxious. Judging by the atmosphere, could there be some shocking big shot in this ordinary realm? Their buttocks tightened and shrunk. In the face of unknown danger, they had been training their buttocks. No one would be stupid enough to train their meat. They wondered if all their training could be put to use. Would the expert be pleased? This bunch of elders was so mean. They did not even tell them what was happening. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing had already walked up to the door. He raised his hand cautiously and knocked 3 times. Knock. 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 Instantly, the three of them held their breaths, as if waiting for some kind of judgment. A voice rang from the inside of the four-part architecture. Xiao Bei, Guests are here. Open the door. Swiftly after, the walking sound of Xiaobei was heard. Click. Xiaobei opened the door and looked out to glance at the three people standing there before saying, "Welcome." Gu Changqing said hastily, "Xiaobei, how do you do?" Swiftly after, the three of them walked into the four-part architecture cautiously. Upon stepping in, the three of them jumped slightly. They could feel a different kind of qi coming from the yard. They could not tell right away what was different, only that this yard was extraordinary. The three of them looked up at the same time and jumped. Sweat appeared on their foreheads as their pupils shrunk into needles. If they had not mentally prepared themselves, this sight would have made them scream out loud and their heads would have exploded. Even so, they still blanked out and shivered before snapping back to reality. Inside the yard, they saw that Li Nianfan was holding a round piece of wood and a carving knife. He was carving. Not far in front of him, a phoenix was standing arrogantly. Its neck was stretched up and it held its head high, looking like a model. It was the fire phoenix. That was the fire phoenix. Gu Yuan and Pain had chills all over. They could not believe their eyes. They were talking about the fire phoenix earlier and speculated that it was most likely dead. Yet, upon entering the expert's home, they saw the fire phoenix modeling for the expert. This visual attack was in fact a test of the heart. Gu Changqing's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and said, shivering, "Mr. Li, sorry to come uninvited." "Don't worry about it. You didn't disturb me. Welcome." Li Nianfan smiled faintly. He was about to put down the carving knife in his hand to greet his guests. However, his action made the three of them look differently, their scalps itching. Gu Changqing almost cried out loud. He said hastily, "Mr. Li, please continue with your carving. Don't mind us." Gu Yuan and Pain nodded hastily, Right. I'll sit and wait by the side. Please, don't be affected." Test. This must have been a test. The expert was carving the phoenix. It was a key moment. If they did not play it smart, if they did make the expert put down his work, perhaps neither the expert nor the phoenix would let them live. So terrifying. It was a dead road ahead. Then, "Please, excuse me." Li Nianfan smiled apologetically. He said, "Xiaobei, help me entertain my guests." He knew that these were cultivators, so it was strange if they did not know of the phoenix. Anyone with a working mind would not want to offend a phoenix. He must have taken some of the phoenix's glory. How interesting. After the past few days of improving their relationship, the fire phoenix seemed to be satisfied with the surroundings here and it did not have any intention to leave yet. This morning, Li Nianfan was in the mood to carve a phoenix. After all, it was rare for one to meet an actual phoenix, so he had to make a souvenir. This would be better than carving one from imagination. Who would have thought that the fire phoenix would volunteer to become his model? This was indeed a very outstanding improvement of their relationship. So obviously, Li Nianfan did not turn it down. The carving was still going on. Li Nianfan did not plan to get distracted. He held onto his carving knife as his fingers moved with agility, carving again and again. The wood shavings fluttered to the ground like little butterflies. The three of them exchanged looks. It was not until then when they sat down politely under the lead of Xiaobei. They all looked perplexed, smiling bitterly in their hearts. Right. If the expert wanted to keep the phoenix as a pet, why would he watch the phoenix get killed by the natural tribulation? They did not expect the expert to save someone from natural punishment. This was 100 times more difficult than going through a natural tribulation. Since helping someone else to get out from danger was not approved of by heaven, one would need impressive skills to get away with that. Was this the big shot? As expected, this was beyond an ordinary man's imagination. Xiaobei walked over and asked, "Tea or drink? Is it asking us what type of opportunity we need?" The expert's so kind. He actually gave us a choice. The three of them said at the same time, "Tea, please." "Thank you." Pain brought forward the 5 chickens and handed them to Xiaobei with respect. "It's our first visit, so here's a little something. I hope you don't mind." Xiaobei accepted them and nodded, "Not bad, 5 more chickens. Do they lay eggs?" Pain bit his tongue and said, "This, maybe." Xiaobei simply put them by the firefinch demon. It doesn't matter if they don't lay eggs. They can just become roasted chicken. The 5 firefinch demons were dumbfounded from the moment they entered. Their bodies had stiffened into sculptures. When they saw their original boss, they felt as if they were being recruited back to their organization. They started to tear up. However, they could not speak. They had been enchanted. They could only flap their wings, weakly, helplessly, and confused, chirping as they were circling their boss who was in the center. Their boss's face sank. There was a look in its eyes that suggested it had been through it all. Just like an old employee looking at new ones, full of satisfaction. It stretched out its wings and signaled for the other 5 chickens to make some space. It then pointed to its buttock and pouted slightly. Drop. An egg was laid. It raised its head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Do you understand? Since they used to know each other, the least it could do was warn them. One could be a chicken or a roasted chicken depending on how hard they worked. Gu Changqing and the other 2 sat in the pavilion, shaking. They each had a warm cup of tea in their hands. They did not dare to make a sound, terrified of disturbing the expert and the phoenix. They quietly raised their teacups and saw the tea leaves swimming in the tea. The tea looked clear and beautiful. This was the tea made by the expert? They had heard about it. Now, they could finally taste it. Tea with insights was only served to the top VIP even in the Immortal Land. Even as the sect master in the Immortal Land, Pain was still very excited. He got lucky. He got lucky this time. He opened his mouth and gently took a sip. It was slightly bitter at first. The tea swirled in his mouth, and after a moment, its fragrance spread all over him. Very refreshing. His throat moved as he gently swallowed. Instantly, his entire mind went quiet. His initial uneasiness had suddenly calmed down. Before he could comment on it, Pain's pupils dilated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This isn't an insight. His entire body was trembling when he said so. His brain was also exploding. As he swallowed the tea, a shocking feeling aroused in him. It was very arrogant and rushed to his head. It almost felt like it was taking over the world. So direct. So powerful. He was not ready at all. Pain scoffed. He closed his eyes as he tried to digest this energy. Is this the power of law? Indeed, it's the power of law. His old face had flushed red. He was crying from within. If it was not for his last traces of rationality, he would have screamed out loud. This was so hard to believe. The tea contained specks of the power of law. Even the big shots in the Immortal Land would be envious of them. Yet, the expert served them this tea as if it was just ordinary tea. Do we even deserve such luxurious tea? This feels like a dream. Insights could help with enlightenment. It could help the cultivation process and enlighten the cultivators. The power of law was much more powerful than insights. This was the law of nature. For example, natural tribulations worked according to the law. As long as you possess even a hint of the law, your skills and power would improve many times more. For example, insights were the physics behind how nature worked, while the law was the reason why this world was formed. Understanding why wind would blow was the power of insights. However, what caused the wind was the law behind it. In this sense, the power of law was very powerful. To the immortals, even one hint of the power of law was very precious. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan were even more embarrassed. They almost threw away the cups. Such a precious thing would burn their hands. The expert is right over there, calm down. Everyone calm down. Pain warned them both with a serious scoff. However, his voice was also trembling. Sect Master, if we keep drinking this tea, I'm afraid. Gu Yuan gulped and felt his throat getting drier. He had goosebumps all over. We can become Taiyi Golden Immortals? In the Immortal Land, there were Tian Immortal, Real Immortal, Golden Immortal, Taiyi Golden Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal, Half Saint, and Saint. One needed Immortal Chi to rank up. However, there was a huge gap between the Taiyi Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal stages. Only when one had grasped the law could one become a Taiyi Golden Immortal. One needed to grasp 4 laws to become a Daluo Golden Immortal, while a half-saint needed more. If one became a saint, he would be accustomed to the law, and creating lives and beings would be a simple act. Unfortunately, there were not many Taiyi Golden Immortals living in the limited and sacred grounds in the Immortal Land. Daluo Golden Immortals no longer existed. The Fire Phoenix was born with the Law of Flame. As long as it did not give up halfway, it would easily become a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Pain smiled and said, "Ha, if you could stay by the expert's side, being a Taiyi Golden Immortal is not that hard." They held on to their teacups tightly, so terrified to waste even one drop of it if their hands trembled. They treasured every last drop as they sipped it slowly. Meanwhile, they were observing the expert's yard. Pain looked around in admiration. He said, I'm so envious of the treasures in here. Being by the expert's side is like being baptized by opportunities every day. These cannot be described as treasures anymore. They're way beyond that. Gu Yuan said with a sigh, being able to be seen by the expert is already the greatest opportunity in the world. Grandpa, Sect Master, look over there. That's the air purifier, and the water purifier. Gu Changqing pointed in one direction. Haven't seen them before, eh? It can turn air into spiritual qi and the water purifier can turn ordinary water into spiritual water. It can turn stone into gold. These are very precious indeed, Payne gasped and could not help looking at them closely. Just like ordinary men seeing a luxurious car for the first time. They became so envious and excited. These were top-graded treasures. They even had to be sealed for worship back in the Immortal Land. Even the Taiyi Golden Immortals would treat these as treasures. However, upon a closer look, he was stunned. His pupils dilated as if he had just seen a ghost. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "You're telling me that's spiritual qi? Take a closer look." Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan jumped. They took a closer look. Swiftly after, the two of them gasped. Their eyes almost popped out. Gasp. Don't you gasp. Be calm. Be calm. Payne's face was pale. He was trembling, terrified about pissing off the expert. Gu Yuan said with a low voice in fear, "Immortal qi? Sect Master, that's the immortal qi?" No wonder they felt a unique qi upon entering the yard. The density of immortal qi in the yard had gradually increased. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded as he said in disbelief, "How could this be? I remember clearly that it was spiritual qi. A lot of cultivator friends can verify this." "I believe you," Payne said with a flicker in his eyes. He then looked at the tea in his hand and continued, "Just like this tea. Didn't you say it contained insights? Now it has become specks of the power of law. If I'm not mistaken, the water purifier is no longer producing spiritual water. It's now immortal water." Gu Yuan had goosebumps all over. He was extremely nervous at this point. "Sect Master, what do you think happened? Have you forgotten that the world's changing?" Payne said, his mind thinking quickly. He took in a deep breath and said with the utmost respect, "This shows that the yard's possibly growing together with the world. Of course, it could also be the growth of this yard that resulted in the growth of the world. No matter which causes which, it's a very, very, very shocking thing." Chapter 229, Issues Involving Life and Death. Gasp. "I'm begging you to stop gasping already, just stop." Payne's scalp was already numb. He held on to his annoyance. "Stay calm, stay calm. Are you planning to drag me down with you?" Gu Yuan said hastily, "Sect Master, what you said was too shocking. We couldn't hold it in." "Sect Master, I think what you said wasn't entirely correct," Gu Changqing said suddenly, his eyes sparkling. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Have you forgotten about the expert's existence? Regardless if it was this four-part architecture or the rest of the world, their growth is all caused by the expert." Payne and Gu Yuan exchanged a look and nodded. "What you just said makes sense. You must be right." Meanwhile, a loud ring was heard. Li Nianfen stood up and smiled. "I've finished carving." The fire phoenix's eyes sparkled. It turned into its human form and landed beside Li Nianfen with anticipation. "Show me." A lively carving of a phoenix laid in Li Nianfen's hand. It was dark red and it was the size of his palm. Its head looked up. Be it the pose or the outline, it was unique like the phoenix itself. Other than its outlook, the phoenix's eyes were carved uniquely. Somehow, a wave of qi in the image of the sculpture appeared. It looked as if it was alive. Li Nianfen was confident in his carving skills. He smiled, "What do you think?" Too beautiful." The fire phoenix held the sculpture and was stunned by it. The look of delight on her face was impossible to conceal. The sculpture looked as if it was made for her, unable to separate from her. She was extremely satisfied. She held it gently in her hands and caressed it. She could not help mumbling, Mr. Li, your carving's too good." Li Nianfan smiled humbly. "As long as you like it." "I really like this sculpture, you may." The fire phoenix paused. She was going to use this opportunity to get closer to the expert. She was going to say he may ride her, but this seemed too soon and it did not sound like something a phoenix would say to an ordinary man. She said, "You may request one thing from me." It was so difficult to play along with the expert. She took another look at the yard. There was an ordinary dog, an ordinary woman, a lighter. Everyone made it seem so easy. Really? Li Nianfan's eyes sparkled. He said hastily, "Thank you." He knew when to be straightforward when meeting a big shot. Only an idiot would turn down the offer. Daji, who was by the side, saw the sculpture of the phoenix. Her eyes displayed her admiration. "Mr. Li, can you carve me one? I really want one, too." "Ha ha ha. No problem. I'll make you one tomorrow." Li Nianfan reached out and ruffled her head. "If my Daji wants one, I'll give you one." Daji smiled, her eyes squinting. She was very delighted. "Yay! Thank you, Mr. Li." With that, Li Nianfan looked at Gu Changqing and the other two. When they saw Li Nianfan walking toward them, they straightened up their expressions and stood up nervously. "Sit, everyone, sit. Why so polite?" Li Nianfan smiled. He said in a lowered voice, "Don't worry, the phoenix is easy to get along with. Don't be too nervous." "The phoenix is easy to get along with? That's only applicable to you." Their mouths twitched. They quickly acted along with him. "It's our first time meeting the legendary phoenix. What a delight! What a delight!" Li Nianfan smiled. He asked curiously, "Mr. Gu, these two?" Gu Changqing introduced, "Mr. Li, this is my grandpa. His name's Gu Yuan. This is my sect master, Pain. He's the first-generation sect master." "Grandpa? Sect master?" Li Nianfan jumped. He cried out with surprise, "Mr. Gu, are they immortals?" Gu Changqing nodded. "To be honest with you, they descended from the immortal land not long ago." "They're really immortals?" Li Nianfan was very shocked. He stood up and made a greeting gesture. "Hello! Hello!" Gu Yuan and Pain stood up and returned the gesture. "You're too polite, Mr. Li. Immortals are just a slighter better sounding title. We're just cultivators with higher cultivation." Still, these were immortals. They were of the most sacred existence in his previous realm. Now, they were right in front of him. How unrealistic. Luckily, he met the phoenix earlier. So, he could be calmer now and not too embarrassing. Cultivators were so cool. A sect master, grandfather, grandson, and great-grandfather could all live at the same time. How messy. However, his lifespan had just been extended by 1,000 years. If he could make some babies with Daji, in 1,000 years, sigh. What an embarrassing thought to have. Anyway, the immortals were still so friendly after immortalizing. Their family was indeed very polite. Li Nianfan's thoughts were all over the place. He sighed, being able to immortalize is so admirable. The three of them did not speak. They were unable to continue the conversation. Who was admiring who? Be clear. Oh, right. Why bother bringing a gift? Just come alone next time. So many chickens. You're so polite. As he spoke, Li Nianfan turned to look at the Firefinch demons. Instantly, all the Firefinch demons stood upright as if they were being examined. Meanwhile, they raised their buttocks and one after another, laid eggs in a row of 6. Looking at the 6 Firefinch demons laying eggs so obediently, Gu Changqing and the other two felt mixed feelings. The arrogant Firefinch demons conformed to society after all. They would rather become chicken bootlickers. Pain smiled and said, "Mr. Li, it's just some chickens, it's nothing. I was thinking how would one chicken be enough for you, so I decided to bring 5 more. I hope you don't mind." "Mr. Pain, you're so polite," Li Nianfan said. "To be honest, 1 chicken's indeed not enough. Look at that chicken. It's been so busy laying eggs lately, it even lost weight. You're all so thoughtful." Pain was delighted. He smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Li likes it." Li Nianfan shook his head. Suddenly, he asked in a suspicious tone, "However, I'm merely an ordinary man. Why are you so kind to me? Is there something you need?" He was suspicious. The cultivators visiting him still made sense as he had a good relationship with them. Now, even the cultivators' grandpa and sect master, who were immortals from the immortal land, came to visit. This was strange. Perhaps they looked up to his skills? Still, that seemed unlikely. They were immortals after all. Perhaps they came for the good food? That seemed unlikely, too. Li Nianfan was merely asking, but to the three of them, it sounded like an explosion in their ears. Their minds went blank. They were dumbfounded. What to do? What to do? Instantly, their backs were covered in cold sweat and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. How unwise. How unwise of them. They were too excited to finally get to visit the expert, so they did not think it through. They did not have a reasonable excuse to visit him. Unless they told him, "You are a hidden expert and we came here to gain some opportunities." It was likely that before they could finish their sentence, the expert would probably have slapped them to death. Since the expert likes living as an ordinary man and we came here uninvited, aren't we disturbing the expert's peace? The expert's angry. A simple question had turned into a life-or-death situation. Accompanying an expert was like accompanying a tiger. Very scary. The three of them held their breaths. Their brains were spinning at the quickest speed. They wished they could use up all of their resources to think of a plan. Think. Quick. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Meanwhile, Payne's body jumped and there was a flash in his eyes. He was delighted. He bit his tongue and went for it. He said politely, "Mr. Lee, actually we came here because of the journey to the west and the painting of the Golden Crow." Li Nianfan was surprised. "Oh?" Payne composed his thoughts and said, "To be honest, your story of Journey to the West is so captivating. Especially all of the gods and demons in it. It really enlightened us and it showed us a whole new world. As for the Golden Crow, I've only read about it from readings of ancient times. That's why we decided to visit you." Since the expert told them about these things, this showed that mentioning them was not taboo. Hopefully, using this as an excuse would not agitate the expert. "I see," Li Nianfan nodded and fell silent. Who would have thought that some immortals became his fans? However, he felt it was a little off. If a phoenix existed in the immortal land, perhaps the Golden Crow existed, too. The stories he told them were made-up stories from the previous realm, but in this realm, it might as well be real. No matter if it was real or not, these stories would get the attention of the immortals. He overdid it. He was going to keep a low profile and live a peaceful life. Would he lose this security after telling these stories? Li Nianfan instinctively looked at the fire phoenix and relaxed a little. He said, "Mr. Payne, these are merely stories. They're made up, so don't take them too seriously." Payne continued, "I was shocked after listening to these stories. Although Mr. Lee's an ordinary man, your talent's far beyond an ordinary man's." "Thank you for your praise," Li Nianfan waved it off. He reiterated, "Please, do keep this as a secret between us." Payne said, "Don't worry. Everyone only knows that the Journey to the West was written by a genius named Wu Chang'an. Only a few of us know about the painting of the Golden Crow, and we don't talk much." Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan nodded, "Exactly, we won't spread the news." The expert warned them not to, so of course, they would not tell. "Good, good." Li Nianfan smiled. He said to Xiao Bei, "Pour more tea for our guests, and bring us some fruits." The three of them were delighted. They let out a sigh of relief. Phew. They passed the test. And it seemed that the expert was pleased with their answers. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan had to give it to their sect master. No wonder he lived for more than 10,000 years. With such quick thinking, it would be easy. If it was up to them, they would have knelt on their knees and begged the expert to forgive them. Chapter 230, The Arrival of Lord Demon God. Soon, Xiao Bei had cut a plate full of fruits and served it to them. There were a few kinds of fruits. The colors were well matched, making it look good. Gu Changqing took a piece of orange and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the juices burst, complementing the sweetness of the fruit. It flirted with his taste buds, especially the sourness of the orange. Eating it was a delight. They all shut their eyes at the same time, feeling the law exuding from the orange. They were stunned. All the fruits contained specks of the law. Who would believe them even if they told the others? Impossible to imagine. Unbelievable. One had to know that even in the immortal land, one would have to risk their lives just to find something like this from the ancient porter unless one had been enlightened. They were stunned, but they also felt sad. Why were the fruits cut into pieces? How great would it be if they were complete pieces so they could take some home? The expert served them tea and fruits. How filling. If they were served these fine foods and were unable to stomach it all due to being full, it would drive them crazy. How could their stomachs be so disappointing? Feeling that their bonds were strengthening, Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Mr. Payne, what does the immortal land look like? Is there a heavenly temple?" Payne smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No." Li Nianfan paused. "Then who rules the immortal land?" Payne explained, "Mr. Li, the immortal land isn't so different from the immortal realm. There are sects, and the most powerful are the 5 sacred lands. There's no leader." Li Nianfan could not help shaking his head. How embarrassing. Like I said, Journey to the West is a made-up story. Yet, I couldn't help comparing the story to the actual thing. How embarrassing. Actually, there is a heavenly temple. The fire phoenix appeared next to them and took a seat. She put a piece of fruit into her mouth and frowned. I have a vague piece of memory in my head. It seems that a heavenly temple did exist in ancient times. Payne and the other two exchanged a look. They were shocked. As expected, the heavenly temple existed. The expert kept claiming that the story was not real. Perhaps only the idiots would believe him. He was missing the heavenly temple from ancient times? The ancient times? Li Nianfan frowned. So, it seemed they had archaeology in the immortal land. He licked his lips and asked in anticipation, then, do you know if there are spiritual fruits that could turn an ordinary man into an immortal? Any ordinary man would dream about becoming an immortal. However, even if this fruit did exist, he would not be destined to obtain it. However, Li Nianfan was still curious and he merely wanted to know. The three of them exchanged looks. After a moment of thought, Gu Yuan asked, do you mean the flat peach from Journey to the West? I haven't heard of this in the immortal land. The fire phoenix spoke again. Back in the ancient immortal land, it was indeed possible to turn an ordinary man into an immortal. However, it seems impossible now. One needed spiritual roots to achieve something like that. Spiritual root was extremely precious. Now, they were all extinct. She secretly glanced around at the backyard. The expert's backyard was filled with spiritual roots. However, they were merely man-made spiritual roots. Under the expert's green thumb, they seemed to be changing. Spiritual roots were able to evolve? If she did not see it with her own eyes, the fire phoenix would not have believed it. This expert seemed to have capabilities way beyond heaven. In ancient times again? Li Nianfan was disappointed. The immortal land's going backward? Payne smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. Li, compared to the ancient times, the immortal land has deteriorated a lot. It seems impossible for us to return to the glory days of the ancient times. The sun comes up and will go down, the moon will crescent once it's full. Too much water will drown the miller. When things reach its peak, it will start going backward. Li Nianfan sighed. This saying is indeed applicable everywhere. It truly is the rule of all lives. It seemed that it was about time to let go of his dream of becoming an immortal. Sigh. His audience's head buzzed. They felt goosebumps all over as if they had just been awakened from a deep sleep with loud bells. Payne said sincerely, those 11 simple words precisely stated the law of the world. Mr. Li's indeed an admirable genius. Being cultured was indeed a well-cherished skill everywhere. Thank you, it's nothing. You guys sealed the Kraken and saved the people, that's admirable. Li Nianfan smiled and continued, things will go backward from the peak, things will improve from the bottom. I believe that as long as you don't give up, glory will return one day. Payne nodded, hopefully so. Meanwhile, he saw something from the corner of his eyes that made him jump. He saw that Xiaobei was sweeping the ground, clearing up the wood shavings left from Li Nianfan's carving. Due to his refined skills, the shavings on the ground were quite complete. They were long wooden strips that looked rather regular. Of course, that was nothing. The key was that, these were spiritual roots. Payne could not believe his eyes. Even his organs were trembling. He wished he could glue his eyes on them. Although they were merely wooden shavings, they were pieces of spiritual roots, the most precious material in the world. It was way more precious than immortal items. Yet, they were being swept away like rubbish. He could not help asking, Mr. Li, what are you planning to do with all those shavings? Li Nianfan said simply, it's rubbish, so of course, I'm throwing them away. Payne took a deep breath. His heart was about to jump out of his chest as he said, trembling, Mr. Li, we're about to leave anyway. Why don't we help you bring the trash out? After saying that, it seemed as if he had used up all the energy in his body. His 4 limbs had gone soft. That. Li Nianfan halted. Would it be too much of a trouble? Payne waved it off. Not at all, not at all. It's nothing. All right, then. Thank you. Li Nianfan nodded. Payne almost cried out with excitement. He held the shavings with his trembling hands. Mr. Li, sorry for disturbing you today. Goodbye for now. All right, goodbye. Upon walking out of the 4-part architecture, Payne looked at the shavings in his hands as if he was dreaming. He took another look to make sure that it was indeed spiritual roots. These had gone extinct in the immortal land. According to the legend, spiritual roots contain the law. They had the energy that other treasures did not have. He wondered what energy did this spiritual root have. Pain sighed and said with the utmost respect, "What kind of existence is this? Even spiritual roots are just rubbish to him. I've lived 26,000 years and even the greatest dream I've had isn't as outrageous as this." Gu Yuan said suddenly, "Sect Master, I don't mean to attack you, but I didn't think we would get the spiritual root so easily." Pain was stunned for a moment. He then sighed and said, "Of course, I know. Every word the expert said was full of clues. If I'm not able to catch them, I would have been living all these years for nothing." Gu Yuan gulped as he said nervously, "Sect Master, the expert seemed to be nostalgic about the ancient times. Does he want to bring back glory to the immortal land?" "Very likely." He asked how the immortal land was doing, and when he learned that the heavenly temple no longer existed, he was obviously disappointed. Pain nodded. He continued, "The bridge between here and the immortal land has been reconnected. It shows that the expert's plan has started. Also, you're not able to see it clearly, but the pressure I feel is way heavier than you think." Gu Yuan and Gu Changqing were stunned. "What do you mean?" "The spiritual item that can turn an ordinary man into an immortal," Pain sighed. "Since the expert mentioned it, it's obvious that he wants it. Experts like him will never clearly state what they want. They would only hint at it." It seemed as if he was asking about the immortal land, but there were other meanings implied. What's the point of cultivation if we can't even catch what the expert implied? Higher-ranking people always like to play dumb. For example, back in the day, if an emperor went out for a walk and saw a woman he fancied, it would sound distasteful if he said, "Wow, this chick is not bad at all. Bring her home for me." The emperor would have become a rogue. Instead, he would find out more about the people around her and their habits. If one could not understand the truth in this, it would be over. The skill of bootlicking was secondary compared to being able to read the Bigshot's thinking. Gu Changqing said, "If you say so." The expert mentioned the sealing of the Kraken. Was he implying the demons? That's for sure. If he wants to restore the immortal land to its glory like in the ancient times, the demons are the biggest obstacles. Pain nodded. However, since the expert intentionally brought it up, it's likely that something happened. We'll investigate further once we get back. Gu Yuan said with a serious face, "The demons are indeed running wild these days. The expert likes being an ordinary man, so he won't settle it himself. We're his best chess pieces." The land of the southern barbarians was originally an empty land without many towns. The sects here were also very limited. Nowadays, it was like a ghost town. Those who could leave had already run away. Most of the towns of ordinary men had fallen to the demons. Even the surrounding sects had been taken over by them. On a tall mountain, the leader had an axe in his hand. He gradually walked forward with an evil look. He looked arrogant and powerful. Not far ahead of him were 8 demons dressed in black robes. The 8 of them surrounded a gigantic sculpture in the middle. There was some strange talisman drawn on the ground. Blood was spinning from within it. This tall mountain originally belonged to a sect. However, the cultivators were all killed by now. A man in black robes said in a hoarse voice, "We're ready, we can start summoning our Lord Demon God now." The leader walked forward slowly. He placed his axe in front of the sculpture and then knelt on one knee. Killing one man's a crime, killing 10,000 men makes one a hero. This axe is tainted by the blood of 1,000 men. I, Tuju, am willing to be your slave, to work under the lead of the Lord Demon God. Bam! Behind him, countless soldiers knelt on their knees at the same time. "We're the slaves to the Lord Demon God. We welcome you." The 8 men in black cast a spell. As they raised their hands, black smoke rushed out from their body toward the sculpture. The black smoke boiled and surrounded the sculpture, shrinking and expanding. It was as if the sculpture was breathing. Very eerie. It did not take long before the stone sculpture turned black. Finally, it became as black as ink, sending chills through everyone's body. The black smoke was boiling and eventually formed a swirl, turning the world black. Crack! The sculpture suddenly cracked open. It was followed by wild black smoke rushing into it. Crack! 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 The crack was expanding rapidly. Finally, it spread across the entire sculpture. During the final moments, along with a loud vroom, the sculpture turned into power. However, the black smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered wildly on the same spot before it finally condensed into the shape of a human. This was a strongly built man, dressed in black armor with 2 erected barbs. As he moved, his armor made a ringing sound, exuding a shocking temperament. Very aggressive. He was laughing unstoppably and his eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. The first to arrive in this ordinary realm is none other than I, Amon. Who's able to stop me in this ordinary realm? He took a deep breath of the ordinary air and let out a look of indulgence. Swiftly after, he glanced around. He reached out with his hand and his axe flew into his grip. The black smoke in the air rushed toward the axe. You're Tuju, right? As long as you can rule this ordinary realm for the Lord Demon King, you can become the human sovereign. You won't be able to die or be destroyed. Amon handed him the axe. We can't reason much with the ordinary men, so we can't be too direct with them. This axe will absorb murderous energy, so you'll never get tired on the battlefield. Tuju was delighted. He said hastily, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. With this axe, I'll be undefeatable in this realm." Very well. Amon's eyes flashed red. As of the cultivators in the ordinary realm, leave them to us. Oh, right. There's Yucha, Guzan, and Bako. Once I discover where they're sealed, we'll let them all out. Soon, the demons will take over this realm. Those who oblige will succeed and those who are against me will die. Chapter 231, Rare Sight of the Clear Moon Lake, War Begins. At the above immortal realm, there was a majestic palace on top of the immortal mountain. It seemed to be emitting golden light from within. It was magical. There were clouds around the palace. Immortals flew by from time to time, riding on clouds. It looked like a painting of heaven. A middle-aged man in gold robes was sitting at the center of the palace. He had deep and mysterious eyes. He looked mighty without even trying. He said, "Recently, a lot of things have been happening in the immortal realm. Even the above immortal realm has been affected. Have you figured out why?" A woman in a palace dress stepped forward and said, "Lord Immortal, according to sources, the changes in the immortal realm happened about 2 months ago. At that time, an immortal named Lu Kuang was mysteriously killed. His body fell to the immortal realm. Another immortal tried to reclaim Lu Kuang's body but was stopped. He failed to take back the dead body." The middle-aged man was intrigued. "Oh? Really? Is there an immortal in the immortal realm?" The woman nodded. "Indeed so, but we're unsure if the immortal was born in the immortal realm or came from the above immortal realm. At that time the bridge between mortal and immortality wasn't connected. I couldn't go to the immortal realm, so it's impossible." The middle-aged man shook his head and frowned. "As for being born in the immortal realm, it's also impossible. The only possibility is that they stayed in the immortal realm before the bridge was broken." "Smart, Lord Immortal. It's indeed possible." The woman looked like she was enlightened. Then, she said, "It seems like the bridge to immortality started to reconnect after this person appeared. Not long after, the human sovereign appeared and it completely reconnected." The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Who would have thought that a human sovereign would be reborn after 100,000 years? Who's making moves in the immortal realm? The woman groaned for a moment and said, "Lord Immortal, there's something very important, too. The phoenix from the east side immortal forest appears to be in the immortal realm." The middle-aged man frowned. It was too unusual. He looked at the woman. "You've neglected something. Didn't you realize? The bridge to immortality has been reconnected, but the immortal chi in the above immortal realm hasn't decreased." Yikes! The woman jumped. "How? How's this possible? The immortal realm has gone through an enormous change. This is huge." The middle-aged man looked like he was thinking. "The above immortal realm, the immortal realm, and the demon realm. Are the three main realms going to interact with each other? Is it the laws of nature or is someone changing the laws of nature? Interesting, truly interesting. Lord Immortal, what should we do? The immortal realm is too troubling. Let's not do anything reckless yet. Since we know the source of the changes, we should investigate that first. As for the death of Lu Kuang, find out what happened from his sect. Check in with his related sect in the immortal realm, too. And keep track of the phoenix." The middle-aged man licked his lips and said, "The world is changing and luck is all over the place. The benefits must be ours." At the four-part architecture, Daji stood next to a chair with her arms crossed. Her hair was up in a bun and she was smiling. The gentle breeze blew on her hair and her dress. Li Nianfan thought she would be gone with the wind. Li Nianfan put his chisel aside and smiled. "It's done. Daji, come over here and look." Daji happily walked over. She held the statue with joy in her eyes as she said, "You're so nice to me. As long as you like it. It's only the two of us." Who should I be nice to if not you? Li Nianfan smiled and asked, oh yeah, why did you have to choose this posture? There are more comfortable positions. Daji would be absolutely stunning if she posed like a sexy model. Daji said, how about I make a statue for you, too? You should sit on the bench. Since I'm standing, we can put our statues together and it'll look like I'm serving you. Daji, you. Li Nianfan was suddenly touched by how sweet she was being. The pretty lady wanted to stay with him as his servant. Anyone would be touched. How did that happen? A lady like that would never exist in the past realm, not even in his dreams. Li Nianfan took a deep breath and said, I told you. We're equals. Stop trying to be my servant. The fire phoenix pouted by the side. Truly a fox demon. Her methods of seducing a man were fascinating. However, she was acting like an ordinary human, so the expert could not ride her. It was different for the phoenix. Her usefulness would be greater to the expert. He would be more pleased with her. Li Nianfan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Daji, let's go. Let me take you to the fallen town. Yeah. Daji nodded obediently and carefully put the statue aside. The fire phoenix suddenly said, a town? I want to check it out, too. Li Nianfan looked at the fire phoenix and awkwardly said, your appearance would cause trouble. The fire phoenix looked calm. Sparks went off and she suddenly transformed into a small red bird. She landed on his shoulders and said, how about this? Okay. Li Nianfan was slightly baffled. He envied her at the same time. You could do anything with great powers. He was finally in the immortal realm but could only rely on others to live. What a failure. The human bird trio went down the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the fallen town. Li Nianfan was surprised. So crowded. The fallen town was busier than ever. There were a lot of sellers and visitors. They all looked like they were used to traveling around. There were a lot of new faces at the fallen town that day. Did something happen? The best way to find out was to visit the market. Li Nianfan was familiar with the place, and he quickly found the fishmonger at a corner. However, he was not alone. There was a little girl next to him. It was Little Fish. She squatted and played with the fishes. The fishmonger saw Li Nianfan and immediately smiled. Mr. Li. Little Fish looked up and said in a sweet voice, hello, brother. She noticed the little red bird on his shoulder. She looked curious. Li Nianfan smiled and asked, fishmonger, how's business? The fishmonger looked happy. He said, thanks to you, Mr. Li, we've been earning quite a bit recently. Oh? Congratulations then, said Li Nianfan genuinely. As expected, Li Nianfan did not need to ask anything. The fishmonger ran his mouth about all the events that had happened recently. Mr. Li, you don't know about this. Recently at the Clear Moon Lake, there have been big fishes everywhere. A lot of big carps. I got a lot of fish with my fish net. The fishmonger was excited. Then, he mysteriously said, a lot of people said that it was because of the Dragon King. Rituals to worship the Dragon King were happening by the lakeside. Li Nianfan said in a weird tone, really? I know, right? I was shocked as well. It almost felt like the fish were bad omens. The fishmonger continued, Mr. Li, you should try your luck at the Clear Moon Lake. For your fishing skills, you'd gain a lot for sure. Sure, the next time I'm free, Li Nianfan said. He continued, the fallen town seems to be getting a lot more visitors lately. The fishmonger sighed. It's chaos out there. Only a few places are safe. A lot of people come here for refuge. Li Nianfan slightly raised his eyebrows. It's not a war, right? It's definitely a war. The fishmonger was slightly helpless. I heard the war started from the southern borders. Those southern brutes worship some kind of demonic cult and there's no reasoning with them. They're very violent. Demonic religion? Li Nianfan was taken aback. Then, he remembered the demons he met at the Xia Kingdom. He looked like he realized something. It seemed like Zhou Yunwu got busy. I heard that the southern brutes made their way out of the south quickly. There were a lot of destroyed cities. I wonder if any cities remain. The fishmonger looked worried. Li Nianfan asked, Fishmonger, isn't it a good thing for an ordinary human to rule the realm? It's good, but not the southern brutes. The fishmonger said, those people are violent and they treat women like objects. I heard that they even traffic women. If they fought their way here, what then? What about Little Fish? I would have joined the army if it wasn't for my wife and my daughter. Li Nianfan nodded. His impression of the demon preachers was that they were something like a cult. It was not good at all. He looked at the stall and said, "Fishmonger, your fishes are big. I'll take these 2 sea bases." "All right." The fishmonger efficiently packed the fish and gave it to Li Nianfan. He did not accept the silver. He waved it away and said, "Mr. Li, you gave little fish a saddle beach ear last time. It'll be embarrassing for me to accept payment, right?" "Thanks a lot," Li Nianfan smiled and said. "See you next time, little fish." "Goodbye, brother." They walked out of the market. Li Nianfan walked for a while and saw a stall in front of him. Armored soldiers were guarding it. 3 soldiers sat at the stall. They were in charge of registration. It was an army recruit stall. Li Nianfan was familiar with the soldier in the middle. He was the bodyguard who stood behind Zhou Yunwu that day. Hundreds of people were gathered behind him. They were all signing up for the army. Maybe their loved ones were harmed, maybe they were forced to, or maybe they wanted to contribute. Whatever the reasons were, Li Nianfan respected them. He would never dare to join the army. He would avoid it at all costs. Li Nianfan groaned for a moment and walked over. He looked at the benefits of joining the army. It was pretty good, a place to live, free food, and payment that was 1.5 times more than the wages of an average male. They even had insurance benefits if they died in battle. Only one requirement, a hard worker. Name, age, health conditions, previous occupations. The bodyguard felt somebody scoot over. He looked pleased and asked for the 4 basic information for the registration procedures. He noticed that the person did not reply, so he looked up. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock. He frantically stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, it's you." Chapter 232, Mr. Li's Answer, Too Deep. Li Nianfan saluted. He smiled and said, "Hello. I don't think I know your name yet, General." "Mr. Li, my name is Rich," said Rich respectfully. He was kind of nervous. The expert was someone the king deemed important. The king planned for him to set up his recruitment post near the expert as he was worried that someone reckless would offend him. Rich? What a nice name. He was also a muscular general. He looked like a prosperous soldier. Li Nianfan laughed. "Nice name. Mr. Li, your plan to save the people was brilliant. If it were me, I never would have been able to think of something like that," said Rich genuinely. He was an unsophisticated person, great in battle but clueless in scheming. He was deeply impressed by the imaginative expert. "I only provided guidance. The details of the process were all executed by your king." Li Nianfan shook his head and asked, "How's the war?" "Not good." Rich looked around and sighed. He said quietly, "The southern brutes are genetically strong. Their forces to be reckoned with and they're unstoppable." Li Nianfan's expression changed slightly. "Not even once?" "It'd be alright if we managed to stop them even once, but no." Rich looked troubled. "This can't be delayed any longer. The king gave orders to recruit more soldiers so we can stop the southern brutes. It had to be dealt with in one go. As the saying went, failing once is confidence lost forever. If the southern brutes continued to win, it would only unite their army even further. Their opponents would be more pressured. If they could be stopped once, they could tear down their confidence." Rich told him, "Mr. Li, apart from the ordinary people, a lot of cultivation sects were defeated, too." "Is it the deeds of the demons?" asked Li Nianfan. He knew that the demons were trying to fight against the cultivators. That demon seal incident at the Azureville was probably related to the demons, too. To summarize, immortals belonged in the above-immortal realm and demons belonged in the demon realm down below. They did not get along with each other. "It's them." Rich was slightly angry. "How dare they?" Li Nianfan frowned. He was slightly panicking. Looking at the signs, were they going to have a war between immortals and demons? If that was true, he would be useless as an ordinary man. He was not even good enough to be ammo. He could die in random ways. He finally had a 1,000-year lifespan. It would be a shame to die out of the blue. Li Nianfan looked at the little red bird on his shoulder. He had to be a bootlicker, and he had to lick it clean. He groaned for a moment and noticed the saber sword on Rich. He said, "General Rich, may I look at your saber sword?" Rich handed it to him without hesitation. "Here you go, Mr. Li." Swoosh. Li Nianfan pulled out the sword and roughly glanced at it. Then, he frowned. Rich needed some sort of status. His weapon should not be a low-grade sword, yet his current sword was slightly bent and the blade was damaged. Li Nianfan could instantly tell that the sword was mainly made of iron. The crafting was rough. It could be greatly improved. He had a good relationship with Zhou Yunwu and the demons were the evil kind. He should help them out. Li Nianfan asked, "General Rich, do you trust me? This sword can be stronger and sharper." "Really?" Rich was intrigued. He did not doubt it at all and he quickly said, "Mr. Li, you're an awesome man. Of course, I trust you. Follow me then." Rich hurriedly ordered his soldiers, "Get the nearby blacksmiths." Li Nianfan secretly complimented him. The general was a leader that was attentive to details. Meanwhile, at a tower in the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. It was far from Fallen Town, but as cultivators, they could see the entire town from that tower. The Holy Emperor, Zhang Shu, and Luo Shiyu were standing on top of the tower. Someone was standing behind them. That person was surrounded by dark mist and he had red eyes. "Holy Emperor, I know you participated in the Lu family wipeout. Tell me, who's the immortal living in the immortal realm? Is he related to the changes of the realm?" The Holy Emperor looked pale. He stared at that person and said, "Who are you? Did you come from the above immortal realm?" "That's right. This is one of my figures. It's as decent as an immortal." That person smirked. "This is a big deal. You're just a cultivator, you don't need to guard this secret to your grave. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I might even spare your family. Otherwise, I'll let my grandchildren kill your wife and your daughter in front of you. It'll be gory." They realized that there were small black mosquitoes on their necks. They had tiny, long proboscises with red eyes. They looked terrifying. The mosquitoes were excited and lusted for fresh blood. "No way, I won't tell you." The Holy Emperor sneered, "I'm indeed just a small cultivator, but I'm not afraid to tell you this, you're also an insect in front of the expert. Let me warn you. You shouldn't offend the expert." "Ha, an ant wants to test my capabilities? He's just an immortal that slipped into the immortal realm. I wouldn't even be interested if he wasn't related to the changes of the realm." That person could not stop laughing. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke. Then, he suddenly stopped. "Fine." The Holy Emperor and the others looked down from the tower. Their expressions changed into excitement and devotion. That person arched his eyebrow and looked at what they were looking at, too. A lot of people were gathered there, but the star of the gathering was an ordinary young guy. He observed quietly. Li Nianfan was at the blacksmith's. He greeted, "Owner Feng." The owner was a middle-aged man. He was forging a piece of metal. He smiled at Li Nianfan and greeted, "Mr. Li." Some young people were working in the store, too. They were slightly nervous when they saw Li Nianfan walk in with soldiers. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Owner Feng, can I borrow your furnace?" "No problem." Owner Feng put his task at hand aside. He asked out of curiosity, "Mr. Li, you know how to forge?" "A little bit." Owner Feng was amazed. "Awesome, Mr. Li. You surely know everything for an ordinary man." "Ha, what a good compliment." Li Nianfan observed the long sword then tossed it in the furnace to melt it. Steel was formed by a mixture of iron and carbon. The heating process was to mix in the carbon, also known as the process of forging. The sword was softened from smelting. Li Nianfan took the hammer at the side and hit it. Clang! It molded the shape at the same time. It was not that different from the usual forging process. Li Nianfan hit it for a while then took the liquid at the side and poured it on the sword. The surrounding blacksmiths had a change in their faces. Owner Feng reminded, "Mr. Li, this is cast iron." The cast iron was in liquid form. It was high in carbon and other substances. "I know." Li Nianfan continued to hit the sword while he explained, "This method is known as steel infusion. It's to infuse cast iron and wrought iron together. Cast iron contains more carbon, wrought iron has more oxidation properties. The oxygen in wrought iron can oxidize the silicon, manganese, and carbon in the cast iron. This creates a boiling point and it helps get rid of the unwanted substances." It was a chemical reaction. However, no one around understood it. They all looked like they heard something terrific but did not get it. As for Rich, he took out a piece of paper and scribbled on it. He frowned and asked, "Mr. Li, could you repeat that? Did I spell cardon correctly?" This was a mission assigned by the king. He had to take notes of whatever the experts said, even if he did not understand it. He was tasked to bring back the golden advice and study it with the others. Li Nianfan ignored him. He kept forging. Clang! The hammer was heavy but Li Nianfan made it seem so light and weightless. It was as if he had some form of rhythm. Sparks were flying. He looked utterly graceful. The Fire Phoenix observed at the side with amazement. She knew Li Nianfan was incredible, but she did not expect him to also know how to forge. He was perfect at it, too. It was as if the forging sounds contained the basics of wisdom. It was like, the realm was performing a tune with him. Also, she did not expect that she would not be able to understand what Li Nianfan said. It meant that the information was beyond her and she did not even deserve to know it. Huh? That person looked oddly at Li Nianfan from the tower. He's got an outstanding understanding. It's impossible that he's ordinary. He looked at the Holy Emperor and others and sneered as he asked, "Is that the expert?" The Holy Emperor remained expressionless. He calmly shook his head and said, "It's not." That person mockingly chuckled. "We'll find out." That person leapt out from the tower in a black flash. He transformed into a black mosquito and flew toward Li Nianfan. He had menacing eyes. If that person was an immortal who was familiar with Tao, he could suck his blood and destroy his figure. If that person turned out to be just an ordinary man, there was no downside to that either because he could just kill him. Clang. The sword started to mold after each hit. Li Nianfan said, "There's a step that you guys constantly forget, but it's crucial. The step is called quenching." He dipped the sword into a tank full of water as soon as he said it. Sizzle. There was a lot of steam. The water was boiling. Quenching can make weapons soft and malleable. Li Nianfan took the long sword out from the water, and gently pulled on the blade. The blade curved. He wiped the blade with a cloth. Suddenly, a shine started to appear again. It was blindingly bright. Li Nianfan smiled and passed the sword to Rich. "General Rich, are you satisfied with the sword?" "Good sword. It's a nice sword." Rich was astounded. He stared at the sword, feeling almost frantic. A sword was sort of like a brother to a general. The surrounding blacksmiths were shocked and in disbelief. It turned their knowledge upside down. "How?" Owner Feng hurriedly took out a sword from their store and said, "General, try using the sword on this." Rich nodded, took a deep breath, and held the sword up high. Clang. Owner Feng's sword was snapped in half. Yikes! Everyone gasped. He only changed a bit of the forging process but he achieved a new material. "Mr. Li, this..." Owner Feng looked at Li Nianfan. He was too astounded to speak. "Nice sword, nice sword. Legend. Mr. Li's a true legend. Legendary, it's a legendary skill." Even Dajie and the Fire Phoenix were stunned. The swords alone could not impress them. However, the way it was improved was too powerful. The ingredients were the most ordinary materials, yet he improved it so much just by tweaking the forging process. Immortals had great alchemy skills, but this ordinary man could do it, too. Was this what they called a big shot? How mysterious of him. It must be related to the answer. Sigh, too bad none of them understood him when he spoke. Especially Carton. What did it mean? Li Nianfan smiled and said, "You don't have to understand the science behind it. All you need to know is that the weapons will be more solid and sharp this way. The elasticity would be better, too." Rich was flushed from excitement. He was trembling all over. Finally, he knelt on one knee in front of Li Nianfan. "Mr. Li, you've blessed thousands of soldiers. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you." Plop. All the soldiers behind him knelt, too. They looked at Li Nianfan with sincerity and gratefulness in their eyes. Li Nianfan quickly helped Rich up. He said, "General Rich, you're so courteous. I'm helping myself while helping you guys. I can live in peace if you win the battle." Rich immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I won't let you down with this sword." Buzz. Li Nianfan could hear a small buzz near his ear. Then, he felt a tingle on his neck. Something landed there. He frowned and slapped his neck. Then, he pinched it. It was a huge mosquito. What a big mosquito! He was shocked. The immortal realm had such big mosquitoes. It was about the size of a thumb. The mosquito looked confused. It was so confounded with the fact that it was captured. It struggled like crazy with all its might, trying to escape. However, it realized its power had disappeared completely. This was not the scariest part. The most horrifying thing was, its power source was forcefully transferred. This was initially just one of his figures. Even if he died, he would just have to cut some losses. Therefore, he was very daring. However, its original power source had unknowingly transferred to this mosquito figure, which meant that its figure was now solidified. If it died in this state, it would be dead for real. How? How was this possible? Who was he exactly? How could he do that? Why was this happening? Pitiful, helpless, and desperate. It could not believe it. It wanted to question him, it wanted to beg for mercy, but no words came out. It seemed like it had become an ordinary mosquito. All of a sudden, it remembered what the Holy Emperor said. It was just an insect in front of the expert. It was all too late. I don't like mosquitoes. Slap. Li Nianfan casually slapped his hands together and ended the ugly life of the mosquito. Chapter 233, Dark Forces. The dead mosquito peacefully fell to the ground. The Fire Phoenix and Daji were baffled at that mosquito. The mosquito was not ordinary. It was a figure, hard to notice because of its stealthy powers. Plus, they were too distracted and shocked by Li Nianfan, so they did not notice it at first. When they finally noticed it, it was too late. They could not attack it while it was on Li Nianfan. They looked at the dead mosquito and their eyes widened. How? The mosquito was dead as expected, but it was not just the figure that had been destroyed, it was the real person. That was too scary. Figure incarnation was a skill of high-level cultivators. The mosquito was one of the figures, which meant the cultivator was probably gifted and could produce a lot more figures. As long as one of the figures was still alive, they would never be dead. However, they could clearly feel that the original power source of the mosquito had been forcefully transferred. The main cultivator was dead. Li Nianfan even gently pinched it as if it was just a normal mosquito. The sight of that. Too terrifying. Something that had never been done before. Immortals would be scared soulless at that. Was this the power of a Bigshot? No, powerful was an understatement. The Holy Emperor and the others did not see it up close. They only watched the mosquito going up to the expert from afar. Then, the expert simply slapped it dead. It was kind of unreal. What did it say? Something about how it was an immortal? How useless. Told you that you'd be just an insect. Why didn't you believe us? Look at you, slapped dead as a mosquito. The three mosquitoes on their necks were petrified. They went stiff and blank. They could not believe what they were seeing. They were threateningly powerful previously, but then they saw their god slapped dead so easily. The visual impact stopped their minds from working. They could not handle it. How could someone so terrifying exist? Slap. The Holy Emperor and the others slapped them at the same time, releasing the three hysterical mosquitoes from their suffering. A puny mosquito dares to suck Mr. Li's blood? Good riddance. Rich casually stomped on the dead mosquito. He said respectfully, Mr. Li, I have the utmost respect and admiration for you. If any idiot dares to insult you in the future, please, come to me directly. I'll handle it. I won't let anyone slide, not even mosquitoes. A soldier behind him said sincerely, That's right, Mr. Li. If anyone dares bully you, our general will be the first to object it. Li Nianfan laughed. He saluted them and said, Ha, thanks a lot, brothers. Rich said with a slightly apologetic tone, Mr. Li, your knowledge is far too important. I have to hurry back with it. Sorry about that. Never mind, go, nodded Li Nianfan. Rich looked at the blacksmiths and said politely, Everyone, I have a request. Could you come with me to the Xia Kingdom? We need to pass on the knowledge of forging. Please. Owner Feng and the others were cooperative. They immediately accepted, no problem, of course. We have to rely on you to stop the southern brutes. Work hard on that. Then, everyone simply packed and they were ready to go. Rich told Li Nianfan, Mr. Li, farewell. Li Nianfan saluted and said, Take care, General Rich. I hope you succeed. See you, next time. For a soldier, see you next time was the best phrase to use. Mr. Li, take care, said Rich. Then, he yelled, Let's go. Tap tap. Li Nianfan stood there and watched as the others left. He felt sentimental. Suddenly, he saw the Holy Emperor and the others walking over from afar. They quickly walked over to Li Nianfan with smiles on their faces. They greeted, Mr. Li, did you come to the fallen town for a fun trip? Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. It's you guys. Greetings to the Holy Emperor and Lady Luo. Mr. Li, your talents are impressive. The improvements on the weapons are directly beneficial to the frontliners at war. You've helped the people greatly, complimented the Holy Emperor from the bottom of his heart. A Bigshot was still a Bigshot even as an ordinary man. He was far more superior than a cultivator. That's an overstatement. I only tried my best to help. Li Nianfan looked worried as he asked, "Are the demons that good? Not even the cultivators could stop them?" "It's not looking good so far. The demons have become powerful in a short amount of time. The expansion of their army means more powerful beings. As for us..." The Holy Emperor sighed heavily and said, "The immortal realm has been on a downhill slope for a long time because of the broken bridge to immortality. I'm not sure if we'll even have backup." It seemed like a war between demons and immortals was going to happen. Li Nianfan was worried. He asked, "Holy Emperor, will they attack us here?" The Holy Emperor looked determined as he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I won't let that happen." That was not the answer Li Nianfan was looking for. Based on the reaction of the Holy Emperor, the situation was not good. The southern brutes fought their way from the far south. The south borders and north borders were separated by the clear Moon Lake. As the southern brutes were powerful, the north border probably could not hold on much longer. They would definitely get attacked. The first place in the north side was the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. Dangerous. Li Nianfan was considering moving away. He dazedly chatted with the Holy Emperor for a while, then he said goodbye and left. Li Nianfan walked out of the fallen town. He looked at the little red bird on his shoulder and asked, "Goddess Fire Phoenix, if you protect me, can you save me?" The Fire Phoenix glanced sideways at Li Nianfan. She did not want to answer that question. "Do you even know who you just slapped to death?" "Me? Protect you?" He was asking for a beginner to protect a master. How could he say that? She said, "I, Fire Phoenix, can protect you." Li Nianfan instantly felt relieved. He was confident in the Fire Phoenix. It should be okay since she promised him. She was the one who said he could ask for something, right? He could depend on her. At the fallen town, the Holy Emperor and the others watched Li Nianfan leave. They were deep in thought. The expert was obviously hinting. The Holy Emperor suddenly asked, "Shiyu, did you get it?" "I got it," Luo Shiyu nodded and said with determination. "I'm ready to go to the front lines." The Holy Emperor looked down and said, "The expert chose to live in the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty because he trusts us. Now, someone's attacking us and they're about to disturb the expert. We have to stop it even if we die." Luo Shiyu nodded. The expert made the human sovereign and he passed on his knowledge to the humans. The humans' luck is off the charts. If we disappoint the expert now, how can we live with ourselves? Now is the time to shine for us chess pieces. At the above immortal realm, deep in the jungle of an east side mountain area. It was known as the Forbidden Spot. Not even demons or beasts dared to get close to the area. It was buzzing inside the jungle and there were mosquitoes everywhere. The mosquitoes were unusually ferocious. They could suck up blood and spiritual blood in an instant. They were also toxic. One would be left with bones once surrounded by those mosquitoes. Suddenly, a bunch of mosquitoes fell to the ground without warning. Their bodies were stiff and they were instantly dead on the spot. At a mountain cave in the deeper depths of the jungle, there were 3 men with black robes sitting with their legs crossed. They were very skinny and had dark energy surrounding them. The one on the left groaned. His eyes and mouth widened. He looked utterly horrified. His dark energy faded and he was lifeless. The other 2 opened their eyes at the same time to look at him. They looked very confused. The second brother was baffled. He asked in disbelief, "Third brother, is dead? How's this possible? Didn't he go to the immortal realm? How did he die? What happened exactly that gave him that look of despair?" The second brother flinched. And he sent one of his figures, but how did his real self die? The immortal realm has something horrifying. The big brother was serious. "I know something big's about to happen when the realm changes." Third brother was too careless. The second brother said in a trembling voice, "It's an apparent scheme of a Bigshot. I have a feeling that this is bigger than a scheme from the Eldritch times. We cannot make sudden moves. Try to think of ways to test the water with some pawns." The big brother looked at the dead body of the third brother. "Spiritual blood's too precious. We can't waste it." The big brother and second brother turned into mosquitoes. They landed on their third brother, who was then sucked dry instantly like a deflated balloon. Moves were made in the immortal realm. There was a scary aura at the borders of the Azureville. When the Lu family immortal died, the sect was constantly being interrogated on what happened. Not a lot of people in the immortal realm knew the whole story. The immortal that fought briefly with Daji only knew that Daji had great ice powers. A lot of Bigshots were attentive to the death of the immortal. Lu Kuang would be satisfied with his death. However, the Azureville was getting more attention from the public because it was the Azureville immortal that came down to the immortal realm. Chapter 234, Scoot Over, Bubble Bath Together. Time flew by. Half a month quietly passed in the blink of an eye. Pain was checking on the demon seal at the Azureville. Gu Changqing was studying it behind him. It became a daily task. Gu Yuan flew in slowly on a cloud. He looked a bit serious when he said, "Sect Master, according to our sources, aside from Amon, there's another demon servant that was released by the name of Bako. The demons work fast." Pain frowned and said, "No wonder the expert mentioned the demon seal. I'm afraid we'll be facing a big challenge even if we're early." Gu Changqing asked, "Grandpa, what realms are the demon servants usually from?" "Not past the real immortal realm." Gu Yuan groaned for a moment and said, "Demons from the real immortal realm are demon generals. Then, in the golden immortal realm, they're demon lords. Demon lords are too rare. They're on the same level as the Lord Immortal in the above immortal realm. A big shot amongst big shots. They can control Tao however they like. They can even shred worlds apart." Pain paused and continued, "Don't worry if it's just demon servants. I'm here. I'm not afraid of two or more demon servants." Gu Changqing was in awe as he asked excitedly, "Sect Master, what realm are you from?" Pain smiled. "Not to brag but I'm from the real immortal. Intermediate realm." Gasp. Gu Changqing was envious and respectful. "Awesome." Pain said arrogantly, "Ha, how else would I be able to create a sect in the above immortal realm?" Gu Changqing curiously asked, "Sect Master, do you know what realm the expert comes from?" "Don't gossip about the incredible expert." Pain hurriedly stopped him. Then, he quietly said, "From what I can tell, I'm not sure if the Lord Immortal's worthy enough to wash the expert's feet." Gu Changqing fell deep into thought. A figure flew in from afar. It was an elder with a horsetail whisk at hand. He stopped mid-air. Gu Changqing was surprised. He asked, "Cultivator Yunshan?" "Cultivator Changqing, long time no see," greeted Yunshan. Gu Changqing arched his eyebrow and asked curiously, "Cultivator Yunshan, what brings you to my Azureville?" Yunshan was the sect master of the Wuchang Palace. He was also a cultivator from the Dacheng realm, same as Gu Changqing. They got along quite well as they used to study Tao together, but they did not visit each other often. Sigh. Yunshan sighed and frowned as if he was trying to put the words together. Gu Changqing had a bad feeling about it. He quickly said, "Cultivator Yunshan, just give it to me straight." Yunshan did not reply immediately. He looked at Gu Yuan and Pain instead. He respectfully said, "May I know who these two are?" "My grandpa and my ancestor," answered Gu Changqing honestly. "The two ancestors." Yunshan did not look surprised. He hurriedly saluted, "Greetings from Yunshan to the two immortals." Pain raised his hand like he was thinking about something. He said, "No need to be so polite. From the looks of it, you're here for something regarding the above immortal realm?" Yunshan said, "You're great at predictions, immortal. This is a bit hard to talk about. Sorry about that, everyone." "Say it," frowned Pain. Yunshan quickly put the words together and said, "My ancestor transcended to the above immortal realm a long time ago, too. Yesterday, he sent me a message. He wished that you could hurry back to the above immortal realm." "Why?" Yunshan replied, "My ancestor's in a sect named Liu Yun Palace. He said it was the request of the Lord Immortal." "Liu Yun Palace? Lord Immortal?" Gu Yuan and Pain changed their facial expressions at the same time. They were familiar with the two phrases. They were gossiping about the Lord Immortal earlier, but in an instant, they were wanted by the Lord Immortal. They felt like it was a joke from God. Pain frowned hard. The Liu Yun Palace was well known. They did not have a lot of disciples but they were insanely cool. The Lord of the Palace was from the Golden Immortal Master Realm, unimaginably powerful. They had not spoken to each other before. Pain asked, "Can I know what for?" "He didn't say why, but my ancestor said you already know the reason." Yunshan groaned for a moment then bowed again. He anxiously said, "My ancestor said that the Lord Immortal has already invited the sect master of the Heavenly Water sect." "What?" Pain did not look happy. His immortal aura came at Yunshan like a tsunami. Yunshan was instantly knocked down from the sky. He crashed into the ground as heavy pressure fell on him. The ground had a man-shaped hole and it was deepening further. Yunshan was flushed. It was as if he had tons of weight on him. He almost suffocated to death. "Please, don't be mad. It has nothing to do with me." He was helpless, too. His ancestor set him up to be a potentially dead messenger. Pain slowly relaxed. Yunshan crawled out of the hole. He had dirt all over him. His horsetail whisk was broken, too. He was a mess. He did not dare to stay much longer, so he hurriedly said, "That's all for the message. I'm really sorry. Farewell." He immediately left. He would stay as far as possible from an angry immortal. So scary. Gu Yuan looked very worried. "Sect Master, I'm afraid the Lord Immortal's coming for the expert. This isn't good. It looks like I'll have to return to the above immortal realm," sighed Pain. He looked around and said, "Gu Yuan, stay on your guard. The demons are for you to handle." Gu Yuan said, "Should I visit the expert first? It's the Lord Immortal." "Not appropriate." Pain shook his head. "We aren't that close to the expert yet, so we can't disturb him like that." "All right, stop talking. There's a lot of people observing us. I'm leaving." Then, Pain left on a cloud immediately. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan looked worried. They said, "Farewell, Sect Master." Nighttime. At the four-part architecture. Creak. A door slowly opened. Li Nianfan walked out wearing a loose robe with a towel in hand. His hair was slightly wet. He bumped headfirst into a red figure at the door. Li Nianfan was taken aback. He quickly checked his clothes to ensure he was not nude. Then, he said, "What are you doing here?" Was the phoenix listening to his shower? The fire phoenix twitched her nose. She asked curiously, "What a unique aroma. How did you do it?" She finally asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Li Nianfan smiled and casually said, "Oh, it's shower gel. I made it myself. It's infused with several types of flowers." "Shower gel?" The fire phoenix was confused. "It's a thing for showers," said Li Nianfan while he walked back into his room. The fire phoenix most probably did not care about that. Would immortals need to shower? Li Nianfan stood at the door of his room and reminded, "Daji, I've prepared the water for your bath. The temperature's just right, so hurry up." Daji yelled, "Yeah, coming." The fire phoenix stood at the door. She felt like she was missing out on something. Suddenly, Daji walked over, carrying her clothes. She gracefully stepped into the bathroom. The bathroom was big and had a big bathtub. The water was drawn by Li Nianfan. It had a layer of white bubbles on top. Daji smiled and excitedly took off her clothes to soak in the bathtub. Phew! The nice temperature made her sigh in relief. Her small face was blushing as she shut her eyes and enjoyed the moment. However, she heard a creak sound. The door swung open. The fire phoenix rushed over. Daji was shocked. She glared at the fire phoenix. "What are you doing?" The fire phoenix sneered as if she figured it all out. "The master loves to pretend he's an ordinary man, so he showers. But we're never dirty. We're dustless, so what are you showering for?" She stared at the water that Daji was soaking in. She made an intriguing sound and dipped her hand into the water. Then, she tasted it. Suddenly, her eyes went wide. She looked like she was in disbelief. She dipped her head into the water to drink it. Is this really water from the Faxian pond?" Daji looked mad. "Get out of here. You damn fox, you didn't bring me along for something nice like this?" The fire phoenix was flushed from anger. "I knew something was off. You were so excited to shower. There must be something wrong. You have to bring me along next time." Water from the Faxian pond. She had a very deep impression of the Faxian pond. In the Aldrich era, the Faxian pond was well known for its properties. Faxian meant to transcend into an immortal. It had insanely amazing properties. Everyone had the chance to soak in it after transcending into an immortal. Once ordinary people soaked themselves in the Faxian pond, they could gain a lot of insights, Tao, and wisdom. They would be a body for basics of wisdom with improvements. If demons entered the Faxian pond, their blood could be improved. According to legends, the Faxian pond was a gift and a blessing. However, the Faxian pond gradually disappeared in a faraway era. The fire phoenix did not expect that the water they used to shower with was water from the Faxian pond. That was beyond her imagination. She stared at Daji and said with jealousy, "You've bathed in here so many times already. Move, let me." Daji sunk further into the bathtub. "No way, get out of here. Then we'll just take the bubble bath together." The fire phoenix took off her clothes on the spot and leapt into the bathtub. "Arg, so nice. What are you doing? Get out now." "Nope. Scoot. Scoot over." Chapter 235, Bootlicker's Guide to the Immortal Realm. Early the next day, Li Nianfan was sitting in the yard. He was clearly tired. He looked at the fire phoenix and Daji. He had a question in mind, but when he tried to speak, he stopped himself. Did they take a bubble bath until midnight? When had they become so close? He had trouble sleeping last night. The fire phoenix acted strangely in the morning, too. She chased after Daji to learn how to brush her teeth. The friendship between girls was so sudden and weird, even for the fire phoenix. However, it made Li Nianfan excited. The friendship between Daji and the fire phoenix meant that Bigshots were easy to get along with. There was nothing wrong with it. The war between demons and immortals was upon him. It would be dangerous soon. He had to befriend as many Bigshots as he could. He would shamelessly ask for their protection if they were his friends. They would not reject him then. He was only an ordinary man. They could easily protect him. He started to study the Bootlicker's Guide to the Immortal Realm. Rule number 1, cater to their hobbies. Immortals were people, too, and they also had their hobbies. For example, writing, painting, playing instruments, and more. He could do that. Rule number 2, have a forte. His forte would be his cooking. Immortals were people, too, and they had an appetite. He could win them over with his cooking. It was working well so far. Rule number 3, invest in potential big shots. Li Nianfan captured the essence of it. He did not own so many novels in the past realm for nothing. He was excellent at observing people and he thought he was good at identifying big shots. Rule number 4, only be decent to potential big shots that have tragic backstories and just be acquaintances with people who are divorced, disabled, or betrayed. He should not be too close with them. Never become their buddies because usually, he would be the first to die. Rule number 5. Li Nianfan scribbled and wrote a lot. He gained a lot of experience from reading novels in the past realm. Therefore, bootlicking was not considered a low blow or out of character for him. He could do it all effectively. Li Nianfan finished the Bootlicker's Guide to the Immortal Realm. Then, he made another one. It was a list called the List of Big Shots. Li Nianfan listed down his ranking of the big shots he knew. The Fire Phoenix was without a doubt the first on the list. Then, the Grandpa and Gu siblings of the Azureville. Followed by Yao Mengji, Lin Mufeng. Li Nianfan listed down every cultivator he knew. Of course, he added some notes next to the names about how close they were. He assumed. The Fire Phoenix was 55% close to him. They were business partners but not yet friends. Those who scored 60% were friends, 70% were buddies, 80% were close friends, and 90% were soulmates. He kept listing names. Li Nianfan also wrote Nanan on the list. Not sure how the young lady's cultivation journey's doing, but don't forget about me, your brother. Li Nianfan mumbled to himself for a while. He thought about it and added the old Tree of the Fallen Town into the list. The 2 books would be his legacy, his masterpieces. The value of the publications, immeasurable. Li Nianfan was pleased with himself for a while. He felt like he found his calling. He instantly felt assured. He was in a good mood and was ready to go out for a walk. He smiled and said, "Daji, let's go to the Fallen Town, then to the Clear Moon Lake to look at the fishes." Daji was as happy as Li Nianfan. She nodded and said, "Yeah, whatever you say." Li Nianfan walked toward a small bucket that was filled with their recent leftovers. It was processed into nutritional fertilizer. He planned to pour it on his plants to ensure their growth. Li Nianfan took some fertilizer and laughed. "Let's go." The Fire Phoenix automatically turned into a little red bird and landed on his shoulder. Blackie watched Li Nianfan leap from the 4-part architecture. Suddenly, he fell deep in thought. Blackie said, "Xiao Bei, I think I might be wrong about something." Xiao Bei instantly switched modes. Its voice went deeper as it said, "Therapist Xiao Bei is now online. Please, state your problem." Blackie was filled with sorrow. "I always thought that master's above it all. He doesn't see the differences in status or gender. I now realize that the fox and the phoenix are more loved and I'm being abandoned. Isn't this gender discrimination? Xiao Bei smoothly answered, according to science, people will be happier when they are accompanied by pretty ladies, regardless of gender but especially so for guys. But if I'm accompanied by a single dog, my happiness level will decrease instantly. It's just the law of nature. The mood has nothing to do with cultivation. Blackie excitedly asked, what if I reshape my form of flesh right now? Why go through the trouble? Surgeon Xiao Bei is now online, said Xiao Bei in an incredibly professional voice. Xiao Bei took out a pair of scissors. Come on, lay down. I promise it's highly effective and painless. Li Nianfan brought Daji to the fallen town again. It was still crowded and peaceful. Hopefully, the war would not affect the place. Sigh, what's wrong with living in peace? Is fighting and battling that fun? Li Nianfan thought for a moment. In reality, regardless of where he was, resources were limited. War necessitated more. He went through the city and walked towards the east door. He was slightly surprised when he got to the old locust tree. The thick branches of the old locust tree were gone. Only half of the charred trunk was left. There were also a few elders who were worshipping the tree. Their eyes were filled with nostalgia. Li Nianfan quickly walked over and realized that the little sapling was still there in the middle of the tree trunk. He instantly sighed in relief. He asked, Elder, were the branches cleaned out by someone? One of the elders said, yeah, there were a few passing immortals not long ago. They noticed the big old tree was struck by lightning. They said it was lightning wood or something. Then they excitedly chopped it away. The other elder said passionately, I was there. They controlled a flying sword. It spun in the air and chopped down the branches. It was awesome. The young ones wanted to move the tree trunk, too, but they were stopped by the elder. I'll be the first one to say no. The tree's old but a new sapling has sprouted. They'll pay if they try to chop that down, too. The elders started to chat and gossip away. Li Nianfan smiled and walked to the stem. It was good that the dry branches were cut off. It would be beneficial for the growth of the sapling. He had saved a lot of energy. He took out the fertilizer that he prepared and sprinkled it around the little sapling. He was assured that the little sapling would grow well. The little sapling was extremely green. Under the sunlight, it looked alive. Come on, old tree. If you're spiritual, hurry up and grow. They'll soon fight their way over here. The fallen town depends on you to shield them. Li Nianfan poured the fertilizer while he mumbled, I know you'd rather die than see the town get hurt. I know you have feelings for this town. I, Li Nianfan, don't need credit for this. Li Nianfan finished fertilizing and thought about something. He felt like he did not miss anything. Then, he wiped his hands, smiled, and said, Daji, let's go to the Clear Moon Lake. The old tree was not doing well, but Li Nianfan was not going to let go of any possible big shots. He could do it casually anyway. Why would he be lazy about making good connections? He would not look down on the weak. They might bring him along with them if they were strong in the future. Meanwhile, at the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, there were lightning flashes in the sky. A ray of bright light slashed through the clouds and headed straight for the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. The figure arrived in a blink of an eye. He was flushed and had deep eyes. He looked very cool. His full black outfit made him look powerful, too, and it gave him a fierce aura. His long hair moved with the wind and it looked like he had strands of shiny swords. The disciples of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion fell into chaos. They all looked afraid. Just by a single glance from the man in black, they suddenly realized that they were being overwhelmed by sword chi. Their hair stood on ends as they realized they were about to die. They could not even resist it. Lin Mufeng was terrified. He rushed into the hall and spat a mouthful of blood on the immortal stone. Suddenly, the immortal stone glowed brightly. He said in a serious tone, I'm the sect master of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, Lin Mufeng. I summon the immortal from above. He was frantic. He was usually nice to everyone, so why was a powerful enemy attacking them? Was he perhaps in the wrong place? Thankfully, he got an immortal stone from the expert the last time. However, he was unsure if the immortal was dependable or not. Buzz. The immortal stone glowed and emitted a special scent. However, no immortal showed up. Lin Mufeng was sweating bullets. He was about to spit out more blood when he heard, no need to summon me anymore. I'm the owner of this immortal stone. Bam! The light flew out the door and landed on the man in black robes. Lin Mufeng was dumbfounded. Then, he respectfully said, I'm Lin Mufeng. Welcome, immortal. The man in black robes was very excited and happy. He quickly asked, "Where's my precious disciple? Hurry up and let me meet my precious student." Lin Mufeng freaked out slightly. He tried his best to say, "Immortal, there's no disciple of yours here." "Impossible," yelled the black-robed man. "He has the Excalibur from the secret border, so at least, he has an unsullied body fated for swords. I didn't think that the immortal realm would have someone like that. He's born to be my student." The black-robed man glared with wide eyes. "Speak, who's got the Excalibur?" Lin Mufeng almost cried. He smiled awkwardly and said, "To be honest, it's me." The black-robed man observed Lin Mufeng closely for a moment. "Blasphemy! You don't have a body fated for swords. You think you can inherit my Excalibur?" He frowned and said coldly, "I set up 10 tests. No ordinary man would be able to pass the tests, and even if they did, they'd have to have an unsullied body fated for swords to pull out the Excalibur. Otherwise, the sword would just puncture their hearts. I spent a lot of effort just to find a worthy student. Not a lot of masters are as passionate as I am in the world." Lin Mufeng had cold sweat all over. He was petrified. He pulled out the sword. Thankfully, the expert reminded him to bring the lantern. Otherwise, he would be long dead by now, right? Thankfully, he had the expert. He saved his life. It was such a sick and twisted test. "Are you sure you're looking for a student?" Chapter 236, "This student is mine." "I get it." The black-robed man stared at Lin Mufeng with wide eyes. He looked like he realized something. "It's you. You must have killed my precious student and stole the treasure. My student died tragically. I have to avenge him." He was menacingly strong. The wind blew like sharp blades, slashing through the clouds. The Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion was about to be destroyed. Plop. Lin Mufeng went weak in the knees. He knelt and begged, "Immortal, don't be angry. Please, don't be angry. I really did pull out the sword." The black-robed man sneered, "Impossible. You wouldn't be able to pass the first 3 tests. Quick, tell me, where did you get it from?" Swoosh. A sword flew past his neck swiftly. A strand of Lin Mufeng's hair fell off. Lin Mufeng instantly went stiff from fear. He struggled for a long time. Then, he said, "I didn't go to the secret border alone. There's an expert." The black-robed man looked convinced. "I see. That person's most probably my student. Why did the expert give you the Excalibur?" He was an expert. Would he even be impressed by the Excalibur? Lin Mufeng put the words together and said, "This expert is incredibly powerful, free from the bonds of status. He's beyond immortals or ordinary folks. I'm afraid he has no use for the Excalibur." The black-robed man frowned. He said coldly, "You think I'll believe that?" "Immortal, I'm telling the truth." Lin Mufeng looked serious. "Although I'm weak in cultivation and I've never seen the above immortal realm, I'm certain he's more powerful than an immortal." "Oh?" The black-robed man was slightly surprised. "Bring me to him." Lin Mufeng awkwardly smiled and shook his head. "Immortal, without the expert's hint, I can't bring you to him. Perhaps you can wait until I get his permission?" "You dare speak to me like that? It's as if he's the real deal," growled the black-robed man. He said, "I have a way to know if you're telling the truth. Follow me to the immortal relic." Then, he carried Lin Mufeng with him to the clear moon lake. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan had already rented a raft with an awning. It was drifting slowly across the clear moon lake. There were a lot of boats around the clear moon lake. Fishermen boats came and went. They all looked really happy as if they had won the lottery. It was probably because they could catch all sorts of fish and shellfish through their fishing nets. It also attracted a lot of cultivators who frequently flew by in the sky. Of course, a lot of men and women came to Lake Drift, too. Many fancy boats were floating on the water. This was why the rental fees were doubled. Li Nianfan rowed the raft to the center of the lake. The oars disturbed the fishes that were swimming in the lake, causing them to swim away rapidly. Suddenly, a big fish leapt out of the water's surface. It leapt over the raft and plopped back into the lake. The fishes in the immortal realm were so lively. Li Nianfan said weirdly, "Awesome. It's been a month, right? Why are there still so many fishes in the lake? Does more fishing lead to more fish?" He did not say anything unnecessary. He immediately took out his fishing tools and sat cross-legged on the raft, ready to fish. He attached the bait and cast his line. Pap! The fishing line zipped through the air and landed nicely in the water. An old fisherman was watching. He said, "Young man, Just cast a fishing net. It's rare seeing so many fishes like this. Using a fishing rod will be a waste. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Old man, I'm enjoying the process of fishing. I'm not here to hunt for fishes." The old fisherman shook his head. "Wasteful, what a waste." Li Nianfan did not say anything else. He quietly fished while enjoying the beautiful painting-like view. He was accompanied by a beautiful lady, too. This was a great life. Daji leaned against Li Nianfan as she dipped her pretty fair feet in the water. Li Nianfan looked at her bare feet and thought to himself, now that's the real fish bait. The little red bird on his shoulder spread her wings. She flew and perched on top of the awning. She curiously tilted her head and looked around, observing everything with interest. Then, she spread her wings again and glided across the surface of the lake. She was slightly annoyed. At the bottom of the clear moon lake, it was extremely turbulent. Water pillars were being formed and powers were shooting back and forth like waves. It was kind of like a boiling fountain down there. It was happening everywhere, and it seemed to be coming from the east side ocean. The water was full of power, causing all the fishes to swim up to the surface. There was a golden door at the bottom of the east side ocean. A terrifying amount of fishes seemed to be swimming into it. Upon closer inspection, it was not the fishes that were swimming into the door. It was the water's current that was forcing the fish to swim inside. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden door started to shine. A powerful aura emitted from within it. It sucked in the ocean water, causing a huge wave. The surrounding fishes instantly fled. A voice could be heard. "The dragon door's open. The dragon door's really open. How did this happen? I thought the immortal realm was dead? Hold on a second. The door isn't completely opened yet. I wonder how the outside world's doing?" Suddenly, a panicked shriek could be heard. "Stop gossiping, the seventh princess is missing. Hurry up and find her." Plop. Li Nianfan raised his fishing rod gently and fished out a big carp. The fish's tail flapped about, causing water to splash in the air. Splash. The fish landed right into the bucket. It was a big red bucket with 20 big fishes of various types inside. Li Nianfan looked at them swimming actively. He felt joyful and proud. What nice gains. Maybe this was the fun part of fishing. Too bad. There are too many fish here. I feel like I'm lacking a bit of a challenge. Li Nianfan put his fishing rod aside. He did not want to fish anymore. Fishing was just for entertainment on this trip. He mainly focused on the fun of it. Suddenly, a fisherman's boat passed by coincidentally. There were 3 people on the boat, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a lady. The lady was responsible for sailing the boat. The old man and the middle-aged man were drawing their fishing net. The veins on their arms were popping out from the sheer force they were exerting. However, they looked excited. The heavier it was meant that they had caught more fish. The middle-aged man worriedly reminded, "Dad, back up a little. Be careful. Don't get dragged down there." "Hey, you were just learning how to walk when I first brought you fishing. You think you can teach the old man how to do things now?" The old man scolded, "Look closely." He stepped back and bent backward. Then, he lifted the fishing net. Splash. The fishing net came out of the water. Splashes were everywhere. Countless prawns and fishes were wiggling in the net, their scales brightly reflected under the sunlight. Plop. The fishing net was pulled up to their boat. The father and son instantly sat down and panted. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Old man, you gained a lot." "Ha, it's all right." The old man instantly smiled. "You came here to Lake Drift?" "Yeah." Li Nianfan was slightly curious. He asked, "You guys have so much fish. Where are you going to ship them to?" The old man replied, "The Xia Kingdom, of course. They're at war now and they lack food." "I see," Li Nianfan nodded. He was previously worried by the sudden increase in fishes. Would it not disrupt the fish market? He got his answer. It seemed like the fish came at the right time. "Sir, let me tell you. The war's crazy. I sent fish to the injured soldiers before. It was a gory sight," said the old man. Then, he pointed in a direction and said, "If you keep drifting in this direction to the other side, you can see the battlefield. You might even see floating corpses in the water, too." Li Nianfan looked across the horizon, toward the south side of the clear moon lake. "Thanks for the notice, old man. Goodbye." Li Nianfan smiled and rowed. He gently drifted away and stopped disturbing that family. The raft drifted. The gentle breeze on the face was very nice. Plop. Suddenly, there was a loud plop, followed by chaotic screaming. Somebody fell into the water. Everyone, help! Quick, who can swim? Li Nianfan looked over with arched eyebrows. Usually in this situation, most people around here would know how to swim. It would be easy to save them. However, the one who fell into the water was a rich guy from a fancy boat. The fishermen were far away from the fancy boats and the other people on fancy boats may not know how to swim. The rich guy was struggling in the water. It would probably take a while for someone to go save him. Li Nianfan rowed his boat closer. "Huh?" said the fire phoenix on his shoulder. She looked straight into the water. Li Nianfan was slightly curious. He stared at the guy who fell into the water, too. He realized something odd was happening. The guy did not know how to swim, but he was not sinking. It was like something was pushing him up from beneath the water. He arched his eyebrow. He noticed that whenever the guy was about to sink deeper into the water, something would push him up from his waist. He rowed closer and looked closely. There was a red-tailed white carp in the water. It was constantly pushing the guy up from his waist. The carp was not strong. It used all its might to push. A kind carp demon. Li Nianfan was intrigued. He instantly listed it in his list of big shots. There were not a lot of kind demons. Since he met one, it would be beneficial to befriend it. Moreover, this was a water demon. He would have someone to look out for him in the waters. The rich guy was soon saved thanks to the help of the carp demon. However, a figure suddenly swooped down from above. The figure transformed into a young lad in a green shirt. He was levitating above the water's surface. He had a gold net in his hand. It was shiny. He threw it into the lake and instantly captured the carp demon. Then, he pulled the demon out of the water. "I thought I could get lucky at the Clear Moon Lake. I wasted so much time here so I can't go back empty-handed." A white carp with a red tail, a soon-to-be demon, interesting, said the smiling young lad in a green shirt. Then, he hooked the carp demon to his belt. Li Nianfan saw that. He frowned and hesitated for a moment before he rowed over. He knew a lot of big shots and he had the fire phoenix to protect him. He was slightly confident. "I'm Li Nianfan. Greetings, bro." The green shirt lad glanced at Li Nianfan. He seemed hostile. However, he paused for a moment when he saw Daji. Then, he arrogantly asked, "What do you want?" Li Nianfan said, "Bro, this carp demon saved someone. I don't think it'll hurt anybody. Why don't you spare its life and I'll treat you to some drinks." "Okay, bro? You're just an ordinary man. You dare drink with me?" sneered the green shirt lad. "Do me a favor and look at your reflection in the water. Do you think you're worthy?" Li Nianfan felt his heart drop. It seemed like he was not lucky this time. He had met an unfriendly cultivator. However, he was not surprised. Not everyone was nice. He looked at the struggling carp demon on his belt. The red tail flapped around like a flickering flame. It was frantic and afraid, looking at Li Nianfan like it was asking for help. A very humane demon. He groaned and continued, "Bro, the Holy Emperor of the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty's my friend. This carp demon isn't that valuable. Spare it for me. We can be friends." "Shameless nonsense. You and the Holy Emperor are friends? Then, I am God's brother." The green shirt lad burst out laughing. He was still looking at Daji when he shook his head and said, "It's a crime to be unworthy. How did you, an ordinary man, get such an outstandingly beautiful wife? Be careful. Lady, why don't you follow me instead? I have a beauty pill that can stop your beauty from aging for up to 10 years. A figure darted across the sky. Then, it turned back quickly. The black-robed man was carrying Lin Mufeng with one hand but he was staring at Li Nianfan. His gaze was filled with a burning passion. He was trembling from excitement. It was as if he saw the most precious jewel in the world. A body made of Tao? He's a natural. God bless. You sent me such an outstanding student. He laughed maniacally and swooped down. The audacity. How dare you insult my precious student? Die. Endless swords fell from the sky along with his roar. Even the clouds in the sky were affected. The clouds were also shaped like swords. Swords were raining down on the green shirt lad. He was gone in an instant before he could react. It was like he vanished into thin air. I'm here in time to save the day from such an insult. Plus, my attacks look so powerful and cool. This student is mine. The black-robed man smiled and stood proudly on the water. He looked mysteriously compassionate. He said slowly, "Fella, say hello to your master?" Lin Mutheng witnessed it all from the air. His mind buzzed and he almost went blind. He was horrified. His soul almost left his body. What was a natural body made of Tao? He was a real freaking big shot. Chapter 237, I have to bury myself on a good land. A natural body made of Tao? He wants me to be his student? Li Nianfan was stumped. Perhaps this was his hidden talent? He was slightly excited. He asked, "Sir, I don't have spiritual root. Can I still cultivate?" "You don't have spiritual root?" The black-robed man was baffled. He looked at the fire phoenix that was perched on Li Nianfan. Then, he immediately denied it. "Impossible. Your bird isn't ordinary either. How could you not have spiritual root?" It seemed like it was useless since he did not have a spiritual root. Li Nianfan smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, I just coincidentally befriended it out of luck. Truthfully, I'm just an ordinary man." "You're an ordinary man?" The black-robed man was dumbfounded. He stared at Li Nianfan. After multiple confirmations, he exclaimed like he was attacked, "You're just an ordinary man. But you're a natural body made of Tao. Why don't you have spiritual root? It's not justified, it's not justified." He looked weirdly at Li Nianfan. He was a natural body made of Tao, which meant he was extremely compatible with Tao. Every move he made would be delicate yet powerful. He was blessed. He would be unstoppable with cultivation training, and if he were to become a swordsman, his swordsmanship would be off the charts. However, he did not have any powers. It meant he did not have a spiritual root. A natural body made of Tao would improve over time even without cultivation. Li Nianfan felt like it was necessary to correct him. "Sir, it's just not justified." He saw that carp on the surface of the lake. It was blowing bubbles while looking at Li Nianfan. He was instantly happy. He bent down and waved. He said, "Little carp, be careful next time. Don't get easily captured." Then, Lin Mutheng swooped down, too. He smiled at Li Nianfan, "Mr. Li." Li Nianfan saluted, "Brother Lin, who knew I'd run into you here, too?" Lin Mutheng was slightly scared. He said, "Mr. Li, I'm here with the Immortal. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "It's not a bother at all. Do you want to get onto the raft?" He looked at the black-robed man oddly. He did not expect him to also be an immortal. So many new immortals in the immortal realm. Sigh. The black-robed man sighed defeatedly. He looked demotivated. He did not want to go to the immortal relic anymore. He hopped onto the boat with a dispirited look. Lin Mutheng smiled apologetically, "Sorry for the disturbance." The immortal on the boat made Li Nianfan slightly nervous, especially when he witnessed him disintegrate the other cultivator within seconds. He would be lying if he said he was not fazed by that. He picked up the oar and rowed. The carp demon unexpectedly followed the raft. It leapt out of the water from time to time, too, making splashes. The fire phoenix stared at that white carp with sparkles in her eyes. She suddenly said, "Looks like that carp demon likes following us around. Why don't I train it?" "Nice." Li Nianfan was instantly excited. He immediately said, "It's a breakthrough for it to train with you. I think it's a nice thing." He approved it wholeheartedly. If the fire phoenix took the carp demon in as her student, it meant that she would be staying longer in the immortal realm. The carp demon was pure and naive. It must be touched by its hero that saved its life. It wanted to be thankful. It could be a kind and helpful demon with the teachings of the fire phoenix. Yes to that. He dipped the bucket into the water. Then, he waved and said, "Little carp, come over here." The little carp was hesitant. Li Nianfan quickly tossed some orange slices into the water. He tempted it like a bad uncle, "You want some? Do you like fruits? I have a lot of delicious food here. It's tasty." Meanwhile, Lin Mutheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He calmed his racy heart. That was a torturous sight. A sight that was bad for his heart. Thankfully, he did not make a huge mistake. Otherwise, Lin Mutheng felt a shiver go down his spine again. He did not want to think about it. He almost cried. He looked at the dazed black-robed man and rolled his eyes. The ignorant were always fearless. The black-robed man asked in a calm tone, "You seem upset?" Lin Mutheng took a deep breath. In a trembling voice, he said cautiously, "Immortal, you almost got into huge trouble." The black-robed man smiled and said proudly, "Ha, I'm never afraid of getting into trouble. Tell me about it. Entertain me." Lin Mutheng shook his head. He sighed quietly and said, "Remember the expert I told you about on the way here? That's the expert." "It's him?" asked the black-robed man. "That's him. For a big shot, it doesn't matter if he's a natural body made of Tao. It's nothing even if he's a saint body, God body, or invincible body." Lin Mufeng said, "Stop questioning it. Look at that lady next to him. That's actually the nine-tailed fox." "Really?" The black-robed man arched his eyebrow when he looked at Draji. He realized something was off. He could not read her cultivation. She should be an ordinary woman. However, it proved that she was either an ordinary woman or he was inferior to her. He looked at the little red bird bafflingly, too. The fire phoenix did not hide her aura, so he could instantly tell she was extraordinary. He thought she was just a little bird demon, but when he looked closely, he realized he could not read the cultivation of a tiny bird demon either. Yikes! He gasped and his eyes went wide. He could not accept it. "Are you for real?" He could not stay calm. He was worried. "It's real. I told you on the way that the expert likes living as an ordinary man. You have to be careful next time." Lin Mufeng secretly felt good. "Oh, you know how to gasp? Where did your cool gusto go? Didn't you say you wanted to be entertained?" The black-robed man was dumbfounded. "Did I just ask a big shot to be my student?" His mind was buzzing. He had goosebumps all over while his heart raced. "No, I have to find a good land to bury myself." It was like a man asking his boss to work for him without knowing who was the actual boss. The moment of realization was a cringy sensation. Lin Mufeng quietly said, "It's not that bad. At least you didn't cross the line." "No, I have to make up for it. I have to save myself." He flicked his wrist and a jar of alcohol appeared. He slowly walked toward Li Nianfan. "Mister, I was impolite just now. Please, pardon me." "You're too courteous, immortal. It's not a big deal." Li Nianfan waved and said in a slightly pitiful tone, "Too bad I don't have spiritual root. I've disappointed you, immortal." The black-robed man jumped. The expert was clearly blaming him. He held a grudge. He started to sweat. He said, "Mister, I heard from Cultivator Lin that you're talented and educated. You can do things no one can. You're incredibly respectable even if you can't cultivate. Cheers to you." "Ha, thanks a lot," laughed Li Nianfan. "It was very effective. Orange?" The black-robed man respectfully accepted the orange. "Thanks." He still felt uneasy. Then, he ate the orange. Suddenly, he felt a wave of power fragments go straight to his brain. His eyes widened. He was excited yet terrified inside. Power fragments. It was power fragments. He quickly looked at the orange and observed it. Was it a real orange? Why would an orange like that exist? Expert, the ultimate expert. He twitched. How was he alive? Thankfully. Li Nianfan asked curiously, "What? Is it not okay?" "No, of course, it is." The black-robed man put the whole orange into his mouth. "It's too delicious. I've never tasted oranges like this before." Li Nianfan smiled and said in a slightly pleased voice, "Good, I planted it myself. It's good enough to serve guests." Good enough to serve guests? Only maniacs in the immortal realm would serve this orange to guests. Was this the world of the big shot? He quickly adjusted his attitude and said, "Mister, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Xiao Chengfeng. I'm a sword cultivator." Li Nianfan replied politely, "I'm Li Nianfan, an ordinary man." Xiao Chengfeng was slightly nervous. He said, "Mr. Li, I was too reckless to ask you to be my student just now. Please, don't mind me." Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Brother Xiao, you're great at cultivation. Why can't you get a student?" "It's easy to take in a student, but hard to find one that I'm satisfied with." Xiao Chengfeng shook his head. "There are too few genius cultivators and even fewer genius sword cultivators." "I see," nodded Li Nianfan. Xiao Chengfeng sighed softly. It was one of his unsolvable problems. It had been more than 7,000 years. He did not grow or improve that whole time because he was at the end of his sword cultivation journey. He was lost. If it kept going on like that, he could only wait for his death. Therefore, he needed a student to pass on his legacy. Li Nianfan asked, "Brother Xiao, have you ever considered that your student doesn't have to be a rare genius?" Black-robed. Brother Xiao shook his head. "That won't do. The most important thing for sword cultivation is natural talent. They can't be a sword cultivator if they're not a genius, right? The old man was a bit extreme. Cultivation required natural talent, but it was wrong to rely purely on talents. Li Nianfan was prepared to share his theory, especially in sword cultivation. He debated, "Brother Xiao, I think sword cultivation has nothing to do with natural talent. 1,000 people can hold the sword and have 1,000 ways of understanding swords. Ordinary people can hold the sword and point it at an immortal, too, while immortals can hold the sword but flee at the last moment. Swordsmanship comes from the heart. Why limit it to just talent?" Chapter 238, The Three Levels of Swordsmanship, Astonishing Words. Swordsmanship comes from the heart. Why limit it to just talent? Xiao Changfeng breathed heavily. He kept replaying that sentence in his mind. He seemed to be out of it. Buzz. There was a buzzing in his ears like an alarm clock. He felt like his soul was about to ascend. The answer of sword cultivation. It was the answer. He suddenly felt like crying because he felt enlightened. No wonder he did not improve for 7,000 years. He was at the end of the road. He relied too much on talent. It was not a commentary on taking on a student. It was a commentary on himself. The expert was trying to help him. He thought talent was the most important thing in sword cultivation. He expected to transcend relying purely on talent. Ridiculous, it was ridiculous. He did not have good swordsmanship. How could he improve? At that moment, he finally understood. His dead-end journey had a new path. The new path was wide and endless. It would be amazing for sure. Xiao Changfeng looked serious. He suddenly stood up and felt his cells jumping around. "Mr. Li, your quote enlightened me. I learned a lot today. Please, accept my bow." It was exciting to be enlightened. It could make anyone happy. "Brother Xiao, no." Li Nianfan quickly stopped him. "You're an immortal and I'm just an ordinary man. There's no such thing as immortals bowing to ordinary people. It's just a casual saying. You know, the observer sees more clearly than the participant. Brother Xiao, you were just too stubborn." "Regardless of that, thanks, Mr. Li." Xiao Changfeng was confused. Such generosity was simply shrugged off by the blesser. The observer sees more clearly than the participant. What a simple way to put it. It was terribly difficult to wake the participant up. How would one convince a stubborn person? He was indeed filled with wisdom. There was no one else like him. However, the expert did not seem to care. What realm did he come from? What kind of suave attitude was that? He had never met a big shot like him before. "Mr. Li, cheers." He did not know what else to say. Words were fleeting and meaningless. Only actions mattered. "It's a good thing that you realized, Brother Xiao," said Li Nianfan. It seemed like his theoretical knowledge was elite. He had befriended another immortal. He suddenly realized he had another forte, save knowledge. For example, Journey to the West attracted immortals. If he put his knowledge to use in the immortal realm, it would be too edgy and superior. Besides ordinary people, some cultivators might find it futuristic, too. Xiao Changfeng was emotional. He asked, "Mr. Li, how many levels do you think there are in sword cultivation?" Li Nianfan sipped on the alcohol and asked, "What do you think, Brother Xiao?" "I used to think there were 3 levels. The first level would be using sharp swords. The second level would be using sword chi, and the third level is sword intent. However, after hearing what you said, I think there's another level, sword passion." Xiao Changfeng was like a student giving the teacher his opinion at that moment. He wanted to be praised by the teacher. "What do you think, Mr. Li?" "You're not wrong." Li Nianfan groaned for a moment. It was time to show off. He said, "But it's still very surface level." Xiao Changfeng excitedly said, "Please, enlighten me, Mr. Li." Lin Mufeng immediately turned sideways to listen carefully. Daji and the Fire Phoenix also looked at Li Nianfan. They could not help being excited and emotional. Whatever the expert was about to say must be awesome. It was the first time the expert directly answered a cultivation-related question. It would be astonishing, groundbreaking. Li Nianfan said slowly and calmly, "The first level, a sword was once the teacher of millions for a lifetime battle worth 3,000 miles. The second level, 3 million sword immortals from above must be humble when they see me. The third level, God wouldn't accept the birth of Li Chunggong, but my sword cultivation is still historical like the long night." Boom. Everyone was blown away. It was just a few sentences but their hair stood on ends after hearing that. It was as if they were surrounded by sharp swords. Li Nianfan did not say it loudly, but everyone thought they heard thunder. Hold on. It was not an illusion. It was actual thunder. It was echoes of wisdom. Even nature was moved. They thought of a vision, a man with a sword on a mountain full of dead bodies looking over a bloody ocean. The sky was dim. Only the man stood still. Then, the vision turned into a transcendent immortal with millions of swords. Every sword cultivator looked up to him. The third vision was a little blurry. They could somewhat see a wasteland that was covered by a gigantic sword. They almost choked from being shocked. They were also mesmerized by that state of mind. Suddenly, everything was silent. Then, they jumped as if they were all suddenly woken up from a dream. However, they were drenched in cold sweat. It was a very complex feeling to discover such wisdom. This. Xiao Changfeng kept gulping. He wanted to say something astonishing, but he could not say anything. He lacked the vocabulary for it. How could he talk about something he never learned or experienced? Finally, he sighed. He sincerely complimented, "Mr. Li, you're wonderful. Respect." He smiled awkwardly. His 4 levels of sword cultivation were trash compared to Li Nianfan. Shallow. He did not realize how shallow he was until he met Li Nianfan. "You're too courteous, Brother Xiao," said Li Nianfan. It felt good to impress everyone with astounding words, especially when these people were not of the ordinary crowd. Truthfully, the real 3 levels he described were the ordinary level, the immortal level, and the godly level. It was not that much better than what Xiao Chengfeng said. However, he said it with ancient grammar, so it sounded much cooler, highly effective, highly impressive. That was the difference between a cultured person and an uncultured person. Xiao Changfeng self-deprecatingly said, "I thought I was at the highest level of sword cultivation. Now, it seems like I'm still far from the second level." He looked away. He resonated deeply with the third level Li Nianfan described. He mumbled, "God wouldn't accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation is still historical." He went silent. He realized he could not say it even if he sneakily tried to. It was too cool. He was not able to handle it. Only 2 types of people could say something like that: someone who was extremely powerful in sword cultivation and could understand everything, or someone who was extremely weak and shallow in sword cultivation. Xiao Changfeng did not have the confidence to say it because he could not accept that. "If I can confidently say that in front of everyone, my life would have no regrets." His eyes glinted. He looked determined. Meanwhile, the raft reached the shore. Li Nianfan saluted and said, "I should go back." Lin Mufeng instantly said, "Mr. Li, let me fly you all back." Li Nianfan smiled and rejected his offer. "No need. Daji and I are going to look at the view on the way back. It's nice to walk around." "Mr. Li, your words are like lanterns on a dark path," Xiao Changfeng said seriously. "Thanks a lot. As long as it's useful." "You are welcome. Goodbye," waved Li Nianfan. He slowly walked away with Daji. Lin Mufeng and Xiao Chengfeng watched Li Nianfan leave with complex gazes. They felt like he was oddly cool. They wanted to worship him on the spot. Truly an expert. Xiao Chengfeng thanked Lin Mufeng, "Cultivator Lin, it's a lucky thing I got to know the expert because of you. Thanks a lot." Lin Mufeng hurriedly said, "You're too courteous, immortal. Since the expert took me to the immortal relic to retrieve your immortal stone, I suspect he must have already planned this. No matter what plans he had, I'm willing to be his sharpest sword." Xiao Changfeng was determined. Then, he curiously asked, "Oh, yeah. I didn't dare to ask the expert. Do you know who Li Changgang is?" Lin Mufeng shook his head. "No. But since the expert said his name, he must be an amazing elite." Xiao Chengfeng respectfully said, "Sigh, who knew such a sword cultivator exists? I wish I could witness his glory." Might be a big shot from the same era as the expert. Lin Mufeng was also respectful. He guessed, he has the same surname as the expert, Li. They might be related. Xiao Changfeng looked like he realized something. He said, "The relatives of the expert. No wonder." Chapter 239, Betting Everything in One Strike. Nighttime. They were out on a trip for the entire day. It was fun but a bit tiring. They brought back a lot of things. Li Nianfan worked on the bootlicker's guide to the immortal realm. Then, he added Xiao Chengfeng and the carp demon on the list of big shots. He soon fell asleep. The fire phoenix walked out of her room in the 4-part architecture. She looked at the playful little carp swimming excitedly in the small pond. She instantly smirked. She said quietly, "Little dragon, stop pretending. Drop your disguise." The little carp instantly jumped. Then, it leapt out of the pond and transformed into a 5-year-old child. It was a little girl in a white dress. She looked nervous and pitiful. She had a babyish voice, too. She nervously said, You're a phoenix?" The fire phoenix said, "Don't be scared. The grudge between dragons and phoenixes was squashed a long time ago. We both vanished. There's no use for a fight." "Oh," replied the little girl. The fire phoenix asked, "Why are you here? You were almost captured by a cultivator if it wasn't for the expert." The little girl fearfully said, "I sneaked out of the dragon palace to play. Then, I saw a gold door. I think it's called the dragon door. I tried to get through it and I did, but I wasted a lot of power. I couldn't even stay in my form." The fire phoenix asked, "How are the dragons?" "It's just me, my father, and my 5th brother. Even my mother died giving birth to me," said the little girl truthfully. She looked sad. The fire phoenix sympathized with her. She said, "You're too naughty. You have to protect yourself better. Sister Fire Phoenix, who's the man who saved me today? He's an ordinary man but he seems awesome. Also." The little girl looked at her pond. It was filled with spiritual water. It was too nice to swim in it, and the orange, delicious. The fire phoenix shook her head. "Ordinary man? He's a godly character. He knows how to retrieve glorious things from faraway eras, but I'm afraid that was just a one-time thing." The little girl was confused. "He can recreate things from the eldritch times? I heard from my father that it's only a myth and it's impossible." "Let's not talk about this." The fire phoenix changed the subject. She said, "The master said you're a carp demon, so you have to be a good carp demon from now on. Since I took on the responsibility to teach you, I have to be responsible. First of all, since you're staying here, I think you should help out with some chores like washing the dishes, splitting the firewood, gardening in the backyard, or something." The little girl was suspicious. "Sister Fire Phoenix, I think you're causing trouble for me on purpose." "I can assure you, she isn't." Xiaobei walked over. "I call the shots. Apart from cooking, chores are your responsibility from now on." The little girl hesitated for a long while before saying, "Then, remember to bring me food." At the borders of the southern land and northern land. It was still peaceful and quiet in the dark night. All of a sudden, it was bright with fire, followed by murderous screams. Menacing swords glinted in the dark night. It sent shivers down their spines. Stab. A tent fell apart from the stab. Then, blood was spilled everywhere. Kill. Suddenly, it got more intense. Heavy, chaotic footsteps could be heard along with sounds of weapons clashing. The strong wind blew, carrying the menacing aura everywhere. Zhou Yunwu stood on a nearby hill. He looked at the war and clenched both his fists. Rich stood next to him and said, "Don't worry, my king. We initiated a surprise attack this time. It must be as effective as expected. We're betting everything on one strike. How am I not supposed to be nervous?" Zhou Yunwu took a deep breath. "If we can't win when the time and setting favor us, how can we continue with the war?" Their opponents were ferocious. They were unstoppable and they had a strong will. It was no use to fight fire with fire, so they initiated a sneak attack. Prideful soldiers were the first to fall. It was not smart to face them head-on, and their opponents would not be ready for the sneak attack. If they won, they could destroy the faith of their opponents, but if they lost, it would be hard to win this war. It was a crucial battle. Both sides tried to kill each other on the battlefield. One side held saber swords while the other held axes. The swords were more intimidating under the moonlight. The sharpness of the swords was far better than the axes. The strikes were unstoppable, violent and murderous. Rich was pumped. He exclaimed excitedly and respectfully, "Mr. Li's such a genius. He thought of such a brilliant technique to forge the swords. If we win, 60% of the credit goes to him." The army advisor, Mr. Li's apprentice, was the one who came up with the sneak attack plan. "So, if we win this one, 90% of the credit goes to Mr. Li," corrected Zhou Yunwu. He then said, "Mr. Li's the chosen one. He was born in excellence, but he's far beyond that. It's my honor to be chosen by him." The battle was going well. It seemed like they were going to win. However, things changed when a buff dark figure joined in. "Shameless rats! How dare you attack sneakily?" The dark figure held a giant axe. He yelled and his soldiers behind him sprinted forth like tigers running into a flock of sheep. Several soldiers died under his axe in an instant. Zhou Yunwu and Rich looked troubled. They clenched their jaws. Tuju. Die. Tuju was as strong as a bull. He swung his axe. Bam! The saber sword blocked the axe but could not withstand the force of the attack. The soldier thought his right wrist was about to snap out of place. He was thrown aside. Who can stop me? Tuju yelled and looked up. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. He targeted Zhou Yunwu. Human sovereign. He smirked menacingly and ran toward Zhou Yunwu. He was unstoppable. Rich hurriedly yelled, "Protect the king!" The soldiers around Zhou Yunwu joined the battle and ran toward Tuju. Clang! Hundreds of soldiers tried to stop him. Their swords collided loudly with the axe. Zhou Yunwu felt that. He looked terrible. Tuju was alone. He was being surrounded but he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. He was covered with sword cuts but he was still energetic. More soldiers died from his axe. The key part was that he used a lot of force, so his energy should not have been able to keep up with that. However, his energy seemed to be endless. He grew mightier as he fought, killing anything in his way. He was getting closer. 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 His path was filled with dead bodies and a long trail of blood. The soldiers were thinning out. However, they did not retreat. Protect the king, kill. Zhou Yunwu teared up. He stared at Tuju with red eyes. The veins in his arms were popping up because he clenched his fists too hard. King, that axe is cursed. It must be the doings of the demons. Rich had teary red eyes, too. He pulled out his sword and slowly stepped forward. He said, "King, you can't stay here. Go." Zhou Yunwu stood still. He did not want to leave. He pulled out his weapon instead. "King," yelled Rich. "Ha ha, human sovereign. You dare to stay? Whoever runs is a coward," laughed Tuju maniacally. He murdered more soldiers with gusto. He was tall and buff. In an instant, he was merely a few miles away from them. "Stop right now." Rich ran with his sword in his hands. He ran towards Tuju, about to risk it all. "Puny insect, you dare fight a stone as an eggshell." Tuju sneered and raised his axe. He attacked with the axe. The saber sword collided with the giant axe. The surrounding soldiers watched horrifically with wide eyes. They rushed to help. Clang! The sound was deafeningly loud. Then, everyone's jaws fell to the floor as they watched the axe snap. Half of the axe flew across the sky. Chapter 240, The Oblivious Azureville. Plop! That was the sound of the axe dropping to the ground. It was loud even on the noisy battlefield. Everyone was frozen in place with wide eyes. They looked like they were in disbelief. Especially Tuju's army. They conquered battles alongside Tuju, so they knew how powerful the axe was. They were sure they would win. However, the axe broke. Tuju pulled back, looking dumbfoundedly at the remaining half of his axe. It was like his mind had not come around yet. He still could not believe what happened. The treasure given by the Lord Demon God was broken? He looked at Rich's saber sword. It was still shiny without any cuts or damages. Rich and the others were also stumped. They could tell that the axe was extraordinary. They were ready to die with the fight. They had planned to go down with Tuju. However, they might win for some weird reason. Rich looked at his saber sword. It was ordinary but it was shinier than most swords. However, it sliced the giant axe in half. This sword was personally made by Mr. Lee, mumbled Rich. He had sparkles in his eyes and he was instantly joyful. His voice was trembling because he got too excited. He said loudly, "King, this sword was made by Mr. Lee." Zhou Yunwu took a deep breath and calmed down. He said in a sentimental voice, "I know. Mr. Lee's the chosen one. He gave us the ultimate weapon. Everyone, follow me, kill." "Kill them," yelled the soldiers. It was as if they all had steroid shots. They fought back hard. "This sword was made by Mr. Lee. It's the first steel-infused saber sword to ever exist. Today, I'm willing to kill them all with this sword." He caressed his favorite weapon and sprinted towards Tuju. The battle was one-sided. It was obvious who was going to win. Tuju could be heard from the battlefield. He sounded frantic and mad. "Just you wait. I'm going to go back and pick a decent weapon. I'll be back to kill you all. We won, we won." Everyone was flushed from excitement and drenched in blood. They celebrated. Rich wiped his saber sword and mumbled, "My king, we won." He could not believe it. They won the battle because of one weapon. They managed to turn the situation around. Moreover, that victory was the first time they stopped the enemy. It could change the course of the war. The saber sword was too important. Zhou Yunwu picked up the sword and said, "From now on, this saber sword is the kingdom's treasure. It carries the luck of the Xia kingdom." The expert's writings were the faith of the kingdom. The sword made by him was the sword of the kingdom. The golden advice from him was the legacy of the kingdom. Zhou Yunwu suddenly thought of what Meng Junliang said. Li Nianfan was beyond it all, but he still came to the immortal realm, not for anything else besides passing on his knowledge, preaching. The answer. Rich clenched his jaw while he watched the fleeing figure. He said, "It's too bad we let Tu Ju escape. It won't happen next time." Zhou Yunwu was determined. "I won't let Mr. Li down." Rich asked, "My king, this is our first victory. Should we tell the expert about the good news?" "Do you need to ask?" "Of course." Demons were causing a violent ruckus in the southern area. Amon and Bako frowned at the same time. Amon had a red glare. He screamed, "That useless Tu Ju! How did he lose with the axe I gave him?" "It's apparent that someone butted in," sneered Bako. He said, "I told you. It's not going to work if we only rely on army expansion. We've wasted too much time." Amon screeched, "We're not waiting anymore. We, the demons, should move. Find the targets. We have to destroy the sects that have demon entrances. Two birds in one stone." Bako immediately said, "We don't need to look for it. There's a famous one, Azureville. I think Yuch is there." "Really?" Amon was shocked. He angrily said, "How dare someone use the demon seal as their local marketing? How dare they? What are we waiting for? Let's annihilate them." They looked down on the demons. "So we have to show them how cruel we are." Bako added, "Also, about the human sovereign. We have to deal with him when we can." Amon said, "He has a high status and great luck. It won't be that easy to make a move. We need to report it to the Lord Demon God and set up a good plan." At the four-part architecture. In the morning, Li Nianfan walked out of the room and comfortably stretched. "What a good night's sleep. I feel re-energized." Then, he was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes to look closely. Damn! Why was there a little girl in the yard? She looked pretty and quirky. She also had bubbles on her face. She was doing the laundry very seriously, washing the clothes hard with her little hands. Where did the child come from? The little girl saw Li Nianfan. She immediately said, "Brother." Her voice was soft and adorable. "You're..." Li Nianfan walked over. He then noticed that the little girl's neck was covered with a thin layer of shiny scales. There were scales on her wrist, too, but it did not look weird. Instead, it looked kind of like accessories. "Yesterday. Carp Demon? You can transform into human form?" The little girl nodded. She stood up and thanked him. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life." "You're welcome," laughed Li Nianfan. He felt kind of bad. He asked, "Why are you washing the clothes?" The little girl pouted and pitifully said, "Sister Fire Phoenix told me to. She said she was trying to teach me." Morning. The Fire Phoenix walked out of the room. She looked at the little girl who was pretending to be pitiful and said, "Since I said I was going to train her, I'm going to start when she's young. Don't be fooled by her obedient demeanor. She's quite naughty." No wonder. The Fire Phoenix was her teacher. It was not hard to teach her how to have a human form. She was not fully in human form though. The little girl still had her scales and her red tail peeked out from under her clothes, too. It wiggled from left to right. It was quite funny. He felt bad for such a cute little girl, but the Fire Phoenix was her master. He could not do much since it was part of her training. He smiled and reminded, "Kids, right? It can't be helped if they're a bit naughty. Don't tire her out." "Oh, yeah. What's your name?" "I'm Dragon." "Dragon? Like dragon?" Like the popular saying, "The carp has leapt through the dragon's gate." "What a nice name," complimented Li Nianfan. He stood aside and watched Dragon as she washed the clothes. Then, she carried the wooden bucket and clumsily laid the clothes out to dry. Dragon wiped her hands and proudly examined what she did. Before she could smile, the Fire Phoenix said, "Next, go water the plants in the backyard. After that, chop more firewood." Instantly, Dragon looked upset. Li Nianfan could not help but smile. He looked at Dragon and thought of the times he was constantly exploited by the system. Thinking back, it was quite relatable. Work hard. It'll be your time to order others around when you grow up. Brother, I was injured yesterday, pouted Dragon. She rubbed her little belly and pretended to be pitiful. So hungry. Rest for a while, then. Don't worry, your brother won't let you starve. Li Nianfan laughed loudly and said to Xiao Bei, who was frying eggs, Xiao Bei, add 2 more eggs for breakfast. Chapter 241, Ancestor Dragon's Call. As requested by Li Nianfan, today's breakfast was richer than usual. The usual white congee had turned into 8 treasure congee. The usual boiled eggs had turned into fried eggs, and the usual steamed buns had turned into green vegetable buns. This was indeed a luxurious, nutritious, and appetizing meal, especially to Dragon. She was eating happily. Her small body was able to take in as much as 8 buns, 4 eggs, and 3 bowls of congee. Li Nianfan was shocked. He suddenly realized that he may have brought home a big eater. Dragon's tiny tummy had become rounded. She felt her tummy and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, so comforting. I'm 70% full now. I haven't been this satisfied in a long time. I'm so loved. It was apparent that he had brought home a big eater. Li Nianfan started to wonder if bringing her home was the right decision. By the side, the firefinch demons were jumping uneasily, their feathers falling off from anxiety. Oh no! If a big eater came, how were they supposed to survive? The fire phoenix merely glanced at the lazy dragon. Go work at the back. Oh! Dragon's little ears dropped down. She hopped off her chair and wobbled away to the back. She would turn back to look at Li Nianfan from time to time, wearing a pitiful look. Li Nianfan did not speak. He was actually slightly delighted. She had eaten so much. She should be doing some work indeed. Suddenly, Dragon paused. She looked at him and asked with anticipation, "Brother, can I eat the fruits from the back?" "Yes," Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he added, "However, don't take more than 5. "Yay! Thank you, brother." Dragon's eyes were squinted. Instantly, she rushed to the back. It was apparent that this was not her first time entering the back of the mountain. Out of habit, she went under an orange tree and climbed up with agility. Her lips were dripping with glowing saliva while her eyes were fixated on the big, yellow oranges in front. "Brother did say that I'm allowed to have 5 of those. I don't have to hide this time," she mumbled to herself as she raised her small hand to grab one. She clutched an orange in her hand. "Thank you." Dragon was delighted. She sat on the tree branch and started eating. Soon, she had finished eating a whole orange. With much anticipation, she reached out her hand again, ready to grab another one. Meanwhile, a branch swatted her little buttock, pushing her off the tree. Smack! A mocking voice rang in the air, "Wanna eat? Get to work." "Humph! You always bully me." Dragon rubbed her buttock and her eyes flickered. "You better watch out." She turned around and her tiny figure ran away. Soon, she returned with the fallen demon sword. She smiled and said, "I should start cutting up some wood." Bam! The tree branches were shaking up and down before falling off the tree. "Come on." Dragon held the fallen demon sword tightly and chopped the branches as if letting out her frustration from within. "You didn't let me have the orange." Bam! A faint white mark appeared on the tree's trunk. Dragon jumped up and flew a few meters away. Both of her hands were numb. She tossed aside the fallen demon sword. So hard. She shook her hands. Her entire body was stunned. It's so thick as well. How am I supposed to chop this? She was hoping to let out her frustrations while she was chopping up some wood, to treat this activity as a form of entertainment. However, she now realized this was a punishment. The dragons were born with immense strength. Though she was in her youth, she was not weak. However, she had used up all of her strength earlier. She initially thought she could enjoy cutting branches into half, but all she managed to do was leave a white mark on it. Even if she only wanted to chop one trunk, even if she worked without stopping for hours, she might not succeed either. Arg! Why are they being so cruel to me? She was in despair. She wanted to cry. Perhaps she should water the plants first. She put the fallen demon sword by her side and cast a spell at the pond in the middle of the backyard. Diversion. Glowing light poured out of her fingers. The water in the pond started to vibrate and eventually, a few water droplets floated up. Yeah. Just a few droplets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 droplets, so little. So strangely little. Dragon's mouth was partly opened. She was unable to believe what she saw. This was unbelievable. How shocking. Besides the limited number of water droplets, she felt a pressure she had never felt before on her palms. It was as if she was holding onto something as heavy as 1,000 pounds, way beyond her strength. Whoever saw this scene would be so shocked. Nobody would believe this. The Princess of the Dragons, the most precious daughter of the Dragon King, was only able to conjure 5 droplets of water. Drop. 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 The 5 droplets fell right back into the pond. Dragon felt a huge relief. She laid on the ground, panting breathlessly. "I can't do it anymore. It's too difficult." There were tears in her eyes. Her little face had a helpless expression that was beyond her years. "The outside world's too dark. Home. I want to go home." Originally, she thought she had made a bargain. There was so much good food here and so many powerful benefits, all she had to do was some house chores. It sounded simple. Now, she realized how difficult it was. The entire yard was filled with the power of law. If one wanted to cast a spell in here, one had to use up way more power than usual. Even if a spell was successfully cast in here, its effect would be greatly reduced. That was because everything in this yard, from up to down, was extraordinary. Even the pond weighed like 1,000 pounds. It was not something manageable by ordinary people. The 5 droplets had already used up all of Dragon's strength. If she had to water the entire land in here, the thought alone was already deadly and scary. "I can't even water plants and cut wood anymore." The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She cried out loud. "Wah!" Inside the pond, a golden phantom was swimming in there as if it was hesitating. After spinning around, it finally sighed and gradually floated to the surface of the water. "Yo, my descendant, do you want more strength?" Dragon's wailing stopped abruptly. She looked at the pond blankly. Instantly, her eyes grew as wide as they could. She was in disbelief. In the water, a long, golden dragon was swirling around. Its golden scales were shining under the sunlight, shaped like a painting. Its body was moving while exuding a powerful air of authority. It was a sight not to be missed. Dragon, dragon? Dragon was unable to believe her eyes. She did not expect to meet her own kind here. It was like a dream. "It's me," the golden dragon's voice was heard. Its eyes darkened as it looked at Dragon. "You don't have to wail. In comparison to everything in this yard, you're weaker and smaller. Follow me if you want to become stronger." The golden dragon descended back into the pond. Dragon used her hand to rub her eyes, still feeling unreal. Swiftly after, she turned into a small white dragon and went into the water. "Is that my ancestor?" She was stunned and shocked. It seemed to be her ancestor. The 5-clawed golden dragon? Although this was shocking, it had to be the 5-clawed golden dragon. The ancestor of the dragons. Why was it here? Perhaps her ancestor was cutting wood and watering the plants, too? Was Dragon here to take on some shifts? Dragon was thinking wildly. The golden dragon did not stop until they had reached the bottom of the pond. The setup here was very simple. There were only a few big stones. By the side, a huge tortoise laid there without moving. Dragon looked at the claws of the golden dragon. She was assured that this was indeed the 5-clawed golden dragon. A childlike voice came out of her mouth, "Ancestor. Don't simply call me that." The golden dragon said right away, warning her with a serious tone. "Your ancestor's dead from the last natural tribulation. So, you have to promise me not to tell anyone about meeting me." Dragon looked suspicious. She could not help asking, "Why? Ancestor, the dragons are doing so badly now. We are going extinct." "Just remember what I said." The golden dragon reminded her. "The world is too dangerous, it's not bad to stay alive. Therefore, at any given time, always have a backup plan and prioritize your life. Remember. Remember." Oh. Dragon still looked perplexed. "During my natural tribulation, I should have failed. However, the expert saved me and I was able to gradually recover. In front of the natural tribulation, the dragons are nothing. However powerful you may be, you're still like an ant. I've lived for countless years and had a second life to be able to come up with a quote that I won't tell anyone else. Since you're my descendant, I won't keep that from you." The golden dragon's eyes sparkled as it said, "Living in this world, bootlicking and surviving are the 2 main things in life. The rest means nothing." Dragon said, "I'll take note. I live here under the protection of an expert. I wasn't going to get involved with the outside world, so it wasn't hard to stay alive. The golden dragon paused. Since I've met you, I'll pass on some dragon power to you. However, you have to promise not to reveal anything about me to the outside world. Dragon kept nodding. Don't worry, ancestor. My lips are the tightest, I promise not to tell anyone. All right. The golden dragon looked delighted. You may come to me every day. I'll pass on some dragon power to you. Chapter 242, It's time to show you how powerful your grandpa is. On the same day at the Azureville. Nighttime arrived, engulfing the entire Azureville in darkness. From the sky, the moonlight shone from above, illuminating the Azureville in a cooling glow. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan were standing at Azureville looking up at the full moon. They frowned, looking concerned. Gu Yuan let out a long sigh. I wonder how's our sect master? Gu Changqing asked, Grandpa, who's that sect master of the Heavenly Water sect? Her name's Ding Xiaohu, a good friend of your sect master in the Immortal Land. I heard that when your sect master first immortalized, he was new to the area. Luckily, she was there to help him. Gu Yuan halted and seemed hesitant. He said, however, the two of them had some miscommunication and things ended between them. Gu Changqing's eyes lit up, interested in the gossip. What kind of miscommunication? Gu Yuan shook his head. I can't tell you. Only a few people know about this. I also heard about it from an elder of the Azureville. I promise not to tell anyone. Gu Changqing said instantly, Grandpa, there are only the two of us here, and I'm your grandson. What's there to hide? I promise I won't tell anyone. Gu Yuan frowned and said hopelessly, whatever. I'll just tell you and you alone. This is an embarrassing incident of your sect master, don't spread it. Grandpa, don't worry. Gu Changqing was waiting to listen. Our sect master was good at everything, but he liked growing goblins. The more exquisite the better. However, you have to know that growing goblins was energy-consuming. Furthermore, most of the exquisite goblins have high bloodlines. So, along with how our sect master spoiled them, they were very arrogant. Gu Yuan's face was looking quite strange. He continued, there was a phoenix that your sect master treasured very much. Not only did he keep it inside his house, he almost worshipped it. He stopped cultivating and gave it all his treasures. Do you think anyone would be able to take it? On top of that, this phoenix would point its finger at Ding Xiaohu and boss her around. Then? Gu Changqing could not help asking. Then, of course, it turned into soup. Gu Yuan sighed and continued, Ding Xiaohu was already angry. Yet, the phoenix was still doing that to her. How daring. I see, Gu Changqing nodded. He did not have to say what happened next. The sect master's love bird had turned into a bowl of soup. Of course, he was unhappy about it. Gu Yuan sighed, the only person who could get our sect master to give up his love for birds is the expert. Gu Changqing was slightly concerned. I wonder how Senior Ding's doing. I'm not sure. Shouldn't be too life-threatening. Gu Yuan sighed. The Lord Immortal came here to look for the sect master. It must be related to the expert. They shouldn't be fighting. Gu Changqing asked, if sect master doesn't cooperate, would he agitate the Lord Immortal? A Lord Immortal wouldn't be foolish enough to offend someone who has an expert supporting him. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do so. Gu Yuan smiled. The so-called fighting is merely an interactive greeting, to check out the ability of the opponent. If not, we won't be able to know how we're going to die. At least for now, we're people with an expert on our backs. Hopefully our sect master succeeds. Gu Changqing went silent. He then continued, the demons seem to have stopped moving around recently. Gu Yuan smiled coldly. The reason they were able to spread so quickly was due to the plague and that we were underprepared. Now that both the ordinary man and cultivators have reacted, of course, they wouldn't be how they used to be. Gu Changqing said with admiration in his tone, yeah, no wonder the expert appointed a human sovereign. The setting was astonishing. The expert doesn't like demons, and thus, this is the outcome for the demons. Gu Yuan smiled coldly. Swiftly after, he then said, however, the halting of their activities could also mean they're plotting something. We have to be careful. Ring. Just as he finished the sentence, the bell hanging outside the Azureville was ringing loudly and vigorously. It was sharp to the ears under the night sky. Gu Yuan and Gu Changqing's faces sank. We were just talking about the rats. Here they come. Swash. In the darkness, countless black shadows darted into the Azureville. Their target was very obvious, it was the ceiling spot. This bunch of demons had no intention to stay hidden. Their speed was fast as they exuded black smoke all over the place, making the Azureville darker and more eerie than usual. "How dare you!" Gu Yuan scoffed and raised his leg. His figure appeared at the heart of the seal. His face was dark as he made a wave. Instantly, flames washed in like seawater coming in from all directions. Instantly, the black smoke evaporated as light shone in the dark sky. Under the bright red flames, 20 demons appeared mid-air. They all had black robes on and were covering their faces, exuding the air of the combination realm from their bodies. "Just a few of you and you're trying to barge into my Azureville?" Gu Yuan did not want to waste any word on them. He raised a finger and instantly, one of the pillars turned into a flaming long dragon flying in the air, rushing toward the demons. The strong heat twisted in the air. Although one could not clearly see the demons' faces, one could feel their fear and uneasiness from within. They were unable to fight back. They were unable to fight against an attack from the immortal. "Huh? An immortal came down to the Azureville?" In the air, a sound rang. Swiftly after, layers of black smoke rose from below their demon feet. The black smoke started swirling, rising in layers before it transformed into a black bell that trapped the demons inside. Sizz. The flame and the black bell crashed into each other, burning one another as black smoke rose in the sky. Gu Yuan was casting the spell, turning more of the pillars into flames. Below him, a sea of flames rose. He then looked at the air and asked with a serious tone, "Demon servant, are you Amon or Bako?" A tall figure in black armor marched out. "Since an immortal's here, it's going to be rather challenging. I'm Bako." Meanwhile, rays of light arose from the Azureville and surrounded it. 100 or so disciples started to panic. They looked at the demons with caution. Gu Changqing came to the side of Gu Yuan. He said, "Grandpa. Don't panic. I'm here." Gu Yuan's face remained calm. His tone had a hint of arrogance as he said, "Today, it's finally time to show you how powerful your grandpa is. I'll show you how a man can be old and strong. Don't get in the way of the battle between the immortals, just keep an eye on the seal. Be cautious of the 20 combination realm demons, don't let them ruin the seal." "Don't worry, Grandpa. Leave it to me," Gu Changqing nodded seriously. He then said, "Actually, I can be old and strong, too." "You're Bako, right? Since you came, why don't you stay?" There was a chilling glare in Gu Yuan's eyes. He raised his palms and instantly, the black patch of soil on the seal suddenly burst into flames. Swiftly after, a small red flag gradually rose from the heart of the land, swaying in the air while exuding a soft glow. It was the fire flag. The flaming soil and the flaming pillars were matching and complementing one another. Instantly, it had been transformed into a flaming world. Looking from afar, the ocean of flames had turned into the head of a dragon, opening its mouth wide and roaring. The bunch of demons was inside the mouth of the dragon. The flame had overwhelmed the darkness. The high heat had turned the place into a furnace made to incinerate the demons. Gu Yuan stood at the heart of the ocean of flames. His aged look had vanished. His immortal chi increased as if he was a battling god. Chapter 243, Sorry, I'm a spy. As long as I, Gu Yuan, am here, the demons have no place here. Gu Yuan's voice rang from his mouth, shaking up the world threateningly. Gu Changqing and all the disciples of the Azureville looked at him in admiration. He was the immortal of the Azureville. Gu Changqing smiled and could not help saying, "Even though Grandpa likes to boost his ego, he has the right to. Go and sort out the golem." Bako's voice rang out quietly. It was cold and calm. He rested his glowing red eyes on Gu Yuan. "It's my first time coming across an immortal in the ordinary realm. It's been a while since I last killed one, too." As he spoke, he reached out and a white bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle looked ordinary, but the moment it appeared, it seemed as if the entire world froze for a second. It was as if everyone was hallucinating. The surroundings were affected. "Let me show you the top demonic spirit in the demon realm." Bako scoffed coldly and cast a spell. He pointed at the bottle, and instantly, a wave of black smoke rose from the bottle. The black smoke looked as if it was alive, twisting and twirling in the air. Instead of getting burnt by the flames, they turned into a black shadow, hovering above the flames. It seemed as if the entire world had been tainted with this undetachable demonic black smoke. Gu Changqing could not help changing his expression. So poisonous. Even local demonic black smoke was brought out. Vroom. Meanwhile, the black smoke from earlier seemed as if they were being stimulated. Instantly, they thickened and darkened. It seemed as though light was unable to shine through them anymore. The black smoke was spreading, forcing the flames to retreat. Ha! Small trick. Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. He waved and the fire flag flew into his hand. He waved it at Bako. Vroom. The surrounding flames were boiling in the air rapidly. Soon, it had turned into a gigantic flaming dragon, rushing toward Bako. Swiftly after, the flames did not stop. It continued growing. In the blink of an eye, 9 dragons appeared, almost covering the entire world. In the air, one could almost hear the roaring of dragons. 9 dragons to the sky. This majestic sight made everyone's eyes in the Azureville light up with pride and awe. All of them could not help holding their breaths as they watched the 9 dragons rushing into the limitless darkness. One was a burning flame, another was a darkening chill. The two of them were born to go against one another. The collision between them would make one's heart skip a beat. Bam! Even though they were in the same space, because of the black smoke, it seemed to have been cut into two. When the 9 dragons rushed into the darkness, it seemed as if they had collided into a screen. There was a soft ring. The air vibrated like water ripples. However, after entering the dark space, the 9 dragons' speed had decreased extremely as if it was hard to move forward. Under the layer of black smoke, the 20 combination realm demons placed a demonic woman's sculpture on the ground. Instantly, black swirls of smoke started to swirl around the sculpture. Although they did not know what these demons were doing, stopping them would be the right thing to do. Gu Changqing's face darkened and he roared, "Listen up! Disciples of the Azureville, will fight against the demons." Instantly, the spiritual chi in their surroundings started to move around. Everyone casted the spell at the same time. A wild gust of energy rushed out, turning into a glow that rushed toward the demons. However, when the energy touched the black smoke, it was like mud dropping into the sea. They vanished out of sight instantly. Bako reached out with both his hands and controlled the surrounding black smoke, pressing them against the 9 dragons. Sizz. Layers of black smoke kept eating the bodies of the flaming dragons. Their flames were flickering in the air as they started to extinguish. Sizz. The 9 dragons could not hold it together anymore. Along with a soft cry, they disintegrated into flames like burst balloons, exploding all over the place. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan froze and gently scoffed. Suddenly, the flames on the ground started to shoot up like flaming snakes. They moved rapidly and rushed into the darkness. Along with the explosive fireworks, they rose little by little. Suddenly, the black space behind Bako had turned into a net of flames, dancing in the darkness. It was an eye-catching sight. 9 Dragon Lock. Gu Yuan's voice resounded. The surrounding pillars were moving wildly. They turned into a massive flame, adding onto the already burning flames that were rising in the air. The net of flames grew bigger, trapping Bako and the demons in it. As if fishing with a net, it was gradually tightening. Bako looked at the surrounding flames without any trace of fear on his face. He said calmly, "What I hate most about cultivators is their use of spells and treasures. Be it a spell or a treasure, it helps the combating ability. Especially extreme treasures that can bring the battle to the next level. Of course, we demons don't use such things. We don't have as many treasures as the immortal land." Bako's cold voice rang out gradually. "You rely on spells and treasures. Don't blame us for outnumbering you all. Ha ha ha, I'm coming." Following a burst of wild laughter, Amon's figure gradually appeared from the darkness. He raised both hands and a black axe appeared. Instantly, it fell. Sizz. The black axe fell and smashed through the flames from above, cutting the flame off. Swiftly after, Amon pushed further. He raised his hands and swung the axe toward Gu Yuan's head. A cutting sound resonated in the air. The axe cut through the sea of flames. It was heading toward Gu Yuan's head. The fire flag reacted instinctively and flew above Gu Yuan's head. It flew and started spinning in the air, creating a flaming shield. Vroom. The gigantic axe smashed onto the light shield, letting out a deafening roar. Swiftly after, they all vanished and the world regained its peace. The flames around the fire flag were slightly dull as it floated in front of Gu Yuan. Amon could not help saying, "So, it's indeed an immortal item." Gu Yuan's eyes flickered. He did not show any fear on his face. "Since the 2 demon servants are here, you 2 really appreciate my Azureville." Amon smiled and said coldly, "How dare you make an event out of the ceiling? You're insulting us, the demon servants. We've reserved your life long ago. Today's the right day to come and claim your life." Bako said, "We wanted to work together to take down the Azureville more cruelly. We didn't expect to have accidental gains as well. Accidental gains? Actually, I have that, too. Gu Yuan wore the same cold, mocking smile. In his eyes, a golden light suddenly appeared. In that instant, the surrounding flames seemed to have sensed something. They started to tremble vigorously. It was as if they were ready to meet their king. Yet, Gu Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood floated in front of his chest, moving along with his spell. The blood turned into little golden flames. The little golden flames were burning gradually. It was as if they could extinguish any time. However, it was letting out its shocking energy from within, changing the looks on everyone's faces, including Bako and Amon. They both widened their eyes at the same time, letting out a look of disbelief. They cried out in shock, "This is the flame of the Golden Crow? Although it's different from the actual Golden Crow, it's enough." Gu Yuan gloated. All of these came from the expert's painting. Although they were suffocated by the Golden Crow, they did get along with it during life or death. They had gained a few things out of the painting. By sacrificing their clothes, being roasted for over an hour, and running around naked, they gained this power in exchange. What a bargain! An expert was an expert. One little gift from him was something that could benefit one forever. Gu Yuan controlled the golden flames, directing them into the fire flag. Instantly, the originally small flag had become bigger and as tall as an adult. Second lock formation. Gu Yuan held the flag and waved the flag forcefully. Phew! The flames rose to the sky, almost burning everything from the ground to the sky. Swiftly after, it seemed as if it was unhappy about just burning on the ground, so it rose and shot up into the air. It only took a moment before the sky had turned into a flaming sky. From all directions, one after another, rays appeared, connecting the sky from the ground. More importantly, the flames were no longer red. There was a hint of gold in them. Before this, for the sake of safety precautions, Pain had strengthened the ceiling formation with the enlightenment of the flame of the Golden Crow. Therefore, both the formation and the flame had been strengthened a notch higher. They did not expect to see this to be put to use. The land seemed to have turned into a land of flames. Blacko and Amon exchanged a look. They both raised their hands in unison as black smoke rolled over. A dark phantom gradually appeared behind them. This figure was holding an axe. As it raised the axe, the surrounding flames were cut. The darkness slowly expanded as it surrounded the flames from both sides. Fire falling. Gu Yuan pointed a finger at the phantom. The flames in the sky instantly turned into a gigantic flaming ball, falling from the sky toward the phantom. Dong! 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 Countless fireballs flew past like shooting stars, attacking the darkness and making it vibrate as if it could be extinguished at any given time. Amon's eyes looked as if he was in pain. Finally, he sighed softly, "Whatever. We'll just have to sacrifice these bunch of people." His eyes fell onto the bunch of demon servants. He gritted his teeth and waved at them. The surrounding black smoke was instantly affected. Like the wave of the sea, it rushed toward the 20 demon servants in their combination realms. Demonic Spirit Infusion. Vroom. With that, the 20 demon servants' cultivations grew rapidly. Instantly, they had surpassed the combination realm and went into the Mahayala realm. 20 demons in their Mahayala realm. It would have been beyond imagination in the past. Even now, it was something impressive. They did put in quite some effort developing this bunch of combination realm demon servants. Yet, now they had to be sacrificed. Amon's eyes turned red as he pronounced one syllable after another, "Sacrifice." Vroom. Demonic spirit boiled even more violently. The demon servants were still filled with joy, thanking Lord Demon for blessing them. However, their faces changed as the demonic spirit was approaching them without stopping, gathering in them and making their bodies grow bigger and bigger. It was as if they could explode any time. The truth was that in the next instance, their bodies did explode. Along with a loud ping, all of them burst like overfilled balloons, followed by a bunch of black smoke that came from their bodies. It was very thick and concentrated. This black smoke was rushing toward the sculpture of a woman. Another portion of it went to Amon and Blacko. Behind them, the black phantom grew even bigger, the axe in hand became clearer. Hand up, chop down. Break it. The gigantic axe chopped the air with all of its energy. The flames in the air were cut into halves instantly. The surrounding flame pillars flickered as a loud ring was heard in the air. The air blew and the flame dispersed. Bam! Gu Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face looked astonished as his body flew up. Many disciples of the Azureville instantly died under the axe. Even their bodies had vanished. Gu Changqing and Gu Yuan's face instantly turned as white as paper. They realized that black smoke was coming out from the soil on the ground, just like the burning black smoke that was rising upward. Gulp. The ground looked like it was breathing, as if something was about to break out. On top of it, the flames on the ground had already died off. Amon said with a pitiful tone, "We sacrificed 20 demon servants in exchange for this blow. However, it's worth it. Yucha, time to come out." The woman's sculpture started glowing after absorbing the black smoke. Some black smoke around it started to swirl up like sea waves, gathering around the sculpture. Gu Yuan gulped and said with a shocked voice, "Oh, no." He staggered a few steps backward instantly and rushed toward the sculpture. Flame. Vroom. The surrounding flames were instantly affected. They gathered around him to form a gigantic flaming dragon, exuding an air of authority that was ready to destroy the sculpture. "Ha ha! Not giving up yet?" Amon scoffed coldly. The black smoke condensed into the black axe as it reached for Gu Yuan. Sizz. The flame was cut open. Gu Yuan flew back to where he was. He did not stop. He cast the spell again. The fire flag formed a long flaming rope, reaching out to beat up the sculpture. However, it was cut again. Gu Yuan was feeling worn out. His energy had started to run out, but he did not stop trying to speed up the spell. Gu Changqing could not help walking in front of him. He said, "Grandpa." "Changqing, listen carefully." Gu Yuan panted and said. "Thinking of ways to bootlick isn't embarrassing because it adds value to our lives. I hope you don't look down on your sect master and I for doing so. Now's the real time to test our honesty. I'd rather die than take a step back." Gu Changqing and many of the disciples of the Azureville had red eyes. They used up all of their strength and lowered their heads. Kill. Kill the demons. We'd rather die than to take a step back. A bunch of ants. Bako scoffed coldly. He raised his hand and black smoke engulfed the people. Meanwhile, black swirling smoke appeared gradually from the ground. A woman dressed in black leather appeared. When they saw this, everyone felt their heads exploding in despair. Another demon servant came to the ordinary realm. "Ha ha ha! The demons are undefeatable. We'll rule the world." Bako laughed and looked at everyone mockingly. He walked toward the woman and said, "Yucha, welcome to the ordinary realm." Yucha gradually opened her eyes. Seeing Bako in front of her, she raised her hand out of the blue. Her palm was sparkling gold. She slapped Bako on the chest. Slap. Bako instantly flew into the air, his mind blank and his face perplexed. What just happened? However, he heard a voice saying calmly, "Sorry, I'm a spy." Chapter 244, For the Sake of All Beings. A spy? Amon and Bako were perplexed. Bako nearly threw up blood. A golden light exuded from his body like cancer being imprinted on it. On the part Yucha attacked, there was a golden Buddha sign glowing like the brightest star in the night sky. Is this a Buddha sign? Bako's pupils dilated. He was so shocked that he almost cried out loud as if he had just seen a ghost. Are you crazy? We're demons. Yet, you went and practiced Buddhism? Amon snapped out from his thoughts. He cried out, possessed. Yucha's possessed. Tell me, who are you? Who am I before I was born? Who am I when I'm born? Who am I when I grow up? Who am I when I close my eyes? Yucha looked at Amon with an astonishing look, her eyes filled with awe. You're so wise. You asked such a fundamental question. You're fated to be a Buddhism. Amon was dumbfounded. He said, fated? Yucha, have you gone crazy? When did you become this way? I didn't have a choice before, but now. I only want to be a good person. Yucha took off her black armor and put on a robe. Amitabha, Buddhist Yucha's here. Spit. This time, Bako did not hold it in. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is your brain functioning? We're demons. Demons. You should be good at being a demon, but now you're being good at the wrong thing. Demons, humans, immortals are just what we call ourselves. In this massive universe, we're just us, similar to one another. Yucha's voice was calm and hurt, exuding an air of Buddhism from within. Instantly, she looked sacred. I'm doing this for the sake of all beings. Bako had nothing to say. He gulped and swallowed back the blood. Yucha, aren't you scared of being punished by the Lord Demon God? Amon scoffed coldly. Buddhism has been washed out by time. It's acting against us, the demons. We'll live on forever. Our Lord Demon God is omnipotent. You'll have a terrible death. From today onward, I, Yucha, will bring back the glory to Buddhism. To enlighten all the beings. Yucha's face was compassionate and sacred. She looked at Amon and said, "You said the Lord Demon God is omnipotent. If so, could he create a stone that he can't pick up?" Amon replied without thinking, "How hard would that be?" Yucha continued, "If the Lord Demon God cannot pick up a stone, how's he omnipotent?" This. Amon was perplexed. Yucha continued, "As you can see, the Lord Demon God can't be it. There's no end to the suffering. Just come back to the shore. Come on, come to Buddhism." Amon was still perplexed. "Wait up. Why would the Lord Demon God create such a rock?" Yucha asked, "But, can he?" Amon asked, "But, why would he?" "It appears that you're not enlightened." Yucha's face instantly turned serious. "So, let me transform you. First, take my heavenly dragon." Amon's face darkened. He scoffed loudly, "Bacco, Yucha's helpless. We'll join forces to take her down." "Take my demon flame swallowing the sky." "Where?" "Take my second heavenly dragon." "Do you only have one trick?" "Heavenly dragon." Below, Gu Yuan and everyone else were like sculptures, watching this unbelievable series of events unfold. Even as the three demons fought, their battle going further and further away, they were still unable to snap back to reality. It was like a dream. Gu Changqing could not help licking his lips. He could not believe it. "Grandpa, that Yucha's a spy?" "She said so." Gu Yuan nodded blankly. "However, she seems to be using Dharma." "How can that be? Dharma still exists in the world?" He coughed gently in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He simply wiped away his blood. He could not help shaking his head. "What was I doing earlier? It seems that everyone gathered together like fools." He used up his strength to stop the demons while the demons used up everything to unseal the Kraken. Finally, they found out that the enemies they were trying to defeat released a spy. What a screw-up. Perhaps nobody would believe it even if they told them. Gu Changqing suddenly speculated, "Grandpa, do you think it was the doing of the expert?" "Oh? How so?" Gu Yuan asked curiously. Gu Changqing analyzed, "Grandpa, do you remember in Journey to the West, the main point of the story was Buddhism? It seems that the expert's into Buddhism." "Wonderful. Your understanding has skyrocketed after spending time with the expert." Gu Yuan praised and said, "I heard about a secret rumor in the Immortal Land. I don't know how true it is. Back in ancient times, Buddhism was at its peak and there were at least 108 Buddhas. However, since the appearance of demons that came out of nowhere, the world had a crisis and it wiped out the entire Buddhism religion. The only person who still knows about Buddhism is probably the expert alone." Gu Changqing sighed. The expert's setup is indeed unmistakable. Chess pieces everywhere, how fascinating. Gu Yuan nodded deeply. "Yeah, even the demon servant was able to be transformed into a spy. How unbelievable." At the four-part architecture. It was very lively. Everyone was doing their things. This was merely because Li Nianfan suddenly thought about making a cake. Originally, he was grinding the flour as he usually did. He was trying to decide if he should make the steamed buns, vegetable buns, or meat buns. Suddenly, he saw the firefinch demon by the side and his eyes flickered. He now had eggs, flour, and flavoring. Why did he not think of making a cake? Thinking about what the cake would taste like, he could not help drooling. With that, he could not wait to get into action. He had a freshly laid egg in his hands. He cracked it into a bowl and used chopsticks to whisk it. He then added a pinch of salt to make the egg even more diluted and yellow. He then added in room temperature water. That was a key ingredient. Too little of it would make the cake too stiff and chunky while too much of it would make the cake too watery and unappetizing. Normally, one egg needed 2 eggshells full of water. In simpler terms, the water-to-egg ratio would be 2:1. Of course, Li Nianfan knew about these. Effortlessly, he prepared the ingredients. Daji was helping him while Xiao Bei was in charge of kneading the flour. The fire phoenix glanced at the lighter, pushed it toward a corner and made a gesture. A flame appeared below the pot. Boil, boil, boil. The water inside the pot started to boil. Instantly, Li Nianfan put the egg over the steaming water and closed the lid. The fire phoenix was supposed to control the fire. He left a gap instead of closing the lid tight. If not, the steamed cake would be stiff and hard. Swiftly after, Li Nianfan moved on to the second one. Dajin was laying by the side. Her small head tilted to one side. She was watching everyone running around. Their actions opened her eyes, making her drool. Although she did not know what cake was, it must be yummy. Wah, so excited. The Fire Phoenix looked at her and scoffed, "Go and water the plants at the back." Dragon shook her head and said coquettishly, "No, let me watch. I'll water them in the afternoon." "No way. Go now." The Fire Phoenix was not budging. Dragon looked as if she was wronged. She was unwilling to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she thought it was time to show her power. She gritted her teeth and said in a small voice, "Sister Fire Phoenix, I'll tell you a secret. My ancestor's in the backyard and he's super powerful." Chapter 245, Mr. Li, the Teacher for All. "Oh?" The Fire Phoenix looked at Dragon, half smiling. "Are you threatening me?" Dragon looked wronged and pitiful. "I'm not trying to show off. I'm just discussing with you, Sister Fire Phoenix." The Fire Phoenix smiled. "Ha, there's nothing to discuss. Go water the plants." "Oh." Dragon was like a deflated balloon, eyeing the cake that was in the making as she slowly turned away to leave. Her little heart was sad. She already told her such a big secret. Was her ancestor's name not big enough? Meanwhile, below the mountain, 3 figures were at the foot of the mountain. They were Zhou Yunwu, followed by Meng Junliang, and Rich. Zhou Yunwu looked concerned. He said, "Is it okay for us to come here without bringing something?" He had prepared a car full of rare treasures, almost emptying the entire Xia kingdom. If possible, he even wanted to pick a few beautiful women to be sent over. Meng Junliang said, "My king, the expert's a godly man. He won't be concerned with things like these. In fact, it might have a negative effect." Rich said, "Yes, my king. I think by bringing this battle report to Mr. Li, it will be the best gift." Zhou Yunwu frowned. He did not know what to do. Sigh, "Mr. Li's done a big favor for the Xia kingdom and yet, I can't give him anything. This is so embarrassing." Meng Junliang said, "My king, you attacked the demons, ruled the world, and preached to the world to help humankind. These are the best gifts you could give Mr. Li." Zhou Yunwu nodded and said with a serious tone, "That I can do." As he spoke, the 4-part architecture appeared in sight. Meng Junliang gradually walked over to the door and gently knocked. Knock. 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 Click. Daji answered the door. "Greetings to Mr. Ji." Zhou Yunwu and the other 2 wasted no time. They hastily bowed a 90-degree bow at her. Daji nodded at the 3 of them. "Please, come in." Upon entering the 4-part architecture, a strangely sweet scent greeted their noses. They could not help sniffing a few times. Then, they looked toward Li Nianfan who was busy. They greeted politely, "Greetings to Mr. Li." "It's you guys." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. "Greetings to King Zhou. You're in luck today. I'm making a dessert. You're all in luck." Xiao Bei said, "Everyone, please, have a seat." Zhou Yunwu and the other 2 instantly picked a place not far away to sit down. They could not help looking at the Fire Phoenix by the side. The 3 of them jumped as they felt chills rising from their backs. This woman. Why did she look like the woman who descended from the immortal land last night when the group of cultivators immortalized? This outlook and hairdo. There was no one else who looked like her in this realm. As the human sovereign, Zhou Yunwu was naturally more aware of cultivating matters. The phoenix that flew away from the natural tribulation that night had become a heated topic. Thus, she was the phoenix? Gasp. Zhou Yunwu gasped. The expert was indeed an expert. His abilities were way beyond the imagination of an ordinary man. He was glad that he did not pull over the car of treasures, or else, it would be so low. The thought of it was embarrassing. The Fire Phoenix could feel their eyes on her. She said coldly, "I'm Fire Phoenix." The 3 of them instantly stood up and made a gesture. "Greetings to Miss Fire Phoenix." While Li Nianfan was making the cake, he asked, "What brings you all here?" Now that the demons were messing things up, the southern area was in a mess. They should be busy battling instead. Zhou Yunwu smiled as he said proudly, "Mr. Li, we won the battle 5 nights ago. We have defeated the demons and made humankind proud." "Oh? Great news." Li Nianfan's eyes lit up. With that, it seemed that his security was guaranteed for now. This bunch of people was reliable. Rich said, "This is all thanks to Mr. Li's preaching and his tips on how the weapons should be made. Those were the key to winning the battle. Zhou Yunwu nodded hastily. Yeah, Mr. Li's the reason we won. If not, the result would have been so bad. No way, I only offered you some advice. The merits go to the soldiers. Li Nianfan felt good, but he still told the truth instead of taking all the credit. He merely wanted some security. The soldiers were the ones who were sacrificing themselves. He could not help smiling. No wonder I suddenly felt like making a cake. It's because there's delightful news we can celebrate. Daji was playing with the flour. She curiously asked, Mr. Li, is cake related to a celebration? Li Nianfan simply said, indeed, it is. However, it's just a practice where I used to live. Whenever there was something to celebrate, we'd have a slice of cake. I see. Everyone shivered without showing it on their faces. Their heads were unable to calm down. The place he used to live must be the ancient immortal land. So, the Bigshots in ancient times used cakes for celebration. They got so lucky. They were about to taste the special food from ancient times. Life would be complete. Zhou Yunwu and the other two thought even further than that. Was this coincidence? Obviously not. It was likely that the expert already knew that they would succeed. Thus, he made the cake to celebrate with them. It seemed that the expert was pleased. They had to work harder to unite all of humanity one day. It's almost ready. Li Nianfan clapped his hands and walked to the pond in the heart of the yard. He put his hands inside it to wash them while Daji brought over a wiping cloth, helping Li Nianfan to wipe off gently. That's it for now, then. Steam it for a few minutes and it'll be done. Xiao Bei, keep an eye on it, don't overbake it. I'll entertain the guests, Li Nianfan instructed before walking toward Zhou Yunwu and the rest. He smiled and asked, how are the herbs? Easy to use? Easy, too easy. Zhou Yunwu nodded hastily. Now, whenever someone falls ill, we can just mix up some herbs. Unlike before where people frequently fell ill and never got up again. Furthermore, many soldiers survived this battle due to the herbs. Mr. Li, you've helped thousands of men. You're a legend to be remembered. Not a legend. You don't have to mark my name down as well. Just call me the Divine Farmer. Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off. A man should be terrified of becoming famous, like how a pig should be terrified of growing big. Especially since he was in the immortal realm because he was merely an ordinary man. Everyone was stunned. They all had words on their lips but they held their tongues. To praise him? It seemed unnecessary. The expert's realm was way beyond that. Furthermore, the words of praise seemed rather useless. They could only remain stunned. Perhaps this was the realm of the expert. Li Nianfan continued, hope everything else goes well. Zhou Yunwu smiled, they should. Thanks to the herb manual given by you, I've asked for some stimulating liquid from the cultivators. Although they're not advanced yet, they're 5 times more effective than before. At least our soldiers won't have to worry about the shortage of food in the future. That's good, Li Nianfan nodded. Suddenly, Meng Junliang sighed and said, Mr. Li, I actually have a problem without a solution. I don't know how to fix it. Zhou Yunwu and Rich looked concerned. Obviously, Meng Junliang's problem would be their problem, too. Li Nianfan made a please, speak gesture and said, please. Meng Junliang composed his thoughts and said, Mr. Li, the roots of the Xia kingdom aren't deep. With such a big battle happening, the national storage is gradually being emptied out. If this goes on, we won't be able to fight any more battles. Li Nianfan nodded. I see. 3 words, lack of money. One had to admit that regardless of which realm one was in, money was a treasure. Li Nianfan knew that even the immortals had to live under the power of money. Of course, the currency up there must be different. To a country, money represented its economics, while economics was directly correlated to how strong and powerful the country was. The economics determined the foundation of the architecture. Economics was the root of everything. The Xia kingdom was a small country. After having fought with the demons and being involved in a high-leveled battle, of course, they would be emptied out soon. Li Nianfan hesitated for a moment. This is a matter related to state governance. One could tell that he had more to say. Zhou Yunwu stood up and bowed deeply. He said with respect, please, teach me. State governance was a difficult topic to teach. Anyone could know the theory and share the theory, but how to enforce it and how to put it into action was not something that theory could fix. Theory-wise, Zhou Yunwu had done quite well. He was kind and polite. He loved his people like his children, but some matters required specific tactics. Everyone looked at Li Nianfan, waiting for his answer. Including the Fire Phoenix. The expert was indeed the expert. He knew everything about the world and everything was within his grasp, easily manipulated. Nobody would doubt whatever Li Nianfan was about to say. However, Li Nianfan did not answer. Instead, he asked, "If you didn't come to me, what were you going to do?" Meng Junliang did not hide. He said, "To be honest with you, I've proposed two ideas to my king. One is to increase the tax of the farmers, the other is to ask the officers to donate money." Both wouldn't work. Li Nianfan shook his head instantly. He said, "First of all, the farmers are using physical strength. Now, most of the men are at the front lines, leaving the women, children, and elderly behind. Yet, you want to increase the tax? This doesn't seem right. Secondly, during the war, it's important to maintain a good relationship between the officials. If you ask them to donate money, it would be bad." Meng Junliang stood up and said guiltily, "Mr. Li's so wise. Your words are too accurate. I've learned something today." Zhou Yunwu was obviously excited. He said, "Please, give us some pointers. Now that we're facing some extreme times, it's rather hard to find a solution within a short amount of time." Li Nianfan enjoyed being a teacher. He smiled and said, "Actually, there's one way to fix this problem. Trade." Trade? Everyone was stunned. The order went from farmer, worker, to trader. Traders were at the end of the chain as they only cared about the profits. Nobody liked them. Meng Junliang curiously asked, "Mr. Li, the traders are evil. They neither produce nor plant, and they don't even create anything of value. How are we going to fix the problems by trading?" "You're only looking at it from one perspective without seeing the other." Li Nianfan shook his head. "This shows that you didn't spend enough time understanding the traders." Meng Junliang's face flushed red. He realized that he knew too little. How ignorant was he in the past to claim to know everything in the world? The traders care about the profits. They resell things and determine the price of goods in the market. They sell things that one no longer needed to someone else, directing goods that have been overproduced to areas that lack those specific goods. They trade to avoid wastage, liquefying wealth, reusing resources to unleash their value. They make more than just money. With a pause, Li Nianfan continued, "Improve the status of the traders. Provide them with benefits and then collect taxes from them. With that, your problem will be greatly solved." "I understand. I see." Meng Junliang's eyes widened. With just one pointer, he was able to understand the rest. Zhou Yunwu was confused, but he tried his best to remain calm. The truth was that his head was filled with question marks. He secretly glanced at the blank-faced Rich, and then at the frowning Fire Phoenix. Suddenly he felt better. Although he did not understand what the expert was saying, he understood the conclusion. He merely had to do as he was told. Instantly, he wore a look of realization. "Thank you for helping us, Mr. Li." Meng Junliang frowned slightly. He could not help asking, "Mr. Li, if we encourage trading, what if everyone ventures into trading instead of producing? What should we do then?" Li Nianfan said with an unperturbed face, "The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit." Instantly, Meng Junliang's head went blank after a loud ring. He had goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if this short sentence had touched his soul like the morning bell was awakening his being. His heart thumped rapidly and he had a sudden desire to cry out loud. It was like having a problem that was unsolvable until someone uttered a simple sentence that ended up being the perfect solution. It was so on point and very powerful. Feelings of confidence, worship, and excitement rushed into him. It was beyond words. Mr. Li's indeed the teacher of all men. Meng Junliang wanted to kneel in front of him so badly. He said politely, "I'm in luck to be able to be taught by you." This was the grasp of the truth, the control of the world. His understanding was too far behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei walked toward them. "My master, the cake's ready." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "What a coincidence. The time's just right. Let's taste the cake." Chapter 246, What to Do. Dragon was in the backyard, but she was silently calculating the time. To a dragon, a few minutes were like seconds, but now they felt like years. Every minute was so long. Nobody had to call for her. Dragon had already rushed out from the backyard. "Is it ready?" Li Nianfan nodded and smiled, "Yes, it's ready." He walked over and lifted the lid gradually. The smoke was not too thick. The air was already filled with a faint hint of sweetness. Now, It was even stronger. Fragrance rushed to her nose. Although its aroma was not as thick as the dishes, this fragrance was more refreshing and soothing. It made one feel more enjoyable. What a strange smell! Egg, flour, honey, and some oil. This recipe would not be found in this immortal realm. However, mixing them made them even more tempting and alluring. One could see that the cake mix had risen, its surface glowing with a rounded look. It was different from the steamed buns. There was a layer of yellow and brown, clearly distinguished unlike the single color of the plain white bun. The outlook of this was more captivating, especially to a kid. Gulp. Dragon's eyes had turned into stars. She stared at the cake and wanted to lean over with her little face. She was drooling with glistening saliva, ready to drip from her mouth anytime. Her tiny face was blushing red and her tail was quivering. She clapped in anticipation as she said, "Brother, I want to eat it. I want to eat it." "Of course, you'll get to eat it." Li Nianfan shook his head and gave her a slice first. "Thank you, brother." Dragon accepted it. Unafraid of the heat, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Wow! So soft. Dragon's eyes sparkled. It felt as if she was biting into a layer of cotton. The texture was soft and delicate, brushing against her lips while coating her teeth. She could not help falling silent. When the cake went into her mouth, the fragrance of the egg mixed with the sweetness of the honey. Most importantly, it melted upon entering her mouth. It did not choke her. If one had to use a word to describe, it would be comforting. The texture was so comforting, the taste was wonderful. Although the buns made by Li Nianfan were already delicious, compared to this cake, they were far behind. Dragon cried out in awe, so delicious. I've decided, cake will be my favorite from now on. This small girl likes to make a big deal out of everything. Sorry for embarrassing you all. Li Nianfan smiled and shook his head bitterly. He handed each of them a slice. Zhou Yunwu said, "Mr. Li, this is an instinct. We've merely conquered this. A reaction like this to delicious food is normal." Li Nianfan laughed and said, "You're wrong. You haven't even tried it and you know it's delicious? It's made by Mr. Li. Of course, it isn't bad." Menju Liang said. As they spoke, they each took a slice of cake. The cake was half as big as a palm. It seemed tiny and delicate. Everyone opened their mouths more delicately than Dragon. They each took one bite. One bite of the cake made them jump. The ingredient was flour as well, but the texture was completely different from the buns. They did not have to use force to bite. With just a touch, it was broken off. Also, the cake bounced inside their mouths, attacking the oral cavity as if massaging them. They looked at the inside of the cake. Below the milky yellow surface, the inside of it was a sparkling yellow that was slightly paler than the color of the egg yolk. However, it was so beautiful. Although the cake was sweet, it was not overly sweet. As their tongues touched the cake, it disintegrated in their mouths and unleashed an exquisite taste that attacked their taste buds. Along with that, a faint heat came from within the fragrance, spreading warmth all over them. When they swallowed it, the taste of the cake seemed as if it had only started. The fragrance lingered between the oral cavity and esophagus. It was like silk penetrating the heart. Its taste stimulated one's soul as if imploring them to continue eating. So delicious. Everyone had dreamy looks on their faces. Unbelievable. There's such delicious food in the world. Rich was very excited. Although he did not move too much, his inner heart was even more unstable than Dragon. His body was slightly shivering throughout the whole thing. There were even tears in his eyes. He was a physical man. He did not know how to repress his emotions. If it was delicious, he would react accordingly. If not, he would also act accordingly. And this was so delicious that he wanted to cry. He did not know how to describe it. He could only say, immortal food. This must be the food of the immortals. Zhou Yunwu said, "Mr. Li, such delicious food doesn't seem like food for ordinary men." Although he had prepped himself mentally and he knew Li Nianfan was no ordinary man, he did not expect it to be so unreal. He was so shocked. The tastiness of the food was beyond the grasp of an ordinary man. Eating was a natural instinct, so they could not get away from the temptation of delicious food. However, would immortals be able to find such good food? Unlikely. What had they done in their previous lives to cultivate such blessings and meet the expert in this life? Li Nianfan smiled, "I'm glad you like it. Actually, this cake is just the first stage. It's only a plain cake. The actual cake is more complex." Dragon was already drooling unstoppably. She wiped it off and said in shock, "It can get even better?" Li Nianfan nodded, "Yeah, if I add some fruits and butter, the taste will go up a notch." Meng Junliang jolted slightly. "Butter? What's that?" "The main ingredient of butter is milk," Li Nianfan explained. He continued, mentioning that, "I remember now. Have you seen a black and white cow? You can get milk from them." Milk was indeed a good thing. Not only was it nutritious, but it could also be used to make many delicious foods. Furthermore, it was time to try something different instead of having plain congee for breakfast. He had wanted to drink milk for a long time. Black and white cow? Everyone was shocked and then shook their heads. Perhaps this cow was from ancient times? No? Li Nianfan was rather disappointed. If they did not know about it, perhaps there were no cows in this immortal realm. Of course, Zhou Yunwu could not let go of this opportunity to impress the expert. He said sincerely, "Don't worry, Mr. Li, once we get back I'll ask my men to keep an eye out for it. If they find it, I'll bring it over." Li Nianfan made a gesture and said, "Thank you." Zhou Yunwu was about to ask more questions. However, he felt his stomach twitching vigorously. Swiftly after, his anus slightly tightened. It was not just him. Rich felt the same. He was standing when suddenly, his body froze. His muscles tightened like a dart. He even started breathing cautiously. Meng Junliang was slightly better. His reaction was not as big, but he also felt the air in his body slowly making its way out. This. The washing away of impurities, the cleansing of the body? Gasp. Oh, mother. It was happening so soon. What should they do? Hold it in. Even if they were going to die, they must hold it in. Chapter 247, Luck Treasure. Safer to stay hidden. Silly me. Of course, Mr. Li's food won't be ordinary. Of course, it'd be more than just delicious. Of course, there'd be other benefits. However, it came without any prior warning. We're merely ordinary men. How are we supposed to take it? No matter if it was the egg of the firefinch demon or honey from the golden bees, they had the benefits of cleansing the body and cells. In other words, they could flush out the toxins inside the body and renew the cells. These benefits were not too great for the cultivators. Since cultivators had fewer impurities in their bodies, they did not have to detox. However, it was very effective for ordinary men. This detox was able to give one baby smooth skin. The body would improve to its peak, increasing one's longevity. If they were to cultivate, it would be an easy journey. However, this benefit was like a threat to Zhou Yunwu and the rest. Wah! Zhou Yunwu made a sound. He felt a wave sinking in his stomach, rushing toward the anus and attacking its gate. Oh no! Swiftly, he took a deep breath and jumped. He forced it back in. They must not fart in front of the expert. If they did not hold it in, they would be committing the crime of offending a saint. They would be dead. Perhaps this meal was a test from the expert. Although it was delicious, it was full of mystery and it tested their willpower and perseverance. He was an expert indeed. There was always a name behind his actions, so shocking. With that, Zhou Yunwu's heart instantly sank. He must hold in. His eyes somehow met with Rich's, signaling him to hold it in. Rich responded with a look of discomfort. Within a short amount of time, his forehead was covered in sweat. He wished he could cross his legs. Oh, no. I'm reaching my limit. Li Nianfan could feel their bodies stiffening and trembling. He could not help asking, "King Zhou, what is it?" "No, nothing." Zhou Yunwu forced a smile and used up all of his will to say, "Mr. Li, I suddenly feel unwell. It seems like we can't stay here any longer. Goodbye for now." Li Nianfan said, "If that's the case, see you." This sentence sounded like a relief to the three of them. They let out a long sigh of relief. They merely had to hold it in for a little longer. Just as they were about to exit the house, Li Nianfan suddenly said, "Wait up." Gasp. The three of them jumped. Cold sweat dripped down. They looked at Li Nianfan in despair. Oh, no. Oh, no. However, Li Nianfan turned around and went into one of the rooms inside the four-part architecture. That room. Daji and the Fire Phoenix exchanged a look. They were curious about the things inside that room. When the door swung open, they could feel an extremely terrifying power that they were unclear of. The things in that room were probably more shocking than the backyard. Li Nianfan claimed they were merely sundries. However, how could they be anything ordinary? Although they were curious, The room door was always shut and Li Nianfan seldom went in. Hence, they had not been inside. Ping, 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 ping. There were not many things in the room. They could hear him flipping over boxes. Zhou Yunwu and the other two were suffocating. Their bodies gradually started to curl up and their faces became green. They felt as if their buttocks were no longer theirs. Luckily, Li Nianfan did not let them wait for too long. Soon, he came out with a book. Li Nianfan handed them the book and said, "My apologies, it's quite messy in there. This book is regarding the art of war. I hope it can help you all." The book was worn out. The cover was wrinkly and full of dust. The pages also had water and rice stains. This is. Zhou Yunwu received it with both of his hands. He squinted and saw that there were words written on the cover. 6 Secret Teachings. Li Nianfan explained, this book of war is also known as Zhang's 6 Secret Teachings. There are 236 chapters, 81 tactics, 71 commentaries, and 81 theories. The Zhang the expert was speaking about was Zhang Ziya. This book compiled the essence of the art of war and it made a great impact on the battlefields. Zhou Yunwu's voice was trembling. He had even temporarily forgotten about the fart that was about to come out. He said politely, Thank you, Mr. Li." Although he did not know the exact information, this book was so antique and it was given by the expert. Of course, it was nothing ordinary. He had a feeling that this book was as valuable as the book of herbs and medical theories given by the expert. Herbs, farming, casting, the art of war, and the governance of a nation. The expert was indeed omnipotent. It seemed that he came here to preach to mankind. I, Xia Kingdom, never believed in demons, and I'll never worship the immortals. We merely hope to regard Mr. Li as our holy saint. Zhou Yunwu thought in his heart. He then bowed politely at Li Nianfan. Rich and Meng Junliang did the same. "King Zhou, don't be so humble, it's just a book." Li Nianfan waved it off. "I won't walk you out. Have a pleasant trip back." Li Nianfan's words instantly reminded the three of them. Their bodies shivered and they said hastily, "Goodbye." Zhou Yunwu and the other two rushed out from the 4-part architecture, their faces pale and gate-twisted. It was not until they had walked a couple feet away when Rich said with a hoarse voice, "It's far enough. I can't hold it in anymore. I can't, it's coming. FRRTT." As he began, more farting sounds were heard. The sounds did not stop. Just like drums beating in the air repeatedly, the sounds came accompanied by moans of relief that were gradually fading. Inside the 4-part architecture. When Daji and Fire Phoenix saw the book, they were stunned. Although the book was extremely old, the cover was covered with a layer of thick golden glow. That was definitely luck. The book was a luck treasure. With that, the luck in the Xia Kingdom would increase again. These kinds of treasures were his so-called sundries? What other mind-blowing treasures were kept in that room? This was not their first time seeing luck treasure. The lantern was one, and it was something that was simply made by the expert. This was another luck treasure, and he gave it away just like this? Even back in ancient times, this was something rare. They did not say anything as they followed Dragon to the backyard. They walked to the pond in the center. The Fire Phoenix said calmly, "Old Dragon, I know you're in there. Come on out." The pond was extremely calm without a trace of movement. The Fire Phoenix continued, "Cut the pretense, Dragon told me everything. Don't make us come down there." After a moment, the pond started to move. The water level rose and a golden dragon head peeked out halfway, glaring at Dragon angrily. Dragon used her hands to cover up her face, too afraid to face him. "Whatever, since we're all bootlicking the expert, we're a family," the golden dragon said nonchalantly. He then reiterated, "Remember, don't you ever tell anyone else that I'm here." The Fire Phoenix and Daji nodded at the same time. "We're not that bored." Dragon promised genuinely, "Don't worry, ancestor. I won't tell anyone." The golden dragon said, "Why did you call me?" Daji was curious. She asked, "You've been with the master the longest. Do you know what's inside the utility room?" "Not sure," the golden dragon shook his head innocently. "I just want to continue living. I don't notice anything else that doesn't concern me." However, the golden dragon hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, "The expert's fishing rod is very advanced. When he was fishing here, I was tempted by his fishing rod. Luckily he was only trying to bait a fish. If he was fishing for a dragon, I would have been baited." Daji said, "Earlier, my master brought out a luck treasure from the utility room. He gave it to the human sovereign. Luck treasure? The golden dragon's eyes bulged wide as his harsh breathing blew away the water. Are you sure? The fire phoenix added, it was indeed luck treasure. This. Even though the golden dragon was unable to speak. Tears were rolling down his face as he said emotionally, luck treasure. If my dragons had a luck treasure back then, we wouldn't have ended this way. Dragon did not expect her ancestor to cry. She could not help asking, what's a luck treasure? Daji frowned, I'm not too sure, but I sense it's very, very important. Luck treasure can suppress any luck. This trait alone makes it very valuable. The golden dragon took a deep breath and continued, luck treasure's like an amulet given by heaven. As long as you have this amulet, the species or nation will stay glorified forever. Back in ancient times, the reason we, the ancient beasts, went downhill was that we didn't have a luck treasure to suppress our luck. So, our luck went missing. The fire phoenix asked, luck needs to be suppressed? When the main characters of the world swap places, a massive natural tribulation follows. A long time ago, the dragons and phoenixes were the main characters. Our luck was all over the place. If we had something to suppress our luck, at least our bloodline would have continued to flourish even when the natural tribulation occurred and we failed to become the new main characters. However, without the luck treasure, the luck was eventually lost during the natural tribulation, taken away by the others. Our bloodline eventually died off, the golden dragon said. This is related to the general trend. When disasters come, having luck is the key to survival. Only fools would work against this law. Daji could not help asking, so possessing the luck treasure is equivalent to being undefeatable? Not exactly. It just ensures the bloodline won't go extinct. However, if one was attacked by a certain force, the bloodline could still vanish. The golden dragon shook his head. I tell you what, this world is very, very terrifying. One after another, a Bigshot would be hidden here. They fight against each other, calculating each other's moves with countless chess pieces. They attack when you're unaware and you won't know it until you're dead, he said as his head slowly sank back into the pond. He was very scared. Let's talk about the human sovereign. When the nation's prosperous, nobody would offend him. However, if someone drugged the human sovereign with pretty ladies, turning him into a violent and swayed sovereign that causes boundless wars resulting in his people going against him, then the luck of the human sovereign would be affected. When the luck decreases, it would be easy for the other kingdoms to destroy him. The fire phoenix could not help asking, what happened during ancient times? I can't say it. Once I talk about it, the Bigshots might notice me. The golden dragon whispered. He said as he went back inside the pond, anyhow, it's very scary. Hiding is the safest thing. Remember, don't expose me. Daji cried out hastily, don't hide yet. One more question. The golden dragon did not even look back. Daji added, it's about our master. The golden dragon's tail wiggled. He instantly turned back, what is it? Daji said, our master said he wants to drink milk. Do you know what cow is black and white, and has milk? Black and white cow that has milk. The golden dragon hesitated for a moment. He said gradually, I think I might know what the expert's talking about. Chapter 248, I'm a chess piece of the expert. The fire phoenix and Daji's faces darkened. They asked without hesitation, what cow? Back in ancient times, there were many kinds of ancient cows. Although they were far from dragons, they were considered top immortal beasts. Many Bigshots couldn't get their hands on the arrogant dragons. Thus, they focused on the sacred cows. Of course, the golden dragon did not forget to boast about the dragons before explaining. If the expert mentioned it, the cow cannot be any ordinary cow. If it's black and white, it represents yin and yang. I know a kind of cow that contains yin and yang. It's the 5-color sacred cow. The fire phoenix froze. 5-color sacred cow? 5 colors? Exactly. The golden dragon nodded. It's black, white, red, green, and blue. Black and white represent yin and yang. Red, green, and blue represent the raw colors of the world. This species of the cow was born for the world. They can walk on the clouds, have immense strength, and can move mountains and oceans. The expert doesn't like to say things too clearly, so the black and white could be a hint. 5-color sacred cow has 3 more colors. It's a more reasonable target. Daji analyzed for a while. She then asked the key question, does the cow have milk? Yes. The golden dragon answered instantly. My dragon books recorded that this cow was born for the world. Its milk can strengthen the body, increasing one's strength and making one immune to dangers. Back then, I came across this cow and saw it producing a lot of milk. I wanted to ask for some, but the cow was unwilling. I don't force people to do things they're unwilling to, so I didn't insist. Dragon was shocked. Even my ancestor hasn't tasted it? You have to focus on the main point. The golden dragon could not help emphasizing. It was me who was unwilling to insist. It was just one sip of milk. Why would I care? The fire phoenix asked, "Where's the five-color sacred cow?" The golden dragon said, "I remember that it's in the Kunshu Mountains." The fire phoenix thought for a moment. She said, "The Kunshu Mountains? I know, it's at the south side of the immortal land. However, the area is massive, finding one scared cow would be like finding a needle in the ocean." The golden dragon hinted, "Places with such a cow will glow in 5 colors at night." With that, its dragon tail wiggled and it went into the deeper end of the pond. Dodgy and the fire phoenix exchanged a look. It seemed that they had to find a chance to go over to the Kunshu Mountains. The Liu Yun Palace. The white clouds were in the sky. Many immortals were traveling by cloud. Meanwhile, 4 clouds were secretly making their way to the Liu Yun Palace. They then gradually landed at the foot of the mountain. The white clouds went away, revealing Pain and the 3 elders of the Azureville in sight. They looked serious, cautious, and uneasy. The big elder said, "Sect Master Ding's locked up in here." The second elder asked, "Sect Master, are you sure we're to do this? We know what the Lord Immortal's goal is. He's merely trying to know more about the expert from me. He doesn't have a good motive," Pain said in a low voice, his eyes sparkling. "I don't want to expose the expert's situation. Therefore, I shouldn't meet the Lord Immortal. I can only save the person on my own." The third elder sighed, "He's a Lord Immortal after all. If he finds out, we're in danger." The moment we touched the painting, we were in this already, unable to turn back. Pain's eyes squinted with a hint of rage. He scoffed coldly, "Since I, Pain, am in it, I'm a chess piece of the expert. The Lord Immortal's so ignorant, he has no idea what kind of existence he's plotting against." His good friend was captured out of the blue. It would be a lie if he was not pissed. The big elder reminded him, "Sect Master, the Lord Immortal must have some powerful support on his back to become the Lord Immortal." Everyone knew clearly that the immortal land was full of hidden Bigshots. Even though they had all gone through the natural tribulation, the tactics of Bigshots keeping their lives were not unknown. Those who had not reappeared did not mean that they were dead. Now that the world was changing, it was time to make the choice. Bigshots usually fought through chess pieces. If they went over to see the Lord Immortal, they might reveal the planning of the expert. They would then no longer be the expert's chess pieces and might end up on the opposite side. The setup of the Lord Immortal was forcing them to make a choice, too. You all have no idea what I've been through in the ordinary realm. However, don't worry. Believe me, the power of the expert is so strong that it's beyond your imagination. Pain's eyes were filled with respect and determination. No matter what happens, without the permission of the expert, I won't expose anything. All right. Let's do it. A big shot who painted the golden crow? I'd pick him. The big elder's eyes sank. There's only one entrance at the back of the mountain and it's guarded by 4 Yon immortals. Since we can't barge in, we have to take another route. The back of the mountain is prohibited, so if we want to enter, we need to break in. The second elder nodded and said with a serious tone, "We do have some knowledge regarding the formation. If we join forces, we might be able to break in." Cut the talking, let's start. Instantly, the 4 of them gradually raised their hands and reached out. Vroom. The originally empty space was filled with layers of waves. A soft, calm glow appeared over it like a layer of membrane. Powerful chi emerged. At once, their originally excited faces froze. They went silent. However, Pain looked strange. He was quite certain as he said, "Are you sure there's a prohibition here? Why can't I feel anything?" "Sect Master, are you silly? Don't you see this big patch of membrane? Strong. So very strong. This layer of prohibition. Even the flying birds are unable to break in. Don't be silly. We're unlikely to be able to break in. Sect Master, please, face the reality." The big elder patted Pain's shoulder. He said with sympathy, "Sect Master might not be able to take this blow that you started to make things up." Pain's face was turning dark. He said again, "I'm certain. You really feel resistance from this membrane? Can't you tell? How can you be certain?" The 3 elders were in shock. They advised, "Sect Master, let it go. If we had the burst gun, perhaps we could break in. Sect Master, I really can't. Even if we accompany you here and drilled for 500 years, perhaps we'll eventually be able to rub ourselves inside. Rub? Do I need to rub? Pain laughed. He did not seem down. Instead, he seemed excited. It's time to show off. Look closely, I'm going in now. Calm down. Calm down. The three elders panicked. Without a doubt, their sect master was in a blur. They wanted to stop Pain, but he had already raised his hand and went straight through the border. Bam! There was no trace of resistance. It was as if it was a normal layer of water, easily penetrated. This. The three elders widened their eyes. They could not believe their eyes. Sect Master, what have you awakened in your body? You're able to neglect the border? Pain laughed a mysterious laugh. Under their stunned gaze, he walked in and then walked out arrogantly. Sect Master, what's this about? It's the expert helping me. Pain's eyes were glowing, his face showing a hint of excitement and respect. He took out some fragments from his chest. Look at what these are? The big elder jolted and then cried out in shock, spiritual root? Exactly. It's the spiritual root. Pain nodded and handed a fragment to the big elder. Hold this and have a try. The big elder received the spiritual root and seemed rather concerned. Trembling, he reached out and walked toward the border. The resistance from earlier did not appear. There was no hint of it. Bam! He went inside. Gasp! The three elder gasped at the same time. They seemed as if they had seen a ghost. Pain looked at the power fragment, his eyes filled with the same wonder. He took in a deep breath and said, when I visited the expert, I saw the expert carving a spiritual root. These fragments were treated like trash. I bit my tongue and asked for them. Who'd have thought that these fragments can help us neglect the border? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The three elders' hearts were jumping rapidly. They could only feel their scalps itching with goosebumps all over their bodies. This was the spiritual root. He was carving on it and he actually treated it like trash? Most importantly, this trash was able to effortlessly neglect the border set up by the Lord Immortal? How powerful was that? The big elder could not help being astonished. Sect Master, I finally understand why you're so confident about this expert. This is too strong. Waste no time, let's go in. Pain gave out a power fragment to each of them. Instantly the three elders looked as if they were being allocated the greatest treasures. They held them tightly in their hands, feeling their values skyrocketing. They went through the border safely. The four of them walked on cautiously. They realized that other than the initial prohibition, there was not much prohibition inside. Although there were many traps, with the help of the spiritual roots, they were unstoppable. They were once again stunned by how powerful the expert was. This spiritual root is nothing ordinary. This is beyond imagination. However, they knew this was not the time to admire the spiritual roots. They had to save the hostage. The four of them were well cultivated so they could make themselves invisible. Soon, they sensed Ding Xiaohu's qi. Pain flew over with excitement. He cried out, Xiaohu. Ding Xiaohu froze and then was shocked. Why are you here? Did you get caught, too? Of course not. I came here with my abilities. I came here to save you. Pain smiled. Listen to me, let me tell you the whole story. Story? Are you an idiot? The big elder almost went crazy, his face flushing red. We don't have time. It's too dangerous in here. Chapter 249, Can my father be saved? The five of them rushed out. Soon, they got out of the border. Ding Xiaohu's head was unable to work out how they managed to do it. When she saw everyone go through the border, she was dumbfounded. This is... She looked at Pain blankly. Then, she cried out, did you all cultivate something new? How did you get past the border? Pain's ego was instantly boosted. He felt satisfied as he gloated, ha ha ha. Cool, isn't it? The big elder cut him off. He pestered, stop gloating, run. Hold this, Pain handed the spiritual root to Ding Xiaohu. The group of five soon exited the border and left the mountain on clouds. As they were leaving, Ding Xiaohu could not help asking, what was that all about? She looked at the power fragment in her hands and could not help crying out, isn't this spiritual root? Exactly. This is spiritual root. Pain nodded. This is something I shamefully asked for during my visit to the expert. The expert's willing to give you spiritual root that can penetrate the border? Ding Xiaohu looked at Pain, stunned. He's too generous. Pain could not help smiling bitterly. How's that generous? This spiritual root was trash to the expert. Trash? Ding Xiaohu tightened her hand. No matter what it was, this was a treasure to her. I should have been aware of this during immortalizing, Payne said as he voiced out his thoughts. I didn't feel any resistance. I didn't even feel any turbulence. I just somehow arrived in this immortal land. I thought it was due to the reconnecting of the road that changes were made. It seems that it was due to this spiritual root. What you're saying is that this spiritual root not only penetrates borders, it can also. The big elder could not help gulping, his voice trembling. It can penetrate through a different realm? Everyone's heart was racing. This was the road between the immortal land and the immortal realm. Although the road had been reconnected, there was still a huge resistance in between that they could not penetrate. If the immortals wanted to descend, they needed to sacrifice some things. However, with a spiritual root, they would be able to ignore this rule. This. If more immortals found out about this, they would go crazy. Have you all thought about the source of this spiritual root? Ding Xiaohu said with a serious face. Everyone jumped. The source? You're all thinking too naively. Ding Xiaohu took a deep breath. There was fear in her eyes. This is merely a power fragment and already, it can penetrate through different realms. If the source of this spiritual root is fully grown, how would it be? With that said, everyone's pupils dilated at the same time. They were all trembling. This spiritual root was nothing ordinary. Of course, the source would not be ordinary as well. One could speculate that once the source of the root was fully grown, it could perhaps open up the world. Not perhaps, it would definitely be able to. With that, the immortal realm and immortal land would become a joint new world, just like the ancient times. Payne gasped and said, the expert seems to be a figure from ancient times. He's been feeling nostalgic about the ancient times. Ding Xiaohu nodded. Exactly, the expert planted this. Perhaps he has already started plotting for the future. Terrifying, so terrifying. The three elders' faces were filled with fear, anticipation, excitement, and shock. Him, alone, rebuilding the ancient times. This power was way beyond one's imagination. Was this the world of the Bigshot? What about the other Bigshots? Meanwhile, everyone's heart thumped. Their hair standing on ends as a chill aroused from within. They all looked up to see that not far ahead, the colorful clouds were moving in the air. 3 sky horses with snowy white wings were standing on top of the colored clouds. They were pulling a golden carriage. Other than the special effect, they exuded a strong power. What a shocking sight. Lord Immortal? Cold sweat appeared on Payne's forehead. Everyone else's body stiffened as their hearts skipped a beat. This was the Lord Immortal, an existence of the late Golden Immortal. His treasures were no joke. He was a true top-ranking Bigshot in the immortal land. Even his carriage was pulled by the sky horses, and his carriage itself was an immortal item. They had no way to resist at all. You secretly saved her. It seems you've made your choice. His calm voice came out from the carriage. There was no emotion in his tone, but he was very serious. The person who's able to break through the border is indeed capable. You're qualified for me to look at you differently. Payne bit his tongue and said, we don't know when we offended the Lord Immortal. Please, forgive us. Don't worry, you didn't offend me. The Lord Immortal laughed. He then said, I won't make it hard for you. You just have to do one thing for me. With that, a painting scroll flew out from the carriage and appeared in front of Payne. Bring this painting to the man behind you. Just tell him I'd like to hear what he thinks about it, the Lord Immortal said calmly, his tone certain. Payne looked at the painting. Although he did not know what it contained, he could feel the challenging tone from the Lord Immortal. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Immortal, if you do this, you may have to prepare yourself to endure the expert's rage. Is this courage of yours given to you by the so-called expert? You dare doubt me? You think I'm not as good as your expert? The Lord Immortal's tone was challenging. He did not say anything else. He simply laughed and drove off arrogantly. Watching the Lord Immortal leave, Payne could not help saying in a lowered voice, it's not what I think, the truth is that you're nowhere close to the expert. You're nowhere close. He was unmoved, he even wanted to laugh. The big elder also could not help saying, Sect Master, where did the Lord Immortal's confidence come from? Payne put away the painting and said, perhaps this is the courage of ignorance. Early the next morning. At the fallen town. Li Nianfan had a small red bird on his shoulder, while Daji and Dragon followed by his side, walking along the town. This was Dragon's first time in the world of ordinary men. She was so excited that she would check everything out. She acted her age, a very active 6 or 7-year-old girl. It had been almost a month before Li Nianfan dared to bring out Dragon. This was due to the recent adjustment. Dragon was finally able to hide her fishtail and the scales on her body. Although there were many demons in this immortal realm, people would still look at an ordinary man strangely if he went out with a demon. The three of them came to the breakfast stall. Instantly, the stall owner greeted with enthusiasm, "Mr. Li, good morning. Boss, 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 plates of buns." Li Nianfan smiled. Then, he looked at Dragon and corrected himself, "Make it 3. Alrighty. Have a seat. Please, wait for a moment." The stall owner smiled. He then whispered into Li Nianfan's ears, "Mr. Li, is your wife pregnant?" Li Nianfan instantly had sweat all over him. He shook his head hastily, "No, you think too much." The stall owner instantly laughed it off. "Sorry, a misunderstanding." He was curious. There was only an additional little girl. Why did he order so much more than usual? Dragon sat in her seat, looking around curiously. She asked, "Brother, what's pregnant? Is it a good thing? Can you bring me?" Daji instantly smacked her head. "No way. It's none of your business." Dragon looked wrong. She instantly stopped talking. Soon, 3 plates of buns were put on the table. However, the owner did not walk away. He asked, "Mr. Li, did you hear what recently happened at the Clear Moon Lake?" "Recently? You mean the increase of fishes in the lake?" The stall owner waved it off. "That was in the past. The water level of the Clear Moon Lake rose." "The water level rose?" Li Nianfan paused. "Yeah, don't you know?" The stall owner nodded. He said, "About 3 days ago, the water level of the Clear Moon Lake suddenly rose. Not just that, the normally calm Clear Moon Lake is no longer calm. The wind in the area was blowing wild. Even a few fish boats had flipped over. When everyone was happily fishing, who'd have thought that such a thing would happen? So sudden." Li Nianfan frowned. What caused it? The rising of the water level was not a good thing. With wild wind blowing? The problem was severe. This was a sign of a flood. If so, the fallen town was likely to be flooded. Who knows? The stall owner shook his head and sighed. "I've lived so long and yet I've never heard of the Clear Moon Lake getting pissed off before. The water level has already flooded its surroundings. Within 3 days, the water has already spread to a 10-mile radius." Li Nianfan frowned. "Are there any safety precautions?" The stall owner said, "I heard some immortals are going over. Perhaps the problem isn't that big." Li Nianfan made a gesture. "All right, thanks for telling me." The stall owner said hastily, "Everyone knows about this. There's nothing to thank me for." Li Nianfan scratched his head. He felt tired. The location he chose to live in was not good. He thought the fallen town was a good place to live. Why were strange things happening one after another? Was he about to die? Phew. Will it flood? What a headache. If it did, he would have to go over and have a look. Although some cultivators were involved, it was still related to his life. It would be better for him to know more. It was just a flood. It was not a big deal to him. Perhaps he could ask the Holy Emperor to help out. Complementing his knowledge with the cultivators, it would be a perfect match. Meanwhile, the small red bird was flying from Li Nianfan's shoulder to Dragon's shoulder. It said in a low voice, "This is caused by your father, right? Look, even the expert has a headache. Look how unhappy he is. Your father will be dead." Dragon's small face was turning pale. Her small face was twisted as she became anxious. No way. She could not let her father go on like this. She had to save him. She said in a low voice, "Sister Phoenix, do you think my father can be saved?" The Fire Phoenix said, "Since Mr. Li's not affected yet, it's not too late." Dragon's eyes lit up instantly. "Then, I'm taking 1 day's leave." "Finish your chores then take the leave." Dragon nodded, "Okay." After eating and filing up, they were not in the mood to continue walking around. When they got back to the 4-part architecture, Dragon instantly started to get busy. She wiped the floor diligently, her tiny tail trailing behind her. She merely needed half a day to complete all her chores. She looked at Li Nianfan and said in a low voice, "Brother, I wanted to go home for a while." "Go home?" Li Nianfan snapped out of his thoughts. "Oh right, I almost forgot you're from the Clear Moon Lake." Since changes were happening in the Clear Moon Lake, the small carp wanting to go home and have a look was normal. What was her home like? Could it be a small carp cave? They called it a palace? Even the thought of it was funny. Li Nianfan asked, "Do you have any family members back home?" "Yes, my father and my brother." "Then go home and have a look so that they're not worried about you. However, don't go home empty-handed." Li Nianfan smiled. He prepared some fruits and snacks for her. "Bring these home, tell them you have learned a thing or two outside." A carp demon learning from a fire phoenix? Perhaps her family members would be terrified, making her the proudest carp demon. Dragon's eyes widened instantly. She accepted the fruits and said, "Thank you, brother. I'll leave now." Li Nianfan could not help reminding her, "Okay. Take care, stay safe." Chapter 250, Dragon, Poor You. At the clear moon lake. Countless waves were rushing to the sky, forming walls as high as a few feet, looking like the claws of a demon that was ready to attack the ground anytime. Roar. The strong waves roared in anger. It was as if the world had lost its colors. The usually calm clear moon lake was unlike its usual self. It was almost as if there were two extremes. It was going wild and terrifying the observers. The waves were unstoppable. Dark clouds were starting to appear in the sky along with thunder. It seemed like heavy rain was about to fall. In the air, many orbs of light flew past from time to time. There were some spells cast on the lake, preventing the waves from attacking. The cultivators were rushing over from all over the place. Shock and concern were evident on their faces. Although the cultivators did cultivate, they did not have the ability to control natural disasters, not unless they had immortalized. The lake was boundless. The situation was severe. It looked like it was impossible for them to repress the water level. Dong. Meanwhile, a string was plucked. The sound of the string resonated in the air, muffling the sound of the water. One could see two figures approaching, hovering on top of the water as the sound of the string was vibrating like the waves. One song, "Listen to the Tide." Instantly, the water was parted into halves. The vigorous waves grew slightly calmer along with the music. Dong. 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 The music continued without stopping while the water gradually spread. The water level slowly fell. However, their fear lingered on as layers of waves would still rise from time to time. "It's the sect master of the Lynxian Palace." One song and the waves were calmed. Cultivators having passed their natural tribulations are so scary. "Don't let down our guard. Let's take this time to start the formation. The waves are unsteady, we have to repress it." Many of the cultivators made a respectful gesture at Yao Mengji. They all respected him. The Lynxian Palace was one of the few sacred lands in the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty. Of course, his reputation was renowned. Meanwhile, an orb of light shot up and landed beside Yao Mengji. "Greetings to Brother Yao, Manyun." Holy Emperor, Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun returned the gesture. The three of them smiled. Since they were all working for the expert, there was no ranking among them. Yao Mengji asked curiously, "Have you been visiting the expert lately?" "I haven't seen him for a long time," the Holy Emperor said. He had a hint of fear and terror in his eyes. "Brother Yao, you may not know about this. My entire family went through a life-and-death situation. If it wasn't for the expert, you wouldn't be seeing me now." Yao Mengji widened his eyes and said, "Huh?" "The other day, when the expert was preaching at the Xia Kingdom, the luck of mankind was prosperous. I was being held hostage by a mosquito demon that came from the immortal land. It had the cultivation of an immortal, and yet it naively wanted to suck the expert's blood." The Holy Emperor paused there, slightly terrified while finding it funny. It wanted to suck the expert's blood? Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun's faces looked strange. They said in unison, "It was asking for death." "I know, right? It was easily killed by the expert." The Holy Emperor could not help smiling. He then sighed and said, "Unlike you who has an immortal ancestor, I don't know if I still have the right to continue visiting the expert." "Holy Emperor, I'm guilty of this. We haven't visited the expert in a long time," Yao Mengji said and shook his head bitterly. The Holy Emperor paused. "Why so?" Yao Mengji was half crying and smiling. "To be honest with you, my ancestor isn't doing so well. Not only did she not help us, we gave her many good things but we haven't heard back from her since then. I'm too ashamed to meet the expert." Instantly, the Holy Emperor and Yao Mengji felt sorry for one another. "Actually, the expert has hinted to me a few times that regardless of how capable we are, each of us has different uses. We just have to help the expert solve his problems." The Holy Emperor paused. He then continued, "Let's talk about this current incident. If it really exploded, it'd affect the mood of the expert. Therefore, we must repress it. Exactly. I rushed here because of this as well, Yao Mengji nodded seriously. He glanced at the water level. The clear moon lake's acting strange indeed. First, it was the increase of fishes. Suddenly, it threatened to flood. It was almost impossible to be of a natural cause. Something must have happened. There are rumors saying that the Dragon King's agitated. The Holy Emperor frowned as he said with a concerned look. If this is true, then it's not something we can get involved with. Even if it was merely a dragon, the cultivators could not afford to offend them. Even the normal immortals had no right to offend them. However, dragons had been lost in time. Qin Manyun frowned. Since it's just a rumor passing around, we shouldn't believe it. Meanwhile, a white small carp jumped into the lake. Its red tail slightly wiggled as it swam toward the bottom of the lake. The endless waves seemed as if they did not exist in its eyes. They caused no threat to it. Its speed was very fast, swimming toward the east side. Soon, it followed the current to a golden gate. Without hesitation, it rushed into it. A gigantic golden palace was located at the bottom of the lake. 5 colored fences were surrounding the palace with seaweed swaying in the water. Countless pearls as big as human heads were seen everywhere, illuminating the surroundings. Bubbles were forming from time to time in the azure blue sea. It was very beautiful. However, the originally calm waves were no longer calm. Layers of waves were rushing out violently, terrifying countless fishes and prawns. Countless crabs and lobsters were surrounding the palace. They had human bodies with claws clutching pitchforks as they patrolled around. As if shocked by the waves, some of them retracted their heads, standing at the same spot, transfixed. Inside the palace, a long-bearded elderly man was full of rage, his eyes almost burning in flames. He was very anxious. "Why do I even need you for it?" he growled, his entire body shaking. "It's been a month and you still can't find a trace of the 7th princess? How can this be?" Dragon King, a tortoise with a heavy shell and small head, gulped anxiously. He said in a small voice, "According to the trace, the 7th princess was swimming toward the clear moon lake. Then, she just disappeared." "What do you mean by disappeared?" Dragon King's eyes widened, his voice loud like thunder. It caused the water level to rise in the sky. It was very scary. He picked up the tortoise demon and asked, "You tell me, what do you mean by disappeared?" The tortoise demon shivered. "Dragon King, perhaps the 7th princess went offshore to play? After crossing the heavenly gate, how would she have the energy to play?" The Dragon King shivered all over. He scoffed, "How's the gathering of the prawn soldiers?" The tortoise demon replied, "There are 5,000 of them already." Both his eyes reddened. "Ask them to get prepared. Follow me to the clear moon lake. If you don't find my daughter, I'll flood the ordinary realm." By the side, a teenager in a white shirt walked forward, his eyes sparkling. "Father, please, allow me to lead the soldiers. If my 7th sister is hurt in any way, I'll make the ordinary realm pay. Even if I'm punished by heaven." The tortoise demon tried to wipe away his cold sweat. Just as he was about to accept the order, a voice rang in the air, "Daddy, I'm back." Instantly, the water around the palace stopped swirling. Everyone listened closely. They thought they were hallucinating. The little carp turned around and instantly transformed into dragon. She walked into the palace and called out again, "Daddy." "Dragon, my daughter." The Dragon King's lips quivered. He carried Dragon in his arms. He thought he was dreaming. By the side, the teenager in white was delighted as well. "7th sister, it's really you. You're really back." "Ha ha. 5th brother, it's me." Dragon smiled from ear to ear. She then hastily said, "Daddy, stop the flood. Don't cause any trouble." "Trouble? I've endured all kinds of tribulations, from a small shrimp to a Bigshot. Why should I be afraid to cause trouble?" The Dragon King said arrogantly. He was in a great mood. "Since my 7th daughter's back, stop the flood." The teenager in white could not help asking, "7th sister, where have you been? We were so worried." "I went to the ordinary realm. It's so interesting there." Dragon smiled. "Don't run around next time. At least get someone to follow around you," the Dragon King said lovingly. He continued, "What's so fun about the ordinary realm? You must be starving. I'll have a seafood feast prepared for you." Sigh, "I've been eating seafood since young. I'm bored of it. The food in the ordinary realm's great." Dragon waved it off. "Since you've ended the flood, I won't stay any longer. I should go back. Daddy, fifth brother, goodbye. What? Goodbye? Where are you going? The Dragon King was dumbfounded. He pulled Dragon closer and reminded her, this is your home. You just came home and you haven't told us anything. Dragon said, I should go back to finish up my chores. I still have to do the dishes tonight. To stay in the palace for a seafood feast? It was nowhere close to the delicious dishes made by the expert. It was getting dark outside. She would need to hurry to be back for dinner. With that in mind, she seemed even more anxious. However, what she said sounded like thunder to the ears of the Dragon King and her fifth brother. Chores? Do the dishes? The Dragon King's eyes reddened. At the palace, Dragon was so precious that if they put her in the mouth, they were afraid of melting her. If they put her on the palm, they were afraid of losing her. Even when she ate, people were serving her. And yet, she was doing someone else's chores? What had she been through this month? He could not help picturing the image of Dragon being abused in the ordinary realm. She was probably manipulated by the ordinary people to do all kinds of chores. If she did not obey them, they would probably whip her. Thus, she became this way eventually. She was still so young, she must have been bullied by the others. How cruel! How cruel! The Dragon King did not dare to think any further. The more he thought about it, the more scared he was. By the side, Dragon's fifth brother clenched his fists. He was trembling with anger, exuding an air of rage. He looked at Dragon and said with a hoarse voice, Seventh sister, it's my fault for not protecting you better. The Dragon King's eyes were filled with tears as he scoffed angrily, Tortoise Chancellor, continue to recruit soldiers. Gather 10,000 prawn and crab soldiers. He ruffled Dragon's tiny head as he painfully said, Dragon, don't be scared. You're home now. You don't have to do chores anymore. Tell me where this person who made you do the chores lives. I'll capture him no matter where he is. Then, he'll be in charge of all the toilets in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 251, Maybe this was fatherly love. Dad, you're crazy. Don't do anything foolish. The expert isn't someone you can mess with. Dragon was baffled for a second. She hurriedly stopped them. What are you guys doing? I'm totally willing to work here. Someone I can't mess with? The Dragon King instantly laughed out of anger. He looked at Dragon with pity in his eyes. Who would willingly work? The brat must be delusional from abuse. He said in a low voice, My daughter, Daddy didn't protect you well. Don't be scared. Trust me, I'll bring you justice. You don't have to work here anymore. Daddy promises you won't ever have to work again. I don't need your promise. This is an opportunity given to me by the expert. I got lucky. Don't ruin it. Dragon was frantic. She hurriedly took out the fruits and desserts she brought with her. Every time I finish my chores, I get a lot of delicious food. Look, these are the treasures I got. The Dragon King and fifth brother looked at the items she took out. They felt their hearts twitch hard. They looked away because they felt bad. What were those? Some fruits and steamed bread. Treasures? My dear Dragon, how much torture did you endure? You worked just to eat these things? Who could be so cruel? They tortured you until you're delusional. Seventh sister, don't be like this. Wake up. The fifth brother could not breathe because he pitied his sister so much. He sounded extremely sorry for her. He could not hide his anger either. He looked like he was about to kill someone. Crack. He instantly destroyed the fruits in front of him, turning them into ashes. Such humiliation. It's an insult. We don't need it. What are you doing? Dragon screamed. She raised her arm and spun the water waves into a water dragon figure. She attacked her fifth brother and sent him flying. 2 apples, an orange, and a banana. Dragon was livid. She yelled with teary eyes, You have to pay me back. Water dragon chant? The Dragon King was shocked. His eyes and jaw were wide open. He was disoriented as he asked, Where did you learn that from? Dragon had no time to acknowledge him. She rushed over to her fifth brother and started tugging at his clothes. She struggled as if she hated him. Pay me back, you have to pay me back. Okay, we have a lot of those. The fifth brother immediately gestured and a beautiful clam demon served up a bunch of fruits. Look, we have everything. All types of it. Dragon almost cried. You have nothing. I want my apples, my orange, and banana. The fifth brother was puzzled. He looked at the Dragon King helplessly. The Dragon King also helplessly shook his head. They exchanged looks. It seemed like their dragon was mentally unstable from her abuse. It was not good to agitate her. However, she knew how to perform a water dragon chant attack. It was a legendary skill that was extinct among their kind. Where did she learn it from? Perhaps she was abused and somehow her dragon instinct from an eldritch era was awakened? The Dragon King smiled calmly. "All right, my sweet daughter. We'll pay you back later. Calm down." Dragon felt upset. "How can you pay me back when you don't have it? I worked all day for the apple and orange." Boo-hoo. Such little payment for a whole day's worth of work? What a cheapskate. The Dragon King was furious and sorrowful. "My dear daughter, us dragons don't have much, but we do have a lot of treasures. What don't we have in this realm?" comforted the Dragon King. He arrogantly waved and boasted, "It's just a few fruits, right? Don't worry, my dear daughter. I can get whatever you want and I'll let you eat as much as you want from now on." Liar. Dragon frowned. She took out her last orange and gave the Dragon King a slice. "These fruits are different. Try it first." All right, I'll try it now. My precious daughter brought food back for her father to eat. I'm so glad to be your dad." The Dragon King chuckled and simply put the orange slice in his mouth. Yummy. His eyes widened. His crown fell off as he screamed in disbelief, "Holy Mother of God!" The fifth brother jumped at his reaction. Perhaps father was going along with the seventh sister? What professional acting! Maybe this was fatherly love. Suddenly, the tortoise chancellor rushed in. "Dragon King, 10,000 crustacean soldiers have been gathered. Please, give us your orders, Dragon King." The fifth brother was immediately intrigued. He quickly said, "Get that senseless fella." The Dragon King looked at him. He looked emotionless as he pointed and said, "Tie this unscrupulous son up first." "Father, there's no need." The fifth brother was slightly baffled. "There's a limit to acting, right? Do you know what you just did?" The Dragon King stared at him with teary eyes. "You destroyed 2 apples, an orange, and a banana." The fifth brother was even more baffled. "Yeah, so what? Idiot, you pig." The Dragon King pointed at him and scolded him, but he still felt like it was not enough. He waved and said, "Hurry up and drag him outside. Give him 100 spanks." "Father, that's not necessary. What's going on? Why? Don't you have fatherly love for me?" The voice of the fifth brother gradually faded away. Then, it was followed by sounds of hard spanking and his painful screams. "Phew, that's better." The Dragon King sighed heavily. He looked at the remaining fruits and carefully held them up like they were the ultimate treasures. He had that unbelievable gaze. His voice was trembling as he said, "Dragon, these fruits. Where did you get them from?" Dragon said, "I told you, right? The expert gave them to me." "This." The Dragon King's eyes widened. He had goosebumps all over. You're not kidding me?" They were spiritual fruits that contained the power of law. In eldritch eras, it was rare getting to eat one of these. Now, it appeared in the immortal realm, but more importantly, who would give it away? Believe it or not, Dragon was not in a good mood. Soon, the 100 spank punishment was over. The fifth brother was brought in by 2 prawn soldiers. His butt was slightly swollen. He looked at the Dragon King oddly and complained, "Father, I don't understand." The Dragon King hesitated for a long while. Then he pinched a slice of orange. He sighed and said, "Try it." The fifth brother bafflingly took the orange slice and put it in his mouth. He chewed it and it made a squish sound. Then, his eyes were wide open. He was stumped. His mind was buzzing and he was in a daze. He felt weak all over and asked as he trembled, Father, the 4 fruits I just destroyed. Are they also such magical fruits? What do you think?" The fifth brother's lips were trembling. He looked lost and helpless. He said, "I think I'm an idiotic pig. Please, continue with the whipping and spanking. Don't have mercy on me." His heart thumped hard. He would do anything to turn back time. 4 spiritual fruits were destroyed? What was the meaning of being alive in the realm? He was not worthy. He felt like a beggar who had come across an antique vase and smashed it, thinking it was just a normal vase only to find out later that it was worth billions. More importantly, this beggar smashed 4 antique vases in one go. The feeling of despair. God was freaking playing with him. Dragon scoffed. She pouted and asked, "Can you pay me back for the fruits?" The Dragon King and the fifth brother shook their heads at the same time. "No." The fifth brother asked in disbelief, "Dragon, You get to eat fruits like that just from working? Dragon nodded, yeah. The fifth brother had tears in his eyes from envy. Such a good deal. Any positions available for hire? I don't have any strengths aside from being hard-working. Dragon scoffed, nope, don't even think about it. The fifth brother shamelessly said, my good sister, help your brother out. I'm begging you. Move aside. The Dragon King picked up the fifth brother and tossed him aside. You are miles behind your sister. How would the expert ever be impressed by you? The Dragon King insulted him hard. Then, he recommended himself, dear daughter, tell the expert that if workers are required, he can find me. I can even clean the toilet. I don't need a lot of payment. 1 fruit per day would be okay. Dragon still shook her head. Joking. The Dragon King fake smiled. Then, he looked serious. Dragon, you're lucky to be chosen by an expert like that. This is a huge opportunity, seize it well. The expert makes you work as part of your training. You must complete the tasks wholeheartedly. Don't go today, let my minions train you. You must learn how to do chores well and aim for perfect execution. Dragon said, I don't need you all to teach me. I have someone teaching me already. The expert gave you a tutor? The Dragon King was surprised. Then, he remembered, oh, yeah. Dragon, did the expert teach you how to perform the water dragon chant? No, Dragon shook her head and said with a serious face. It's a big secret. I promise not to tell anyone. The Dragon King and the fifth brother looked at each other. Then, they ordered everyone around them, all of you, out. Get away from here. Dear daughter, we're your closest family. Are you going to keep secrets from us? The Dragon King convinced, it's just us here. Who else would know if we don't tell anyone? Dragon looked troubled. She groaned for a moment and said, you have to promise me not to tell anyone. You have to keep it a secret. The fifth brother nodded seriously. No worries, seventh sister. Since the beginning of time, keeping secrets has always been the forte of the dragon kind. All right then. Dragon took a deep breath and lowered her voice. She said in a mysterious voice, I met our ancestor. Gasp. The Dragon King and the fifth brother gasped at the same time. They were more shocked at that than the spiritual fruit. For real? Dragon immediately said, of course. It was saved by the expert. I learned a lot of tricks and skills from it. An ancestor of our dragon kind is alive? The Dragon King and the fifth brother were flushed from excitement. Blessed be the dragons, blessed be the dragons. We dragons owe the expert a lot. The Dragon King was slightly flustered. Not only did the expert save our ancestor, but he also kept you. He's so nice to the dragons. Perhaps it's because he had a good past with the dragon kind of the Eldritch era? The fifth brother said in a trembling voice, who knew we dragons would encounter such an expert? We have to be his bootlickers no matter what. Naturally. Even our ancestors doing so. How can we not follow suit? The Dragon King looked serious. He was emotional from anxiety and a mix of feelings. He did not know what to do. Please him. We have to think of ways to please the expert. He kept pacing back and forth in the palace. Not sure what the expert would like. Dragon, you're around the expert a lot. What do you think we should send as a gift? I think the expert likes food. Maybe we should send him some seafood, answered Dragon. Good idea. The Dragon King had sparkles in his eyes. He immediately gave the orders, informed the prawn soldiers to pick a few big prawns from the nearby coastline. For the crab soldiers, tell them to pick a few fat crabs. Remember, the quality must be outstanding. Train them hard so that their meat will be scrumptious when caught to ensure good texture. It's not good enough. It's too cheap. I have to take a look inside the Dragon Palace vault. We have to show our sincerity. Chapter 252, Seafood Set Meal. To the vault? She followed behind him and said, Daddy, I'll go with you. The fifth brother rubbed his butt and quickly stumbled over. Father, bring me along, too. The Dragon King looked serious as he walked into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The path was shiny and golden. The long hallway was built with gold bricks and many rare jewels drilled into them. After a while, the three of them were in front of a huge, heavy gold door. The door opened with a rumble. Dragon could not wait to run inside. It was glistening and shiny inside the vault. The treasures were collected over thousands of years from past dragons. Dragons were natural treasure collectors. The 3 levels of the vault were filled up with treasure. There were all sorts of treasures in messy piles because no one could organize them. Dad, you're not going to give him weapons, right? Because that's not going to work. Dragon shook her little head. The expert came to the immortal realm as an ordinary man, so he doesn't need weapons. She thought to herself, well, apart from the weapons he uses to split firewood and for cooking, the expert's sword and cooking knife seem to be better than whatever we have here. Dear daughter, you don't need to remind me. The Dragon King smiled and shook his head. How can the Bigshot use our weapons? Unless we have a legendary weapon, we can't bring it as a gift. It was the same as an ordinary person giving a cooking knife to a martial arts expert. The expert had no use for it. It would be more useful to give him clothes. The Dragon King stopped and ran straight to the second level of the vault. He looked disturbed when he sighed. According to the dragon records, when the dragons were at their prime, the vault had 6 levels in total. Now, we're only left with 3 levels. The dragon door was closed. The dragons were out of touch with the rest of the realm, so the treasure vault had been abandoned for a long time. Dragon asked, so many levels? How much treasure was there? The 6 levels were filled according to their treasure levels, but it doesn't mean it's all full. The Dragon King groaned for a moment and explained, in a faraway era when land had just been discovered, there were a lot of fantastic items. Immortals were everywhere. You could say that opportunities were also everywhere. There were treasures everywhere, too. The first level of the vault was filled with wonderful treasures known as spiritual treasures. Followed by deluxe spiritual treasures, ultimate spiritual treasures, deluxe ultimate spiritual treasures, heavenly spiritual treasures, and ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures. It was a long time ago. He only knew it from stories, too. The treasures were long gone as the dragons faced extinction. Dragon asked curiously, what level would luck treasure be? At the very least, on the 4th level, answered the Dragon King without thinking. Then, he was slightly surprised. He asked, how do you know about luck treasure? Dragon said, I heard it when the ancestor was chatting. The expert gave a luck treasure to the human sovereign. What? The Dragon King's mind was buzzing. He tripped and almost fell over. He gave away a luck treasure? He almost could not believe his ears. This. He jolted. Was it the recklessness of a Bigshot? Once protected by a luck treasure, others would have to think twice before attacking. The luck treasure was a hidden asset. It was too useful. Dragon noticed the reaction of the Dragon King and asked, is it that precious? The expert also casually made a lantern, and it's also a luck treasure. Even that has been tossed into a corner, too. Yikes. The Dragon King rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Luck treasure could be made? It was not created naturally? He felt like his worldview was being attacked. Terrifying, unimaginable. He would have thought it was nonsense, but he knew Dragon would not lie. Bigshot, unimaginable Bigshot. He could not describe how he felt at that moment. He only knew that his little heart was racing fast and his blood was boiling up to his head. A mere puny dragon being so close to such a Bigshot. It's a lucky thing that my daughter does chores for him. What a breakthrough. Can't think about it. I'll probably faint from happiness. Dragon, my precious dragon. Comparing you to your 5th brother, he's scum. The Dragon King was slightly flustered. He realized he forgot something huge. The only things he knew about the expert were the spiritual fruits and the dragon ancestor. He had no other information about the expert. He asked in a serious tone, Dragon, did the expert ever give you a hint to not say anything about him? Dragon shook her head. No, brother's very nice. He wants me to say hi to you, too. Good. The Dragon King sighed in relief. Then, he said, dear daughter, quickly tell me everything about the expert. This is important. Let's go. Back to the Dragon Palace, said the Dragon King while he walked outside with Dragon. Dragon and the 5th brother were confused. Dad, we aren't going to choose a treasure anymore? No treasure here's worthy enough for the expert. The Dragon King waved and hesitated. Then, he said, I gave it some thought. Since we're giving him something, we must give him the greatest treasure of the Dragon Palace. At least it can show our sincerity, regardless if the expert will be impressed or not. We have other treasures? It's a big cauldron. The Dragon King nodded. It didn't belong to us in the past, but now, it's the best treasure of the Dragon Palace. The next day, 2 carps swam out from the Dragon Palace, a big carp and a small carp. They were soon at the lakeshore. Then, they walked straight to the mountains. Dragon was slightly depressed. She felt sorrowful because she missed out on dinner last night. It seemed like she was going to miss breakfast made by the expert, too. It was hard for a foodie like her. Sigh. Huge mistake. Dad, we're almost there. Dragon asked, the expert thinks I'm a carp demon. Should we be honest with our identities? Of course not. The Dragon King instantly shook his head. Foolish daughter, didn't you see that I came here as a big carp, too? The expert must have his reasons. We'll just have to comply. Remember, from now on, we're carp demons. They were already at the door of the four-part architecture. Dragon did not try to be courteous. She knocked and barged in. The Dragon King was right next to her and he almost had a heart attack. So direct? Isn't that too impolite? Please, warn me next time. Let your dad be mentally prepared. He went stiff and carefully entered the house with Dragon. Dragon sounded sweet when she shameless said, brother, sister Fire Phoenix, sister Daji, Blackie, Xiao Bei, I'm back. Li Nianfan was holding a big piece of wood. He was sculpturing something. He looked up and smiled, so early? Weren't you going to stay for a few more days? Dragon said, my home's doing well. Also, let me tell you the good news. The tides have receded. Oh? That's good news indeed, smiled Li Nianfan while he nodded. Then, he said, I have good news to tell you, too. New ice pops were made. They're almost ready. Try it. Dragon instantly sparked up at the mention of food. She asked, really? Li Nianfan said, the ice pops have mixed flavors this time. It's mixed with 3 different fruits. I promise you it's delicious. Also, I made new molds in interesting shapes for the ice pops. Wow, said Dragon excitedly. Then, she pushed her dad out and said, oh, yeah. Brother, my dad's here with me. Mr. Li, greetings. The Dragon King felt his throat go dry. He forced a smile and said, my name's Urchin. Sorry for coming here without prior notice. Sorry for the disturbance. Dragon's father. Nice to meet you. Li Nianfan immediately stopped what he was doing and said in a friendly tone, take a seat. Xiao Bei, quick. Make some tea. Her father must be here to observe what his daughter had been doing. It was understandable since his daughter was so young. Urchin noticed the Fire Phoenix and Daji. He instantly froze. The place was as extraordinary as his daughter described. He took a deep breath and said calmly, Mr. Li, this is a small token of appreciation. Please, accept it. He took out a huge box and presented it to Li Nianfan. He felt nervous. You're too courteous. This is a big box. Li Nianfan opened it and was instantly intrigued. Good stuff. This is king crab? Australian lobster? My, so big. And large yellow croaker, too? This is so nice of you. He could not wait to get his hands on them. He dragged the box over to the refrigerator and froze them. He felt emotional and thankful after seeing familiar seafood. He had been in the immortal realm for 5 years. He did not expect to see a luxurious seafood set meal again. What a pleasant surprise. They said kind people would get kind blessings. He saved the little carp, but who knew her family was in the seafood business? He traded some fruits with such expensive seafood. What a treat. Ordinary people would never go to the oceanic areas of the immortal realm. Aside from sea creatures, the sea was rarely calm. Even if the timing was right, oceanic seafood had limited shelf lives before it went bad. Nobody would risk capturing oceanic seafood. Even in the past realm, those things were considered expensive and luxurious. It was basically impossible to eat it in the immortal realm. What a treat. He could finally reminisce about flavors of the past realm. As long as Mr. Li likes it, Urchin was relieved. He genuinely smiled. He did not know what king crab or Australian lobster was, but it did not matter. He would rename them once he returned home. What an honor to be named by the Bigshot. Mr. Li, we also brought another thing. Urchin raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a big cauldron appeared in the yard. It was about 5 feet high. Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow. A cauldron? He examined it for a while. The cauldron was mainly green. It was not rectangular but round instead. The sides of the cauldron were sculpted with patterns. It was not very refined, but it had that expensive vintage vibe. Li Nianfan was weirded out by the cauldron's lid. A cauldron pot? What would he use a cauldron pot for? Chapter 253, Every lick was power. A cauldron for what? This. Li Nianfan did not know what to say. The cauldron was given to him by others and it was rude to reject it. Urchin was observing Li Nianfan's reaction. When he noticed the expert frowning, he jumped. He went cold and his hands were shivering. The expert did not like the cauldron? He was too careless. He should have given it more thought. He could have searched across the seas to pick more treasures. He quickly said in a respectful tone, "Mr. Lee, we're poor. We couldn't find any good items, so we could only bring this cauldron as a gift. Please, forgive us." Li Nianfan looked like he realized something. Perhaps the cauldron was a gift for the mentor? It must be. The carp demon knew that his daughter was being taught by the fire phoenix. He must be giving her something as a token of appreciation. However, he had limited treasure. That cauldron was supposedly the best treasure he had. He must have said that because he was scared of being despised. What a poor, loving parent. Li Nianfan had an idea. He immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Urchin, don't say that. This cauldron is nice. I suddenly remembered that I recently planned to brew some alcohol. This cauldron came at the right time." Brew alcohol? Urchin was slightly taken aback. He smiled awkwardly. The cauldron was a heavenly spiritual treasure. The Zhuanyuan sea spell cauldron could suppress any water spells and it had properties that could make spiritual water. Was it only worthy of brewing alcohol for the expert? However, he was relieved after thinking about how the other immortal items ended up. It was not that bad to be able to brew alcohol. It could be considered as putting the item to good use. Li Nianfan walked to the Zhuanyuan sea spell cauldron. He lifted the lid. Huh? The lid looks heavy. I didn't expect it to be so light. How convenient. He smiled like he was pleasantly surprised. Then, he looked inside the cauldron. Urchin covered his O-shaped mouth with his hand at the side. That was the Zhuanyuan sea spell cauldron. After the big tribulation, the dragon door was closed. The above immortal realm was worried that no one would look after the oceanic areas and it would cause chaos in the immortal realm. Therefore, they placed the cauldron in the depths of the ocean. The lid was light? No one had been able to lift its lid before. The most important thing was when the expert said he wanted to use the cauldron to brew alcohol. As a heavenly spiritual treasure, shouldn't you show a little more resistance? Do you like brewing alcohol? Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He looked calm on the surface. He, too, looked into the cauldron. The inside of the cauldron was as smooth as a mirror, flawless and glistening. Reflections could be seen when they stood near it. It's a good cauldron. Perfect for brewing alcohol. Li Nianfan was delighted. He put the lid back on. The lid fitted snugly on the cauldron. It was perfect. He smiled gently and saluted, "Mr. Urchin, your cauldron's so useful for me. Thanks a lot." Urchin smiled awkwardly and said, "Ha, you're welcome, Mr. Lee. This cauldron is indeed suitable for brewing alcohol." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Is Mr. Lee home?" Li Nianfan was surprised. Then, he said, "The door's unlocked. Come on in." Creak. Two people walked in slowly. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Brother Lin and Brother Xiao." Lin Mufeng and Xiao Chengfeng said at the same time, "Greetings to Mr. Li, Lady Daji. No need to be courteous. Quick, take a seat." He did not expect so many visitors today. Lin Mufeng said in an embarrassed tone, "Mr. Li, sorry for coming by without notice." Li Nianfan waved it away and said, "Brother Lin, don't be a stranger by saying that." "Actually, I was the one who wanted to come by, Mr. Li," said Xiao Chengfeng. He unbuckled the sword from his belt and said, "Thanks for the advice last time, Mr. Li. You helped me understand a lot. I don't have much to pay you back for that. I only have this sword. Please, accept it, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan did not reach out to accept it. He shook his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't need to do that. It's not a big deal. Also, I'm just an ordinary man so I have no use for a sword. Please, take it back." This. Xiao Chengfeng sighed and said, "Mr. Li, if you need my help with anything in the future, please, feel free to say so." Li Nianfan was waiting for that. He quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry. If there is, I'll do so." Sword cultivators were so earnest. He simply teased him with a few sentences and got a promise from a sword cultivator in exchange. What a deal. Urchin noticed that Li Nianfan was happy. He did not want to back down, so he immediately said, "Mr. Li, if there's anything you need, I can help you out as best as I can, too." "Ha, thanks." Li Nianfan was overjoyed. He had protection from the sky, the land, and the water. "Everyone, I must say you all came at the right time. You can try my newly invented ice pops. He waved at Xiao Bei and said, quickly serve it to the guests. Coming, my dear master. Soon, Xiao Bei took out a mold from the refrigerator. Dragon could not wait and immediately ran over. Brother, is this the new ice pops? She looked at the mold with sparkles in her eyes. She looked excited. The mold was made from wood that was sculpted into different shapes. They looked amazing because of Li Nianfan's sculpturing skills. The ice pops were perfectly shaped from the mold. The visual presentation was outstanding. This. Urchin and Xiao Chengfeng jumped when they saw the mold. They were terrified. It emitted a weird aura. Leftover powers? It was leftover powers for sure. When a Bigshot performed a high-level spell, the surrounding walls would have leftover powers. The leftover powers contained spell understanding from the spellcaster. A small portion of leftover powers was enough to be beneficial in studies and observations for future generations. The expert simply made a sculpture and had leftover powers. No, it was not leftover powers. It must be true power bestow. Only people with a deep understanding of their powers could perform a power bestow. The purpose of the mold was to make ice pops. That was crazy. Li Nianfan rushed them. Stop standing around, hurry up and try it. He picked up a dog-shaped ice pop and ate it. The cool sensation plus the perfect mixture of the three fruity flavors instantly made Li Nianfan feel good. Xiao Chengfeng did not hesitate. As expected, picked the sword-shaped ice pop. He held the ice pop in front of his eyes to examine it closely. He suddenly felt like his vision was blurry. It was as if he no longer held an ice pop. Instead, he was holding a real sword, a sword that was about to fly high in the sky. Sword aura came out from the ice pop. It was as if the ice pop was from another dimension. Xiao Chengfeng could not wait any longer. He put the ice pop in his mouth. Suddenly, a chilling sensation traveled from the tip of his tongue to his entire body. The chill was not damaging for him. It was cool and then sweet flavors melted into his tongue. It was not just one flavor but a mixture of three fruits. The flavors teased his taste palates to the extreme. Sometimes he tasted strawberries, sometimes he tasted the citric sweetness of the oranges, and other times he tasted pears. Icy, cool, sweet, and sour. The flavors spun in his mouth. There was no better feeling than that. So delicious. If it was not for the expert, he would never have gotten the chance to enjoy that. He thought his only passion in life was sword cultivation. That was the first time he realized that apart from sword cultivation, there was also good food. However, just when he was mesmerized by the delicious food, his mouth suddenly started to shine brightly. A long sword appeared in his mind without a warning. The sword was in the sky, emitting waves of sword intention. It kept expanding before it merged into his body. He gained a better understanding of the power of sword cultivation. Meanwhile, Urchin chose a wave-shaped ice pop. Instead of a sword, there were giant ocean waves in his mind. He felt like he was being baptized as he was being washed by the power of waves. As expected, the ice pops were extraordinary since the mold was so special. How could the expert be impressed by anything less than extraordinary? They felt like they were not eating ice pops. Every bite, no, it was more like every lick, was power. It might not be believable but they were consuming power by licking. They would never dream of eating something like that. They would not have even believed magical ice pops exist. Urchin looked at his daughter. She was holding a bunny-shaped ice pop and carefully sucking on it. He suddenly looked jealous. His daughter was able to follow the Bigshot around. Even if she was just doing chores, she was living a better life than a Dragon King. The Bigshot could simply bring something out and it would be treasures that no one could get. Slurp, slurp. Everyone was slurping in the four-part architecture. They were all enjoying the moment. The sounds finally stopped after time passed. Looking at their satisfied demeanors, Li Nianfan felt pleased with himself. He asked, "Is the taste all right?" "All right? It's way better than all right." Urchin nodded continuously. He sincerely said, "Thanks for the treat, Mr. Li. I'm lucky to be eating something so delicious." Xiao Chengfeng said in a serious tone, "Mr. Li, thanks for the hospitality. I won't forget your kindness." Li Nianfan waved and laughed, "Okay, what an overreaction. It's just an ice pop, it's nothing much." Urchin and Xiao Chengfeng looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with gratefulness. The expert did not see the ice pops as anything much, but they could not do so. That was a blessing from the expert. They had to remember it and thank him. The two of them had the same idea. They stood up simultaneously. Xiao Changfeng said, "Mr. Li, sorry for the disturbance today. We won't be staying any longer." Urchin looked at the backyard and then said, "Mr. Li, I should go, too. Dragon's in your care now. If she's disobedient, don't show her mercy. Just punish her." Li Nianfan walked them to the door and said, "Farewell, everyone." They walked out of the four-part architecture. Urchin and Xiao Chengfeng walked side by side. Urchin saluted, smiled, and introduced himself, the Dragon King of the East Side Ocean, Urchin. Sword Immortal, Xiao Chengfeng. Greetings to the Dragon King. Instantly, they went from being strangers to teammates that served the same expert. They chatted as they walked. Lin Mufeng quietly followed behind them. He did not dare to breathe loudly. A Dragon King and a Sword Immortal. When did the realm suddenly become so scary? They were not to be messed with. Urchin and Xiao Chengfeng had a change in their facial expressions just when they were about to reach the end of the mountains. They looked in front of them. There was a white figure. Her skirt was flowy and she was as cold as a goddess. They did not dare to dilly-dally. They rushed over and greeted respectfully, "Lady Daji." "Cultivators, no need for courtesy." Daji nodded at them and asked, "I was wondering if you're free recently?" Urchin hurriedly said, "Of course. Please, feel free to give us your orders, Lady Daji." "There's a 5-color sacred cow in the Kunshu Mountains at the above immortal realm. The master wants it." Daji paused and said, "However, the cow's quite powerful and hard to track. I'd like to ask for your help. Let's help the master together." As we should. Urchin said without hesitation, "Lady Daji, the expert's business is our business. Count me in." Xiao Chengfeng followed suit, "What are we waiting for? I'll head to the Kunshu Mountains right now. I'll be back to update you once I have information on the 5-color sacred cow, Lady Daji." Lin Mufeng's mouth was wide open. All right, he could not do anything except being amazed by the sidelines. Daji said, "Sorry for the trouble." "You're too courteous, Lady Daji. This shouldn't be delayed. We'll prepare for it immediately and we'll complete this task perfectly." Chapter 254, Ask for the Truth, Predestined Fate with the Buddha. At the above immortal realm. The Tianyuan Immortal Town. The above immortal realm was different from the immortal realm. The immortal realm mainly had ordinary people. Therefore, their major towns would rely on kingdoms, sects, or cultivation families to stop the demons. On the other hand, the above immortal realm did not need to worry about that. They had locals, too, but a lot of them were cultivators. Some of them were as powerful as some immortals. Moreover, everyone at the above immortal realm was not weak, so they did not want to rely on sects. There were a lot of solo cultivators, too. A lot of towns in the above immortal realm had a mixture of ordinary people and immortals. No sane demons would attack the towns. Thus, people from the towns did not need to rely on other forces. Some towns were even better than some sects in the above immortal realm. Towns were nice places for immortals to gather and hang out. The Tianyuan Immortal Town was busy in the above immortal realm. There were clouds above the town and in the marketplace. Various immortals rode on clouds. They called their friends, and they came and went. From afar, an elegant lady rode in on a pink cloud slowly. She walked into the Tianyuan Immortal Town and looked around. She said, "The above immortal realm is gradually looking like the immortal realm." There were few ordinary people in the above immortal realm. They would not live for long, but they could give birth. Ordinary people would increase as time passed. Sooner or later, they would surpass the number of cultivators. No wonder ordinary people can own luck from the mundane humans. They're the base species. The lady walked along the streets of the Tianyuan Immortal Town. She felt nervous and held on tight to what she was holding. She soon reached the black market. The black market was a place for immortals to trade items. All the stall owners were at least from the Tian Immortal realm. It did not matter if one was rich. One just needed to have a unique item. She looked at the stalls with disappointment in her eyes. Then, she looked around the black market. She seemed to be hesitating. "I gained too much for my descendants. How unlike an ancestor," she sighed slowly, her eyes glimmering. "Who would have thought that I'd have to rely on my descendants for help? I held them back. This time, I have to redeem myself." She looked determined. She walked into the depths of the black market. "It's nice that my descendants are so exceptional. They were fortunate enough to befriend a godly expert. The opportunity's right in front of us. As their ancestor, I have to do my best for them. At the same time, this is also my big break. As a cultivator, I must seize opportunities and dare to take risks. Soon, she was at a store. It was dark inside the store. There were no lights at all. It would not affect the vision of an immortal, but it was still creepy. The lady calmed herself down and wore a mask. She walked in slowly. The gentle breeze blew the curtains of the store. A voice could be heard all of a sudden, "Have you traded anything here before?" "No." "Did you bring an item?" "I did." The lady raised her hand and out came an egg and a small jar of honey. "Huh?" A hunchbacked old man slowly walked out from the dark. He stared at the egg and the jar of honey for a long time. Then, he looked at the lady in shock. An egg from a firefinch demon and honey from golden bees. Rare items indeed. He groaned for a moment. Then, he smiled and asked, "I'll take the deal. What do you want to trade it with?" The lady suppressed her anxiety. She asked, "Do you have any unique spiritual items?" "Unique spiritual items?" The elder thought about it, then raised his hand. A snow-white long sword appeared out of thin air. It was glimmering with immortal chi. This sword is known as the Sky-Pierced Sword. It's a deluxe spiritual treasure, but its power is better than usual deluxe spiritual treasures. This sword can slay immortals. The lady clenched her fists after hearing that. She tried her best to control her heartbeat and said calmly, "I don't need weapons. It's best if it's a spiritual item from the Eldritch secret borders." "Spiritual items from Eldritch eras? These aren't enough for that." The old man chuckled. "Everyone knows that immortal items are mostly weapons. Spiritual items are rarer than weapons. Spiritual items from the Eldritch eras are even rarer and more precious." He stared at the lady. Suddenly, he grew suspicious. He said, "Tell me more about these two items. I won't even need them and I'll give you this sword for free." The lady jumped. She took a deep breath and said, "I coincidentally got these two items. It's fine if I can't trade them." She wanted to turn around and leave. "Wait, cultivator." The old man quickly stopped her. He still looked friendly when he said, "It can still be traded. I have a spiritual item. It's an immortal relic from the Eldritch eras. However, it has some sort of spell on it. Nobody seems to be able to open it. If you're interested, I can make a trade." The lady stopped in her tracks. "What is it?" The old man flicked his wrist and out came a small vermilion box. The box was round with a gap in the middle, made up of two halves of a sphere. It was unclear what was in it. A weird aura was emitting from the box. However, it was too antique for her to detect what it was. "I'll accept the trade." The lady immediately nodded. She sounded slightly chirpy. Then, she left in a hurry. The old man was thinking in the dark. He said, "An egg from a firefinch demon, honey from golden bees. These two items are too hard to get. How could a beginner immortal own them? She must have some secrets. I should get someone to follow her. Also, though we can't open the box, it's not an item to simply give away. It's time for necessary action." At the fallen immortal mountain, a sexy figure slowly appeared. She had the face of an angel and the body of a demon. She was tall, slim, and attractive. It was Yucha. She looked at the mountain and frowned. Her mind was somewhere else. "According to the senses of my figure, the expert should be on this mountain." She groaned for a moment and slowly walked uphill. She fell into deep thought as she walked. She looked like she was hesitating. Since the last fight with Bako and Amon, she realized the fatal flaw in cultivation. The same attack. She realized she only knew how to perform the Heavenly Dragon attack. It was a powerful move, but it was uncool to use the same move all the time. That was why she failed to kill Bako and Amon. They also made fun of her. It was not supposed to be that way for powerful immortals. She kept thinking about it but had no new understanding. Not until a while ago when she heard the story of Journey to the West at Laozian. She was deeply intrigued by the Buddha, the Guanyin, and the other cultivation disciples. The journey of the monk and his disciples made her skin crawl. She was emotional and inspired. She felt the kind of joy one would get from seeing light on a lost path. That was how Buddhism was supposed to be. There was truth in Buddhism. Women in Buddhism were known as Tara. She heard from a lot of sources and found out that Journey to the West originated from the fallen town. The expert lived near the fallen town, so she had a strong feeling that Journey to the West was created by the expert. Therefore, she was determined to seek the expert. She wanted to be a Buddhist. The mountain path was quiet and curvy with no obstacles. However, she was not calm at all. She was very nervous. Could she see the truth? Could she pursue Buddhism? She was excited, nervous, and thrilled at the same time. Suddenly, she looked up and saw three figures in her way. Gu Yuan, Pain, and Ding Xiao, who were slightly taken aback. They were discussing if they should pass the painting of the Lord Immortal to the expert. Then, they unexpectedly ran into a demon. Pain was instantly threatened. He glared and said, "Demons dare to cause trouble for the expert? You must die." He overreacted because he wanted to help the expert. He was ready to attack. Gu Yuan quickly stopped him. "Hold on, Sect Master. This is the Lord Yucha that I told you about." "Oh?" Pain was slightly surprised. "She's the demon spy?" Clearly, Gu Yuan had already told them about what happened at the Azureville. Ding Xiaohu tugged on Gu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Since she's the spy planned by the expert, we can't attack her." Amitabha. Yucha took out a shawl and wore it. "I have renamed myself. I'm no longer Lord Yucha. Please, refer to me as Atera. Greetings to the four of you." Gu Yuan and the others quickly saluted. "Greetings to Tera Yucha. Did you come here to visit the expert, too?" "Yeah, I came to ask for the truth. To learn about Buddha Sanzang and preach Buddhism," Yucha nodded. Then, she asked, "Did you know Journey to the West was created by the expert?" Gu Yuan nodded and said quietly, "Yes, it is indeed the story of the expert. But our guess is that the story happened during the Eldritch eras." "I see. Great minds think alike," Yucha nodded. "The world has many powerful transcendent beings. They've lived countless eons and experienced countless changes and events. How can the stories they tell be mere fiction? It was a real-life experience for sure." Pain asked curiously, "Tera Yucha, you used to be with the demons. Do you know if the vanishing of Buddhism has anything to do with the demons?" "Must be," Yucha nodded. "But I'm not sure what happened exactly. I joined the Lord Demon God after the Big Tribulation." Pain nodded. "I'm afraid we can only ask the expert if we want to find out why." Yucha looked at them and suddenly invited them, "Everyone, Buddhism used to be a big religion, blessed and protected by luck and spiritual chi. Now that Buddhism's dying, we have no strong members. If you want to join Buddhism, you'd be the founders of the Buddhism sect. Let's make Buddhism great again. Your status will rise, too. Wouldn't it be nice to have the title of a Tera or a Lord?" Gu Yuan and the others were surprised. They could only smile awkwardly and say, "Ha, thanks for the generosity, Tera Yucha. But no thanks. Amitabha, don't go. You have a predestined fate with the Buddha. Why not reconsider it?" Chapter 255, So Stingy. The four of them walked together. Gu Yuan and the others took the lead. They seemed to be running away from Yucha. Yucha was chasing after them, constantly preaching about Buddhism. Buddhism urged people to be kind. It was a great opportunity that could not be found again once the opportunity was missed. They endured it until they finally reached the four-part architecture. Gu Yuan and the others looked relieved. Ding Xiaohu said, "Tera Yucha, we've arrived at the expert's home. You have to remain quiet." Yucha nodded, "You're right. I'll stop talking now, but please, reconsider my offer." Everyone went silent. The four of them felt emotional in front of the four-part architecture. They each had different emotions. Yucha felt magical because the Buddhist scripture was in there. She could feel it but she could not touch it. It sent a shiver down her spine. Pain and the others all looked at each other with worry in their eyes. They had a more complex case than Yucha. They were here to give the expert the painting from the Lord Immortal in the above immortal realm. They did not dare to open the painting scroll. However, they knew the painting must not be good. If they risked it and gave it to the expert, would the expert be offended? Should they give the painting to the expert? What a struggle. Pain said, "Knock the door. We're the ones to blame for being useless. If that wasn't the case, we would have dealt with the Lord Immortal. If this displeases the expert, we shall bear the consequences." Gu Yuan nodded, then slowly stepped forward. He respectfully knocked on the door 3 times. Creak. Dragon was the one who answered the door. She looked at everyone curiously and asked, "You are?" They had never met Dragon before, but they did not dare to ignore her. They quickly bowed and said, "Hello, we're here to visit Mr. Li. Pardon us for the disturbance." "You are?" "Oh, I'm Dragon. Come in." Dragon ran back into the four-part architecture. "Brother, it's for you." Li Nianfan was stirring the cauldron. He heard that and nodded. "Yeah. Help me get some corn and wheat. Ask your sister Fire Phoenix to crush them into dust." It must be convenient for a cultivator. They did not need a grinder or a machine to do things normal people needed help with. Li Nianfen was envious. He looked at the door, smiled, and said, "Brother Lin and Brother Pain, welcome." Gu Yuan smiled and greeted, "Greetings to Mr. Li. This is our friend, Ding Xiaohu." Ding Xiaohu hurriedly said in a humble tone, "Sorry for coming without an invite. Please, forgive me, Mr. Li." Li Nianfen said casually, "Ha, all visitors are guests. Don't worry about disturbing me. Take a seat anywhere. Xiao Bei, serve the guests." Yucha carefully introduced herself, "Mr. Li, my name's Yucha. Sit. Take a seat, everyone." Li Nianfen quickly finished his task at hand. Pain was slightly embarrassed. "Were you busy, Mr. Li?" Li Nianfen simply said, "No, I'm just brewing some alcohol to drink." Ding Xiaohu realized her dustless mirror was vibrating hard by the side. She hurriedly tugged on Pain and said in a quiet, trembling voice, "That cauldron seems to be a heavenly spiritual treasure." The dustless mirror was a deluxe spiritual treasure, commonly known as an immortal item. It was incomparable to a heavenly spiritual treasure. Pain gulped and said, "I felt that, too. Stay calm. The expert's here. Nothing's out of the ordinary." Only the expert could brew alcohol with a heavenly spiritual treasure. Gu Yuan had a soda in hand. He felt embarrassed all of a sudden. He said, "Sect Master, I truly feel embarrassed. I'm here again to benefit from the expert." Breathing in the four-part architecture was also a blessing from the expert. "Change your mindset," Pain comforted. "It's not bootlicking. We became the expert's apprentices. We're also known as Saint's apprentices. Therefore, we have to help the expert out more to repay him." "Nice, excellent. Sect Master, you're indeed awesome." Gu Yuan was in awe. He even started to boast, "I instantly feel like I'm so much more awesome. It's like I have a destiny." Li Nianfen walked toward everyone. The four of them felt their hearts tighten. They quickly calmed down and adjusted their postures. Li Nianfen asked, "Everyone, it's been a while. How have you all been recently?" Pain nodded and smiled. He replied, "All thanks to Mr. Li, we're doing great." "Why are you here to visit me today?" asked Li Nianfen. Pain and the others jumped. They went stiff and started to breathe heavily. Li Nianfen looked at them with curiosity. "Did something happen? What was going on?" "To be honest, Mr. Li, there is something." Pain smiled awkwardly and nodded. Then, he said nervously, "Please, pardon us, Mr. Li." Li Nianfen arched his eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" "Here's what happened." Pain put his sentence together and said, "Somebody gave me a painting scroll. He said he wanted your comments about it." His heart rate was beating at maximum speed. He nearly trembled as he took out the painting scroll. "Oh? Comments?" Li Nianfen was stumped. Was someone trying to share their artwork? More accurately, it seemed to be a showdown between painters. He looked at Pain with a glint in his eyes. That guy probably took the Golden Crow painting and showed it off to everyone. Or perhaps he boasted about it and attracted some envy that caused someone to challenge him. Pain and the others felt their skin crawl when Li Nianfen looked at them. They went weak and almost knelt on the floor. The expert was clearly displeased. "If you aren't willing, Mr. Li, I'll send the painting back right away." Pain quickly tried to patch things up. He sounded like he was about to cry. He was ready to put the painting scroll aside. "Why send it back when you're already here? Let's take a look," Li Nianfen said. He looked interested. He was decent at painting. It was rare to be challenged by another. He may as well take a look. He took the painting scroll from Pain. Then, he stood up. He placed the painting scroll on a stone table. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Ha, who knew someone would want to battle me in painting? What a surprise." It was the immortal realm. The challenger knew Pain, so he was probably an immortal, too. Were all immortals bored? He did not expect to be competing with an immortal. It was unreal. Everyone was surprised, too. Who knew that the Lord Immortal would ignorantly ask comments from the expert? He was like an egg against a rock. That was a nice way to put it. They saw the expert smirk. It was obvious that he was mocking him. Then, Li Nianfen slowly unscrolled the painting scroll. A constrained beast-like aura came out from the painting like it had just escaped its cage. The surrounding air was frantic and wild. Li Nianfen did not feel a thing. He continued to open the painting, revealing a painting of a huge fire. An endless ocean of fire. The flames were burning, taking up half of the painting. The red flames looked like they were about to jump out. It was a flat-surfaced painting, but it somehow had a 3D visual effect. There was a town at the center of the fire. The faces of the citizens were unclear. They were running for their lives. However, the fire surrounded the town. It was high up in the sky and in the shape of a huge fiery dragon. The dragon head looked up. It was as if the dragon was making direct eye contact with the painting's viewer. It looked arrogant and fierce. Boom! Payne and the others were thunderstruck. They felt like the fire dragon was sealed into their minds. It was as if they were also citizens of that town and they were being surrounded by a sea of fire. They felt desperate and hopeless. It was only for a moment, but they were already sweating bullets. Their limbs went stiff and they could not breathe from being overwhelmed by the strong aura. They quickly looked at Li Nianfan. He looked normal. He looked like he was intrigued as he observed the painting thoroughly. They instantly sighed in relief. Right, how would the expert be affected by the painting? They endured some indirect attacks and felt exhausted. The expert was looking at the painting directly and did not feel anything. The difference was huge. Everyone glanced at the painting again. They had to admit that the Lord Immortal was powerful. The power of fire was perfectly executed in the painting. Thankfully, the expert suppressed it. Otherwise, the big fire dragon would fly out and burn everything in sight. His art skills were amazing, too. A Master Golden Immortal only had to fully cultivate a single power to become a Taiyi Golden Immortal. It was clear that the Lord Immortal went for the power of fire. Moreover, he was one step away from his breakthrough. Powerful, incredible. Too bad, he went on the wrong path. At the above immortal realm, the Liu Yun Palace. The Lord Immortal felt it. He immediately turned around and walked to a room. He sat cross-legged and mumbled, "Has it started? Let me see what you're made of." "It's indeed a good painting," Li Nianfan nodded and genuinely complimented. He reviewed, "The painting presents the view of fire perfectly. The painter captures the essence of the flames and it's almost as if the fire's alive. It's not easy to achieve that." However, the hint of an instigation was too obvious. Even normal people who did not understand painting could tell the painting was aggressive. The painting was rude, loud, bossy, and arrogant like the flames. Moreover, the painting had a few empty spaces, meaning that it was incomplete. It seemed to be left there on purpose for the expert to fill the gap. Combined with what Payne described, the painter did not have a friendly intention. It was just a painting battle, right? Did it have to be so annoying? How arrogant. Li Nianfan frowned and felt uncomfortable. He was trash at cultivation and battles. However, when it came to painting, he was not afraid to take on a challenge. "You dare boast in front of me? How dare you?" Li Nianfan asked. "Brother Payne, is the painter your friend?" Payne and the others almost jumped hearing that. Their hair stood on ends. They immediately shook their heads hard. "No, of course not. This person is arrogant and ignorant. How could we be his friends?" "Don't be mistaken, Mr. Li. We aren't familiar with this person." "I see," nodded Li Nianfan. Of course, the painter was arrogant. Gu Yuan and the others were so friendly. It was unlikely that they were friends. They were probably just the messengers of the painting. Since they were not friends, he did not have to show mercy. Li Nianfan smirked, shook his head, and said, "This painting's alright, but it could be much better. The painter seems a little stingy. I should complete it for him. Daji, bring me a brush." Soon, Daji brought him a brush. "Here you go, Mr. Li." "All right." Li Nianfan stared at the painting and thought about it for a moment. Then, he smirked and started to paint. The brush moved and slithered on the painting scroll without stopping. When Li Nianfan started to paint, the Lord Immortal groaned. He felt like he had a mountain on his shoulder. The weight of it made it hard for him to breathe. His eyes were slightly red and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Li Nianfan did not paint on the flames. Instead, he painted around it. He painted thick clouds above the flames. The painting seemed to be rumbling with thunder. The dark clouds gradually grew thicker. All of a sudden, the wild flames were no longer the main star of the painting. The dark clouds were more prominent. Li Nianfan started to paint a bolt of lightning. Maybe it was a delusion, but when Li Nianfan painted the lightning, the painting flashed for a moment. Then, it started raining cats and dogs. Rumble. The painting had changed completely. The fire dragon was extremely weak. Everyone did not dare to breathe. As Li Nianfan held the brush, he was surrounded by the power of law. It was as if he was one with the realm. They could not move at all. Scary, too scary. They looked at the dark clouds and the heavy rain. It instantly sent a shiver down their spines. It was as if they had become a small boat in a vast ocean. The wind blew and the rain was heavy. They could drown at any moment. Did the expert use the power of water to exterminate the Lord Immortal's power of fire? However, Li Nianfen was not done yet. He started to paint on the citizens. It was just a few strokes. The citizens instantly increased in numbers. They had wooden buckets in their hands that were filled with water. Their blurry faces became clearer. They looked determined. They went from being frantic, scared citizens who were fleeing to citizens who were fighting the fire together. Their clothes were blowing in the wind and rain. They fearlessly faced the fire head-on. The entire painting was changed again. The focus of the painting changed from the heavy storm to the insignificant characters. The scene was entirely transformed. The fire dragon was instantly weakened. Now, it seemed small and scared. Buzz. Everyone widened their eyes. They felt their blood rush to their heads. They went blank and were extremely horrified. It was not a battle of power anymore. He turned the whole painting around. What was the power of fire at that point? It was not a dragon. It was not even a snake. It became an insect. They remembered what the expert said. Stingy, so stingy. Chapter 256, Buddhism, it was not a big deal. Complete victory. He won completely without a doubt. No harm would have been caused if a comparison was not made. Everyone could feel how depressed and painful it was to be in the fire when they were looking at the Lord Immortal's version of the painting. They looked at the fire dragon again and it had become pathetic. It was not worth mentioning. It even looked pitiful. It was not hard to defy someone else's power, but to change the scene completely was terrifyingly amazing. He turned a scary fire into a pitiful fire. Was that the level of a Bigshot? How deep? The Lord Immortal was a mere insect in front of the expert. At the Liu Yun Palace. Spurt. The Lord Immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. He was as pale as paper. The veins were visible and bulging on his forehead. He was shivering all over. Cough. He coughed and spat out blood again. He was instantly defeated. How is this possible? How is this even possible? He looked horrified. He could not believe what was happening. How could someone so scary exist in the immortal realm? It was not a big deal if the expert merely countered his power of fire with the power of water. However, he had transformed his power of fire into a weak candlelight flame that was flickering in the wind. It could go out any time. Thankfully, he cut off the connection in time. Otherwise, he would be crippled by now. That person was too scary. His heart was racing and his mind was buzzing. He was out of it and did not know what to do. Why did he instigate a big shot like that? It was over. It was over for him. His hair stood on ends before he could think about it. He was alarmed by a big incoming disaster. It made his skin crawl and his blood freeze. Kaboom! He heard a deafening thunder. Layers of dark clouds rolled in above the Liu Yun Palace. It instantly shrouded the place with darkness. The lightning bolts were like dragons, moving in between the clouds. They slashed through the darkness from time to time, creating panic and chaos. This. The Lord Immortal looked up. At that moment, he suddenly felt like he was puny. He felt horrible. A painting turning into reality? Resonating with the realm? He was only asking for advice. Did it have to turn out this way? Who did he offend? Was it too late to apologize? He spat out blood again and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get into formation! To all disciples, listen up! Gather immediately! Cast every spell we've got! Quick, quick!" Li Nianfen stopped painting. He looked at everyone and asked, "Brother Gu, what do you think of the painting?" Gu Yuan was summoned. He jumped instantly. His mouth was dry and he could not think of the words to describe it. He said in a trembling voice, "Good, it's so good." Payne added, "Mr. Li, your painting creates new heights. It's elite." Li Nianfen shook his head and said, "It's just a niche hobby." This was the immortal realm. So what if he could paint? The opponent dared to challenge him because he was an easy target. He won the challenge but he was no better than his opponent in the end. Painting was just a fun hobby. Other than that, there was nothing else going on for him. Everyone noticed that Li Nianfen was upset. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The expert was not satisfied. Daji and the Fire Phoenix looked at each other. Everyone was silent. Nobody dared to breathe. They looked up at the sky and realized that the sky had gone dark. It was slightly depressing. "Pardon me, I was a little out of it." Li Nianfen snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly. He shook his head. It was a known fact that he could not cultivate. He should be a nice ordinary man that bootlicks occasionally. He should not think too much about it. What else did he want? To win in a fight? It was too dangerous and he was at a disadvantage. He could live for 1,000 years and he was surrounded by big shots. If he kept that going, he might get the chance to extend his life with a magical pill. Was it not nice to live a steady and comfortable life? The depressing sky went away. Sunlight shone through and everyone was relieved. Payne said in a low voice, "Mr. Li, if you're unhappy about this, we can bring you justice." "Ha, no need, no need." Li Nianfen was joyous. He waved, "It was just a painting battle, there's no need for that." Nobody said anything but they all made a mental note. No need? No way. Li Nianfen acted like nothing happened. He said, "Xiao Bei, hurry up and serve the tea to the guests." "Mr. Li." Yucha groaned for a moment. She could not help but genuinely ask, "Mr. Li, is the Buddhism aspect in Journey to the West real?" So, she was a Journey to the West and a Buddhism fan. No wonder she had a shawl on. She was so obsessed that she started to cosplay. It was rare for a lady to be interested in Buddhism. Not a lot of people cared about it. He said, "Of course." Suddenly, everyone listened attentively. Daji and the Fire Phoenix listened closely, too. Buddhism had long disappeared. There were some ordinary people who did not know what Buddhism was. It was related to the secrets of the Eldritch eras. Yucha jumped. She was intrigued. She asked in a nervous voice, "Then, what do you think of Buddhism, Mr. Li? Are you that interested in Buddhism as told in Journey to the West?" Li Nianfan laughed. "Then," he said, "Journey to the West is a story about cultivating Buddhism. It did not describe anything about Buddhism. Maybe there's a description about it when the monk was first introduced. What do you think of Buddhism?" Yucha said without hesitation, "I think Buddhism's great and it can save the world." "Ha!" Li Nianfan laughed. "Nice, no wonder she had a shawl." It was oddly funny. Yucha was panicking on the other hand. She asked, "Mr. Li, do you think Buddhism won't work?" "It's not that." Li Nianfan shook his head. He said, "Buddhism guides people to kindness so it has its perks." Yucha looked overjoyed. She hurriedly asked, "If I study Buddhism like the monk, can I create a new generation of Buddhists?" Li Nianfan was silent. As a modern person, he did not care about religion. He felt like religions were for brainwashing. However, all religions were useful. For example, Buddhism. He would not admit it but he was influenced by Buddhism since he was young. Hence, he had the karma mentality in him. It was not bad since he would instinctively choose to do good things. Actually, all religions could be described as wisdom. The creators of religious practices were wise. However, all sorts of religions were developed over time. Some of the religions became greedy because of competition. They wanted more members and opted for the brainwashing route which turned some of them into cults. Somehow, Buddhism did not exist in the immortal realm. Perhaps it was because the ordinary people were not very spiritual yet. If they were, they probably would not have such evil demons. He already allowed Meng Junliang to preach. Since the lady made up her mind to save the world, he could pass on some Buddhist practices to her. He was unsure how it would turn out but he guessed it would be very interesting to see. Moreover, the lady was probably an immortal. He could be a kiss up again. He thought about that and asked, "I don't think there will be new generations, but it could benefit the people. Do you perhaps want to preach Buddhism?" Yucha was emotional. She nodded excitedly and said, "That's right. Please, teach me Buddhist practices, Mr. Li. You don't have to be so courteous. Just some light Buddhism, it's not a big deal." Li Nianfan was flattered. The person was clearly passionate about Buddhism. He stood up and said, "Wait a moment." Yucha already knew what Li Nianfan was going to do. She hurriedly nodded, "Yeah, I'll wait for you, Mr. Li." Then, everyone watched as Li Nianfan walked into a storage room. They heard some familiar rustling. Daji and the Fire Phoenix jumped. No way. Was it another luck treasure? Daji took a deep breath. She calmed her emotions and looked at Payne. She asked coldly, "Who owns that painting?" Payne and the others were drenched in cold sweat. They hurriedly said in a respectful tone, "It's the Lord Immortal, Liu Yun, from the Liu Yun Palace in the above immortal realm." Daji nodded and did not say anything else. Everyone knew that the Lord Immortal was now targeted. Nobody could save him. He was probably goners. Li Nianfan walked out of the storage room. He had an old book in his hand. The cover of the book was slightly yellow and it was wrinkled. A golden halo surrounded it. The golden glow of the book flew to the sky and almost painted it gold. They heard an angelic choir. They looked up and saw a figure of Buddha in the endless sky. The humongous Buddha sat cross-legged with a gold halo. It was extremely powerful. Everyone stood up and had goosebumps. Yucha did the namaste gesture. She looked as devoted as a saint. She was tearing up, too. She would kneel and worship on the floor, but she remembered the pet peeve of the expert. Li Nianfan suddenly teased her, "Since you have a predestined fate with Buddha, I shall give you this Diamond Sutara. The mission to save the world is up to you." Amitabha. Yucha did the namaste gesture. Then, she reached out to the book respectfully with both her hands. She took the Buddhist scripture and said in a serious tone, Thanks, Mr. Li. I will." She looked at the Diamond Sutra and the Buddhist scripture. It was unreal. The expert handed over the Buddhist scripture to her just like that. She felt like she was dreaming. Gu Yuan and the others were all jealous. Just, the Buddhist scripture? It was not a big deal? That was a luck treasure though. Chapter 257, Shameful Skill, I am not a good fox. Suddenly, Gu Yuan and the others wanted to join Buddhism. That was a luck treasure. It was approved by heaven. If nothing went wrong, the Buddhism religion could prosper. Yucha was too freaking awesome. That was her first visit to the expert. The expert liked her and blessed her. Why? Was she the lucky chosen one? First, it was the human sovereign. Then, it was Buddhism. The expert had started his schemes. Once the immortals were more reconnected to the ordinary people of the immortal realm, it would be more like the Eldritch eras. What a sight to be seen. They were filled with anticipation. They were so lucky to witness it every step of the way. They had learned a lot. Yucha carefully caressed the Buddhist scripture. She had love in her eyes. It was as if she was looking at her child. The Buddhist scripture signified the start of something new. She stood up and bowed respectfully at Li Nianfan. She said from the bottom of her heart, "Mr. Li, you're like the living Buddha." Li Nianfan quickly waved and laughed. He said, "No way." Yucha was silent for a while. Then, she finally said, "Mr. Li, I still have a question." Li Nianfan said curiously, "Tell me." Yucha tried to put her sentence together and felt slightly anxious. She asked in a low voice, "In Journey to the West, the monk became Buddha. What happened to Buddhism then? Was it successful?" Everyone started to breathe heavily. They looked at Yucha in agreement. What a wonderful question. It would not work if you asked the expert about the Eldritch eras directly. Questions had to be asked with technique. Then, the expert would be glad to answer it. The expert liked to tell stories, so she asked a question regarding the story. It would not displease the expert. What a nice touch from Yucha. This. Li Nianfan smiled. He sat down and looked like he was reminiscing. He said softly, "There is indeed an excerpt to the ending of the story. Here it comes." Story time. Everyone was exhilarated. They instantly sat down and listened closely. Li Nianfan noticed that and laughed. "It's just a story. You guys don't need to be like that." Payne immediately said, "Don't mind us, Mr. Li. We like listening to stories." Li Nianfan did not mind it either. The plot of Journey to the West was more relatable to immortals, so they liked it more than ordinary people would. There was nothing wrong with that. He groaned for a moment and said, "When Buddhism was westernized, it was successful in the West. It was better than all the other religions and became the main religion. A lot of people think that Buddhism is unstoppable. However, everyone felt their hearts beating out of their throats. They wanted to rush him but did not dare to." Li Nianfan gave them a cliffhanger on purpose. Then, he said, "Something happened in the end. There was a demon named Lawless that came out of nowhere. He was extremely powerful. He caused a lot of trouble for the Buddhists." Everyone was simultaneously shocked. Lawless? What a bossy name. Someone dared to be named Lawless? Yucha asked, "Mr. Li, was Lawless more powerful than Buddha?" Li Nianfan shook his head. Lawless was the reincarnation of the calamitous Black Lotus. It forced the Buddha to reincarnate as a newborn, forcing him to restart his cultivation again. Wukong self-destructed as a relic to die with Lawless. You tell me if you think Lawless was powerful or not. Yikes! Everyone gasped. They felt like it was creepy. They were extremely horrified. They were familiar with Buddha and Wukong. One of them was the main character, another was the final boss. However, they were forced to do those things because of lawless. How could they not be shocked? Only a savage could call himself lawless. No wonder Buddhism was left in the past. They encountered such a powerful character. Lawless did not exterminate Buddhism completely, but Buddhism lost Buddha. Hence, when Buddhism lost the main character, Wukong, the fate of Buddhism was set. Plus, they would be targeted by other opponents. It was fated to be lost over time. The Eldritch world was filled with Bigshots. How intensely scary. Yucha felt an impact on her faith. She asked, how did Lawless become so powerful? Ha, it's just a story. Don't worry about it. Also, it's the prehistoric world. There were a lot of Bigshots during that time. Li Nianfan smiled. The story was shortened and simplified by him, so he did not expect the immortals to enjoy it so much. How interesting. Prehistoric? What did it mean? They had a lot of questions, but they noticed that Li Nianfan was not willing to answer any more questions. So, they did not continue to ask. They stood up and said their farewells instead. They had a lot to process. The four of them walked out of the four-part architecture. They could not remain calm. Yucha was holding on to the Diamond Sutra like it was the Bible. She could not wait to start reading it. The book emitted its own golden lights. It also had an audiobook effect as they heard hymns echoing. Yucha walked slowly. She was mesmerized by the Buddhist scripture. She was obsessed with Buddhism. From time to time, she would say to herself, "Nice, so nice." Pain and the others were following her by the side. They were jealous. The scripture contained luck and wise Buddhist practices. They thought about how powerful Buddha and the 108 strong men were. They could tell the book was powerful and full of knowledge. Yucha finally snapped out of it when they were at the foot of the mountain. She carefully put the Buddhist scripture away and did the Namaste gesture. She looked at everyone and said, "Amitabha. What are the three of you planning to do next?" "We plan to check out the front lines of the battle. We're going to stop the demons. If we can, we also plan to check on some immortal relics." Gu Yuan paused. He suddenly smiled and said, "It's unexpectedly funny now that we're speaking. For thousands of years, you were sealed in our Azureville. Who would have thought you'd become one of us?" "That's why I said you all have a predestined fate with Buddha," nodded Yucha. "Then," she said, "I plan to preach Buddhism and make it powerful and prosperous again. If you guys change your mind, feel free to join any time." "We'll consider it," Pain said sincerely. Ding Xiaohu suddenly asked, "Terra Yucha, did you realize that the expert already paved the way for Buddhism preaching?" Yucha nodded, "Yeah. Journey to the West is already popular. The success rate for Buddhism preaching will be high. The expert's schemes are unimaginable." Everyone nodded in agreement. They gradually grew more shocked by the expert's methods. One move from a chess piece could change the entire game. A seemingly casual move might be a huge scheme. Once they began to see the light, they then realized there was a meaning behind each move. They thought the game of the Bigshots was very cool, but they never witnessed it firsthand. They finally admitted they were just insects when they met the expert. They were even proud to be chess pieces. They thought about it for a while, then they said their goodbyes and left. The sky gradually became dark. Soon, it was night time. Daji and the Fire Phoenix walked out of the four-part architecture at the same time. They headed into the woods. Soon, they saw a small fox that was leaping around in the woods. Her 9 pure white tails shined under the moonlight. It was beautiful and pure. "Hee hee, sister." The little fox wrapped one of her tails around a branch in front of her. Then, she gently swung herself and flew toward Daji. Her 9 tails wagged fast as she said, "I grew out my 9th tail." "You're laughing? I spent so much energy just for you to grow out your 9th tail. What's there for you to boast about?" teased Daji. She smiled and said, "Since you have 9 tails now, what's your natural gift?" The little fox did not dare to look at Daji. She said quietly, "Oh, yeah. Sister, I don't think I have any natural powers." Daji twitched and held the little fox up by her tail. "Stop bluffing. Tell me now." Okay. The little fox had teary eyes. She looked pitiful. Then, she leapt into Daji's embrace. "Boo-hoo, no. I can't say it. I'm not a good fox." Daji said through clenched jaws, "Speak." The little fox's ears drooped downward. "It's too embarrassing. I can't say it." Hee hee, is it fox stench? Laughed the fire phoenix. She teased, skunk attack to scare the enemies away? The little fox was pissed. No, it's not. Dodgy frowned. She said in a serious tone, stop messing around. The master wants us to do something. Show me your skills. Let's see if you can help us. Oh. Noticing that her sister was mad, the little fox did not dare to say anything further. She started playing coy. Then, I shall show you. She raised her 9 tails and used her powers. Dodgy and the fire phoenix noticed the aura of the place changing into a pinkish one. They started having weird emotions. Suddenly, they felt like the 9-tailed fox in front of them was so beautiful. She was so fluffy and her fur was shiny and smooth. So cute. They felt mellow and wanted to reach out to caress her. Then, they snapped out of it. They were shocked and surprised. They looked at the little fox. The little fox wrapped herself up with her tails. She cowered beneath them, sobbing quietly. Dodgy shook her head. She was speechless. What are you doing? Boo-hoo, it's so embarrassing. The little fox continued to bury her head. She acted as if she had just sinned. I'm just a pure, innocent little fox. Why would I have this sort of awakening? Boo-hoo, I'm so ashamed. Where did you hear that from? Dodgy felt awkward. She asked, you have the most powerful gift a 9-tailed fox could ever have. Why are you embarrassed? The little fox sobbed, isn't seduction shameful? I've become the vixen that everyone hates. Can I not use my power at all? The name vixen is famous because of seduction. It's not because seduction is shameful, but because it's so powerful. Dodgy shook her head and explained, to be more accurate, the real name of seduction is mind control. You can warp a person's mind without them knowing it. She looked like she was convinced. Mind control, the most powerful skill a 9-tailed fox could have. She could warp minds. How scary. She could get someone into trouble in an instant. Moreover, her magical power was different from the other forces of God. It had no consequences. For example, you would face consequences if you attacked the human sovereign and it would be difficult to succeed. However, the 9-tailed fox could simply seduce the human sovereign. It was twisted. Dodgy thought it would be nice if she had that sort of awakening. Then, her master could. She quickly shook her head. How could she think of her master like that? Such dirty thoughts. Is that so? The little fox looked up at her. But it's unlikable. The fire phoenix said, the skill is truly frightening. Seducing civilians is so scary. It's naturally unlikable. Dodgy took a deep breath and said, but it's good and it's powerful. Follow us to the above immortal realm. The above immortal realm? The little fox was immediately intrigued. She could not wait. Dodgy nodded, that's right. The master wants to drink milk from the 5-color sacred cow. We have to capture it from the above immortal realm. However, the cow is an immortal beast that has lived for a long time. It's a force to be reckoned with, but we can catch it with your gift. You want me to seduce a cow? The little fox did not look happy at all. No way. Boo-hoo, I knew having this skill would be shameful. Chapter 258, Tell you a huge secret. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. It smelled nice at the 4-part architecture. The aroma of alcohol was mesmerizing. Dragon stood next to the cauldron. She looked up in a daze and salivated. She sniffed it hard and looked like she was drunk. She was excited as she said, Brother, the alcohol smells so good. When can we drink it? The aroma of alcohol was different from the smell of food. It was intense and rich. Li Nianfan shook his head. He laughed and said, we'll have to wait. However, you can't drink it because you're too young. Arg. No. Dragon immediately protested. Brother, I'm not young anymore. Li Nianfan did not say anything. He took out a letter instead. The letter was from Nanan. Nanan had been away for more than 3 months. Li Nianfan sighed and smiled. Li Nianfan felt like a proud parent who had a successful kid living abroad. The kid knew how to send letters, too, and it seemed like she did not forget her brother Nianfan. He did not know how she was doing. The Holy Emperor was sitting respectfully across Li Nianfan. He was sipping gently on a cup of tea. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Holy Emperor, you don't need to do that. Tea should be savored, but you can drink more than that. The Holy Emperor almost cried from surprise. He hurriedly said, Mr. Li, this is such good tea. I can't bear to drink it all in one go. Don't mind me, this is just my habit of drinking tea. Actually, he wanted to drink faster, too, but the tea would not allow him to do so. He could quickly absorb the previous tea that contained insights. However, the tea he was drinking now had the power of law. It was on another level. If he drank it too fast, his brains would probably explode. He was too weak. He was barely deserving of this tea. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he was not fortunate enough to enjoy it. He felt as if he was an ordinary man eating expensive medicine. He just could not handle it. There was no such thing as the stronger the better when it came to elixirs in the immortal realm. Some elixirs had unique properties. Ordinary people could improve from drinking it or die from it. Li Nianfan laughed and opened the letter. It was a long letter detailing the events that Nanan had been through recently. The immortal realm was exciting and interesting. She wrote about how she had defeated demons, the fun stories, and what sceneries she got to experience. She mentioned at the end of the letter that she was going to participate in a cultivators' convention. It was a very interesting and big event. It was time for him to go out and have fun, too. Li Nianfan was interested. He asked curiously, "Is the cultivators' convention far away from here?" The Holy Emperor hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, it's slightly further than the Azureville." "So far?" Li Nianfan frowned slightly. He glanced at the Fire Phoenix and started hinting like crazy, "If we walk, I'm afraid we'll never arrive in time. Too bad I'm not a cultivator. Otherwise, I'd love to go check out the convention. It would be nice if someone could take me there." It was almost impossible to ride the Fire Phoenix. However, he was close to the Fire Phoenix. Perhaps she would be willing to give him a ride? He had nothing to lose anyway. He waited for a while. The Fire Phoenix blinked at him, but she did not say anything. Li Nianfan sighed. "It seems like nobody will take me there." He thought too much. The Holy Emperor was thrilled by the sight. How could he miss an opportunity like that? He hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, if you wanted to go, you can come with me." Li Nianfan was excited. "You wanted to go, too?" The Holy Emperor nodded and said, "To be honest, I'm getting prepared to go there. Cultivator Mengji's going, too." "Oh? Brother Yao's going too?" Li Nianfan was pleasantly surprised. He knew that Yao Mengji had that sky ship. It would be convenient. The Holy Emperor immediately said, "Yeah, I'll book the tickets. He'll go for sure." Brother Mengji would put aside whatever important task he had at hand if he could serve the expert. How could he not go? "All right, then. Let's go as a group." Li Nianfan was joyous. Then, he asked, "Daji, do you want to go check it out, too?" Daji groaned for a moment. She suddenly replied, "Actually, Sister Fire Phoenix and I are about to go out." Li Nianfan was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Fire Phoenix. Then, he looked at Daji. Ever since they bathed together, the two women had become so close. They bathed together all the time and now, they were going out on a trip together. Li Nianfan felt like he was about to be abandoned. However, Daji would be safe in the company of the Fire Phoenix. He said, "All right, nice. Be careful." Daji nodded. She said, "Take care of yourself, too." The Fire Phoenix reminded Dragon, stay with the master. Be obedient and do your chores. Don't be naughty and lazy." "Yeah, I will." Dragon looked excited as she nodded and promised. Li Nianfan saluted the Holy Emperor. "Holy Emperor, sorry for the trouble, but could you help me ask Brother Yao to let me tag along?" The Holy Emperor was flushed from excitement. He immediately stood up and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'll notify Cultivator Mengji at once." He walked out from the four-part architecture. Then, he laughed out loud. He was overjoyed. He did not expect to receive a task from the expert. He was happy at the thought of it. He had to tell Yao Mengji the good news. He would cry out of gratefulness if he knew about the opportunity the Holy Emperor was about to give him. Li Nianfan looked at Daji and the Fire Phoenix at the four-part architecture. He asked, "Daji, when are you girls leaving?" Daji said, "I was about to say goodbye but the Holy Emperor showed up." "You're leaving now?" Li Nianfan arched his eyebrow. He asked, "Did you pack your things?" Daji nodded, "Yes, it won't be long anyway." Li Nianfan did not say anything. That was his first time being away from Daji. He felt bad. He saw the big cauldron and suddenly asked, "The alcohol's almost ready. Why don't you try some before you leave?" Daji nodded obediently and said, "Yeah, I'll listen to you." Li Nianfan smiled and walked to the cauldron. He slowly lifted the lid. Suddenly, the aroma of the alcohol erupted like a volcano, and the yard was filled with a rich aroma. It was mesmerizing. Everyone started to blush at the smell of it. They could get drunk just from the aroma. The alcohol aroma was intense, but it was nice. Li Nianfan took out a ladle and scooped out some alcohol. Then, he poured it into a ceramic wine glass. The alcohol was not processed in a complex way, but it was very clear. There were no impurities in the alcohol, and the liquid was smooth and clear like water from a natural fountain in the woods. The alcohol reflected the color of the ceramic wine glass, so it looked a bit greenish. Li Nianfan gulped, too. He had to admit that beautiful alcohol was as mesmerizing as beautiful women. They were not lovers of alcohol, but they genuinely complimented, "Nice wine." Li Nianfan gave Daji and the Fire Phoenix their glasses. He poured one for himself at the same time. Dragon protested by jumping around at the side. "Brother, I want one, too, I want one too." Li Nianfan smiled awkwardly. He gave Dragon a small cup and said, "Kids can only try a little bit. The wine's just right. I can bring it with me on the trip." Li Nianfan chuckled and raised his wine glass. Everyone, cheers. Daji, the Fire Phoenix, and Dragon raised their glasses. Cheers. Then, they drank it in one go. "Wow," everyone exclaimed. The wine was rich and intense. It slowly went down their throats and instantly relaxed them. The alcohol was cool to the taste. However, it heated up like a fire when it was swallowed. It made them flush instantly, very exciting and nice. The aroma of the alcohol was still in their mouths. Delicious. Li Nianfan smacked his lips. He started to develop new opinions on alcohol. With that one shot, he realized he was in love with drinking. He said, "I have to bring a jar of this beautiful wine with me when I leave for the trip." The wine. Daji stumbled backward slightly. She was blushing red. The Fire Phoenix was blushing, too. She kept taking deep breaths. Her stomach felt like it was on fire. She was trying to control the alcohol. The wine was slightly scary. It was made with different types of spiritual roots as its base material. Then, spiritual water was added. Moreover, it was personally made by the expert with this Wan Yuan sea spell cauldron that was a heavenly spiritual treasure. It had great water properties. How could it not be scary? Li Nianfan asked, "Daji, do you want to rest a while before you go?" A white foxtail appeared under her dress for a moment. She hurriedly waved and said, "I'm fine. I didn't know the alcohol would be so strong. I wasn't ready for that." The Fire Phoenix said, "Sir, we'll be leaving now." Li Nianfan nodded and reminded her, "Oh, yeah. Goddess Fire Phoenix, please, take care of Daji for me. Safety's first." He watched Daji and the Fire Phoenix walk out of the four-part architecture. Dragon flopped onto the table before Li Nianfan could get sentimental. Dragon was not in her human form anymore. Her tail appeared again. So did her scales. Her cheeks were also covered in scales. "I told you. Little kids shouldn't drink alcohol. Your alcohol tolerance." Li Nianfan shook his head. He was about to lift Dragon up. However, Dragon suddenly leapt up. "I'm a dragon girl." She squinted and walked from side to side while she mumbled, "No, wait, I'm a happy little carp." She drunkenly looked at Li Nianfan and mumbled, "Brother, let me tell you a huge secret. My ancestor's alive. He's a giant carp. He's this big. Awesome, right?" Chapter 259, The Super Busy Yao Mengji. Li Nianfan looked at the drunken dragon. He forced a smile and shook his head. Was it rare for an ancestor to be alive in the immortal realm? It seemed like Dragon had a successful ancestor. No wonder her family business dealt with seafood. Splash! Dragon fell into the pond in her drunken stupor. She was wasted. Her red tail wiggled fast. "I can fly. I'll fly. I'm going to the sky." Li Nianfan laughed and ignored her. That kid was a carp demon. She would not drown. So, he let her soak for a while to sober up. Blackie was laying down lazily in a corner of the yard. His ears were droopy like a dazed dog. Blackie moved his ears when Daji and the Fire Phoenix were heading out. He stood up when he heard the door creak. Then, Blackie turned around. Daji was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Blackie teared up. Blackie got up and sprinted to the door. He looked around outside. She left. The vixen finally left. He shook his head and became energetic. He leapt next to Li Nianfan. He was celebrating. Bark. "Ha, Blackie, stop it." Li Nianfan hugged Blackie. He laughed and asked, "What's going on with you recently? You're always lethargic. Are you good now?" Bark. Blackie stared at the big cauldron. He barked excitedly. "You want a drink, too?" Li Nianfan was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "All right, I'll give you some." Li Nianfan scooped a small amount of alcohol into the dog bowl for Blackie. Blackie immediately sprinted toward it and licked it all up. That was a déjà vu sight for Li Nianfan. All of a sudden, it's just me and you again. Wait, and a little carp, too. How lonely. He stood up and said, "Blackie, it's been a while since it's been just the man and dog duo. Let's go to the fallen town. We can buy a wine jar." Meanwhile, Daji was carrying the little fox. She was next to the fire phoenix. They were covered by clouds. People could not see them. They would only think it was a cloud that passed by. Soon, they were on top of the East Ocean. Splash! A human-like creature with a tortoise shell swam out of the water. It was a tortoise demon with small eyes and a small nose. 2 lobster demons followed behind it. The tortoise chancellor bowed respectfully and greeted, "I'm the tortoise chancellor of the East Ocean. Greetings to the nine-tailed fox and the fire phoenix." Daji nodded and saluted, "Greetings to the tortoise chancellor. Is the dragon king here?" "Please, wait for a moment. We've already given orders to notify him," said the tortoise chancellor. Then, the surface of the ocean splashed again. Urchin gradually appeared. "Greetings to the nine-tailed fox and the fire phoenix," Urchin hurriedly greeted them. He did not dare to be boastful. He looked at the little fox that Daji was carrying. He said, "She's my sister." "Nine-tailed fox, your sister just became a Tian immortal?" Urchin frowned. He said in a worried tone, "The 5-color sacred cow has unknown powers. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to bring her along." Daji said, "Relax, I'll take care of her." The little fox made a silly face at Urchin. Suddenly, a sharp aura came out of nowhere. Then, the clouds were split apart. Xiao Changfeng swooped in with a sword. He landed like a sharp sword, too, as he stabbed the cloud next to them. Everyone looked at him. "Are you sure it's the 5-color sacred cow?" "For sure." Xiao Changfeng nodded then said, "However, there are more than one. A parent and a child." Daji groaned for a moment and said, "According to our sources, the big one's feeding the little one after its big tribulation." Urchin was instantly intrigued. "Easy. We should watch the little one and capture it." The fire phoenix suddenly asked, "Are you aware of how powerful the 5-color sacred cow is?" Xiao Changfeng said, "Immortal beasts are extraordinary. The big cow's probably at its peak. I'd say it's at least from the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm." The fire phoenix said, "The Dragon King and I are expert Golden Immortals. Daji and Xiao Changfeng are intermediate Golden Immortals. It won't be that troublesome then. What are we waiting for? Let's depart." At the Lingxian Palace. At that same ancestor temple. Spurt. Yao Mengji was back at it again. He did the familiar steps. Bowed, spat blood, lit incense, and summoned. Buzz. The immortal stone instantly shined brightly. However, it dimmed before anyone could look happy about it. Yao Mengji was distressed. He could not stand any more. He sat on the floor and said, "I've failed again. Ancestor, you must be joking." He was overworked. The old man was finally hurt from exhaustion. He looked tired and weak again. He had also lost a lot of weight. He looked far worse than what he once was. Qin Manyun said, "Master, how about we stop? You haven't stopped spitting blood over the last few days." Fine, Yao Mengji waved weakly. "I have to stop. All my energy is gone with the blood. I don't have any more blood to spit even if I wanted to." He slowly stood up. He looked pale and fleeting. He gently sighed. "I was counting on our ancestor to impress the expert. It seems like that dream is shattering." Qin Manyun was out of ideas, too. She thought about other ways she could help the expert. Suddenly, they heard laughter from above. "Brother Mengji, where are you? I come with great news. Hurry up and show yourself." The Holy Emperor was so excited that he was out of it. He flew around the Lingxian palace, screaming like a big repetitive trumpet. Instantly, all the disciples of the Lingxian palace were rattled. They all looked up at the sky. Yao Mengji did not look happy. He flew to the sky and asked, "Looking for me, brother Holy Emperor?" The Holy Emperor saw Yao Mengji and unconsciously stepped back. Then, he exclaimed, "The super busy Yao Mengji. It's only been a few days. Why do you look so skinny and weak? What are you working on? Sigh, it's too hard to explain. Yao Mengji shook his head. Then, he asked, don't mention it. Why are you here, Holy Emperor? Ha! Good news, huge news. The Holy Emperor laughed chirpily. He made eyes at Yao Mengji and said, take a guess first. Cough. Yao Mengji choked. Qin Manyun appeared. She looked excited as she asked in a trembling voice, perhaps it has something to do with the expert? Clever. The Holy Emperor laughed loudly. He was flushed with excitement as he said, the expert said he wanted to participate in the Cultivators Convention. I took it upon myself and tried my best to get you an opportunity. We're going to accompany the expert to the event. Hurry up and pack. Get ready to depart. Boom. Yao Mengji was mind blown. He jumped. He could not believe his ears. Did the expert assign tasks? He suddenly transformed into a figure and swooped next to the Holy Emperor. He hugged the Holy Emperor tightly and wanted to lift him. He growled in disbelief, the expert wants us to accompany him on a trip? Is this for real? Say it again. I spent a lot of effort getting you this opportunity. Of course, it's real, the Holy Emperor smiled and nodded. Then, he asked, oh, yeah. Will you be going to the Cultivators Convention? Yes. I'll go even if I had a broken leg. Yao Mengji said without hesitation. He was bewildered by the huge opportunity. He stared at the Holy Emperor and said with gratitude, my good brother. His depression about his disconnected ancestor was instantly wiped away. The expert did not forget him. He could still be a servant of the expert. Boo-hoo, how unreal. Qin Manyun was flustered, too. She rushed them, Master, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get ready. Yes. Yao Mengji continuously nodded. Check the sky ship. Change all the equipment. Repair everything in the shortest time possible. Leave the ordinary items and load it up with treasures. We have to give the expert an enjoyable experience. No. To be safe, I shall do it personally. Yao Mengji flew to the sky skip. Manyun, get in quick. Let's get ready to fly it for the expert. Oh, yeah. I have to practice my steering skills to ensure the skyship's stability. It has to be perfect. The next morning. The door of the four-part architecture creaked open. Li Nianfan was already packed. He had his breakfast in his hand and a jar of wine on his belt. He walked out. Yao Mengji, Qin Manyun, and the Holy Emperor were already waiting outside. They hurriedly looked alive and smiled. Mr. Li, morning. Li Nianfan said, morning. Thanks for your kindness. Sorry for troubling you to pick me up. Yao Mengji smiled and said, Mr. Li, don't be a stranger. Li Nianfan looked at Brother Yao and was taken aback. He said, Brother Yao, you lost a lot of weight these last few days. He remembered that Yao Mengji looked exhausted previously, too. Was it that hard being at the Lingxian Palace? Right, have you guys eaten breakfast? Do you want some? Li Nianfan showed them his steamed bread. Daji was not around so Li Nianfan made a simple breakfast. He had a lot of steamed bread because Dragon was a big foodie. Yao Mengji and the others were instantly excited. They licked their lips and asked quietly, Can we? Why not? You tell me not to be a stranger, but what about you? Li Nianfan laughed. He shared the steamed bread and gave each of them an apple. I didn't prepare much for breakfast. Sorry about that. No, not at all. Yao Mengji shook his head continuously. He smiled and said, it's been a while since I tasted your delicious food, Mr. Li. I even miss it. Everyone was extremely thankful for the steamed bread and apples. The expert gave them such precious gifts during their meetings. He was so nice to them. It was a blessing to be around the Bigshot. Li Nianfan smiled and said, I have newly brewed wine. We can drink all we want on the trip. He turned around and looked at the four-part architecture. Only Xiaobei was left in the yard. Xiaobei waved goodbye to everyone. Li Nianfan also waved back and said, Xiaobei, look after the house. Blackie followed Li Nianfan with his tongue out sticking out. His tail wagged fast while he circled everyone. Boo-hoo. The master's finally bringing me out on a trip after waiting for so long. Life isn't easy. Chapter 260, I feel like someone is against me. Blackie, slow down. Li Nianfan chased after Blackie who had sprinted into the skyship, looked around, and sniffed around energetically. Don't mess up other people's skyship. Li Nianfan said unhappily as he rushed into the skyship. You silly dog, I'm not bringing you out next time. As expected, Blackie laid next to Li Nianfan obediently. He acted pitiful while whining. "Sorry everyone, this dog's always like that. So disobedient." Li Nianfan angrily patted Blackie. "Blackie, hurry up and apologize." "No need, no need." Yao Mengji instantly went pale. He was terrified. He quickly waved it off. Apology from the Lord Dog? Who could handle that? The skyship would be honored to be destroyed by the Lord Dog. Blackie stopped, but Dragon was being naughty on the other side, too. She kept touching and playing with anything she found inside the skyship. She was curious. Finally, her attention was grabbed by a big pearl that was at the center of the skyship. "What a small pearl?" she pouted. She raised her wrist and out came a pearl 5 times the size of the skyship's pearl. The pearl shined brightly like it was a big light bulb. The skyship's pearl was dim and dull in comparison to the shiny huge pearl. Yao Mengji and the others were instantly intrigued. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from staring so hard. The pearl was not a powerful immortal item, but it was extremely expensive and precious. The pearl they had in the skyship was from a clam demon that they got lucky with. Dragon had such a huge pearl? What kind of clam demon did she get it from? Cross-tribulation realm? Mahayala realm? Yikes! Scary. Dragon, why are you so impolite? Li Nianfan was baffled. Then, he said, "Brother Yao, this brat's family is in the seafood business. She's still young and immature. Please, forgive her. How dare she show off to other people while she was on their turf? What a silly kid." Brother Yao waved it off and smiled. Never mind, never mind. Seafood business? She had status in the ocean? The people around the expert were indeed extraordinary. Thankfully, he did not offend her. Li Nianfan looked at that big pearl and was slightly intrigued. What a big luminous pearl? Why didn't you bring it out sooner? It would be so convenient as a light bulb. Is it voice controlled? Dim the brightness. The pearl did not react at all. Li Nianfan was instantly disinterested. Yao Mengji showed Li Nianfan his room. "Mr. Li, this is where you can stay." "Thanks." Li Nianfan nodded and looked around. He complimented, "Brother Yao, this skyship looks more luxurious than the last time. Did you revamp it?" Yao Mengji replied in a respectful voice, "Just a small renovation. What do you think, Mr. Li?" Li Nianfan smiled and said, "It's fantastic, of course." Yao Mengji let out a sigh in relief. As long as the expert was satisfied. It was worth clearing out all the treasures in the Lingxian palace. He moved it all into the skyship. He smiled and said, "Mr. Li, I'll fire up the skyship this instant. Rest well." "Nah, let's do it together." Everyone was at the deck. Yao Mengji cast spells and the skyship started to glow. It was not very loud. The skyship shined and levitated steadily. Then, it took off. The fallen immortal mountain was far away, growing smaller and smaller in Li Nianfan's eyes. He even saw the fallen town. The people in the fallen town moved as if they were ants. It gradually disappeared. Then, Li Nianfan could see white clouds underneath him. Li Nianfan knew the basics about the Cultivators Convention through conversation. The convention was not a huge event. It would usually be held in the immortal realm, and it was for the local cultivators to share their experiences. They could trade their opinions, treasures, immortal items, and shop for spiritual medicine and more. If cultivators were secretive and closed off, cultivation would not last for long. Nanan was at the Golden Lotus sect of the north side. The convention was held in the northeast area at a town named Chukan Town. Li Nianfan watched the view for a while. Then, he started getting slightly bored, so he went back to his room. Dragon stumbled after him and asked excitedly, "Brother, continue the story for me. Did Chen Xiong save his mother in the end?" Li Nianfan chuckled and laid on the bed. He yawned and said, "My legs are slightly sore." Dragon immediately understood. She quickly walked over to Li Nianfan and gave him a foot massage. "Is this okay? Is the pressure hard enough?" "Yeah, it's about right. Keep it that way." Li Nianfan nodded satisfyingly. Then, he said, "Chen Xiong found out that in order to save his mother, he had to defeat Gajiro. So, he needed the Buddha of victorious strife to be his master. He went through a lot of difficulties and suffering. He knelt outside Buddha's door for a long while. Time slipped by. It was soon night time. Qin Manyan prepared food for Li Nianfan. It was not as delicious as the food Li Nianfan could make, but there was a nice variety. After eating and drinking, Li Nianfan stood on the deck to bathe in the moonlight. He enjoyed the beautiful night view and went back to his room. He yawned and was ready to sleep. The realm was extra quiet in the dark. The skyship flickered like a star in the sky, flying at high speed. Yao Mengji stood at the deck wearing a serious demeanor. He stared straight ahead while steering carefully. He was afraid that there would be an accident because of his momentary neglect. The skyship did not need manual steering unless it was necessary. However, he did not dare to be lazy. Qin Manyun and the Holy Emperor accompanied him by his side. Suddenly, they heard maniacal laughter from afar along with the howling wind. "Bold maniac, how dare you trespass into the forbidden land of my sect? Die!" Clink-clang. The sounds of a battle disrupted the quiet night. Yao Mengji and the others were alarmed, afraid that it would disrupt the expert. Thankfully, the skyship was extremely fast and the commotion was left behind. However, they did not get a chance to relax. Right in front of them, two figures were chasing after one another mid-air. The flying swords clashed. It was a heated fight. "I suffered and waited for you for 16 years, but you have a 16-year-old kid. You scum, I must kill you." "Lady, relax. You've got the wrong guy. That's my twin brother." Yao Mengji did not look happy at all. He used his powers to speed up and they flew by quickly. However, someone else was fighting in front of them again. The noise from the explosions was deafening. "It's been 3 years. I'm here today to redeem myself from all my past humiliations. Whatever pain you've all imposed on me, I'm going to pay it back tenfold." Boom. Yao Mengji and the others looked infuriated. Yao Mengji looked inside the skyship. He asked with a serious face, "What's going on tonight? Can't they give it a rest? Don't they know the expert's resting?" "Ignorant, how ignorant?" The Holy Emperor shook his head. "How about this? I'll clear out the battles in front of us. I'll go and propose to them to fight their battles another day. We can't let it disturb the expert." Qin Manyun nodded and said, "Good idea. Sorry for the trouble, Holy Emperor." The Holy Emperor immediately flew off. The night was once again peaceful. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun both sighed in relief. As the night went dark, they jumped anxiously. Buzz. The peaceful spiritual chi of the realm suddenly started to boil. Then, a powerful aura appeared out of nowhere. They were distressed. They held their breaths. The Holy Emperor returned. He looked frantic as he announced, "There seems to be an immortal who has chosen to descend into the realm right in front of us. Stop. Stop the skyship now." The horizon was suddenly golden, painted by the gold streaks of light that were shining down from the clouds. A golden door appeared out of thin air. Qin Manyun went pale. She hurriedly said, "Master, turn around. Hurry up and turn the skyship around." "I know." Yao Mengji quickly cast spells. He was sweating from being frantic. The skyship slowed down and started to turn. The three of them stared dead straight at the heavenly gates. They were nervous wrecks, eyes filled with distress. What was going on? Could they not travel in peace? Buzz. The golden light grew brighter. Then, a figure speedily flew out from the small opening of the golden gates. The figure was slim and seemed to be panicking. The figure looked like it was desperate to flee. He flew straight toward the skyship without thinking. Two more figures flew out of the gates, too. They looked like they were chasing that figure. Both sides used their powers from time to time. Their attacks created a back-and-forth effect. They were clearly in a heated battle. "I feel like someone's against me." Yao Mengji was utterly baffled. He was mentally exhausted. What an unlucky night. The immortals were fighting. How could a skyship handle that? More importantly, what if they disturbed the expert who was resting inside the skyship? That would be a huge mistake. He stared at the three immortals. Then, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He was taken aback when he saw the fleeing figure. Master?" The fleeing figure noticed him on the skyship, too. He was surprised. He exclaimed, "Mengji? What are you doing here? Hurry up and run, Mengji." "What am I doing here? I'm supposed to be the one asking that question, not you. What can I run from? The ones chasing you are immortals. What's going on with you? Why are you being hunted by two immortals? You could have gone somewhere else, but you brought them here to your descendants? Were you perhaps hoping that your student could cover for you? You wretched being." Chapter 261, This immortal realm seems rather unimpressive. Seeing that Yao Mengji was still transfixed in the same spot and that he did not have the intention to run away, the woman panicked. She pestered, Mengji, run. Just leave the skyship behind. It's too slow. Leave it behind? No way. All the assets of the Lynxian palace were put onto this skyship. Furthermore, the expert's resting inside this skyship. Even if I'm about to die, I'll never leave the expert behind. Looking at the three statue-like people on top of the skyship, the woman panicked. Oh, no. My disciple must be terrified of the immortal. Oh? So the person on top of the skyship is your disciple? That's easy. If the sky wants you to vanish, you must vanish. Ha ha ha. Stay there. Hand us the box and tell us where you got the golden bee's honey from. Then we'll let you live. The two immortals were delighted. They scoffed wildly and arrogantly. The woman panicked. Oh, my disciple. Are you kidding me? Don't be dumbfounded, hurry, run. Who's kidding who? Don't you know? Yao Mengji and the other two did not bother to answer her. They were already very anxious at this point. With such chaos, they would likely wake the expert up. He felt guilty. Meanwhile, a black shadow shot out from inside the skyship. It was Blackie. His dog face glared at the cultivators coldly, exuding a sense of displeasure. Lord Dog. Yao Mengji and the other two were delighted. Swiftly after, under the eyes of the woman and the other two immortals, the three cultivators bowed at Blackie politely. They spoke with sincerity. We're so sorry to have woken you up, Lord Dog. Yao Mengji bit his tongue and walked forward. He pleaded, I beg you, Lord Dog. Please, save my ancestor. The Holy Emperor and Qin Manyun added, we beg you for your help, Lord Dog. The woman was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Yao Mengji. Then, at Qin Manyun. She could not help tearing up. Oh, my disciple. I'm so sorry. They must have been so terrified that their brains have short-circuited. They're now worshipping a dog? Ha! The other two immortals were stunned at first. Swiftly after, they could not help laughing from ear to ear. Ha ha! The cultivators of the ordinary realm are so weak nowadays? They start worshipping a dog when they're terrified? If you beg us, we might let you off easy. Who knows? What did they call that dog? Lord Dog? I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. The solemn look remained on Blackie's face. It walked like a graceful cat, gradually approaching them. With the moon as its backdrop, the night wind blew against its fur. Instantly, it gave one a sense of lonesome coldness. It stood at the front of the deck, looking indifferent as its mouth opened to say, shut up. You may as well stop cultivating now. You may even keep your lives if you do so. Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji's faces flushed red instantly. They were trembling with excitement. It's coming. This script was familiar. It was a very familiar scene. The two immortals were stunned. After looking closely at Blackie for a moment, it seemed as if they could not believe what they heard with their ears. Has the world changed? An ordinary black dog demon dares to speak to us this way? The dogs in the ordinary realm haven't seen the outside world. It's likely they don't know how powerful we are. The ignorant ones are always fearless. Fine, this black dog is meaty, so its meat must be delicious. We can boil it in a pot later. Boiling's no good, I think grilling it will be better. As they spoke, one of them simply made a gesture. With that, a long flaming whip appeared in the sky, slashing toward Blackie like a viper. A burst of cold laughter was heard. Let's discuss how to cook it later. First, let me burn away its dog fur. Blackie remained in the same spot, without a hint of emotion in its eyes. It simply allowed the whip to come toward it. It even looked up into the sky. Although it was just a simple slash, the attack was coming from an immortal. His power was strong and oppressive. Even a Mahayala cultivator would need to use up all of his cultivation to withstand the attack. The flaming whip curved in the air, leaving a beautiful trail. In the blink of an eye, it was getting closer to Blackie. Blackie's face remained calm. It tilted its head up slightly as if blowing a candle. It simply blew the whip away. Instantly, the long flaming whip vanished into nothingness. There was pin-drop silence. Yao Mengji's ancestor was dumbfounded. The two immortals were dumbfounded, too. The three immortals were frozen mid-air, looking as if they had just seen a ghost. Their minds had gone blank as the image of Blackie blowing away the flaming whip kept replaying in their heads. This. Every strand of hair of the two cultivators stood up. Their lips were trembling wildly. They could not even speak of a full sentence. Powerful. Undefeatable. How could it be? Why would such a powerful dog exist in the ordinary realm? A nerve-wracking chill rose from within them. Without hesitation, they turned around and ran away. They used up all of their energy to escape. They were even spitting blood while running away. All they wanted was to get away from this nightmare. In the blink of an eye, they vanished out of sight. Blackie yawned, parting its mouth slightly as it breathed in. A strong suction force containing the law suddenly landed on the two immortals. Immediately, they were sucked back to where they were. The two of them were so terrified. It was as if they were experiencing the most terrifying thing in the world. Their organs wrecking. This can't be real. God, open your eyes. There's a bug in one of the dogs in the ordinary realm. Lord Dog, forgive me. Lord Dog, forgive me. In the next instance, the two immortals trembled vigorously as two rays of light were sucked out from their bodies. It was their immortal chi. With a strong suction force, Blackie swallowed their immortal chi. Swiftly after, Blackie raised its paw as if slapping a fly and slamming it on the ground. Slam. The two immortals were instantly slammed to the ground. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that even their brains were unable to react. I. The woman watched this scene unfolding in front of her eyes. Her lips were trembling wildly. She almost cried on the spot. When she saw that Blackie was looking at her, her soul almost flew out from her body. She cried out, half wailing, Lord Dog, I'm a good person. Please, let me off. Blackie looked at her coldly and said without any emotion, do you know the rules? Tell me. The woman's heart sank. She knew she was a border away from death. Her head raced at the quickest speed and a thought came to her. She said hastily, I know. Expert, ordinary man, act. Blackie retracted its cold look. Instantly, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Yao Mengji quickly introduced, Sect Mistress, this is the dog by the expert's side. Greetings to Lord Dog. Thank you for saving my life, the woman said politely, her voice trembling. She was still terrified of what happened earlier. It was mostly a shock. If the dog by the expert's side was this powerful, the realm of the expert was likely to be beyond imagination. Tap. 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 They heard footsteps coming from within the sky ship. Everyone felt their hearts jump out of their throats. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The woman guessed it as well. She was more anxious than the rest. She did not know if she should hide. The expert was here. Vroom. Meanwhile, muffled thunder was heard from above. There was a darkening cloud above the head of Yao Mengji's ancestor. The natural tribulation was about to occur. Li Nianfan had already walked out of the sky ship. He frowned, Mr. Yao, what's happening out there? He was worried. Were they under attack? If only the Fire Phoenix was by his side. He would then be half undefeatable. He did not have to wait for Yao Mengji's reply. Li Nianfan saw the figure floating beside the sky ship right away. She was a mature and wise-looking woman. She seemed like she was in a mess. More importantly, she was standing on a cloud. Was this what they called traveling by cloud? Li Nianfan did not expect to be able to witness this himself. Most of the cultivators merely traveled in orbs of light. She could ride on the cloud. She was most likely an immortal. Yao Mengji hastily introduced, Mr. Li, this is my sect mistress. My name's Guziru. Greetings to Mr. Li. Guziru instantly got into her role. She apologized, I'm sorry. I just descended from the immortal land. I might have woken you up with the noise. Oh, you're Mr. Yao's sect mistress. Li Nianfan nodded in realization. He said with a friendly tone, greeting to immortal Gu. She was indeed an immortal. He had to get acquainted with her. Li Nianfan paused. He was quite immune to immortals by now, so he was not too shocked. Vroom. Another sound of thunder was heard in the sky. There was a flash of lightning that looked like a silver snake dancing wildly. The night sky sparkled. It was very shocking. The sky ship was floating in the air. It was flying quite closely to the lightning. Li Nianfan was terrified by the sight of it. He did not bring his lightning rod. Guziru said apologetically, Mr. Li, I just came down from the immortal land, so I'll need to go through a natural tribulation. I'm sorry to have frightened you. So you're aware that you're frightening me? Then, why haven't you left? Are you planning to keep me here to go through the natural tribulation with you? You want to frame me? Li Nianfan looked up at the sky in fear, feeling anxious. However, He was too embarrassed to ask her to leave. After all, she was an immortal. He looked at Blackie and said, "Immortal goo, my dog's most afraid of thunder. This thunder, look." Instantly, Blackie laid down diligently beside Li Nianfan's feet, shivering. I understand," Gu Xiaoru said apologetically. "How embarrassing. I'll leave for my natural tribulation." With that said, she drove the cloud further away. Bam! A bolt of lightning struck from above without warning, cracking and shaking up the night sky. Li Nianfan saw the lightning bolt and felt terrified. So terrifying. How terrifying. It seemed that the sect mistress was a friendly person. She was still traveling away from them, making sure that the lightning did not disturb them here. How thoughtful. This immortal realm was indeed full of good people. Qin Manyun said embarrassingly, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry to have you woken up." Li Nianfan waved it off. He smiled and said, "No worries, your sect mistress visiting you is a big deal. I just didn't expect that immortals would need to go through a natural tribulation upon arrival." Yao Mengji said, "The higher the cultivation, the more severe the tribulation would be. They have to pay a price. Luckily, these aren't usually life-threatening." "Isn't it too much?" Li Nianfan could not help frowning. If immortals can come down, why is there an extra step? This is just a formality. Yao Mengji and the rest shrunk into themselves. They did not dare to speak. As expected, the expert was not pleased with the immortal realm and the immortal land being separated. However, the expert could complain about it. They did not dare do the same, for they did not want to die. Now that the expert had reconnected the road between the two, was he planning on working on the natural tribulation next? Yao Mengji hesitated for a moment before he said cautiously, "Mr. Li, this is the law." Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Oh, right. Nobody's in charge of the natural tribulation? Wind, frost, rain, and snow? The rotating of the sun and moon? Who's in charge of all these?" Yao Mengji hesitated for a moment. He said, "Mr. Li, all these work according to the heavenly law. They rotate automatically." Li Nianfan could not help mumbling, "They're all relying on the heavenly law. Does it even have time?" Instantly, Yao Mengji and the rest felt some chills all over their bodies. They almost fainted out of terror. They cowered as they looked up at the sky. They were afraid that lightning might strike and kill them suddenly. "Mr. Li, please, stop talking," they all cried internally. Even hearing this speech already felt like a crime. It was something they should not be listening to. So scary. Even though following the expert around gave them a lot of opportunities, it was definitely not for the faint-hearted. He could simply rewrite the law. He was this powerful. Nobody could do anything about it. Li Nianfan shook his head. He was merely voicing out his opinion. He felt that this immortal realm was different from what he imagined. He had a feeling that this place seemed rather unimpressive. There was no heavenly temple, no person in charge of thunder and storms, no person in charge of the moon and sun. There was only one boss known as the heavenly law without any working staff. The ordinary man needed an emperor, but what about the immortals? This felt strange. Chapter 262, "You all did this to me, and claim to be nice to me?" The law was powerful, it was the reason the world functioned accordingly. If the entire world only consisted of ordinary men, then control was possible. However, now that there were immortals, the immortals were also powerful. They could easily affect the world. If there was no authority, no leader, things would be a mess with the lack of set rules. Anyway, these were just some of Li Nianfan's thoughts. However, what did he have anything to do with this? He was merely an ordinary man, he could simply live an ordinary life. Furthermore, the world as portrayed in the legend turned out to be untrue. Yao Mengji bit his tongue. He opened his mouth and suggested, "Mr. Li, it's still early. Why don't you get some rest in your room?" If Li Nianfan remained out here, God knows what other shocking things he would say. So terrifying. "I might as well." Li Nianfan yawned and said in an embarrassed tone, "Please, send my greetings to your sect mistress, I've embarrassed myself. I'll make up for it tomorrow morning." Yao Mengji waved it off. He smiled, "Don't worry about it, it's nothing." When Li Nianfan turned to leave, the three of them exchanged looks and let out a sigh of relief in unison. "What did the expert say?" "I don't know. The thunder was too loud, I couldn't hear him." "Say what?" "I'm quite deaf, I don't know." Instantly, the three of them remained in the same spot as if nothing had happened. They looked up uneasily at the sky from time to time, though. After a moment, A figure gradually appeared, standing on a cloud. Not only did Guzairu successfully pass the natural tribulation, it was apparent that she had a makeover. Her initial roughed-up look was no longer visible. She had now become a noble immortal. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun greeted politely, "Greetings to Sect Mistress." The Holy Emperor also greeted anxiously, "Greetings to Senior Gu." "All right, the expert's here. Don't mind the ranking and greetings." Guzairu waved it off. She then looked inside of the skyship and said in a low voice, "Where's the expert?" Yao Mengji said, "He's gone back to sleep." "Phew, that's good. It'll allow me to make some mental preparation." Guzairu patted her chest. She said, "Mengji, you've made me proud. To be honest, you've saved me twice, both during life-or-death situations. You're my good disciple indeed." Yao Mengji did not dare to take the credit. "Sect Mistress, these are all the expert's doings." Guzairu smiled. "I know, but you've pleased the expert well. That's wonderful. It's all just a coincidence. The expert takes care of me." Yao Mengji smiled humbly. He then hinted, "Sect Mistress, the expert has helped us so much. We should at least repay his kindness. I don't have anything left to give him, that." "Of course, I know." Guzairu smiled. She said proudly, "Do you think a clever sect mistress like me would come empty-handed? The reason I was being hunted was because of this treasure." Gasp. Yao Mengji and the other two stared at her wide-eyed. They were very excited. Yao Mengji could not wait any longer. He asked, "Sect Mistress, what treasure is it? Bring it out and let us have a look." "Look closely." Guzairu was acting mysteriously. She flipped her wrist and instantly, a scarlet vintage box appeared in sight. Instantly, an ancient scent circulated in the air, showing signs of its age. The Holy Emperor commented instantly, "This box is extraordinary." Qin Manyun boot-lipped instantly, "Sect Mistress is indeed our Sect Mistress." "Ha ha ha. Of course. There's chi from ancient times circulating it. It'll definitely please the expert." Guzairu smiled faintly. "Furthermore, the thing inside must be so precious." Yao Mengji asked in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, stop teasing us. What's inside?" Guzairu looked at him and said, "I don't know." Gasp. As the crowd gasped, waiting for the revelation, they halted. She did not know? What was that? Yao Mengji smiled awkwardly. "Sect Mistress, stop joking. If you really don't know, how can you say the thing inside is precious?" Guzairu looked at Yao Mengji innocently, "Because even I can open this box, so the thing inside must be really precious. Mengji, can't you see the reason?" Yao Mengji was stunned. He looked at his sect mistress and asked, "You're about to give an unopened box to the expert? Are you a fool? Although I can open it, who's the expert? Of course, he can open it." Gushayu said with a serious tone, "Oh, Mengji. I haven't seen you for so long, you haven't only lost weight, your brain's working slower, too. Remember, do control your urges from time to time." Yao Mengji's lips twitched. He almost cried. He looked at his sect mistress and said bitterly, "Sect Mistress, you're a genius of reasoning. I'm nothing close to you." In the Immortal Land. At the Kunshu Mountains. Four figures flew across the sky rapidly from a faraway land to the Kunshu Mountains. One had to admit that the Immortal Realm and land were vast. Even though there were many ordinary men in the ordinary realm, there were still empty lands around. In the Immortal Land, there were even more empty lands along with a small population. On top of that, demons were residing all over the place. Therefore, when one looked out, there were mostly mountains, forests, and empty lands. The immortals seldom came to the Kunshu Mountains, let alone the ordinary men. The five-color sacred cow is very distinguishable and it won't be hiding. Therefore, we just have to capture a demon king to ask of its whereabouts. Xiao Chengfeng smiled. "It's around here." Daji nodded. The four of them slowed their pace and started to look around. To keep a low profile, they retrieved their chi and landed from the sky. They searched around by foot. Meanwhile, a faint glow lit up under the peaceful night sky. 7 lights were shining like neon lights. They made a circle in the air before slowly disappearing. They halted. It appeared. Daji said, "Go, be careful. Blow." The gentle night breeze was blowing. Soft howls of demons were heard from time to time. The entire Kunshu Mountains was the same as usual, nothing had changed. As they gradually approached, a sense of pressure increased. Not far away, Heavy breathing was heard along with the sound of footsteps. They looked over. They saw that outside a cave entrance down below, a sacred cow almost as tall as 6 feet was standing by the entrance. It was moving from time to time. It seemed like it was playing. It had 5 colors on its body. Black and white at the front and back with 3 colors in between, red, green, and blue. The 5 colors mixed and formed all the possible combinations of colors in the world. The cow exuded a colorful glow, very miraculous. Urchin's eyes sparkled. He was delighted. It seems to be a calf. The big cow isn't home. This is our opportunity. Xiao Chengfeng analyzed, the big cow shouldn't be too far away. We can't make a big fuss and we can't attack with force. We can only play smart. The Fire Phoenix nodded in agreement. Exactly, even though it's a calf, it has the power of an immortal. It's hard to take it down within a short amount of time. Daji hesitated for a moment. Then, an apple appeared in her hand. Use this. Cut it into pieces and put them in a line to trick the calf into coming over. Everyone fell silent. This was too much of a luxurious bait. The little fox covered up the apple. It took out an orange and peeled the skin. It then broke the orange into small pieces. Sister, use this, use this. Meanwhile, Urchin picked up the orange skin from the ground. Since cows eat grass, I think the skin of the orange would have the same effect. The 4 people and 1 fox nodded. They were all smiling. Instantly, they distributed the orange pieces. The 5-color sacred cow was bored, looking around. Suddenly, it sniffed the air. It could not help looking up in a direction. Its eyes narrowed. Humph? The smell of orange skin? So nice? It walked over. It walked over to the orange skin, took a sniff, and then without hesitation, it swallowed it down. So yummy. What a yummy orange peel. It wore a look of pleasure. It looked around and saw that there was another orange peel not far away. Good stuff. Its eyes sparkled as it ran over and swallowed it. Since it was too yummy, it did not have time to think of other things. All it could think of was to eat it. There was more in front? It followed the orange peel and walked forward. Unknowingly, it had walked into the forest. If the orange peel was so yummy, how yummy would the actual fruit be? Where was the orange? Was it further ahead? How nice would it be to be able to take a bite of it? With that in mind, it ran over even quicker. Just as it swallowed another orange peel, it looked up to see 5 pairs of eyes staring at it. Arg! Instantly, it howled in terror. Its hair stood up in unison. The calf turned and ran away. However, Daji and her group got into position. Once the calf tried to run, one of them would hold onto its hoof and the rest would pin the calf onto the ground. Help! Mother, save me! The small calf cried out in fear, its 4 hooves kicking in the air. Its back hooves kicked Urchin in the face. Kick! Instantly, Urchin flew away in a straight line. A 5-color sacred cow indeed. How powerful, Urchin mumbled as he climbed back up. He went back up to hold onto the calf. Hurry, cover its mouth. Don't let it yell, Daji said. Hold it down, I want to check if it has any milk. Meanwhile, a 5-color sacred cow almost as tall as 10 feet was traveling home on top of 4 different colored clouds. In its mouth was a branch that was hanging with different spiritual fruits. It was quite a gain. Thus, it was in a good mood. It smiled. Daughter, look at what mother brought home. However, in the next moment, its voice stopped abruptly. The cow stared ahead blankly, thinking that it was hallucinating. Daji and the 4 of them stopped moving. They looked at the mother cow awkwardly while the small calf was laying there with tears in its eyes. Crunch. The big cow snapped the branch in its mouth, its eyes almost shooting out flames. It growled, "Get off my daughter. You're all asking for death." "My friend, please, calm down." Urchin stood up. He persuaded, "An impressive expert wants to drink your milk. This is your opportunity. We came here out of goodwill. Why don't we sit down and talk it through? You'll thank us in the future. You came here secretly to attack my daughter and squeezed her milk so violently. Now you're telling me it's out of goodwill?" The big cow was dumbfounded. It did not expect them to be so rude. It was trembling vigorously out of anger. It growled, causing the ground to vibrate and crack open. "Are you insulting my intelligence? You're so done." Chapter 263, Trash Talk did not help. Vroom. The 5-color sacred cow stomped on the ground. Instantly, sand and rocks flew in the air as soil flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, There was a hill that was about 30 feet tall forming above the head of the five-color sacred cow. Instantly, the hill attacked the crowd with full force. Urchin said hastily, "Everyone, we don't." Good timing. Xiao Chengfeng's eyes sparkled. He scoffed, "Long swords out." One sword cracks open the mountain. Bam! He drew his long sword from behind his back. It slashed through the sky, sparkling violently as if cutting tofu. The hill was cut open. Xiao Chengfeng's long sword rang. His eyes sparkled as he unleashed his fighting spirit. "Very well, five-colored scared cow, you've successfully attracted my fighting spirit. Sword bodying one." He scoffed with the long sword in hand. He launched forward and his entire body transformed into a gigantic sword, stabbing at the five-color sacred cow like a shooting star. The long sword was traveling rapidly and sharply. The sword's light showered the five sacred cow like rainfall, trapping it in the middle of its storm. Moo! The five-color scared cow was furious. Its surroundings lit up. Its mouth opened and instantly, a wind blew out from its mouth, forming a tornado that wrapped around Xiao Chengfeng. Slash! The gigantic sword and the tornado fought against one another. Following a soft ring, the long sword rushed out of the tornado, slashing the body of the five-color scared cow. Instantly, there was a red gash on the body of the sacred cow. The cow raised its hind hooves and kicked the gigantic sword, causing it to fly up into the sky. The long sword flew out of his hand and spun around in the air. Swiftly after, the sword dragged Xiao Chengfeng away. His figure reappeared. Xiao Chengfeng wiped away the fresh blood from the corner of his lips. He could not help saying in awe, "What a thick skin." He warned everyone, "Everyone, be careful. This cow's very powerful. Its skin is very thick. It's very shocking." "Do we need you to say so?" Urchin's face had gone green. "Who do you think you are daring to attack the five-color sacred cow like that?" Xiao Chengfeng held his sword, his face full of pride. "You're the ones who are scared. I have the sword with me, I have no fear." He raised his hand and pointed at the long sword. The long sword spun around in the air, leaving behind countless long sword phantoms. As the circle got bigger and bigger, more phantoms appeared. Looking from afar, the countless long sword phantoms had formed a gigantic swirling pool of long swords. Quickly, lights flashed in the air. The sharp sword chi rushed toward the clouds, almost cutting the sky open. Urchin was dumbfounded. He could not help asking, "Brother Xiao, are you still going to fight? Who gave you such courage?" 3,000,000 sword immortals lowered their heads at my side. This is my second realm given by the expert. I, Xiao Chengfeng, never needed any courage from anyone. He growled as his long hair danced in the air. The sword chi in him soared as he said, 10,000 swords gather, check out my limitless sword intent. Slash. 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 Instantly, countless long swords gathered like a wave, washing over the five-color sacred cow like a tsunami. If one looked from afar, the million swords flashed like the galaxy, sparkling intensely. "You're asking for death." The five-color sacred cow howled lowly. It raised its two front hooves and violently stomped on the ground. Vroom. The entire Kunshu Mountains vibrated. All the rocks of different sizes around them started to levitate. In a blink of an eye, this had become a world surrounded by rocks. The rocks fell like a meteor shower, rushing toward Xiao Chengfeng in unison. Blow. Countless rocks were heard exploding in the air. The rocks had started to change, they turned into flaming rocks, water rocks, and thunder rocks with millions of colors. They were beautiful, like shooting stars lighting up the night sky. The super long sword clashed with the rocks. It was as if two meteorites were colliding into one another in space. There was a loud explosion that caused everything to vibrate. The surroundings of the mountains were wiped off. All of the demons in the Kunshu Mountains had all gone into hiding in their caves. They were kneeling on the ground, shivering. None of them dared to make any sound. Meanwhile, the five-color sacred cow looked as if it had lost its patience. Its four hooves stood on a cloud and instantly, it rose to the sky. With a small movement, its body had appeared right in front of Xiao Chengfeng. Its horns were glowing fiercely. A threatening wave of messed up yin and yang rushing toward Xiao Chengfeng. "You came at the right time." Xiao Chengfeng was still pretending to be cool. He put up his hands over his head and millions of sword phantoms gathered into a glowing long sword, slashing downward. The bridge of the sword that doesn't ignore life and death. I hold the long sword in my hands, I'm undefeatable in the world. Vroom. The long sword collided with the cow's horns. Without surprise, Xiao Changfeng was like a kite with a broken string, flying away while spitting fresh blood. This proved that trash-talking would not make one stronger. In fact, it helped one make an enemy. The five-color sacred cow had a stone-cold face. It did not speak. It continued to move its hooves, rushing toward Xiao Changfeng. It was thinking about nothing else but to kill this sword immortal. Xiao Changfeng's face changed. He waved his hands and the long sword swirled below his feet. He rushed toward Urchin and cried out, "Brother, help me. Why don't you go and die?" Urchin could not help scolding. However, he still rushed toward him. His green dragon body appeared, very powerful. He soared into the sky and collided with the five-color sacred cow. "You look after her. Continue to get her milk. I'm going over to help." The fire phoenix turned around and spread her wings. Her figure was flashing like a flame. Along with Urchin, the two of them surrounded the five-color sacred cow, one of them standing in front and the other standing at the back. The fire phoenix's eyes narrowed as she said, "Five-color sacred cow, born with the perfect law of strength. Once fully grown, it can easily become a Taiyi golden immortal. Furthermore, it can rapidly cultivate many of the cultivations in the world." Dragon, phoenix, nine-tailed fox. The five-color sacred cow was mid-air. It stomped its four hooves on the ground violently. It said darkly, "Are you doing so badly that you need to team up to steal my milk? What bullies?" Urchin said, "Sacred cow, my friend. Why won't you listen to me? We're not drinking your milk, there's an..." "I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening." The five-color sacred cow shook its head vigorously and cut them off arrogantly. "Who wants to drink my milk? Ask him to come over in person." Back then, even a saint's apprentice politely begged for 3 years, and I only gave them a glass. I won't let you all off tonight. With that said, it started to glow in 7 colors, lighting up the world as it rushed over. The fire phoenix raised her hand and the true flame of phoenix filled the air. It became a flaming flower in the air, trapping the five-color sacred cow. It was a battle of 3 ancient beasts. The laws were splashing everywhere, glow illuminating the place. Urchin tried to hold it up. He said with difficulty, "My friend, please, let's talk nicely." The five-color sacred cow was furious. "Ha, 3 losing species. If it's just the 3 of you, why should I talk to you nicely?" Urchin frowned. He said, "Let me be honest with you. My ancestor isn't dead yet. Our dragon family will get back on our feet." On the other side, Daji had exuded a chill all over. The ground had frozen over. A cold chill locked the calf in place, making it impossible to move. She pressed on the calf and used force to squeeze out its milk while the little fox was laying on Daji, its head sticking out with unblinking eyes. Suddenly, the milk shot out. "Sizz." The milk shot right in the little fox's face. The little fox was dumbfounded. "The milk's out." Daji was delighted. She stood up hastily and said, "This calf should be enough." The fire phoenix said, "Leave first, we'll handle the rest." Daji did not speak further. She cast a spell and froze the 6-feet-tall calf. Swiftly after, they rushed away. "Put down my daughter." The five-colored sacred cow growled. Its hooves stomped on the ground as it stood on the cloud. Its speed was quicker than Urchin and the fire phoenixes. It was about to catch up to Daji. Daji remained calm. She raised both hands and made a gesture. Instantly, a thick ice crystal was formed along with some frost. They were shooting at the hooves of the five-color sacred cow. Ping! The ice crystal cracked. Daji jumped. She turned and left. The five-color sacred cow followed behind her. The little fox was also following behind her. It was very anxious and cried out, "Sister, keep it up. Quicker. It's coming." Daji's face was turning green. If she was not busy now, she wanted to pinch this little fox. She scoffed, "Will you only unleash your magical power when you see me dead?" The little fox stuck out its tongue. It then thought of its magical power. It jumped onto Daji's shoulder and repressed its embarrassment. It looked at the five-color sacred cow deeply, its 9 tails gently swaying. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with pink bubbles. The five-color sacred cow could not help jumping. It felt its heart melting. What a beautiful little fox, how cute. When it snapped out from its thoughts, the little fox was already waving at it from afar. Arg! What a bully! It chased after them wildly. Even the ground could feel its anger as it shook. "Stay there." Daji looked behind her and said abruptly, "This is for the Liu Yun Palace, we'll wait for you at the Liu Yun Palace." Liu Yun Palace, you better watch out. In the ordinary realm. The sunlight filled up the darkness. Li Nianfan gradually walked out from the sky ship. He stood on the deck and stretched under the morning sky. How relaxing. By the side, Yao Mengji smiled and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Li." "Mr. Yao, good morning," Li Nianfan greeted in return. Gu Xiaoru and Qin Manyun happened to walk out, too. Li Nianfan greeted, "Immortal Gu, Miss Manyun, good morning." Gu Xiaoru smiled, "Mr. Li, I've heard about your talent from Manyun. I really look up to you." Li Nianfan smiled humbly, "You're so polite. I'm just filling up my time out of boredom. It's nothing. Your song, Ambush, is so unique. Giving us the music sheet has helped us a lot." Gu Xiaoru paused. Then, she flipped her wrist and a vintage red box appeared on her palm. "It's our first meeting. Here's a little something, hope you don't mind it." Yao Mengji's pupils dilated. He almost fainted. Although he knew his sect mistress was about to give him this box, he did not expect her to do it so abruptly without any preparation. Did she not need more time to think it through? Li Nianfan halted, but he did not reject it. "Thank you." No wonder she was an immortal, so polite. She even brought a first meeting gift. Seeing that Li Nianfan had accepted the box, the three of them looked at the box intensely. Qin Manyun and Yao Mengji even held their breaths. Their hearts were thumping quickly as if their hearts were up to their throats. If the expert was not able to open it, or if there was rubbish inside, it would be so bad. This was like playing with fire. Li Nianfan sized up the box casually. He smiled and said, "The making of this box is quite unique." With that, he gently twisted it. Click. The box was opened into two parts. Luckily, as expected, it was not a big deal to the expert. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief. They then looked at the box uneasily. They saw that there was a seed quietly sitting inside the box. There was no glow and no fragrance. It looked ordinary. The seed was not round. Instead, it was long and pointed on the top, almost like a triangle. "Huh?" Li Nianfan picked up the seed. He looked at it under the sunlight and said, "This seems to be a gourd seed?" Chapter 264, My Goddess Image of 10,000 Years is Ruined. Li Nianfan felt strange looking at this seed. Yao Mengji and the other two widened their eyes. There was sweat all over them and their hair stood on ends. Their limbs had stiffened and they had lost their ability to think. Why was there only one seed? This was too much. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun looked at Gu Xiaoru at the same time with anger. They almost cried. "How dare you frame your disciples? Where's your treasure? Why is there only one ordinary seed?" Furthermore, this seed seemed as if it had no life left in it. It was very likely to be dead. How could such a thing be gifted to the expert? It was over. Yao Mengji worked so hard to build the connection with the expert. Was it about to be destroyed? Gu Xiaoru looked at the seed with the same dumbfounded look. Did she risk her life for this seed? It would only be worth it if it was a treasure. This was nothing. Unless, this seed was extraordinary? They stood by the side anxiously as they held their breaths. Since they had come to this stage, they could only wait for the expert to make a reply, for him to determine whether they could live on. The next few seconds felt as long as a century. Under the intense atmosphere, everyone had sweat on their foreheads. Li Nianfan looked at it for a moment. Then, he smiled. "It's definitely a gourd seed. Nice, the look of this seed is quite unique. It happens to be useful to me, thanks." He had come to the immortal realm for so long and yet, he had not seen a gourd. He had brewed some wine and used a flagon to store it. Once the gourd formed, he could try to use the gourd to store the wine. Since he was influenced by his previous realm, using a gourd to keep wine was fancier than using a flagon. The thought of it was already nice. Phew. Yao Mengji let out a sigh of relief. He felt extremely lucky to be alive. His face had stiffened from being too nervous. He smiled and said, "Ha, as long as Mr. Li likes it. As long as it was useful. As long as it was useful." They did not care whether it was a gourd or no gourd. As long as the expert looked at it and did not dislike it, it was a great thing. Speaking of gourds, I just remembered that I brought a jar of nice wine with me. He looked at the sky and then frowned. One should return one's gesture. I don't have anything with me, so I should invite you for a meal. Drinking at this hour doesn't seem right either. All their hearts were thumping so quickly. They were extremely excited. Actually, they were excited and uneasy. After all, This was a nice wine brewed by the expert. They did not have to think to know that it would not be ordinary. If they did not ask for a sip, all their cultivation over the years might as well go to the dogs. The opportunity was right in front of their eyes, they must work for it. This could very well be a test set up by the expert. With that in mind, Yao Mengji bit his tongue and forced a smile. He said, "Mr. Li, I do quite like drinking in the morning, especially at this hour, it's just right." Qin Manyun's reaction was fast. She smiled embarrassingly and said, "To be honest with you, Mr. Li, I normally drink in the morning as well." Gu Xiaoru nodded hastily. "It seems that we can't hide this from you. Day drinking has always been a tradition at our Lingxian palace." "There's such a tradition? How rare." Li Nianfan looked at the three of them suspiciously. Suddenly, he smiled. "Wonderful, let's all have a drink." The three of them looked delighted. As expected, it was a test by the expert. If they did not take up this opportunity, they would have missed out. Luckily. "Brother, I want a drink," Dragon said coquettishly as she rushed out from the skyship like a small elf. Behind her, the Holy Emperor and Blackie also walked out. "Kids don't drink. You'll be drunk and noisy." Li Nianfan pressed on Dragon's head. He wanted to drag her away. He then looked at the Holy Emperor. "Luo Emperor, do you drink this early in the morning?" "Of course." The Holy Emperor was too delighted. He quickly said, "Mr. Li's so clever. You could tell that I have the habit of drinking in the morning. Impressive. Impressive." Ha ha ha. Li Nianfan finally could not hold it in any longer. He laughed, "You bunch of people, just admit you want to taste the good wine. Why bother making up these excuses? There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Humorous. How humorous. He did not expect even the immortal could have humor. Instantly, his ego was boosted. Very interesting. "Come on, I'll satisfy your wishes," Li Nianfan said with a proud look. "My wine's good. It's very strong, so do drink it slowly." The crowd nodded. Their eyes sparkled as they tried their best not to drool. "Don't worry, Mr. Li, I'm good at wine tasting." Li Nianfan wasted no more time. He took out the wine jar. Click. He opened it. Instantly, the thick fragrance of wine filled the air, covering up the entire skyship. Those affected most were Yao Mengji and the rest. They did not even have to sniff it. The scent had already rushed into their noses. Instantly, they had forgotten about everything. This place seemed to have turned into an ocean of wine, its scent causing each of them to dwell in it deeply. Furthermore, even the spiritual chi in their bodies had been awakened. Without hesitation, they all praised genuinely, "Good wine." Li Nianfan smiled and poured everyone a cup. He gave Dragon a little and Blackie a cup. He warned uneasily, "Come, Blackie, I'm telling you, if you get drunk and mess around, you won't get any in the future." This was someone else's skyship after all. It must be precious. If Blackie messed around, they might turn it into a dish. Gu Xiaoru received the cup from Li Nianfan. She held it cautiously. She was more excited than everyone else. After all, this was her first encounter with the expert, and also her first time tasting his food. The fruits, honey, and eggs had already gone beyond her imagination. If the expert called this a good wine, how precious would it be? She dared not imagine it because this was beyond her imagination. Blessing. What a blessing. She took a deep breath and raised the wine cup. She could not wait to gently take a sip. Her lips were like a dragonfly pecking at the water, it was just a small movement. Even so, she could feel a refreshing chill. The wine went into her mouth, gradually going into her throat, and slowly flowed down. Upon entering the throat, the refreshing liquid changed by 180 degrees. It was like a volcano exploding, its burning flames spreading all over her. Gu Xiaoru felt all of her pores opening up as her eyes widened. Before she could react, the wine had gone into her stomach. The wine was like a dragon, washing over like a tsunami, drowning her entirely. Spiritual chi, immortal chi, law, insights, this wine contained too much. They all exploded in the stomach, one wave after another. Burp. Gu Xiaoru could not help it and burped. Her face flushed red. She wished she had a hole to bury herself. The goddess image she had maintained for 10,000 years had been ruined by a burp. However, she felt better when the others burped swiftly after her. Ha ha. Li Nianfan could not help laughing. As I said, morning drinking isn't good. Our stomachs haven't started running yet. Mr. Li's right. I'm so embarrassed. Qin Manyun almost cried. How embarrassing. She was too embarrassed to look at Li Nianfan. She felt so ashamed. However, swiftly after, the burp had been forgotten. Everyone was immersed in the wine, they were unable to think of other things. Li Nianfan did not speak. He held his wine and took 2 steps forward. He admired the view beneath his feet while sipping from time to time. A smile appeared on his lips, feeling relaxed. The wine cup was not big, so it did not take long before the wine had reached the bottom. When he was tasting the wine, he only felt that the wine was strong and delicious. It rushed to his head. Even if he used up his entire spiritual qi, it was still very hard to contain. The crowd's faces looked rather red. Their heads were swaying, looking drunk. Their immortal strength and sense of law were opened up by the wine, messing and mixing up in their heads. Gu Xiaoru never thought that she could get drunk. Her brain was buzzing as if a volcano was erupting in her. When she snapped out from her thoughts, her pupils dilated and she wore a look of disbelief. Intermediate, immortal realm? Since immortalizing, she had remained at the beginner immortal realm. It was extremely hard to break through and she faced a bottleneck for thousands of years. Yet, she had strangely broken through it like this? She did not hit herself. She pinched her cheek. Instantly her eyes became watery. This was not a dream, this was real. She looked at the others. Without an accident, they each had a breakthrough, too. The Holy Emperor went from the late distraction to the early combination. Qin Manyun went up to the early distraction, while Yao Mengji went to the late cross-tribulation. This wine had the power of helping one to break through their bottlenecks. The wine went up to their heads. Who would have thought that even the bottlenecks would be gone, too? Gu Xiaoru could not help gulping. She looked at Li Nianfan who was looking down, admiring the view on the deck. Her scalp was going numb. This man was too terrifying. He was too powerful. So powerful that he had lost the joy of life. No wonder he wanted to stay in the ordinary realm and give himself the persona of an ordinary man. She quickly looked away, fearing to look at him. The skyship continued to travel and the view below them changed accordingly. On the way, Li Nianfan saw some broken villages, some emptied deserts, as well as devilish valleys. The changes of the ground were hard to anticipate. Meanwhile, there were some battles between the cultivators and the scary demons passing by. The immortal realm was full of danger. Luckily he was good at bootlicking. If not, how would he be able to travel like a Bigshot? Meanwhile, he realized that as they traveled to the north, the conditions worsened. Even the forests grew sparse and the soil became yellow. It was apparent that the sources for cultivation were not as well as the other areas. Nanan was new to the cultivating world. He wondered how much pain she had endured. Chapter 265, I think you're insulting me. Time gradually passed. It was now night time again. Li Nianfan was resting in the room. He did not fall asleep. Instead, he was waiting because he knew they would arrive at the destination tonight. Knock. 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 As expected, there was the sound of knocking. Swiftly after, Qin Manyun's gentle voice was heard, Mr. Li, are you asleep? Not yet. Li Nianfan opened the door. We've arrived? We have. Mr. Li, would you like to have a look at the deck? After spending time together for so long, Qin Manyun had slowly begun to understand the thinking of the expert. He was living in vacation mode. He liked to look at the view and to enjoy life. Li Nianfan smiled. Since we're here, of course. With that, he walked out from the room toward the deck. Yao Mengji and the rest were waiting for him there. They greeted politely, Mr. Li. They were extremely excited. The morning wine helped them to break through. The expert was being too kind to them. What had they done to deserve this? Meanwhile, all they wanted to do was to worship the expert. However, thinking of the expert's taboo, they repressed this desire. In the eyes of the expert, nothing in the world had any meaning. The best way to repay him was to please him, to make sure that he was enjoying himself. Mr. Li, that's the Chukan town. The Holy Emperor pointed in one direction. It was named the Chukan town because it was located in the northeast direction. It lacked resources and had a small population. There were mostly small towns and villages, nothing close to the fallen town. The small towns and villages combined to make up the Chukan town. Although it was nothing close to the bigger towns, its land was very spacious. Especially tonight, the Chukan town was extremely lively. Compared to the Azure Demon lockdown ceremony, it was less oppressive. Also, it seemed more fun and casual. Even during the nighttime, The heart of the town was lightened up. Furthermore, there were all kinds of lights shining. Along with the noise, it felt like a market. From time to time, cultivators flew by in the sky in orbs of lights. It was very festive and lively. The appearance of Skyship was shocking to many cultivators. Instead of finding out who was in there, they all chose to make way for it. It did not take long before the Skyship had steadily landed. It was steady, even though the movement was big. It was a majestic sight. It was as if a luxurious car had pulled up at a poor village. Although there were many big shots from all over the places attending this convention, there were not many who came in a Skyship. Soon, someone recognized them. He called out with delight, "Brother Mengji." "Oh, it's the sect master of the Lynxian Palace, Sect Master Mengji. He actually came. Our cultivator convention's getting famous." "You're all strange. Are you all straight? Why are you only looking at that old man? Don't you see the beautiful lady by their side?" Gasp, "That's the saintess of the Lynxian Palace, Chin Man Yun. So beautiful. So saint-like." "Who's that woman by the side? She's very beautiful, too. So mature and elegant." Many cultivators called out in awe. They were hesitant. They wanted to go over and meet them, but they only dared to observe from afar. "Brother Mengji, I didn't expect you to actually come. Your arrival is bringing the convention up a notch." Following some laughter, countless figures approached them. The man leading them was an elderly man with white hair, looking like an immortal. He had a friendly smile. Yao Mengji's face straightened as he said politely, "Brother Qianfeng. Thinking back, we haven't met for 500 years or so." Longvis Qianfeng said with a sigh. When he saw Yao Mengji, his eyes narrowed and his lips parted. He had a look of disbelief. You broke through to cross tribulation?" He realized that he could not see through Yao Mengji at all. It was apparent that Yao Mengji had surpassed him greatly. I was lucky. Yao Mengji smiled humbly. If he were to find out that he had already reached the late cross-tribulation, his eyes might pop out. Furthermore, this was achieved within a few months. There was no precedent, he could not even feel it. Thinking back, it felt like a dream. Longvis Qianfeng opened his mouth and said with a bitter face, "Say, senior." Yao Mengji corrected him, "Brother Qianfeng, you've helped me a lot. If you call me senior, I'll be mad at you." All right. Longvis Qianfeng nodded. Deep in his eyes was a hint of delight and loneliness. Back then, this man was still a kid. Yet, he had somehow exceeded him. Was he so much worse? Was he still able to immortalize? His heart thumped violently. Would he still have the chance to meet her? He did not want to think any further. He was already half dead, why bother thinking? He shook his head. He heard Yao Mengji say, "Sect Mistress, this is Brother Qianfeng. After you had immortalized, the Master was under the attack of the natural tribulation. Our Master survived due to his help." Guziaru halted. She said, "Oh? Then, we owe it to him." This voice. Sect Mistress? Longvis Qianfeng jolted. He looked up abruptly and stared at Guziaru. In just a moment, hot tears overflowed from his watery eyes. It was her. It was really her. His lips trembled as he said, "Senior, Gu." Guziaru halted. Do you know me?" Longvis Qianfeng said, trembling, "Senior Gu, do you remember the young boy who almost got eaten by a demon back at that Yenyun mountain?" "That was you?" Guziaru looked shocked. "It's normal that you can't recognize me," Longvis Qianfeng said bitterly. "Senior Gu's still glowing like always while I've already aged." He grimaced. He was extremely bitter. Li Nianfan instantly had a strange look on his face. He could easily tell what this man was implying. Was this a movie about the beautiful heroine saving the boy? However, this realm was indeed messed up. It was the real-life model of the saying of age is not a problem. When he was 20, he fell for an immortal. He cultivated bitterly for thousands of years to chase after her. In the end, he ended up with white hair all over while she was still an immortal. Was there a more cruel tragedy in the world? Li Nianfan shook his head. He looked at this Longvis Qianfeng sympathetically. As the saying went, a 3,000-year-old immortal woman would still be stunning. This was true. Longvis Qianfeng, you. Yao Mengji's face changed as he pointed at Longvis Qianfeng, trembling. He was so angry that his beard stood up. "I can't believe you're like this. I treated you like a friend, and yet, you. I treated you like a friend, And yet, you tried to get it on with my sect mistress? What if you actually got her? You'd end up being my sect master. Heart of a wolf. Heart of a wolf. Yao Mengji was very angry. He felt cheated. He called out angrily, "So, you've always had this intention. You're like a toad trying to eat the meat of a swan. You're a bastard." "Mengji, be nice," Guzaru said elegantly. "People do fall in love at times. After all, your sect mistress is so attractive, it's hard not to fall for me. Quangfeng, get rid of this unrealistic fantasy. You're not good enough for me. You're so old now. Find a partner, if you're still capable. Who knows, you could still make some babies." Longvis Quangfeng blushed, not out of anger but shame. He was embarrassed. Why did he not conceal his emotions when he saw her alluring figure? His lack of control made him want to drill a hole and hide in it right away. "Senior Gu, Brother Mengji, I'm sorry. I was poisoned with a drug not long ago, causing me to speak gibberish from time to time. Please, don't take it seriously." Longvis Quangfeng quickly covered up. He said, "Since you just came, you probably don't have a place to live. Let me arrange one for you." He was in his late combination realm. His reputation was positive and he had quite an authority in this area. He was the one in charge of the Cultivators Convention. Yao Mengji looked at Li Nianfan to seek advice. "Mr. Li, should we check in now?" "All right, it's getting late," Li Nianfan nodded. He added, "Mr. Yao, don't make it too troublesome. Don't waste too much money." "I understand, don't worry, Mr. Li." Yao Mengji nodded. He then ordered, "Longvis Quangfeng, quickly arrange for us to check in." Longvis Quangfeng did not mind. However, he looked at Li Nianfan and opened his mouth but nothing came out. "What are you standing there for? Hurry!" Yao Mengji pestered as he signaled to him with his eyes. Longvis Quangfeng was left in the dark, but he was no fool. He repressed his suspicion and said, "Please, follow me." Li Nianfan followed the group. It was not hard to tell that the cultivators attending this convention were not too high-ranking. On the way, some cultivators would greet Yao Mengji from time to time. It was apparent that Yao Mengji was already a big shot to them. He got lucky being able to follow him around. Furthermore, there was an immortal in the group. How amazing! Longvis Quangfeng grew more and more suspicious. He could feel that Yao Mengji, and even Gu Ziru, respected Li Nianfan genuinely. They were observing Li Nianfan from time to time, and whenever he had any question or need, they would solve it for him right away. However, he looked like an ordinary man from any angle. "Stop looking, look at the road." Yao Mengji scoffed in a low voice. He was very serious. Longvis Quangfeng was curious. He said in a low voice, "Brother Mengji, this man's forever beyond your imagination." Yao Mengji said with a serious look. "Stop asking and cast away your curiosity. Arrange for the best and most quiet room in here. Also, don't let anyone disturb this expert. From now onward, you'd better shut up." Longvis Quangfeng did not speak further but his heart was thumping heavily. Since he was no fool, he became more nervous. Senior Gu was an immortal. Even she did not make a fuss. This man. He took in a deep breath to repress the shock in him. He grew uneasy as he anticipated the unknown. They made a few turns to let Li Nianfan admire some sights. They saw two cultivators fighting, one striking the other here and there. They were not high-ranking cultivators and the fight was not grand. However, it was quite interesting. It did not take long before they arrived at the hostel. It was a big compound located in the northwest of the town. The compound was very big and it had a pavilion. It was quiet and indeed quite a nice location. Longvis Quangfeng said, "Here it is. There are plenty of rooms." Yao Mengji looked at Li Nianfan and asked, "Would you like to check in right away?" Li Nianfan nodded. "I'm quite tired indeed. Where's the room?" "Mr. Li, please, follow me," Longvis Quangfeng said with a serious look. He took the lead politely. After showing Li Nianfan to his room, Longvis Quangfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if he had done something impressive. He looked at Yao Mengji and said excitingly, "Brother Mengji, who is he actually? This is a big deal. You, follow me." Yao Mengji brought Longvis Quangfeng to a secluded corner. He asked, "Brother Quangfeng, how much longer can you live?" Longvis Quangfeng first froze. He then lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. "Probably less than 3 years. I won't be able to break through anymore. I'm ready to quit cultivation." Yao Mengji said in a solemn tone, Don't you say that I didn't help you. Since Mr. Lee has come here, this will be the greatest opportunity in your life. Breaking through the bottleneck is part of the deal, but whether you can grasp it depends on you. Long Vasquinfeng's heart thumped heavily. He looked at Yao Mengji suspiciously. You're not lying to me? You're really lucky. To make you believe me, I'll have to part with my love, Yao Mengji sighed. He then took out an orange that he had kept for himself. After hesitating for half a moment, he cautiously peeled it and handed a small piece to Long Vasquinfeng. Painfully, he said, "Take this. You are welcome." Long Vasquinfeng's excited face instantly froze. He looked at the piece of orange and then at the stingy look on Yao Mengji's face. He felt dumbfounded. His mouth twitched and he could not help saying, "Brother Mengji, you're insulting me."